Thanks for the 9 heavens Emperor Qi. 5 rays of multicolored light, representing the 5 elements, shot out from between his fingers, landing on the adamantine barrier. KRRR, KRRR. He gradually plunged 5 fingers into it. The Golden Emperor's aura, emanating from Black Lotus Xuanhuan, was gradually forced out and absorbed by Feng Yi. Black Lotus Xuanhuan angrily grunted, his left hand forming a seal, suddenly clenching his 5 fingers into a fist and punching towards that claw. Although Feng Yi retreated with lightning speed, the power of that punch still shook his internal organs something fierce. Shouting in alarm, "Chen Chuanjiu, he's trying to advance. Suppress him or it'll be too late." Chen Chuanjiu also saw that the situation was bad and roared as he continuously attacked the defensive barrier. He angrily yelled, "Damn it! If you're a man, get out of the barrier." Feng Yi, on the side, shouted in alarm. "His power is already at the limit. You absolutely must suppress his martial domain. Don't give him time to absorb the essence divine tree or comprehend the rules. Otherwise he could break through at any time, and you'll never be his match." Above, Xiaoqing sensed that the Taiji Fengtian seal was loosening. It seemed that Shang no longer had the strength to maintain the seal. Indeed, Shang had finally exhausted his strength. The Taiji Fengtian seal completely disappeared, and he directly collapsed. Xiaoqing broke free from Yu and Yi's control, rushing to catch him. "Lord Shang, Lord Shang." "Quickly, focus on your breathing," Shang replied. "I'm fine." After being sealed by the Taiji Fengtian seal, the vital energy in Xiaoqing's body was still in a frozen state. His face was green as he stepped on a huge branch, coldly surveying everything, rapidly recovering the power within his body. Shang smiled as he looked up. "Tens of thousands of years ago, it was just like this. I cultivated under your shade, day after day. Who would have thought that after tens of thousands of years, there would be such a scene?" Xiaoqing also turned back to look at the shade of the tree, thinking silently. After transforming, I was no longer the evergreen tree of eternity, but only Xiaoqing, carrying all the memories of the evergreen tree of eternity throughout countless years. Having witnessed so many changes, finally, I obtained a completely new life. Streams of memories began to flood Xiaoqing's mind. "Today, I will hide the Noah's Ark pearl inside your stomach. In the future, my descendants will come to retrieve it. What a place where heaven and earth's creation converges. I want to arrange the 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, to create the most beautiful formation. Children, from now on, this will be our home. Chirp, chirp, chirp. So what if we win? So what if we lose?" Xiaoqing suddenly said something incomprehensible. Looking at the devastated divine tree everywhere, his face revealed boundless loneliness, as if he had lost interest in everything in an instant, with not a trace of wanting to kill. "Life is like mist and smoke, also like a dream. Destined meetings and separations. I'll remain free. From now on, I no longer have to be bound by the main body. The world is vast, allowing me to roam as I please." At this moment, his heart was wide open and clear, all worries swept away. Before his eyes lay a starry sky stretching for 10,000 miles. A strange feeling changed on his body. The light blue on his body gradually deepened, and a kind of intent of the rules began to stir within him, as if he had obtained some great power. "Shang, congratulations, Xiaoqing. You have stepped into the final door of martial arts." Xiaoqing looked at his body in disbelief, as streams of the power of the rules flowed within him, and on the power of lightning, the golden 9 heavens Emperor Qi began to gradually appear. "Emperor Realm," Shang continued, "everyone has their own path of martial arts. As long as you find the path that belongs to you, you can reach that final door." He paused, glancing at Black Lotus Xuanhuan in the distance, who was still struggling painfully, and shook his head, saying, "He's always been missing something because he can't step into his own door. The outcome is unpredictable." A heavy voice echoed. The Rat Emperor's body appeared, saying, "Xiaoqing, congratulations on finally advancing to the 9 heavens realm. I hope you can help me rescue the 5 great rat kings." Xiaoqing was also shocked by his sudden advancement, but quickly calmed down, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you rescue the rat kings. It's just that my main body is damaged, and after all, There is no way to provide enough spiritual Qa for your descendants to absorb anymore. Your life on the Yao origin will likely not be as comfortable from now on. The Rat Emperor was overjoyed. Thank you. I'll figure out the rest myself. Xiao Qing gently left the branch, floating in the sky, his hands forming several secret hand seals. The divine tree under his influence seemed to have burned all of its life essences, in an instant erupting with powerful force, growing at an accelerated rate. The entire sky was instantly pierced through by that powerful ancient force, creating a massive hole. The once bright and sunny sky was immediately replaced by a blanket of darkness, with the Milky Way flowing and stars scattered all over. Everyone's hearts shook. Shang's mouth hung open. Is this also a passage leading to the archaic land? Rumor has it that the evergreen tree of eternity is the closest place to the stars? It's true. It actually opened the Starry Sky Road. Xiao Qing chimed in. That's right. Opening the Starry Sky Road consumes a huge amount of my essence. In countless years, it has only been opened 11 times in total, and each time it was forcibly opened by absolute powerhouses. This is the only time I've opened it myself. Her gaze swept towards Yunxiao, and she said loudly, Because I owe him a life. Li Yunxiao, I'm returning the favor I owe you now. Although I've opened this Starry Sky Road for you, hurry up and go. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. Yunxiao was also flying closer. Haha, looks like you kept your word. He suddenly noticed something below him. Li Yunxiao trembled slightly, because he finally saw a familiar figure, Xiao Qing. Seeing him pause, she shouted, What are you doing? Why did you stop? Under the suppression of Chen Zhuanju, He Lian Shaohuang had thrown countless punches. Even though he had no time to adjust his breathing or think, he felt like he had comprehended something with each punch. Every punch became more and more fluid, more and more powerful, and the strength of his entire body seemed to be constantly increasing. Ha, Chen Zhuanju, try a little harder. It's been so long since I've had a good fight like this. Ha. Each of his punches brought back memories of his childhood. Someone's voice echoed. Will watching Shaohuang fight with his fists make you happy? He exclaimed with extreme delight. Of course it will. Yunxiao looked at him, a faint smile on his lips, as if recognizing who he was. With a few powerful punches, he directly blasted Chen Zhuanju away. Martial Dao insights began to appear all around him, and he actually wanted to break through directly. Fang's wife, standing nearby with her mouth wide open, exclaimed, That's the Nine Heavens Intent Realm. It contains the power of the Earth's rules, and the Nine Heavens Emperor Qi. Is he really about to break through? Suddenly, an arrow shot through, piercing his defenses and going straight through him. Sorry, this is really the last one. He Lian Shaohuang, who had just let go, was ambushed, and replied with a trembling voice. He Lian Shaohuang's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart trembled violently. The moment that barrier shattered, he felt the Nine Heavens martial intent within his body begin to erode. Moreover, it wasn't just the martial intent that was eroding, but also his strength and essence. Even his body, which had transformed according to the intent realm, was gradually breaking apart. Your sister! Isn't this a martial emperor breakthrough? Why did you attract so much hatred? Failure not only meant falling back to the peak of martial venerable, but also meant death. His body lost its Dao aura. Feng's wife was extremely satisfied with this situation. Haha, his Emperor Qi has scattered. Quickly absorb it. At this moment, his body began to dissipate, along with his martial intent. His gaze also gradually faded. Shifu, senior brothers, I'll go first. Just as he was about to close his eyes and give up, he saw Yunxiao rushing towards him in an instant. He let go of everything, but a fleeting thought appeared, briefly waking him up. This extremely familiar image, is that Shifu? At this moment, he suddenly became extremely quiet, as if recalling something from 50 years ago, in the plum forest beneath the Lingxiao Peak. The plum blossoms were gorgeous. An 11 or 12-year-old boy in green clothes walked in the snow, repeatedly practicing the most basic diamond fist. Every time the boy threw a punch, a plum blossom would fall, blooming, withering, and turning into bits of light pink snow mud under the power of his fist intent. 998, 999 punches, 1,000, phew. The boy exhaled, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sat down on the snow. Shifu, when will you teach me the second martial skill? Yo, check it. Suddenly, there were two more figures beside that kid. One of them, a slightly older teen standing next to that middle-aged dude, was totally sneering. Turns out it was Gu Feiyang's third disciple, Prince Charming of the Jiuwu Empire, Jun Ruyun. He scoffed. With your blockhead talent, you should be grateful you even learned Diamond Fist. After 3 years of training, you haven't even reached martial master level. What master has the free time to teach a useless piece of trash like you, huh? The kid's face turned purple with rage. Jun Ruyun, I challenge you to a duel. Gu Feiyang chimed in. Jun Ruyun speaks the truth. You should indeed be grateful you even learned Diamond Fist. The kid's face went all ashen and defeated. Even my Shifu says so. Looks like I really am just too untalented. He looked up at Gu Feiyang. Shifu, do I really have talent for martial arts? Gu Feiyang walked closer. Xuanhuan, do you really like learning martial arts? He Lian opened his big, super clear eyes, muttering, like it. Even though training like this every day, day in and day out, year after year, is so boring, so tiring, but I really do like it. I really love this feeling of being filled with power. Every time I throw a punch, I feel like this whole world belongs to me. Under my fist, I rule everything. Shifu, I beg you to lead me to that limitless peak of martial arts, he cried, kneeling down, 2 streams of tears falling into the snowy ground. Jun Ruyun shot him a look of total disdain and sashayed to the side. Gu Feiyang placed his hand on Xuanhuang's head. Xuanhuang, I don't know if you have talent for martial arts, but I know for sure you have a talent that others don't have. That's the perseverance to keep moving forward, the courage to never give up, and a heart that belongs to a true powerhouse. Xuanhuang stopped crying, looking up, eyes wide. Really? Then when will Shifu teach me the second move? Gu Feiyang stood up, gazing into the distance. You will both be destroyed, body and soul, but the eternal rivers and mountains will flow forever. Li Yunxiao's thoughts snapped back into focus. In his eyes, that white figure descended from the sky, slowly becoming clear before him. Turns out it was just a white-robed teenager, maybe 16 or 17. This person, this teenager. Why do I feel such a familiar connection? Li Yunxiao spoke, repeating the exact words he'd said in the past. You will both be destroyed, body and soul, but the eternal rivers and mountains will flow forever. He Lianxiao's whole body shuddered, his pupils suddenly contracting, like a jolt of electricity running through him, like a thunderbolt striking his spiritual sea. His thoughts raced at lightning speed, that instant feeling like 10,000 years. He threw back his head and laughed, the moment of his body's disintegration suddenly halting. I get it. So this opportunity, Shifu told me about it 50 years ago. The scattered Shifeng Valley intent dissipated, crazily converging towards his body. It not only healed his body, but also brought boundless power. He stood up forcefully from the ground, raising his right hand to the sky. Heaven's rule, starlight. His left hand pointed at the earth, shouting, Earth's rule, pulsation. True World 9, trance escape, what a mouthful. 2 rule powers suddenly appeared. The wind and clouds gathered from all directions, beginning to condense Xiaohuang's fragmented body. Fang Yi blurted out. The Qifeng Valley intent had obviously collapsed. How could it be condensed again? He's a damn turncoat. Why should I care about this? If only I could just steal some Xuan artifacts and leave, that would be so good. He Lianxiao stood up, his emperor qi surging, staring at Feng Yi and Zhen Chuan Ju Taozu, finally revealing a cold smile, raising his fist to smash down fiercely. Diamond Fist. A black void appeared under his fist, the rules of heaven and earth all condensing into his fist. Feet shattering the earth, fist breaking the void, limitless dance, extreme limitless pillar, 9 heavens, 9 earths, immortal emperor, 9 heavens, martial intent of immortality. This divine fist shattered the sky, shattered this palace, shattered this world. Damn it, even Xiaoqing was shaken by the power of He Lianxiao's punch. He just advanced to martial emperor. How can he have such terrifying power? Li Yunxiao, if you don't go now, it'll be too late. Yunxiao smiled with satisfaction. He Lianxiao spent his whole life studying this one punch. At the moment he advanced to martial emperor, he comprehended heaven and earth. His enlightenment on the path of the fist has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Even if a titled martial emperor master came, His accomplishments in martial intent could not surpass him. This punch is enough for Li Yunxiao to obtain a pretty good position in the Nine Heavens realm. Xiao Qing urged, Li Yunxiao, this starlight pool do? I can't maintain it for long. If you want to go, hurry up. Li Yunxiao looked at Li Yunxiao, laughing bitterly, muttering, Motherfucker, you really know how to pick your timing. I finally meet my disciple once, and I don't even get to drink any tea. Zhao Qing raised an eyebrow. The desolate ancient lands are right on the other side of the Milky Way. All right, look, this is your one shot to get across. Consider your life debt to me paid. We're square now, got it. Li Yunxiao wasn't about to waste time arguing. He just straight up booked it along the path to heaven opened by the evergreen tree, zooming upwards. Down below, Feng Yi felt the space completely locking down on him, thanks to those rules. No escape, nowhere to run. Freaking out, he started to lose it, roaring, You want to kill me? I'll make sure you don't die peacefully either. He desperately poured all his power into the 5 elements beast-controlling ring. He was planning a suicide blast to break free from the suppression of the Emperor weapon aura and those damn rules. A last-ditch effort to carve himself a path to survival. Zihuang, hovering in the air, narrowed his eyes. From the ground, countless 5 elements spirit-devouring rats poured out. Chi-chi-chi-chi. They madly swarmed towards Feng Yi. Gnawing like crazy, Feng Yi panicked, and the power around his body pulsed, blasting away a bunch of the spirit rats around him, resulting in a series of explosions. But there were just too many of them, an endless wave, directly disrupting his xuanxi power, making his self-detonation impossible. Damn you, get out of my way. A booming sound was heard as Zhao Qing's thunder descended. The lightning struck down on the rats, blasting those demonic beasts away. Then, Feng Yi went boom, creating a terrifying explosion that suppressed the area. Officially logging off from the story, Zihuang was relieved. Thanks, Xiao Qing, he replied, leading the kids away first. Shu Huang's probably right that it's going to get dangerous ahead. Hao Lian Xiaohuang threw a punch, then suddenly looked up, staring at the disappearing figure on the divine tree who had left that sky. He mumbled, Shifu. His face darkened. Turning into a streak of golden light, he hurriedly chased after them. Right now, he had huge questions buzzing in his head, and he absolutely had to catch that guy and get some answers. Li Yunxiao, stepping on the tail of the evergreen tree, gazed at the starry sky across from him. All around were chaotic energy flows of the universe. If you weren't careful, you'd be instantly buried. No way, that thing's been here the whole time. How'd it get this big in just a few days? Your sister doesn't play fair. You're even eating into my route. Without the divine tree to shelter us and create the bridge, there's no way to get to the other side. Am I really going to have to turn back empty-handed this time? Just then, a shadow appeared beside him, gently saying, Yunxiao, don't worry, my roots can help you. Li Yunxiao was shocked and looked at the figure in surprise, questioning. You called me Yunxiao. You must be Ye Fan, right? He replied. I am Ye Fan. The immortal ancestor left behind a large amount of information in my sea of consciousness, which makes me a bit confused. But I am still me, Ye Fan. That's definitely right. Li Yunxiao's heart stirred. Immediately entering the Noah, he said, So that last half of Ye Nantian's divine sense has transmitted the control method of the Noah Ark to you? Ye Farron nodded slightly, sadly replying, Unfortunately, I am too stupid and simply cannot grasp it. I can only control it roughly, and I don't know if I can help Yunxiao senior brother. Li Yunxiao said, If you're not confident, then don't do it. This void turbulence is too dangerous, and you'll lose your life if you're not careful. You should still hold back a bit. Ye Fan formed a secret knot with his hands. Let me try. His knot-forming speed was extremely slow, extremely unhurried. But golden tadpole characters appeared in the hand seals. A golden light shot out from the seal on his chest, creating a much more solid layer of defense for Noah, and began to sail straight ahead. Hao Lian Xiaohuang was shocked, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The unknown energies in this universe are too terrifying. He stared at the small boat. What is that thing? The starry sky is being devoured by it? No, this won't do. They're about to leave. I'll gamble. His heart was tense, channeling a breath of essence to condense a powerful force. But as soon as he touched that dark space, he was instantly eroded. What, impossible? Even the 9 Heavens Emperor Qi is getting eaten away. These formless energies in the cosmos are seriously messed up. Can't catch up. He watched helplessly as the little gold dot slowly disappeared. Damn it! Suddenly, he condensed a massive force. It burst from his mouth, transmitting a sound wave far, far away. Just 4 simple words. Yunxiao, Shifu, who are you? The sound was transmitted. Unable to endure any longer, he had to respond immediately, just as he thought he wouldn't receive an answer, and his face was filled with loneliness. A melodious bell sound came from afar, bringing with it the soft laughter of a youth, a loyal heart of jade and blood, blooms like plum blossoms beneath the yielding peak. He Lianxiao's face went pale, then dark. He trembled all over, looking up at the sky again. 2 lines of tears couldn't be held back any longer, flowing down. His actions immediately shocked the people below into silence, especially Tang Ji, whose mind was buzzing. It was unbelievable. Su Shi, the 9 heavens martial emperor, apart from the heavens and earth themselves, who else could make them kneel? Xiao Qing's eyes narrowed. Li Yunxiao's earlier words echoed in her mind. She seemed a little shocked, but her eyes revealed an astonishment that was hard to hide. Could it be that giant tree piercing the sky had lost its essence, breaking apart into sections that were constantly falling from the sky? The dense branches and leaves on all sides gradually withered at this moment, quickly shrinking until they died, turning into barren soil. The whole process was extremely fast. The body of the giant tree, several miles long like a forest, collapsed as soon as it was said to, and quickly disappeared completely. Returning to the vast Yaoyuan, a loud explosion came from the distance, and a streak of cyan light shot over at high speed. It was actually a netherworld warship. In an instant it arrived in front of everyone. Tang Ji was shocked. That's the warship of the mercenary corps. Everyone, land. Luo Yanchang worriedly looked around. Yunxiao isn't here. Mu Wu's cold eyes stared at Shang and the others. We'll have to ask these Yao race people. That wimp Tang Ji hid right behind Shang. If we don't have the ship, no one should want my life anymore, right? Also present were Tao Ping and Qi Guang, who had been diligently protecting Ye Fan. Ye Fan had suddenly transformed into a streak of light and disappeared, scaring them so much that they searched everywhere, and only then did they rush over. At this moment, seeing the rookie mercenary corps, they were also acquainted with Mu Su, so they hurriedly went up to greet him. Tang Ji's face showed a look of embarrassment. He carefully poked his head out. Everyone, Li Yunxiao has gone to the ancient forbidden ground. We're not enemies. Mu Wu coldly looked at him. Not enemies. Don't trust him. Capture them all first and interrogate them properly. Otherwise, we won't get a single true word. Shang spoke up to correct him. I have no objection. You humans can come at me. He Lianxiao's burly figure fell from the sky. There was a hint of redness in his eyes, but his face was filled with undisguised joy. Falling from the sky onto the earth, he said, That's right. That great person has already entered the Taiji UGD and left just now. Could that be Li Yunxiao, corps leader? All the mercenaries were startled, then looked at He Lianxiao in extreme shock. Hai Beifei was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself. Corps leader, you really... He Lianxiao, on the other hand, seemed much calmer, only speaking softly. Then his gaze fell on Ding Lingre and Luo Yunchang. A look of amazement flashed in his eyes, revealing Gu Feiyang's perverted appearance. Where did these 2 ultimate Lolas come from? It seems that during the time I was away, you guys were very mindful of your work. Hai Beifei's recently excited mood instantly turned ice cold. Looking at He Lianxiao's appearance, he hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, Corps leader, these 2 are friends of Li Yunxiao. That wimp. Tang Ji's face turned deathly pale. He hurriedly slapped himself in the mouth. Then he ran to the front of Ding Lingre and Luo Yunchang, bowing his head to apologize, his mouth stammering. To Mistress Lai. I just have a loose tongue, please don't take offense. This time, everyone was completely dumbfounded, especially the Greenhorn mercenary squad. They were all looking at each other, totally bewildered. Ding Lingshare and Luo Yunchang both blushed like crazy but didn't seem angry. Instead, their eyes held a hint of delight, just super shy. Being clever girls, they figured out from He Lianxiao's words that he already knew Lianxiao's identity. Luo Yunchang piped up, Don't talk nonsense, we're just friends with Yunxiao. He's going to the starry abyss alone, He Yunxiao replied. Ah, no, he's with some boatmen. Rest assured, with that great man's abilities, there's absolutely no danger. Why don't the two young ladies come to my Qing's Forest Palace for a rest? That great man will be back soon. Ding Linger thought for a moment. She pointed toward Sheng Tongji's group, her expression instantly changing. All right then, let's capture these guys first. Shang suddenly turned to Xiao Qing. I'm in trouble, help me out. Xiao Qing was stunned, then her face turned cold. She sneered, Shang, are you kidding? I don't think you're the type to just blurt things out, Shang said softly. You know my personality. Help us leave, and I'll deduce the Xiao Tian Star God Ultimate Martial Dao for you once. Xiao Qing's whole body shuddered, revealing a hint of shock, but she quickly composed herself, coldly laughing. Your Hun Tian Yi is already trash, how are you going to deduce the Xiao Tian Star God thingy? Shang retorted. It's just the main axis that's damaged. Repairing it isn't hard. Besides, I've also collected quite a bit of star essence from the main body. You want to recover very simply. You should also be clear how many benefits deduced ultimate martial art has for you. Xiao Qing hesitated for a moment. Hey, Li Yunxiao's cold voice echoed, glancing indifferently at Xiao Qing, and humming lightly. Hey, whether you guys can leave or not, isn't it up to me to decide? The two young ladies said to capture you guys. Don't even think about leaving. He didn't release all his aura. But as these words came out, the atmosphere instantly became heavy. Xiao Qing raised an eyebrow. Her wound was touched and she wanted to help. Starting to crackle with lightning, Hey Lianxiao, give me some face and let them go, okay? Hey Lianxiao's expression was contemptuous, his gaze gradually turning cold as he focused on Xiao Qing, mocking, Give you face, who do you think you are? Xiao Qing's expression changed, wanting to get angry, but she still endured it, and said in a deep voice, You were able to break through to Martial Emperor. I can be considered to have contributed. Hey. Li Yunxiao didn't deny it, but his words turned around, indifferently saying, That's right. If it weren't for you leading me into the space god tree and comprehending with me all the way, it really wouldn't have been so easy to advance. But you wanted to help me break through. Didn't you have any intentions? Xiao Qing narrowed her eyes and replied calmly. In any case, at least I helped you, and I didn't cause any harm to you, did I? Hey Lianxiao laughed coldly. Who said you aren't going to cause harm to me now? The two glared at each other, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. Not only around the two of them, but even the sky at this moment suddenly changed color, as if it were a sign before a storm arrived. Hey Lianxiao didn't want to say more. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the sky, punching towards Xiao Qing. The space under the fist force also became distorted, gradually collapsing, and extremely heavy gravity pressed down. Is it useful to say so much? A hard fist is the only way to go. Lightning flickered on Xiao Qing's body, and the face that was pierced instantly recovered. Everyone here looked at the thunderous sound in horror, not to mention the thunder falling. The current sense of oppression alone made them tremble with fear, and it was difficult to generate resistance. The residual force fiercely radiated around, and He Lian Li raised a defensive shield. The two mistresses lie. Please rest assured, Xiao Huang will definitely not let you be injured. Xiao Qing's power was too terrifying, blasting away everything around. Do you think your undying fist intent can stop my annihilation divine lightning? Even if you can resist the power of annihilation and not die, what about those subordinates? Without Emperor equipment or 9th grade profound equipment to protect them, they will be buried immediately. Hey Lianxiao's heart tightened. Xiao Qing was right, the changes in the god tree formation in front of him were even more powerful than he thought, but his mouth still refused to admit defeat, and he snorted coldly. What are you talking so much nonsense about? Are you afraid? Xiao Qing said indifferently. Yeah, I'm not afraid, because you're not my opponent at all. It's just that if we fight, Shang's group will also turn into ashes, which is meaningless to both you and me. HMPH, He Lianxiao snorted coldly, without saying anything more, and retracted all the aura around his body. His behavior had expressed his attitude, pointing to Xiao Qing and saying, I give you face, but it's not that you helped me, but that you helped that great man who opened the Starry Abyss Road. Xiao Qing also saw that it was good to get rid of the lightning in her hand, and the whole sky immediately returned to a bright sky, and the pressure in everyone's heart was also swept away. But the eyes looking at Xiao Qing were full of fear. As you wish. Shang revealed a smile. Finally safe, he smiled and asked Xiao Jing, "Can you go with us?" He replied, "I don't know what year or month it will be when you repair the Hun Tian Yi, and I will find you myself at that time." Hai Bei Fei shouted to Shang and his group, "Don't you hurry up and get out of here. The leader might change his mind later." Yu snorted, gave him a look, and slowly said, "Hao Lian Xiao Huang might not be a saint, but when he makes a promise, he usually keeps it." BAM. No sooner had Yu finished speaking than Hao Lian Xiao Huang punched her, sending her flying with a spray of blood. "Ouch, I said I'd spare you," Hao Lian Xiao Huang sneered, "but I didn't say I wouldn't hit you. If you keep acting tough in front of me, I'll turn you into eunuchs. Now scram." Mu Wu suddenly shouted, "Wait, the seal on me." Li Ai looked at him wearily, barely having any strength left. She shot out a few hand seals that entered Mu Wu's body, seemingly using up every last ounce of energy. She couldn't even stand straight anymore. Shang quickly called out, "Young Master Tang, let's go." Tang Ji was digging around like a madman, muttering, "It's got to be here somewhere." Found it. Turns out he was looking for the vermilion bird blade, but before he could even touch it, Hao Livian's hand and voice appeared out of nowhere. "What a fine weapon. Looks like you've refined it a little bit already," Hao Lian observed. "Guess I gotta kill you to erase the mark, huh?" Hao Lian's eyes landed on Tang Ji. A murderous glint flashing in them, Tang Ji felt a chill run down his spine, like he'd been plunged into an ice cellar. He didn't dare reach for the blade again. He stuck close behind Shang and the others, running for his life. Gotta go fast. Back on the Yaoyuan, the rookie mercenary group of Hai Bei Fei was ecstatic. "Congratulations, Captain, on breaking through to Martial Emperor and getting such a powerful weapon. The Zhuke blade is famous, even among grade 9 Xuan Qi." Hao Lian Xiao Huang chuckled, did a few flourishes with the blade, then sighed. "It's a good blade, but I'm used to using my fists. Not really my style." He glanced at Ding Ling'er and Luo Yuncheng, asking, "Either of you ladies want to play with it?" Ding Ling'er was about to refuse when something clicked in her head. She smiled sweetly and took it. "Then thank you, Captain." Hao Lian Xiao Huang didn't look upset at all. He actually looked delighted. "No need to thank me. I'm glad you like it." Hai Bei Fei said, "Captain, now that Chen Chuanji is dead and Shen Feng's whereabouts are unknown, it's the perfect time to unify the Jingji Forest District. We should head back to the city immediately and wipe out all the other factions." Hao Lian Xiao Huang replied, "Not so fast. There's something we need to do before we go back." A murderous aura began to condense in his eyes, freezing the air around them. All the members of the group felt a chill, their hearts filled with fear. They looked around, wondering what Hao Lian Xiao Huang was planning. He stood up straight and with one punch, broke space. "It's Yu Yangzhu. Where did he come from?" "Back when I was about to break through in the Ju Tian Yi Jing, someone secretly ambushed me. It was a good move. If that benefactor hadn't helped me break through, I might be dead at your hands today. Now it's time to settle the score. Wait. Yu Yangzhu's face turned pale. He frantically waved his hands. "I was going to help you, ambush the Feng clan. But then I got distracted. Somehow I froze up at the time, got so scared. Luckily, heaven has eyes, and nothing bad happened. I'm Yu Yangzhu from the Wanbao Pavilion. I've even met your senior brother Hua Tianshu a few times. We're practically family." Hao Lian Xiao Huang's icy gaze stared him down, sending shivers down his spine. "I got it. Right. Sealing you and keeping you around as a lackey would be perfect. Otherwise, a martial emperor getting smashed is such a waste." Yu Yangzhu backed away in terror. "What, seal me? You want to seal me?" Less than 5 seconds later, a seal formed on his chest. Hao Lian Xiao Huang brushed off his hands and laughed heartily. "That'll make you behave. Work hard under me and who knows? Maybe I'll feel generous and remove the seal someday. If you're still thinking about running back to the Wanbao Pavilion, that's fine too. Just tell me, and I'll happily send you on your way. And I'll spread the word that Yu Yangzhu had his martial intent sealed and is now only a martial venerable. A martial emperor like you who fell from grace definitely has a lot of people who don't like you. Now that your cultivation is dropped, they'd love to catch up. You should be grateful you can work for me. Don't even think about the Wanbao Pavilion anymore. After all, the #1 merchant guild in the world doesn't really need one more martial emperor, but also won't really feel it if they lose one. Be content following me." Tu Tioping and Xinguang gave their farewells. We'll wait here to welcome young master. Please take care. See you later. How Li Yunxiao didn't linger. He led everyone back to the city. Let's go. Back to the Jingjie Forest District. 90,000 miles above the sky, in the starry galaxy, all kinds of terrifying energies were flowing. Among them, a small golden boat steadily pushed through those energies, slowly but surely advancing forward. Looking refined and elegant, Ye Fan silently sat in the middle of the Noah's Ark. Li Yunxiao's eyes were constantly scanning back and forth outside the ship, observing the myriad forms of energy flowing and the large fragments of meteorites flying around. He thought to himself, each of these things could crush us countless times. This Noah's Ark is definitely no ordinary xuanqi. To be in the middle of all that and not be affected at all. What the heck? Li Yunxiao suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Up ahead, floating around all wonky in the void, was this seriously busted-up stone statue, drifting right towards them. Is that supposed to be a statue? Ye Fan's eyes popped. No freaking way. How'd something like that end up floating in space? This thing's gotta be ancient. I can't believe it's still in one-ish piece. After all this time out here in the starry void, Li Yunxiao squinted. Nah, man, it's not just a statue. Can you nab it? This is frickin' 9th rank divine ore, a super rare treasure, celestial flawless gold. No way, dude. Who in the heck uses this much celestial flawless gold to make a frickin' statue? Who's got that much clout? This stuff is legendary. A fist-sized chunk is enough to forge a 9th rank xuanhuan weapon. It's one of those divine ores that's supposed to be extinct on the entire continent. Ye Fan chimed in. Celestial flawless gold? What's the big deal? Is it awesome? I'm gonna give it a shot, even though I'm barely keeping this little boat under control. He was practically vibrating with excitement. Gotta try? If I let this kind of treasure get away, I'll never forgive myself, even if I die. Whoa, it's blowing away. Ye Fan shook his head. Yunxiao, I can barely manage the Noah's Ark with a basic command. That statue's too fast, man. And Li Yunxiao, being the absolute mad lad he is, straight up yeeted himself off the little boat. Black chi erupted from his Devil Sky battle armor, blasting out around him. All right, I got this. Immediately, demonic chi surged outwards, only to be quickly suppressed down to practically nothing. Li Yunxiao summoned the yellow bell of the center, giving it a shake that warped the surrounding space. He spat out a huge mouthful of primal chi, causing space itself to contract inch by inch. In just a few breaths, he blasted through the air, closing the distance to a few dozen yards from the statue. And yoink, he grabbed it. He made it back to the boat safe and sound. But the armor had taken a serious beating. No freaking way, that's a 9th rank battle armor. But hey, at least he managed to bring the statue back. Ye Fan, giddy as a kid on Christmas morning, pounced. Ooh, got it. Ha ha, my precious, my precious. Yunxiao wondered. Who has such pull? Such a huge piece of sky illumination, flawed gold. Even using it as the main material, you could forge more than 2 rank 9 xuanqi artifacts. Yet, they used it to cast a statue of a woman. That's unheard of, Ye Fan added. It must be a prime ore vein of sky illumination flawed gold ore. This is probably the work of some major sect from ancient times. The statue of the woman, even though its surface had completely crumbled, still radiated an air of refined elegance. Just from its form, it exuded a soul-shaking, sacred, and untouchable vibe. Li Yunxiao, holding the statue in his hands, felt a sense of reverence, as if even touching it was a huge act of sacrilege against a goddess. What the heck is going on here? Even if this thing was carved with divine skill, could there be something weird inside? But this is the original celestial flawless gold ore. There's no damage whatsoever. Who could have done something strange deep inside? Ye Fan suddenly frowned. Yunxiao, that statue gives me a bad vibe. It's messing with my focus. Li Yunxiao stashed the statue in the God-sealing stealth space. Yeah, something's definitely up. Don't worry about it. Ye Fan recounted in astonishment. According to legend, the ancient Harmony Land was originally a part of the Tianwu realm. No one knows why it was abandoned by an ancient great power at the end of the starry sky. Looks like it's all true. Li Yunxiao was also shocked. Before his eyes, a vast expanse of land appeared in the void, looking incredibly strange. And, to chuck an entire continent into the end of space like this, how much power would that even take? Ye Fan, take me there. The small boat quietly docked against a chunk of land, dropping anchor. The space around them was totally silent and dark, with only distant stars flickering. "Ha ha, finally here!" Yunxiao glanced at Bijou, then kicked away the white jade in front of him. A white glazed jade vase top-notch container for pills. According to legend, the extraterritorial zone used to be an ancient battlefield. This is quite possible. Ye Fan chimed in. But, Yunxiao, isn't it only the myriad ancient evergreen tree that can lead to this boundless starfield? Could this place really have been part of the heavenly martial continent? Li Yunxiao shrugged. Who knows? There are plenty of crazy monsters hiding in the heavenly martial world, each with their own heaven-defying skills. Besides, this scattered soil isn't ordinary stuff. It contains gravity that you can't find in the heavenly martial world.
This extraterritorial starry sky seems interesting. Ye Fan swallowed, forcing a smile. Only a crazy dude like you, Yunxiao, would be interested in a weird place like this.
Li Yunxiao grinned. Want to come along? Ye Fan shook his head vigorously. Nah, too much ancestral knowledge crammed in my brain. Gotta digest it all. I need to go somewhere secluded and meditate until I break through. Li Yunxiao nodded solemnly. Yeah, news about you getting Noah's Ark will spread across the continent fast. It won't just be the 7 big powers after you. I bet even the Holy Land will turn the world upside down looking for you. You gotta be careful, Ye Fan replied. Don't worry, I already have a place in mind. The Holy Land and the 7 biggest powers will never find me. After I'm out, I'll give this Noah's Ark to you to study, Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao laughed. That's kinda you. See ya later, Ye Fan. Ye Fan suddenly called out, Yunxiao, I still have a lot of respect for you, but next time we meet, I'll definitely surpass you. Li Yunxiao glanced back at Ye Fan, a hint of anticipation in his eyes, chuckling softly. You want to surpass me, huh? Next time we meet, hopefully it'll be at the peak of martial arts.
He turned away, not looking back, and stepped into the wall of dirt, transforming into a faint circle of light, disappearing from Ye Fan's sight.
Ye Fan felt a surge of excitement and determination. The peak of martial arts, huh? Definitely, far away. A few stars flickered. The bright moon rose high, casting a faint shadow under its light. Ye Fan stepped onto the small golden boat, slowly heading towards the boundless continent. Li Yunxiao was all alone in the starry sky, stomping across the ground, rushing forward. The primeval land was a desolate place, surrounded by the primeval gale. Under those supreme elemental forces, any living thing would instantly turn into a dried corpse. Choosing an undying place at this moment, this soil under the stars was probably outside the primeval land. Although it looked vast and boundless, it was actually easy to distinguish directions.
After running for a while, Li Yunxiao suddenly saw a faint light appearing ahead, illuminating a bright area, then dimming down into a desolate darkness. He looked into the distance and saw a faint starlight emanating from the mainland a few miles away, like a tiny dot in the void, strangely flickering on and off. Ahead, starlight was gathering again. Could it be the remnants of a fallen star that hadn't completely dissipated? Nah, that can't be right. This soil is so thin, how could it withstand a fallen star? Could it be a rare treasure? Thinking of this possibility, he instantly got super hyped. This place was an ancient battlefield. Countless powerful figures had died and fallen here. The Heaven Reflection flawless gold statue he got earlier was probably a result of that. It's totally possible that some other supreme treasures were left behind. He quickly ran towards the starlight. What he saw next freaked him out. No rare treasure, but he actually ran into a person. Turns out someone was using starlight to cultivate. He gasped in shock, immediately alerting the old man who was cultivating. The old man was also extremely shocked. He never expected to be disturbed while cultivating. Staring blankly for a moment, he muttered, "What's going on? This is the outer starry sky. How can there be someone here? No, wait, that's not right. Impossible. I must be experiencing a heart demon tribulation. Crap, why is a heart demon showing up?" He opened up the layer of starlight, frantically pointing and yelling, "You! Who are you? How did you get here?" Li Yunxiao was also super cautious. You're Yuan Gaohan, the 8th level starlight soul body," the old man screamed in fear. "You? Who exactly are you?
How do you recognize this old man, and even know about my starlight soul body? Li Yunxiao suppressed the shock in his heart, quickly calculating in his head. This Yuan Gaohan was a big shot with a non-trivial background, like connections to the heavens, kind of non-trivial. He was an elder of the spirit-severing sea, but also held positions in the holy domain, even being hired as an honorary elder by several of the 7 super-powerful forces. And those weren't even Yuan Gaohan's biggest trump cards. Even the previous life of Li Yunxiao wouldn't dare provoke that trump card. Li Yunxiao quickly came up with a plan, his eyes flashing wickedly, a smile appearing on his face as he coldly snorted. So it really is a starlight soul body, huh, Trisk Tisk? Of course I know you're Yuan Gaohan, otherwise I wouldn't have traveled tens of thousands of miles to the outer starry sky to find you. W.H. What? You're here to find me? Why are you looking for me? Yuan Gaohan was terrified, his heart filled with unease. Although the other guy looked like he only had the cultivation of a 4th-star martial sect, how could someone with such weak strength get to the outer starry sky? Li Yunxiao's laughter made Yuan Gaohan's whole body tremble, and he said fiercely, "Why am I looking for you?" Obviously I'm after your starlight soul refining technique. The 9th grade alchemy grandmaster Yuan Gaohan's starlight soul refining technique. You've got some nerve. Even though Yuan Gaohan was extremely wary of him, hearing this demand still made him so angry that his face turned purple. His expression instantly became extremely gloomy as he roared, "I don't care who you are. Get lost now. Want my soul refining technique? No way. Leave now while you still can. If I find out who you are, you're in big trouble. Besides, since you know me, you should know where this starlight soul refining technique is inherited from. Who in the world would dare to do that?" Li Yunxiao knew he'd taken the bait, sneering in contempt. "Even if you have a powerful backer, since I've traveled tens of thousands of miles to get here, of course I've come prepared. Do you recognize this?" This time, Yuan Gaohan was so scared that his soul almost scattered, screaming hoarsely, "Soul-devouring banner!" And it's a 9th grade soul-devouring banner. "You're from the soul-devouring clan?" Li Yunxiao laughed inwardly, still pretending to be fierce as he coldly said, "Good that you know. I'll give you 3 breaths to choose. Which do you value more? Your soul-refining technique, or this 8th-layer starlight soul body?" Li Yunxiao recognized that the guy in front of him was Yuan Gaohan, but not Yuan Gaohan's original body. This was a purely external incarnation created by Soul Body. It was a supreme soul-refining technique. By absorbing spiritual force to condense the second soul, they can realize dual soul cultivation, equivalent to 2 alchemists cultivating at the same time. The effect is considerable. This type of starlight soul refining technique is renowned as the #1 soul refining technique on the continent. The so-called 8th layer starlight soul body is equivalent to an 8th grade alchemist. Even if Li Yunxiao made a move, he wouldn't be a match for Yuan Gaohan's starlight soul body. He was now leveraging the soul-devouring banner to scare the other party. After all soul bodies feared the people of the soul-devouring clan the most, especially some high-level alchemists. A powerful soul made those soul-devouring clan experts salivate. After seeing the soul-devouring banner, Yuan Gaohan was extremely agitated, his body trembling under the starlight, practically roaring. "Even Huang Fubi wouldn't dare treat me like this. If you dare to take my starlight soul body, even if your soul-devouring clan is one of the 7 super-powerful forces, I'll obliterate you all." Li Yunxiao looked mocking, while impatiently waving his hand, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. If I take this starlight soul body, whether your original body can maintain the 9th grade realm is hard to say. If you fall back to the 8th grade, do you think you'll still have that much influence? Places like the Northern Underworld Profound Palace and such, will they still let you be an honorary elder?" Yuan Gaohan gnashed his teeth. "You know who I am, yet you dare treat me like this. You're freaking dead meat." Yunxiao poured origin chi into the soul-devouring banner. A weird power oozed out, shimmering with a hint of gold. He said in a chilling voice, "Better make your choice quick. If I absorb your soul essence, my soul-devouring banner might just rank up to Earth Gold level." "Heh heh, I'm kinda stoked. 3 breaths, then I'm taking your soul directly. 1, 2. As 2 rang out, Yuan Gaohan's body trembled. He lifted his head, his eyes filled with resentment. Gritting his teeth, he said, How do I know that if I teach you the soul-refining art, you won't just gobble up my 8-layered starlight soul body? You cultivate the soul-devouring banner. The allure of this soul body to you is probably even greater, isn't it? Yuan Gaohan's starlight soul body, if he went all out with his 8th order artificer strength, would be enough to suppress Li Yunxiao. But when he saw the 9th order soul-devouring banner, he was already scared witless. He couldn't muster even a shred of fighting spirit. Even though the other guy's power level seemed like total garbage, how could he have entered the extraterritorial starry sky without some serious tricks up his sleeve? How could he have obtained the 9th order soul-devouring banner? How could he have recognized me? Yunxiao ignored his rambling and shouted, 3! Yuan Gaohan waved his hand frantically. All right, the starlight soul-refining art, I'll teach it to you. Just stop. Yunxiao immediately ceased his attack, stepped forward, and clapped him on the shoulder. Elder Yuan's decision is truly enlightened. Come on, let's sit down and chat slowly. Yuan Gaohan's face was a mask of pain, then became expressionless as he stared intently at Li Yunxiao, wanting to burn that face into his mind. He'd issue an order when he got back. Hunt this guy down to the ends of the earth. No mercy. Li Yunxiao knew exactly what he was thinking, but he didn't give a damn. Yuan Gaohan, under extreme duress, began to impart the key points of the starlight soul-refining art. He deliberately threw in some obscure and incomprehensible passages, but Li Yunxiao didn't seem nearly as puzzled as he'd hoped. He only frowned occasionally, and then quickly relaxed, as if he'd completely grasped it. Cultivating the soul, pure and unadulterated, knowing the true vastness, enduring through eons, knowing oneness. Heaven attains oneness. So sun, moon, and stars eternally shine. Earth attains oneness. So he saw Li Yunxiao's appearance and figured he was just forcibly memorizing it for now and would slowly think it over later. Because these key points contained endless rules, even if he memorized them now, they would gradually fade from his mind. He saw at a glance that Li Yunxiao's soul force was only at the 6th order. He'd forget the starlight soul-refining art in, 3 days tops. A cold smile filled his heart. He even felt a little smug. He couldn't wait to see the look on the other guy's face in a few days, when he realized all the key points had vanished from his mind. However, even if the guy forgot, he absolutely had to be hunted down. The dignity of a 9th order artificer could not be violated. He would make him pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yuan Gaohan finally finished speaking. He glared coldly at Li Yunxiao, his eyes filled with unconcealed disdain. After a long time, Yuan Gaohan finally couldn't help but stand up and said in a deep voice, I've said all the key points. Can I leave now? He was afraid that Li Yunxiao would start forgetting now and figure out what was going on. That would be terrible. He would definitely be forced to say it again several times, or even use other methods to record it. Li Yunxiao suddenly uttered the word. Got it? Yuan Gaohan's expression changed. You still want something else? Could it be that you want to go back on your word? Yunxiao looked at his appearance and found it funny, saying, Don't be nervous. I just have a few things that I'm not clear about, and I want you to explain them. HMPH. Yuan Gaohan snorted coldly and said, You only have 6th order soul power. It's very normal that you can't understand. I've explained it clearly enough, Li Yunxiao said with a wry smile. But there are 3 places that I'm still a bit confused about. For example, the phrase, utmost beauty kills, great brightness sheds light on stillness, without intention to create objects, with methods seeming to hide 3 meanings. I don't know what Grandmaster Yuan thinks. Yuan Gaohan's heart was greatly shocked, Yunxiao continued. I also don't quite understand, so I'm asking for advice. There are 2 other places, in order, stuck and dumbfounded for a moment. At that time, he didn't know what to say, and Li Yunxiao's next sentence made his heart want to jump out. This starlight soul-refining art must have been translated from Gold Seal Tadpole script, so there are many places that cannot be clearly translated, or translated with different meanings. However, to be able to translate this kind of text-containing rules into an oral formula, that person is really amazing. Yuan Gaohan said the word you 3 times in a row, and then completely didn't know what he wanted to say. His mind was blank. He originally learned this starlight soul-refining art, and it took him 5 years to understand the truth. And it took him 10 years to find that these 3 places had different meanings. And the other party. Tell me what you think. Let's study it together. The number 1 soul master of the Wei Soul Clan should be Han Yinshan, right? I know him, but his talent is not as monstrous as yours. Are you his disciple? Yuan Gaohan gradually calmed his mind after being silent for a while, and asked tentatively. Li Yunxiao didn't know what he was thinking. He just urged, "Hurry up and talk. If you don't explain it well, don't blame the soul-devouring banner in my hand for getting out of control and automatically deploying. The golden soul slave inside hasn't had fresh soul essence to eat for a long time." Yuan Gaohan hated it so much that his teeth itched, but at the same time, he felt relieved. After a detailed explanation, "Now can I go?" After much haggling, the two decided to head to the Holy Domain together. This place had long been scoured by the Centaur Holy Domain, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Sure enough, apart from the murals, there was nothing to be gained. And those murals were fragmented, and there was no way to piece them together into a complete story. It was roughly about some kind of sacrifice. The entire ruins were extremely vast. What came into the sight of the two people was a vast expanse of land, on which there were ruins of buildings of the same style, and they were not weathered in the starry sky, but retained their original state. In ancient times, this place should have been the residence of a sect or a clan, but for some reason it became a battlefield, and was abandoned in the extraterritorial starry sky. Although these buildings were severely damaged, they should have been destroyed in the past, and the countless years have not damaged them in the slightest, indicating that there is no primordial gangwind here. Li Yunxiao turned around, staring at Yuan Gaohan, waiting for him to explain. Yuan Gaohan felt secretly frightened by his observation power, and said, "These places have been explored many times by the Holy Domain. There are books about the primordial land in the library, recording several conjectures about the formation of this extraterritorial ruin, as well as the situation of the primordial gangwind. Among them, the most credible statement is that when this piece of primordial land was thrown into the extraterritorial starry sky, there was still a large amount of violent power rampaging on it. After these powers reached equilibrium, they formed the most primitive gangwind. This hurricane destroyed all the buildings on this piece of land. At this time, one or several great powerhouses could not bear to see these lands being destroyed, so they joined forces to open up a space and lock the hurricane into it. After countless years, it slowly evolved into the unchangeable gangwind that locks the stars." Li Yunxiao raised an eyebrow. "What kind of BS speculation is that? If Tai Ji Yu Gang Feng, Primal Gale, had the power to be locked up, it would have been buried already. If it was for protecting this scrap heap, why bother locking it up? Just destroy it, wouldn't that be better? Whatever, where the hell is that Gang Feng even locked up?" Yuan Gaohan was stunned. Thinking about it, it seemed to make sense. He looked at Li Yunxiao strangely and pointed upwards. "Right above us." Li Yunxiao followed his finger and looked up. In the void, there was a patch of light, with occasional meteors streaking across the sky. It was completely silent. Where was there even a shadow of the wind? His heart stirred slightly. HMPH. Sealed by the power of rules, huh? Yuan Gaohan was getting more and more surprised. He just casually pointed, and the other guy could already see the trick. This kind of experience and analytical ability was truly terrifying. A trace of probing thoughts arose in his heart. "Can you tell what kind of rule power it is?" A hesitant expression appeared on Li Yunxiao's face as he looked at the starry sky, frowning. "Definitely not starlight. Could it be the nightscape power sealing the Gang Feng in endless darkness? That's not a bad choice. My soul force is too low. I can't sense it at all. I can only guess." Yuan Gaohan smiled. "It's not nightscape. However, you being able to think of that is really admirable." Li Yunxiao made a modest gesture. "It's not nightscape. Then that's really strange," he was about to explain. "Let me tell you, Yunxiao is just talking nonsense. It's not starlight, and it's not nightscape. Under this starry sky, there's another rule power that can hide elemental powers like Tai Ji Yu Gang Feng, silently and without a trace. Could it be the power of time?" This time, it was Yuan Gaohan's turn to be horrified. His heart stirred up a storm, and he was a little sluggish. He looked at Li Yunxiao in surprise, muttering, How could you guess that? Even Han Yin-shan may not know this kind of time-space rule. In Li Yunxiao's eyes, a ray of essence burst out as he looked at the starry sky in horror.
Sure enough, it's actually the most difficult time force to understand. The one who sealed this Taiji Yu Gongfeng must have been in existence in the divine realm. Even with the power of the stars, could it bury Taiji Yu Gongfeng? Why did they want to seal it then? How to break it? Yuan Gaohan was also stunned. He had never thought about this kind of question, but now that Li Yunxiao mentioned it, he felt that something was wrong.
Yuan Gaohan finally recovered and didn't dare to be contemptuous of Li Yunxiao at all, even placing himself on an equal footing. There's no way to break it. At this time, the power of starlight is very little, and it can only seal the Gangfang for 12 hours. Once the 3 stars, Fenglangxing, Yufuzhing, and Dagaoxing form a line, starlight will shoot down, opening the time seal, and then Taiji Yu Gangfeng will appear.
Li Yunxiao looked at the 3 big stars, only to see that Fenglangxing and Dagaoxing were already on a straight line, and Yufuzhing was also moving over. It would still take a certain amount of time to reach the point where the 3 stars gather in a line, probably at midnight. So, Taiji Yu Gangfeng appears every 12 hours? Yuan Gaohan continued. That's right, but the time it appears isn't long. If you want to borrow the power of the wind to cultivate, I advise you not to even think about it, lest you pay with your life, Yunxiao replied. Well, I won't do anything I'm not sure of. If it appears every 12 hours, then I don't need to be too impatient. I'll observe a bit first and then talk about it. He won't do anything he's not sure of. If it appears every 12 hours, then I don't need to be too impatient. I'll observe a bit first and then talk about it. Yuan Gaohan was even more curious about Li Yunxiao. This kind of calm temperament was something even he couldn't do. Moreover, gradually getting in contact with Li Yunxiao gave him a feeling of familiarity, but he couldn't remember it no matter what. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that as soon as Li Yunxiao sat on the stone pillar, he became silent and merged directly into the surrounding environment, reaching a state of harmony with nature, the unity of heaven and man. He actually dares to cultivate with peace of mind? Isn't he afraid that I'll take the opportunity to kill him? Although he has a 9th stage devouring soul banner in his hand, under such a heaven-earth harmony environment, with my 8th stage Mingrong soul force launching a full-strength strike, what does he rely on to be so bold? Could he have a trump card that I don't know about? Yuan Gaohan couldn't help but want to make a move several times, but finally held back. He didn't know what was going on, whether it was out of fear or appreciation for this teenager. After a fierce struggle, he finally endured it and sat down cross-legged as well.
After sitting down, Li Yunxiao directly entered the God Tablet world. The world inside was getting darker and darker, like a balloon being deflated. The rivers, mountains, grass, and trees were all withered, like the end of the world was coming. He frowned. This situation is worse than I thought. Killing the enemy 1,000. Self-inflicting 800 is probably this kind of situation. Although I've stabilized the Soul Heaven instrument, I myself am in a desperate situation, as if it's the end of the world. Li Yunxiao waved his hand, and a lot of spirit stones were sprinkled into the air. The figures are placed in the air to form a giant cube, like a small mountain floating in the air. Even if all those spirit stone mines with insufficient spirit Q were refined, there might not be so many. He began to engrave formations on all sides, a large number of original stones. Each one was very careful, all floating on all sides. The spirit stones of gold glittered, spreading out into the surrounding sky, a piece of flickering gold.
Duan Yu laughed loudly and rushed forward. Ha ha! You really have a way. If you didn't take out some spirit stones, I would have dried up and died. But before he could take a few steps, Li Yunxiao grabbed his leg. The God Tablet is in trouble this time. Later, everyone needs to work together to help me absorb Taiji Yu Gangfeng. And these spirit stones are to maintain the operation of the God Tablet. I will now teach you how the formation works. Everyone was stunned, not very clear about it. Only Ji Yu Yuesheng's face changed drastically, taking a cold breath, and said in horror, Tai Ji Yu Gangfeng. It's the element of wind, nothing can break it. Tai Ji Yu Gangfeng. There was no expression on Li Yunxiao's face as he nodded. That's right, it's that Tai Ji Yu Gangfeng. Although the spirit Kui in the God Tablet has completely disappeared, I have the great earth soil, which can fix all things. With your help, I'm confident that I can absorb Tai Jiu Gang Feng. Jiu Yuesheng looked haughty. Why should we help you? When will you let us go? Li Yunxiao replied. It depends on everyone's performance. If I can absorb Tai Jiu Gang Feng this time smoothly, then I can let you leave. But if it fails, just stay here in peace. Break through to the peak of the Martial Emperor, and break through the void, and leave by yourself. Jiu Yuesheng was overjoyed. Although absorbing Tai Jiu Gang Feng is extremely dangerous, at least there's a glimmer of hope. Being trapped here, only being able to watch time pass by every day, it really drives people crazy. What do we have to do to cooperate with you? Explain it clearly, don't miss anything. Throughout the 15 years since Gu Feiyang's death, Li Yunxiao knew nothing about the changes of the top powerhouses on the continent now. From Yuan Gaohan's mouth, he had extracted a lot of information. Yuan Gaohan didn't hide the various secrets either, saying what he knew. Talking to Li Yunxiao as if you were talking to an old friend, there was absolutely no separation of age, cultivation level, or status. At the same time, what shocked him was Li Yunxiao's speed of absorbing elemental power. Each one taken out was a middle-grade spirit stone, and after sweeping it in his hand, it turned into a pile of powder, with not a bit of the spirit stone remaining. Li Yunxiao's speed and purity in absorbing elemental power was truly amazing. Yuan Gaohan wondered, You use this method, and you can absorb a spirit stone in such a short time. Li Yunxiao was halfway through absorbing a spirit stone, surprised for a moment, and replied with a smile, Does this need any method? Isn't it just sucking it into the meridians, running a cycle, and then returning to the dantian? Yuan Gaohan frowned, stared at Li Yunxiao's right hand, and slowly said, Your method seems to be very similar to a kind of cultivation technique. Li Yunxiao's heart jumped, and he carefully asked, What cultivation technique? Yuan Gaohan looked up and replied, The Creation One Qi technique of the Po-Jun Martial Emperor Gu Feiyang. Li Yunxiao chuckled awkwardly for a sec, then immediately put on a cool-as-a-cucumber face. Ha ha, he said. How could I not have heard of it? I've heard of that cultivation technique. Supposedly, it absorbs Ling Qi way faster than normal cultivators, but it was supposed to be lost to time, right? Yuan Gaohan licked his lower lip, looking hella envious. Lost? Not really, he said. Gu Feiyang, the Po-Jun Martial Emperor, cultivated it 15 years ago, but after Gu Feiyang bit the dust, Li Yunxiao turned to him. If this technique is so OP, and that Gu Feiyang guy's already worm food, didn't your sacred territory try to get their mitts on his disciples? Yuan Gaohan's face twitched, and a barely noticeable glint flashed in his eyes. He said seriously, Heh, the Azure Snow Sacred City supports all the martial artists in the world, gathers the righteousness of the world, punishes evil, and promotes good. Li Yunxiao's face was all lines, shooting him a look of undisguised disbelief. You swear on that, he snorted. Just say, I swear, and I'll remember it. I'll believe you. Yuan Gaohan started sweating. TCH, what does a kid like you understand? He looked up at the 3 stars far away, his gaze hardening. Get ready, he said. Prepare yourselves. Li Yunxiao immediately looked up too. The Fenglang, Yufu, and Daquan stars suddenly got a whole lot brighter than usual. Pale gold stellar energy, like candlelight, grew increasingly intense. From their perspective, Feng Lang and Yufu stars had completely disappeared behind Daquan. The 3 stars converged, seeming to contain some kind of cosmic rule. A powerful energy field spread out, blurring everything around them. The starlight gradually expanded. Shockingly, the ground he stepped on unknowingly appears unexpectedly. It was completely restored to its original state. Then, a beam of stellar light shot from the farthest away Fenglang star across the starfield. Power is required to support him. Turning to see Yuan Gaohan, he was casting the Starlight Soul Refining Technique. That's right, the spirit that is pure and unmixed is called truth. Eternal existence is called one. Heaven obtains one, and the sun, moon, and stars are one. Stellar energy poured into his skin, flowing through his flesh and meridians, making his soul feel a piece of peaceful harmony, extremely enjoyable. Yao Long opened his eyes too, staring at the falling starlight in disbelief, overjoyed and speechless, muttering, It really is a good cultivation method, Gu Feiyang, you lucky son of a... You got all the good stuff in the entire Tianwu realm? This starlight soul-refining technique is no worse than your great evolution divine art,
Li Yunxiao muttered to himself. So, there's actually a method to absorb starlight and replenish soul power now. In the future, no longer need to nourish the soul. Ha ha ha. His face lit up with joy. Yuan Gaohan, who was enjoying it, suddenly felt a tremor inside and looked at Li Yunxiao in horror, finding that the other party was also like himself, devouring starlight. A storm was stirred up in his heart. Binqing shouted, You, how could you learn so quickly? Yuan Gaohan's heart was shocked. Binqing, how did you do it?
It took me months from learning the divine art to absorbing starlight for the first time. Did you know? It took months, and even after 10 months, I could only absorb a little bit of stellar energy. How can you swallow so much? This is completely swallowing it whole.
Your speed of swallowing is now as good as mine, you. Yao Long teased with a smile. Your talent for irritating people has reached godlike levels. Yunxiao raised himself and looked up. Stop it. Are you saying I'm not as good as you? I thought I was way better? What are you getting excited about? Just then, starlight scattered across the void, revealing fleeting traces of gold in the endless night. Flickering in and out of existence, Yuan Gaohan's face changed drastically.
He didn't have time to think about anything else, shouting, It's coming! The primordial gang wind is appearing. Touching it means instant death. It petrifies everything. As his voice fell,
a large amount of wind was howling. In the high sky, the originally quiet sky became turbulent in an instant. Something extremely strange gradually appeared inside, looking like a tornado, but with a mouth and limbs.
Yuan Gaohan's voice was urgent. Seize the time to adjust your breathing. As long as you don't seek death, you won't die. It'll just rampage across this area of the primordial land. It'll disappear in half an hour. A bright halo emitted from Li Yunxiao's body, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. His skin was as translucent as snow, covered with tiny water droplets that seeped out of his body and were held in place by the white light, without evaporating.
Yuan Gaohan was slightly surprised and turned his head. A physique of bodies Li Yunxiao was equally surprised. The body of the bright moon can purify the power of the reverse side, and unexpectedly it can also resist the power of the elements. But this is because he is still tens of thousands of meters away from the primordial gang Feng. Otherwise, don't say that it is a god body. I am afraid that only the immortal golden body can resist it.
Hey, didn't expect this divine body to be really good, not in vain for 2 billion origin stones. Yuan Gaohan was a little confused and asked in surprise, What is not in vain? Li Yunxiao looked at him and smiled. My divine body cost 2 billion middle-grade origin stones to exchange.
Origin stones to exchange for a divine body. Yuan Gaohan opened his mouth wide. Even with his extensive knowledge, he only knew that divine bodies could only be born naturally, inherited, or activated with hidden bloodlines. He had never heard of divine bodies that could be bought. If there was such a good thing in the world, I am afraid that everyone would be a divine body. Just then, he couldn't ask more questions. Li Yunxiao was too lazy to explain, but fell his eyes on the void, revealing a hint of smile, and kicked hard with both feet, immediately soaring into the sky, turning into a ray of light and shooting towards the primordial gang Feng. Yuan Gaohan immediately shouted, Hey, you're crazy! Do you not want your life anymore?
Dude, all the ruins around are getting sucked into this crazy swirling tornado thing, night's totally gone, the world's a blurry mess, and the only sound is this deafening roar, my ears are ringing like crazy.
Even Yuan Gaohan, who's just a soul and not even solid, feels like he's about to turn into dust. Under this gale's pressure, he's frantically pumping his power to hold on. But Li Yunxiao, who's charging closer to the gale, like within 100,000 meters, is finally hitting his limit. The moisture inside him is starting to seep out of his skin. From a distance, he looks like he's on fire. Huge plumes of white smoke are rising from the white light his moonlight divine body is emitting, just pouring out tons of white mist, and he keeps charging straight into the center. Then, bam! His brow flashes. The golden light boundary divine stele blasts out and flies right into that endless, heaven-connecting gale. Yuan Gaohan's face twitches. Wait, that
Could it be the ancient golden script? But the gale's messing everything up, so it's impossible to get a clear look. Haha, no way, right? I must be seeing things. It's got to be, because I'm too far away, it just looks kind of similar. How could that punk even have the golden script? Li Yunxiao roars. His entire soul in the sky suddenly turns into a beam of light. Everyone, lend me a hand right now. Inside the Boundary Divine Stele, the crew from Square Inch Mountain is also working hard to complete the Great Formation. Yunxiao shouts, "Use the formula I just taught you all. Get ready for the earthly branch myriad laws subduing demons." Everyone starts forming hand seals, doing these weird ancient moves. All 7 of them are striking different poses and making different hand seals, but as they do, a circular golden formation starts spreading from the center, radiating a dazzling golden light. A square-shaped primordial stone, hundreds of meters long, suddenly cracks open. Primordial chi, almost solid, pours down, but it doesn't scatter. Instead, thanks to the golden circular formation, it's turning into a rapidly swirling vortex of primordial chi around them. Like a rolling battlefield, Yunxiao yells, "Gather those 2 powerful storms." They start slamming into each other in the sky. Everything's getting super chaotic. Massive gales are roaring down, turning into tornadoes that pierce the sky like thousands of lightning strikes. The Boundary Divine Stele's realm power floods in from the outside. Below, Yuan Gaohan looks up. The wind power seems to be weakening. Could it be? Is the gale about to be sealed? But why is it so short this time? Could it be that Kid's formula earlier affected the gale's operation? No way. Impossible. HMPH? What's that? A-steel? Wait, no way. Am I seeing things again? That ancient gale is being swallowed whole by the stele in the sky? The Boundary Divine Stele might look a little shaky inside the gale, but it's really standing there firm and unmoving. Yuan Gaohan's eyes widen again, his face full of disbelief. What kind of xuanhuan artifact in this world can absorb this near-primal elemental power? As a 9th grade alchemist, he's basically a master of xuanhuan artifacts and elemental power. Because once a xuanhuan artifact reaches the 9th grade, it doesn't just need a ton of materials, but also has to incorporate all kinds of heaven and earth rules during the forging process to take shape. 9th grade, within the Boundary Divine Stele, the power of primordial chi is so thin it is like mist, eerily blurred like green smoke, feeling like it would dissipate if he just blew on it. The primordial earth in the center, like a lump of mud, is shrinking again. It seems to have been scattered throughout the entire space, used to stabilize the ancient gale, but its power is getting weaker and weaker. Jiyu Yuesheng roars below. He is also an alchemist. Is it successful? The original element, the ancient gale, has been subdued just like that. Before he could be happy for long, was startled to turn around, as the primordial earth continuously disintegrated. At the beginning, he could still control it a little, and the gale force reduced the impact on the space in the Stiegel. But now billions of primordial stones have been consumed. The array has no effect from the primordial stones, and it is difficult to disintegrate the primordial earth. The speed of the gale coming is getting more and more violent. Each impact creates a huge shock to the space. Wherever that wind blew, it just wrecked everything. Totally trashed that ancient tree inside the realm god Stele. Duo Yue yelled, "How come there are suddenly so many ways in here? Wasn't this Stiegel supposed to be like, only you could control who comes and goes, kid?" Li Yunxiao knew exactly what was up, and he was freaking out. Could it be that I used up too much energy, weakening my link to the realm god Stele, and letting all these crazy gang feng, violent winds, from outside sneak in? Nah, Phoenix Flames, go! Li Yunxiao threw out a bunch of hand seals, and a golden light yelled loudly. This is inside the realm god Stele, where even a tiny thought of his is like the law of the universe. As the seals landed, a scorching hot feeling rose from the boundless land within the realm god Stele. The entire earth started turning a fiery red, with waves of heat rolling up and down, like it wanted to burn the whole place to a crisp. A clear cry of a true spirit fire phoenix echoed from who knows where. Lingering in everyone's hearts, divine fire shot out from all over the ground, and an ocean of flames slowly rose, leaping into the sky, constantly and fiercely colliding with the power of the Gang Feng. The true Phoenix Fire and the ancient Gang Feng were both super close to the fundamental power of elements. These two forces tangled together inside the realm god Stele, clashing against each other,
making the entire sky filled with the power of wind and fire. Countless tiny tornadoes of Gang Feng were devoured by the divine fire, but they were quickly sucked into the powerful Gang Feng, turning into fiery tornadoes. From a visual perspective, the whole space seemed to be getting even worse, like it was about to be completely incinerated. Yao Long worried. Crap, this true phoenix fire can't even stand up against the ancient Gang Feng. What do we do now? Can we stop it? If this keeps going, we're all doomed. Li Yunxiao was a bit panicked and uncertain. Can't stop it. Plus, my mind and the realm god Stele are linked, so I understand the seriousness of this even more than you do. These ancient Gang Feng have been brewing for way too long, and the elemental power is crazy strong. This time, we're really screwed. Such an awesome treasure, about to be destroyed in my hands. Suddenly, he turned and yelled, "Everyone, get ready to run for your lives. This place is about to collapse. If you can survive this, you'll all be free too." Duo Yu burst into triumphant laughter. "Haha, you can even mess up a top-grade Dao artifact. You're totally gonna die. I'm completely impressed by you now. Haha, what do you mean by collapse? Are we gonna die in this space?" Li Yunxiao replied. "The connection between me and the realm god Stele is about to be severed. It's not just the profound artifact. I'm afraid even the Earth's essence and the true phoenix fire can't be kept. All that hard work and those rare treasures of heaven and earth we just collected." Duo Yu chuckled. "You're a guy with super good luck. Even if you lose all this, you'll get even better stuff later. Plus, who knows? Maybe this stuff won't even be lost. With your heaven-defying destiny, maybe these ancient Gang Feng will just stop, obediently bowing down and declaring you their god. A god even, haha." He looked totally chill, like this apocalyptic scene was no big deal. Compared to the other 6 whose faces were pale, and Fa Chen who was terrified, he really stood out as something special. Li Yunxiao was also a little surprised, not realizing Duo Yue had such a strong inner resolve and enlightenment. That illusory shadow of the Yao dragon suddenly went, oomph. Everyone looked up, and all around them, the Gang Feng in the sky started to shoken. Shulian converge recede, retreating layer by layer, with no new elemental power pouring in. Very quickly, the true phoenix fire gained a huge advantage, suppressing all the wind elemental power, pouring into the earth, and slowly returning to its original form. Li Yunxiao was completely stunned, watching Duo Yu wipe away cold sweat, and gave a sheepish thumbs up. "Old man Duo, you really speak, and it becomes law. You're not some kind of super powerful god-level expert possessing someone, are you?" Those few wives suddenly had a stroke of luck, and their minds immediately started scheming, I still have a chance to overpower Li Yunxiao. The wives behind him, however, were clearly impressed. Duo Yu started bragging, "Haha, if I were a god-level expert, the first person you'd be beating to death would be yourself." But Yunxiao still seemed a bit worried. The realm god Stele isn't destroyed, it's absorbed enough ancient Gang Feng, and with the true phoenix fire and the earth's essence holding it back, the space inside the Stele has become balanced. As long as we leave this weird place, I can refine it. Yuan Gaohan rushed forward in a few steps, wanting to check out Li Yunxiao's profound artifact. This structure is so amazing, so harmonious, ancient, yet full of vitality. It really looks like stars in the sky. Suddenly, Yunxiao's voice roared from inside. "Stars, my foot! You've got some nerve. Sneaking around and plotting against my profound artifact the moment I'm not here. Look at your shady intentions. You're really a hateful old geezer." The wives started putting on innocent faces. Nobody touched anything. Who even laid a finger on it? Look. In that wind tunnel, it looks like there's some kind of creature. Even a 9th grade profound artifact would be directly refined inside. So what kind of creature could survive in there? Yunxiao also looked over, gazing upwards. Is that creature swallowing the ancient Gang Feng? Yuan Gaohan's voice was panicked. Even a true spirit might not dare to swallow that, Yunxiao started asking. Old Yuan, you're so knowledgeable. Have you ever seen this thing before? Yuan Gaohan also swallowed hard and replied, This isn't an alligator fish, is it? You mean you've never even seen an alligator fish? Li Yunxiao glanced at him, flipping him off with his middle finger in disdain. If it's an alligator fish, go catch it then. Yuan Gaohan gave a forced laugh. It's very likely an ancestor of the alligator fish from ancient times, maybe even a god-level true spirit.
Li Yunxiao frowned slightly. Even a true spirit can't devour this kind of elemental power that's almost the origin, can they? Yuan Gaohan's eyes rolled back in his head, looking completely drained. Who knows how strong a true spirit's power is? No one's ever seen one. They're just legendary beings. Yao Long also appeared. I don't think that's right either.
Alright, I can buy that a true spirit can use its body to resist the primordial gale, but swallowing it whole? Nah. Unless it's some superpowered being born from the fundamental elements, like those true spirits with the power of the original elements, like the true spirit Fire Phoenix, the Taishu Thunder Roar, or the Great Earth Bear or something. Those guys are famous even in the divine realm. And the true spirit born from the wind element is Fei Lian. I've never heard of a freaking alligator fish before. Li Yunxiao's confusion deepened. The Yao dragon is a descendant of the ancient true dragon. Even if it's just a pseudo-dragon, it knows a lot about true spirit history. Plus, I can't sense any kind of hierarchical pressure coming from that alligator fish. Just some terrifying elemental power. Yuan Gaohan seemed to sense something was off too, muttering to himself quietly. This primordial gale. There are plenty of records about it in the holy region, but I've never heard of this thing. Besides, this place was originally, he trailed off, I remember, a piece of information. It's the research notes of a peak rank 9 alchemist from 10,000 years ago regarding this primordial gale. But it was never really paid attention to, because the theory was just too outlandish. But now it seems to be true. He put forward an unbelievable hypothesis, suggesting that the water-light power sealed the gale to create a true spirit. In other words, this seal is actually a breeding farm, trying to condense a true spirit through elemental power. But whether it succeeded in the end is unknown. And after this tribe was abandoned, no one cared about the seal and the gale anymore, so it evolved on its own to become what it is now. This time, it was Li Yunxiao's turn to gape. You're saying that the alligator fish is an artificially created true spirit? Yuan Gaohan glanced over and replied. That's exactly why this information wasn't taken seriously. If this alchemist ancestor wasn't so respected, it probably wouldn't have even been kept in the holy region. I only looked through all the relevant information to better understand the situation here before coming to the primordial land, and I scoffed at it back then. Li Yunxiao looked at the alligator fish, completely speechless. He hesitantly asked, "Does this kind of true spirit have intelligence? After it swallows all the primordial gale, will it swallow us too?" Without waiting for an answer, the son of a BTCH immediately decided to bail. Yuan Gaohan also immediately flew after him. "You little punk, you're too unrighteous. We just got here and you haven't even fought, and you're already running away on your own. I was planning to use a secret technique to get us out of here, but your selfish running has ruined my whole plan. You're hurting yourself and me. Stop for me. Wait up." Yunxiao, on the other hand, was just focused on his escape. Nope, not listening. Turtle reading scriptures. Fall behind and you'll get eaten. As soon as he finished speaking, the alligator fish behind them opened its mouth. It opened its massive maw, and everything around it began to be sucked in. Yuan Gaohan was scared. SHT less. Oh no. That monster wants to suck us in. As its body gradually emerged, the wind grew stronger and stronger. Yunxiao cried buckets. "Duan Ye, please use your Dharmakaya again to say some nice words and help us escape this calamity." Duan Yue, inside the Jishenbi, also sensed the situation outside, and hurriedly responded, "You are the fated protagonist, the little strong who achieved deity transformation, the undefeated legend, the golden-faced sun sent from the heavens, an unparalleled handsome man. You can definitely ride out the headwind and escape successfully." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yunxiao's body immediately lost control and was instantly sucked into the tornado created by the alligator fish. He had absolutely no control over his own fate anymore. He even didn't forget to yell, "Enjoy you all," starting to descend downwards, yawning once, and then closing its eyes to rest. And where it crawled past, behind it, everything turned to stone, slowly dissolving into dust. Li Yunxiao, sucked into the tornado, frantically poured his yuan qi into the Matian battle armor, hoping to resist for a while, surviving as long as he could. Just as he couldn't hold on any longer, filled with despair, suddenly the gale force completely disappeared. He fell directly from 10,000 miles in the sky. What's going on here? In order to resist the invasion of the gale, he had exhausted all his strength, and now he couldn't muster even a trace of power. "Brother Yuan,
Are you all right? Li Yunxiao went forward and kicked him a few times. Seeing no reaction, he muttered to himself, he's probably dead. If that's the case, can't let him go to waste. I'll just suck him into my soul-devouring banner. Yuan Gaohan's body immediately jumped up. You son of a BTCH? You're still thinking about collecting me? Li Yunxiao smiled. Human potential is great. How can it be stimulated without a little pressure? I'm just afraid you'll turn into smoke and disappear. Yuan Gaohan's face was cold, not believing him at all, still extremely wary of the soul-devouring banner in his hand. Put away your soul-devouring banner now. I'm telling you to put away the soul-devouring banner. Did you hear me? But what Yunxiao noticed wasn't what he said, but in the distance, there was something golden. Looking closer. What the heck? What's going on here? Is that our silhouettes? Guess it must be. Looks like a snapshot of the moment before the time seal cracked open. So if that ugly fish was trapped in the time seal, it kinda explains the frozen chunk of time in its belly. Huh? Yuan Gaohan's jaw dropped. Frozen time? You mean? Yunxiao nodded. Yep, exactly like you guys call it in the Holy Land. Right now, we're stuck in some kind of time rift. Gaohan looked worried. This kind of space. Unless you've got a martial emperor strong enough to shatter the void, it's basically impossible to get out. Yunxiao chimed in, sounding a bit puzzled. Weird. There isn't even a wisp of Lingxi here. Even dead space wouldn't be this barren. Plus, we were blasted in here by that crazy wind, so there's got to be a way in and out, right? Yuan Gaohan suddenly had a brainwave. Wait a sec. You think this time rift could be a leftover from the time seal that dude set up inside the ugly fish? He replied. Could be. If that's the case, then the guy who set up the formation was seriously skilled. If it's just an illusion, there's still a tiny sliver of hope we can break free. But if this is some kind of infinite, ever-expanding space, then we're royally screwed. Yunxiao was startled by what Yuan Gaohan said, then turned around and harumphed. Guess you're still gotta rely on me at this crucial time. He's got no way to recharge his energy right now, so every bit of magic he uses is a major drain. But there's literally nowhere else to go. If we just sit here, things are going to get a whole lot worse. Time for that secret soul-melding technique to become one with the surrounding environment. Sense all the rules and powers of heaven and earth. Soon, Yuan Gaohan slowly opened his eyes. Li Yunxiao asked, Can you break through? He replied, That formation's been around for like 1,000,000 years. It's falling apart, but still gives me the shivers. I can't do it alone. I need your help. Li Yunxiao was skeptical. Me? Help you? Dude, you're an 8th stage starlight spirit body. When it comes to breaking formations, I'm not even a fraction as good as you. Yuan Gaohan continued. You can see it yourself. My soul strength isn't 8th stage level right now. You used the heavenly nurturing soul pill before, right? Yunxiao said coldly. So what? Just spit it out. We're up SHT Creek right now. Unless you're asking me to pick up your poo, I'll agree to anything. Yuan Gaohan trembled, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He gave Yunxiao a wary look, then his expression turned serious, and he spoke with some difficulty. Unless you use the golden soul slave from your soul-devouring banner to help me. But if you do that, your golden soul slave could take a huge hit, might even dissipate completely. Sure enough, Li Yunxiao's face froze over. You know how important the soul-devouring banner is to me, right? Yuan Gaohan felt the icy glare on him and immediately said sheepishly, Of course I know, but we're desperate here. If we don't try, we're all gonna die a horrible death, Li Yunxiao shamelessly said. This soul slave's been with me since it was a baby. We grew up together, been through thick and thin. It's practically my best friend, the closest thing I have to family, like brothers from different mothers. The acting was so convincing that Yuan Gaohan started to worry about his own words. My request is too much. Unexpectedly, Yunxiao said, You gotta add some dough. Yuan Gaohan was confused. Has the soul-devouring sect become this commercialized now? Li Yunxiao's expression softened a little, showing a hint of pain. Old Yuan, I definitely can't just sit here and wait to die. You're a 9th-level art refiner from the Holy Region. If you can compensate me for my loss, I'll be willing to offer up the soul-devouring banner. After all, I know what's important. Yuan Gaohan was stunned,
As long as you can bring out the soul-devouring banner and we successfully escape this place, you can name your price. Yuan Gaohan was about to agree when he suddenly remembered that the guy in front of him wasn't as simple as he seemed. He immediately stopped himself and frowned. Tell me first, what do you want? Li Yunxiao revealed a pure smile. Losing the soul-devouring banner would be a really hard loss to make up, especially since this is a golden soul slave. You know the relationship there, right? So, no amount of compensation would be enough. Moreover, even though we've spent some time together, you've still got a few misunderstandings about me. Even if we escape from here, I wouldn't dare go to the holy region with you to demand compensation. Things could end up even worse. Right? Yuan Gaohan snorted coldly. What do you mean, misunderstandings? You, Li Yunxiao, waved his hand, interrupting him. All right, we can't explain the misunderstandings in a few words. The situation is like that. I will never take out my soul-devouring banner for free. How about you trade me about 100 ancient scriptures? Yuan Gaohan wanted to bite his head off. I'll die before I do that. 100 ancient scriptures? What do you think ancient scriptures are? Do you think it's Xiaohuangshu scattered all over the road? Why do you casually take out hundreds or thousands of words? Li Yunxiao cursed at his face. I've already offered up my golden soul slave. You just have to explain a few golden scriptures, and it won't be a loss to you at all. Think about who is profitable and who is losing. If you do not want to negotiate, just wait for the 8th level of Starlight Soul Body to dissipate. Let your deity think of the 1,000 ancient scriptures. Can it be stable in 9th grade? Yuan Gaohan showed a frightened expression. His heart was extremely heavy, and he gritted his teeth and said, Say other conditions? I can agree to anything else. Even the 9th level profound artifact is possible, his wife also thought secretly. But revealing the mysteries of ancient scriptures is also a big crime. Once discovered by the Holy Land, even he will find it difficult to bear the crime. Li Yunxiao moved slightly, taking out the hot stuff, extremely ashamed. What is a 9th level profound artifact? Is it expensive? Yuan Gaohan was sweating profusely looking at it. This, you think about it for a while. I can teach you the mysteries of a text, but you must swear not to pass it on to the outside world. A layer of anger appeared on Li Yunxiao's face, and he shouted, Just one! I'm giving you my life-threatening golden soul slave. You clearly told me about an ancient scripture. How can you even say it? Do you still need face? If I don't have a soul slave, I don't want to live anymore. Let's die together. Yuan Gaohan was surprised and speechless. You, Li Yunxiao blurted out. Then too, Yuan Gaohan's eyes popped out, and he shouted angrily, What I know is only about 20. You're going too far. What do you think this is? Scriptures have been passed down from ancient times, and each one contains rules. It is enough to study one or two throughout your life to gain immense benefits, Li Yunxiao replied indifferently. Then how many do you know? Yuan Gaohan grumbled angrily. The hell I know about anything related to you? 3 things, tops, no more or we both go down. Li Yunxiao, seeing that Yuan Gaohan was already at his limit, said reluctantly, Fine, 3 it is. Honestly, if I wasn't cornered, I wouldn't agree. As if afraid Li Yunxiao would change his mind. Yuan Gaohan immediately wanted the soul slave, and his attitude was extremely firm, refusing to budge. He craned his neck. Give me the soul slave first. Li Yunxiao wasn't worried about him welching on the deal, so he directly handed over the soul-devouring banner, saying, The soul slave is gone, and I can't cultivate this technique anymore anyway. Keeping the soul-devouring banner is useless, so it's yours. Yuan Gaohan took it, scoffing, Like I want your soul-devouring banner. Now that you've lost the soul-devouring banner, how are you going to cultivate? Go on the route of merging souls, huh? Probably the best choice. Li Yunxiao couldn't resist saying, What's it to you? Yuan Gaohan snapped back. You got your stuff, now hurry up and teach me those 3 ancient scriptures. The origin of the ancient scriptures is impossible to trace, because their shape resembles tadpoles, and because they emit a dazzling golden power of law when activated. Many places call them tadpole golden scriptures. The number of scriptures is very limited, and very few people are capable of studying them, Yuan Gaohan continued. Actually, the Holy Domain and Hua Shenxi probably started compiling and categorizing these texts long ago, and even researching them.
But alas, Li Yunxiao was curious. How many of these texts are there in total? Has anyone ever counted? Yuan Gaohan frowned, thinking for a moment, then said, maybe over 1,000. Li Yunxiao was suddenly shocked. How could there be so many? The power of law contained in these texts is extremely powerful. Learning just a few is already incredibly beneficial. If you could master over 1,000. Yeah, Yuan Gaohan responded, I'll teach you 3 ancient scriptures, so listen carefully. I'll only explain the important parts once, and only demonstrate them once. I said I'll teach you, but I can't guarantee I'll actually succeed. Maybe with your aptitude you won't learn them your whole life, maybe not. Yun Yao thought to himself. Although I've learned some divine incantations and seen hundreds of golden scriptures, I can only use them superficially, not deeply understand the meaning of each one. Perhaps there are many other divine incantations in the world. I wonder if I can fully understand them in this lifetime. Yuan Gaohan started teaching. Yuan Gaohan had read a lot of information from predecessors in the Holy Domain, so he had advantages in all aspects, and his explanations were very unique, making Li Yunxiao extremely happy. He also kept asking all kinds of questions, which surprised Yuan Gaohan and made him even more shocked. Many of the questions Yuan Gaohan himself hadn't thought of, and after Li Yunxiao brought them up, he also fell into contemplation. He started as a lecturer, then it turned into a discussion between 2 people. Yuan Gaohan also gradually adapted from his initial shock, like 2 old friends researching together, and both gained a lot. Originally, his knowledge of the 5 scriptures was only half-baked, but through constant conversations, he gained great inspiration, becoming clear and open-minded. Li Yunxiao's gains were even greater. The 3 texts seemed extremely common and had appeared in several divine incantations he'd seen before. Immediately, his understanding of those divine incantations became deeper, and all kinds of doubts were suddenly cleared up. In an instant, his mind gradually became clear. Yuan Gaohan was secretly shocked when he saw this, especially the look of understanding on Li Yunxiao's face, which made him feel extremely terrified. It took me more than 10 years to learn these 3 texts. He forcefully suppressed the emotions in his heart and probed, Young man, although I don't know your name, are you willing to join the Holy Domain? I dare to guarantee that as long as you're willing, all the resources you get will be several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times more than in the soul-devouring clan. Li Yunxiao laughed and didn't answer but stood up. Let's get out of this hellhole first, then we'll talk. If we can't get out, what's the point of talking? Yuan Gaohan didn't know what he was planning, and continued. Moreover, your soul-devouring banner will be destroyed later, and staying in the soul-devouring clan won't allow you to cultivate to the highest level. As long as you come with me to the Holy Domain, there will definitely be more powerful soul combat techniques and methods for you to choose from. Old Yuan, let's start breaking the formation. Yuan Gaohan sighed slightly. Such a talent, if he can't serve the Holy Domain, then he must never become an enemy, and even needs to be eliminated directly at a crucial moment. He let out a sigh and said, You can think about it carefully. After speaking, Yuan Gaohan took out the soul-devouring banner and, following a secret technique, constantly transformed and imprinted one talisman after another into it. Soon, the soul-devouring banner emitted a dazzling light, and a golden soul slowly flew out from within, its expression somewhat dull. Dimly looking around, he frowned and wondered, What's going on? Li Yunxiao knew this was because Zhang Xiaoshen had died, and the soul slave had lost its master, which caused its intelligence to dissipate. He explained nonsense. I used a secret method to advance to gold. Otherwise, with my 4-star martial sex strength, do you think I could refine a 9th-rank golden soul slave? Yuan Gaohan thought for a moment and felt that it was right. At first, he was still wondering how the other party only had the strength of a 4-star martial sect, but had a 9th-rank soul-devouring banner. Looking at this, it doesn't seem very powerful. He began to feel regret for being threatened by the other party, taking out so many valuable things. However, now is not the time to talk about this, he shouted loudly, and in his hand he needed a strange hand seal, and forcefully struck the golden soul slave. The soul slave immediately screamed in pain, and the sound was like a crow being crushed, causing goosebumps all over the body. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with doubt. Why do I feel like you're torturing my soul slave? Yuan Gaohan revealed a look of pride. Don't you understand? I want to completely erase this soul slave, reverse refine it, and turn it into the most primitive soul power. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Reverse refining. What is the meaning of reverse refining? Reverse refining is the act of reversing a process. Alchemy has always been a difficult problem for the alchemy world. For example, you refine 18 materials into a treasured sword, but you can't turn this treasured sword back into 18 materials. Therefore, the alchemy world has always believed that the alchemy process cannot be reversed. But throughout history, there has been no shortage of peerless geniuses. Many alchemists are very interested in reverse refining, and over the long years they have accumulated a lot of information. Although reverse refining has not been fully realized to date, research has had a great impact on the development path of the alchemy way, and has also created many strange techniques and secret methods. Right now, what Yuan Gaohan is doing is a type of that, and he's even directly incorporating ancient golden runes into his incantation. You can tell he's seriously deep into this stuff. The golden soul slave in the air let out a miserable shriek. After a moment of agony, its voice gradually weakened. A faint golden light radiated from within the soul-devouring banner. The soul slave gradually lost its form, dissolving into a mass of pure energy. Yuan Gaohan saw the energy mass and said, "This energy is way too impure and messy, not suitable for absorption. But I can't be picky now. First, I need to get out of here. With this energy, maybe I can briefly break through to the 9th layer of the soul body and shatter the seal on this place." He roared loudly and shot up from the ground. He rushed towards the soul slave, which had completely become a mass of energy descending towards him. The surrounding space shifted, and something huge and bizarre began to appear. Li Yunxiao gaped. This contraption is seriously overflowing with evil qi. "Little Yuan, what's going on?" Conwife said. "Looks like we haven't just failed to leave the time rift, but have fallen even deeper. Or should I demand you to compensate my soul slave?" The woman replied, "What does it have to do with me? I already broke the previous layer of restriction. Or are you still in the mood to haggle over these things at this point? You must be trapped in that small profit. Look at the situation here first." The amount of qi radiating from inside was too evil, giving people goosebumps all over. Li Yunxiao chimed in. "This illusion, even this space, is very likely here because of the seal on this ancient pagoda." Yuan Gaohan was utterly shocked. The qi luck emanating from the ancient pagoda seems to be 9th grade supreme. Not just this ancient pagoda, but even those 7 pillars have 9th grade qi luck. Moreover, they connect head to tail, forming a formation. The evil qi inside is running wild. Just getting close makes you feel a chill down your spine. Li Yunxiao swallowed hard, saying gravely, "We might have caused some major trouble here. Let's hurry and see if there's a way out. If I'm not mistaken, the ancient pagoda must be suppressing a super formidable character. Look at this demonic qi. It's getting more and more abundant, seemingly accumulating power little by little." Yuan Gaohan was also shaken. Demonic qi? How is that possible? How can the Tianwu realm have demonic qi? Li Yunxiao's heart stirred. "Do you know something?" Yuan Gaohan turned to look at him, replying, "What could I know? Demons are the most powerful race of the primordial era, buried in the river of history, just like those true spirits. There aren't any true spirits to be seen anymore. Don't tell me I'm about to see a demon today." Li Yunxiao wondered. "Didn't we see the true spirit crocodile fish before?" Yuan Gaohan guessed. Could it be that this demon was also created by them? Back then, the experts here didn't just want to create true spirits. What if they wanted to create demon as well? Li Yunxiao stepped forward, examining the patterns on the pillars carefully. That crocodile fish might actually have been created, but this demon, no way. It's being suppressed here by a powerhouse. Just like Yuan said, not only the ancient pagoda, but even these 7 stone pillars are all 9th grade profound artifacts. Many places have been damaged, revealing a silvery white color inside, as if it is some sort of metal. Reaching out to touch one, a bone-chilling sensation instantly spread throughout his body, as if his very soul was freezing. Sizzle. "What is this?" He immediately and quickly retracted his hand. "This is Northern Heaven Glacial Star Iron?" Yuan Gaohan was also startled and hurriedly flew up to see what was happening. "What? You're not kidding, right? This is the kind of thing where just a fist-sized piece
is enough to refine a ninth-grade profound artifact. Li Yunxiao quickly regained his composure, staring blankly at the pillar, his eyes filled with complexity.
These 7 pillars, even though they're just the core support, are already terrifyingly extravagant, far surpassing the Celestial Radiance Quicksilver I encountered before. Compared to the Celestial Radiance Quicksilver he encountered before, it was much more luxurious. Yuan Gaohan cursed a few times, only then revealing a look of crazed joy. He started pacing around them. If those 7 pillars weren't emitting a bone-chilling aura, he'd really want to go up and take a bite.
What now? Li Yunxiao suddenly asked calmly. Yuan Gaohan was stunned for a moment, then replied, "Let's play it by ear. But these 7 pillars must be taken." Li Yunxiao sighed softly, saying, "I want this Northern Heaven Glacial Star Iron too, but these 7 pillars made of Northern Heaven Glacial Star Iron are clearly the formation eyes sealing the ancient pagoda. If they're destroyed, the great demon in the ancient pagoda will come out." Yuan Gaohan suddenly gasped. Anything that was carefully sealed by those primordial era powerhouses definitely isn't simple. However, so many years have passed. Even if there's something inside, it must have withered away, with no strength left.
Li Yunxiao's heart stirred. He instantly thought of the old emperor inside the Sumeru mountain. He was probably also an ancient great demon who had been suppressed for many years, and now only had the strength of a martial grandmaster left. The demon head suppressed in here might only have a sliver of life left as well.
The two began to argue to make a decision. Then we definitely can't gamble the safety of the Tianwu realm just for these treasures. Releasing a great demon is no joke. I can't commit such a huge mistake. We, the Medicine Saint Domain, leading the world for the safety of all living things, must endure this pain. That's right. With greater possibilities comes greater responsibility. After a discussion, the two wifeys understood each other so well, didn't they? Both suddenly thought of something.
How about this, old Jungen?
You first see if this space has a path leading to the starry sky. If it does, then we'll set up a long-distance teleportation formation first. That way, if we encounter danger, we can leave immediately.
That's right. Acting cautiously is always the best choice.
I'll start setting up the formation. Now Yuan Gaohan immediately got to work, Li Yunxiao asked. Old Yuan, how about we discuss how to divide up this Northern Heaven Glacial Star Iron?
Yuan Gaohan's eyes widened.
What? Divide it up? You don't actually want to take the Northern Heaven Glacial Star Iron, do you? Li Yunxiao opened his mouth wide, looking at him.
After a while, he turned to leave, wanting to find a way out on his own.
Hold on, there's nothing more to say. You play by yourself. I'm leaving first. Goodbye.
Yuan Gaohan hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Wait, weren't you just talking about a sense of responsibility?
I'm now using my Holy Domain status to issue an order. Cooperating with me to collect this Northern Heaven Glacial Star Iron is your responsibility, your mission.
Li Yunxiao looked at him like he was an idiot, sneering, "What a fool, you've frozen your brain by just seeing a little Northern Heaven Glacial Star Iron, haven't you?"
Yuan Gaohan's face turned purple with anger. He was the only one left here, and he was indeed a little scared.
Moreover, whether it was collecting the Northern Heaven Glacial Star Iron, or setting up the escape formation, he needed someone to cooperate with him. He coldly said, "You don't have the soul-devouring banner now. Your strength is extremely weak. You still dare to challenge me like this?" Yunxiao's face remained cold as he replied, "It doesn't matter if I don't have it. That thing was originally obtained by me anyway."
Yuan Gaohan's jaw hit the floor. He felt a bit dizzy, frozen in place for a few seconds.
Aren't you a disciple of the soul-devouring sect? Under the might of the soul-devouring banner, he got his essence light swindled and got swindled of 3 ancient gold inscriptions when practicing soul techniques. Now the dude's saying he found that soul-devouring banner.
Man, this guy is seriously out of it. Still not believing it. Yunxiao snorted, "I'm from the martial sect. How could I possibly refine a 9th-grade soul-devouring banner? I thought you were just pretending to be dumb because you were secretly a genius, but it turns out you're just genuinely stupid." Yuan Gaohan finally snapped out of it a little. He pointed a shaky finger. This one's yours." Yunxiao raised an eyebrow. 7. And you're giving me one.
See ya. Gaohan saw him turn around and practically screamed, "Fine, okay."
"Okay, fine, damn it." He grit his teeth. "What number comes out? What number? Heads. And we split it 3 ways.
3 fathers. Is that good enough, ya little? Li Yunxiao finally stopped. Old Yuan, we're all smart people here. I hope you don't act this dumb in front of me again, or I'll seriously look down on you.
Yuan Gaohan was definitely pissed, but what could he do? The two of them finally got about 100 meters away from the ancient tower and started setting up the instantaneous teleportation grand array.
Oh yeah, I suddenly thought, if you want to suppress this ancient formation, you should suppress a monster like you. The two of them slowly calmed down, flying towards the four sides of the tall ancient pagoda. Gaohan reminded him, since this kind of treasure is used as a seal, then this seal is definitely not weak. Even if it has gone through endless years, it cannot be underestimated. Therefore, I will take these Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron back to the Holy Realm. That is the responsibility. By then, thank countless Tier 9 profound tools, it can improve the strength of the masters of the entire Tianwu world to a new level. As for whether there is anything terrible inside, powerful people from the Holy Realm will naturally come to deal with it at that time. Hey, if you mess around like this, I'm gonna get screwed by you, Yunxiao said.
No need to look. The 7 pillars form the proper chi formation. It's simple but practical. Doesn't need any primordial Q. More primordial Q will eventually run out. But 7 such huge Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron pillars can last for endless years, until the ancient tower and whatever's inside are buried. Yuan Gaohan was shocked, took a closer look, and finally looked terrified. Every artificer is a grand master of formations. If he couldn't even compare to the young man in front of him in the art of formations, that would be terrifying. Let's start. If it's the proper chi formation, it probably won't be hard to break. Li Yunxiao was ready, planning to ditch the moment the 7 pillars were yanked out. All right, Yuan Gaohan nodded solemnly. The two immediately separated, standing on either side of the ancient tower, and amplified their power to the extreme. Let's go! Li Yunxiao shouted loudly, his soul power instantly reaching its peak. The great evolution divine art was unleashed, immediately striking the 3 Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron pieces beside him. Yuan Gaohan, on the opposite side, had his view blocked by the ancient tower, naturally unable to see Li Yunxiao's hand seals. He also unleashed a powerful soul technique, engulfing the 4 pieces on his side. With the two of them working together, the 7 Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron pillars finally shook, trembling violently. But Gaohan still had some plans in his heart, waiting for a while after escaping, how to grab his 3 pillars. Demonic energy is corroding. 3 of Yunxiao's pillars have been pulled out. Yunxiao yelled a warning. I'm screwed here. Gaohan was startled. How are you so fast? Still lying, saying you're not a soul-devouring sect disciple. Isn't that soul battle skill right there? Get back here. Don't you dare run first. The 4 pillars had long been wavering and were immediately pulled up by his powerful soul force, shooting straight into the sky. Moreover, the 4 pillars, one in front and one behind, were chained together in the middle, directly breaking it. In the process of soaring into the sky, he suddenly had a feeling like falling into an ice cellar, and looked at the ancient pagoda in horror. The demonic energy that was constantly pouring out seemed to change. Stop it. Fly away immediately. The demonic energy can corrode Tier 9 materials, and also cause such a large phenomenon. This time it's really unimaginable. Did you see something a long time ago and didn't tell me? Li Yunxiao replied. If I told you, would you let go and not collect it? Stop talking nonsense, I don't have time to wait for you. Going first, Yuan Gaohan panicked even more, desperately flying, almost burning his soul to get away. He entered the teleportation formation. In an instant, he shouted, "Ah, what's going on, pressure? Why is it so great?" Yunxiao panicked. You're asking me, who am I asking? Could it be you did something when setting up the formation? Move your mother, I'm about to fall apart myself. At this moment, the alligator shark was sleeping soundly on the ruins, suddenly opened its eyes, and its limbs kept shaking his legs triumphantly, and looking up to the sky and roaring continuously. A look of pain flashed in his eyes, and his body swelled violently. With a loud bang, the whole person exploded completely, turning into countless fierce gangwinds, spreading in the air above the ruins. A large number of whirlwinds poured out in the void. It turned out that the endless void was expanding. Yep. Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan totally made it out alive. Gaohan's old lady face-planted like a boss. Yunxiao scrambled to his feet, staring in horror at the ruins. Everything was getting sucked into the gale force winds. Inside that massive gust,
Tons of black demon energy was oozing out and slowly forming a human shape. All dark and gloomy, no face, just standing there all quiet on the ground. Just like we thought, the worst-case scenario suppressed a big-time demon. The demon dude's figure was solidifying, all sorts of demonic energy swirling around, and his face was getting clearer. Li Yunxiao suddenly gulped, feeling his throat dry up. The demon's look was finally taking shape, and it was giving him the creeps. This dude looked exactly like the Emperor, except way more evil. Old Yungian, those records in the Holy Land about the people of the demon race, do they all look the same? Why, you asking? No way, right? That can't be a thing. But this guy is bigger and buffer. Are they twins or something? How the heck would I know? Why are you asking me this stuff? We should be thinking about how to get out of here. This is the Taiku land. It's light years of starry sky. How are you going to get up there? Is there a way back? How should I know? Did you even plan an escape route? Yuan Gaohan said with a wry smile. I timed it perfectly. The main body will send a ninth heaven realm powerhouse to pick me up, and then we'll zoom right through the Milky Way back. Li Yunxiao got pissed. You came to this dangerous place without a backup plan? Did that Holy Land job make you stupid? Yuan Gaohan scoffed. You're such a pain in the butt, you know that? Where's your backup plan, then? Li Yunxiao said. You think I'd tell a scheming old fart like you my trump card? Idiot, Yuan Gaohan was speechless. Fine, you brat, I've had it with you. Come on, let's throw down. While those two were bickering, the demon far away seemed to have stabilized. He scanned his surroundings and tilted his head, lost in thought. He suddenly opened his mouth. How long have I been sealed? The voice wasn't loud, but it echoed under the starry sky, clear as day in Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan's ears. Their faces changed drastically, exchanging glances like, you tell me what to do, you're asking me what to do, you're a ninth-grade art refiner, damn it if I don't ask you, who do I ask? The demon grinned and reached out to grab them from the void. Instantly, the entire space was shrinking, like a cloth being pulled tight. Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan suddenly appeared right in front of him, shrinking the earth into inches. A cheese distance is like the edge of the sky. Li Yunxiao panicked. Yuan Gaohan thought the same. Being greedy for that ninth-grade material. This is a disaster. Just as the two screamed in terror, a gust of wind suddenly rushed from the ruins, striking the demon's back. An anglerfish body in the air stared at the demon. It was originally an elemental body, and it was made of the dominant element closest to the origin of the wind element. Even a ninth heaven realm powerhouse would not dare to block its edge. As soon as it moved, it immediately suppressed the overwhelming demonic energy. Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan only felt the force of space pulling suddenly disappeared, and then quickly turned into two beams of light, one before the other, and fled towards the galaxy. As long as they crossed the Milky Way, they could escape back to the Tianwu realm. If they were caught by that demon, they would definitely die. Judging from the current situation, the space that had sealed them was in the anglerfish's belly, and this anglerfish was not a true spirit deliberately cultivated, but should be used to seal and guard the ancient tower. The anglerfish suddenly erupted into an attack that shocked the demon's mind. This kind of true spirit, condensed by elements, was extremely powerful. Although the anglerfish had not yet reached the realm of true spirit, he did not dare to underestimate it. What's more, God knows how many years have passed since the seal, and the power of a body had long been gone. Although the demon was shocked, he was not flustered. Under the overwhelming gale wind, he pinched a tactic with one hand. A huge demon shadow waved out behind him, followed by an endless stream of demon energy, thus showing the scene of 3 heads and 6 arms. The gale wind struck fiercely. It was like a Milky Way 9 heavens hitting a huge black stone. The power of the element was controlled by the consciousness of the anglerfish, turning into countless tiny tornadoes to attack the black magic shadow. The demon's face changed. This demon general's body was the most powerful force he could display at the moment, but under the attack of the anglerfish with 9th heaven realm strength, it was a little difficult to resist. His demonic energy was originally something that could not be invaded. Even ordinary wind-type elements could be directly devoured and absorbed, but this kind of power close to the origin of the element should not be devoured, but he felt that it was constantly eroding his demonic energy. The demon looked sad. He suddenly condensed his hands. and he did not know where he drew a large amount of stronger and stronger magic energy. From the devilish shadow emerged an arm, and on it gradually solidified an ancient pagoda. It was indeed the very pagoda that had suppressed him before. You guys actually shattered the ancient god battlefield into little pieces, and even used the core pagoda to suppress me. But little did you know, doing so gave me a sliver of opportunity to recover immensely, he muttered rapidly. That ancient pagoda shot from his hand, flying up into the starry sky, condensing under the radiance of countless beams of light. At this moment, every piece of land floating in the void seemed to be guided by some force, becoming unusually turbulent. Under the pagoda's guidance, chunks of land immediately rushed over from all directions of the starry sky, actually converging together, as if beginning to fuse back together. Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan, who were trying to escape, were also stopped by the suction force, and were panicking inside, constantly spinning in the air. A look of crazed joy flashed in the great demon's eyes. The surrounding land masses were constantly connecting, and a bizarre spatial power began to unfold, as if wanting to form its own realm, even radiating the power of a realm to suppress the crocodile. The great demon laughed heartily. "Ha ha, ancient god battlefield. My ancient god battlefield. It's no ordinary sacred artifact, you know? Long and boring years. No matter how shattered it gets, it can heal itself. Tianwu realm. Your emperor has returned." He just denied it. But this great demon really said he was the emperor, and moreover his appearance was exactly like the emperor from Mount Sumeru. The three-headed, six-armed Dharma form he displayed when fighting the crocodile was also identical. He couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, in the demon race, is emperor a name or a title?" Yuan Gaohan glared, angrily saying, "What's it to you? It's probably a name. Hurry up and think of a way to get across the Milky Way. All sorts of terrifying forces within this Milky Way, even 9 Heavens Emperor artifacts can't withstand it. How the heck did you get here?" Li Yunxiao's face also turned pale. "I was brought here by someone using Noah's Ark, who knew the outer space would be so dangerous. If I'd known, I would have told him to wait for me a bit." "What, Noah? Noah's Ark?" Yuan Gaohan's heart shook, and he cried out in alarm, "Noah's Ark has appeared. Who has it now?" Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly. Who has it the problem you should be worried about? If you can't figure out a way to cross the river Styx, then just wait for the great demon to catch up and devour you. I never imagined releasing such a formidable killing star. It seems even the elemental crocodile with elemental essence is about to be no match for him. Li Yunxiao frowned. "I do have a way, but I don't know if it will work." "What? You have a way, haha. Then hurry up and use it. Maybe we won't have to die this time, haha." Yuan Gaohan just said it casually, but he didn't expect Li Yunxiao to actually have a way, and was immediately overjoyed. Li Yunxiao looked at him, and snorted coldly. "Not only do I need your help, but you might also have to endure some grievances afterwards. Helping is definitely no problem, and enduring some grievances is fine too. As long as we can get through this, no matter how much I have to endure, I can accept it." Then he himself disappeared, entering the jade tablet. As soon as he entered, he saw Yuan Gaohan's face was blank, his eyes wide open, as if he was turning into stone. This is Noah's Ark." Li Yunxiao glanced at him indifferently and explained, "It's not Noah's Ark, but it's a unique, superb, mysterious artifact, comparable to Noah's Ark, even more appropriately called a sacred artifact." Although he had already guessed it, but after Li Yunxiao confirmed it, his heart was greatly shaken. He exclaimed in horror, You possess a sacred artifact? There are only 2 or 3 of these things in the entire world, and you actually have one?" Li Yunxiao revealed an understanding smile, nodded, and said, "It seems your high status in the Holy Realm knows a lot more than others. I'm very interested in knowing which 2 or 3 you're talking about." His eyes turned complicated again. "It seems you really aren't a disciple of the soul-devouring sect. Otherwise, Huangfu Bi would never allow a disciple to possess such a sacred object. The only sacred artifact ever recorded in human race history is Noah's Ark. But compared to the long history of the Tianwu realm, no one would believe that there's only one Noah's Ark. If you have a sacred artifact in hand, then naturally you won't fear the spatial turbulence." He slowly exhaled and said,
So the grievance you mentioned earlier meant this. So how do you intend to deal with me? Old Jungian, it seems you're not an idiot either. Don't pretend to be stupid in front of me in the future. But you're wrong about one thing. My sacred artifact isn't guaranteed to cross the Milky Way. Because when this sacred artifact fought against another sacred artifact, it was severely damaged. Moreover, it was just swept by the primordial gale, so it's even more dilapidated now.
This is also the reason why I need your help.
Another sacred artifact? Yuan Gaohan was dumbfounded. He discovered that he had seen more today than in his entire life combined. Legend only recorded Noah's Ark in history books, but now 3 of them have appeared. Li Yunxiao's expression became serious. The specific situation is a bit complicated, and there's no time to explain. Right now, I need you to help me control this sacred artifact to cross the river Styx.
Yuan Gaohan said dazedly.
Escaping to avoid death is the most urgent thing right now, but I want to know how you're going to deal with me. He was extremely anxious in his heart. Within this sacred artifact, a single thought from Li Yunxiao was the rule of heaven and earth. He was not an opponent at all. He had to take advantage of his value to negotiate good terms.
Li Yunxiao squinted at him and suddenly burst out laughing.
Old Yuan, do you think I would harm you? Relax. Now that you're here, you naturally have to stay and play for a while.
Seeing that his expression wasn't good, Li Yunxiao quickly added,
I can guarantee you 2 things. 1, your cultivation here is definitely no worse than in the outer space. 2, I need you to help me refine some things. 3, as long as I recover to my peak strength, I will let you out.
Yuan Gaohan's expression was gloomy and uncertain, and he said somewhat suspiciously, Just like that?
You're not lying to me? He didn't know that Li Yunxiao's peak strength was the peak of the 9 Heavens realm, and thought it was only the peak of the 4th realm martial sect. Feeling that this condition was too simple, Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and said proudly, I have always kept my word. When have I ever lied to anyone?
He waved his hand, and immediately had Ji Yuesheng and the others appear beside him. Duan Yu looked at Yuan Gaohan in surprise and said, Li Yunxiao, did you trick this old man into coming here again?
Yuan Gaohan said blankly,
Li Yunxiao, aren't you named Zhang Shaoqin? Duan Yue laughed heartily. Ha ha, this time he doesn't even know who you are and he's already been tricked into coming here. Ha ha, you're too pitiful. Li Yunxiao paid him no mind. He looked over at the 3 dudes in the sacred flame hall and said, Listen up, you 3. I got yeeted here to the outer space by Ye Fan's Noah's Oath, so next time I run into Ye Fan, I promise I'll let you out of here to see him again.
Are you serious? Our young master actually got his hands on Noah's Oath? Li Yunxiao nodded. Dead serious. Yuan Gaohan was internally screaming, Noah's Oath actually came out? I've been stuck in outer space for freaking years. Something huge must have happened. But why hasn't the main sect sent someone to pick me up? Is the holy territory not safe anymore?
Li Yunxiao crossed his arms, eyes darting between Situ Hong and Ji Yuesheng. As for you 2, the Skeleton Mercenary Corps and the Rain Protection Mercenary Corps, gone, dust. Chen Chuanju and Shen Feng, dead and gone. As for Qingjie Forest, it's all Tainiao Mercenary Corps territory now. What? Both guys were shooketh, unable to accept this harsh reality. Li Yunxiao looked at Ji Yuesheng and said, Kid, you got some potential. I'm going to find you a teacher, and I guarantee they'll be even better than your Shifu Feng Zixi. Whatcha think? What? Yuan Gaohan's pupils constricted. He stared at Ji Yuesheng, incredulous.
You're saying his Shifu is that madman Feng Zixi? Isn't he dead or something? His face was a mix of shock and annoyance. Wait a minute. Are you saying my Shifu isn't me? Ji Yuesheng also looked disgusted, snorting derisively. He's just a soul or something. Yuan Gaohan frowned, sizing up Ji Yuesheng. This brat's got something all right. He can actually tell I'm a soul form. Duan Yu also scoffed, pointing at Yuan Gaohan.
This old geezer was tricked into coming here by you. Look at how dumb he looks. How could he be Ji Yuesheng Shifu? Li Yunxiao smirked, pointing at Yuan Gaohan and introducing him to everyone. This is Grandmaster Yuan Gaohan, a 9th Order art refiner from the Holy Territory. What? The only sound was the collective gasp of everyone, absolute silence. Ji Yuesheng was completely stunned. Duan Yu's jaw dropped, the words he just said completely stuck in his throat.
Yuan Gaohan felt tears welling up. He couldn't believe he'd fallen so low. needing some little punk to introduce him to a bunch of nobodies. A ninth-order art refiner was practically a god. Even a martial emperor couldn't just meet one willy-nilly. And now he was brought into the realm god stele by Li Yunxiao. How much face was left? The 6 of them were incredibly nervous, prostrating themselves and kowtowing like crazy.
Duan Yue was the most enthusiastic, terrified that his previous words would be held against him. If that happened, he'd be crying like a little puppy. Li Yunxiao slowly looked at Yuan Gaohan, casually saying, "Old Yuan, at least for the time being, you're going to work for me." The place went silent again, except for the sound of everyone inhaling sharply. Everyone looked at Li Yunxiao in horror. What did he just say? He wanted a ninth-order art refiner to submit to him. Everyone was terrified. Only Yuan Gaohan had a dark and uncertain expression, unsure of what to do.
If I agree, I'll lose all my face. But right now, he's the knife and I'm the fish. If I don't agree, who knows if he'll ever let me out? Even if he does, I'll just be walking to my death. A fierce struggle was visible in his eyes.
Li Yunxiao saw his hesitation and smiled. "Just help me refine some equipment and pills while I recover my peak strength. I promise I won't ask you to do anything else. Besides, you'll get some incredible gains in here." Yuan Gaohan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, realizing he was in a holy artifact, and his eyes lit up. Li Yunxiao grinned.
A golden light appeared in his hand, the ancient tadpole-like characters of the great evolution divine formula swirling around. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, over 100 characters appeared. Yuan Gaohan forgot to breathe. A look of intense longing appeared on his face, almost popping his eyes out. He said, incredibly moved, "All right. During this time, I will work for you. I'll wholeheartedly help you recover your strength." But those characters, Li Yunxiao was overjoyed, nodding enthusiastically and laughing. "No problem. You can study these 100+ characters. Go figure them out yourself. You just need to help me decipher them. There's no time to lose. We need to work together to control this realm god stele so it can cross through space. Otherwise, it's all for nothing. And you guys, chip in as much power as you can, even if it doesn't do much."
The 7 were even more submissive and respectful to Li Yunxiao. To be able to subdue a ninth-order art refiner, besides peak martial emperors or super powerful forces, who else could do that?
Li Yunxiao held out a hand, the characters flickering. He explained, "The divine formula to control this holy artifact is called the Great Realm God Formula. The meaning is unclear, and I can only control the holy artifact through these characters. Use the formation to activate all the power of the characters in the Great Realm God Formula. When we jump into space, a lot of spatial energy will pour in. Everyone must work together to block it."
Li Yunxiao set up a large formation in the air, facing Yuan Gaohan. The other 7 spread out, anxiously looking around the realm god stele. Right now, there were cracks everywhere, and water was starting to pour in. Li Yunxiao didn't say anything more, and started to activate the Great Realm God Formula. Instantly, golden light flickered, and the 100+ characters shook constantly, each letter revealing great power, impossible to understand. Yuan Gaohan also hastily cast a spell, pouring his 8th-order soul power into the circular formation. The characters gradually stabilized, hovering in the air, patterns constantly appeared, and the entire stele became extremely spiritual. A massive golden beam shot straight into the sky. Outside the ancient land, the ancient crocodile demon's battle had come to an end. The crocodile turned into the ancient strong wind was taken into the tower. The great devil suddenly looked up at the sky, only to see the realm god stele transform into a beam of starlight, heading straight into the Milky Way, heading straight for the direction of Tianwu continent. The golden light passed through and repelled all the force, starting to push it to both sides like tearing cloth, advancing. The great devil's pupils shook slightly. Surprised, what? Why is there a holy artifact like this? The great devil's eyes were full of strangeness, and suddenly said in shock, "Could it be?" Suddenly, he clenched the ancient god battlefield, absorbing all the sky-filled devil energy, and then transformed into a ray of light, shooting off like a tiny speck into the darkness. The space behind him constantly contracted, instantly crossing the border of the Star River. His face was full of solemnity as he stared intently at the world god stele. After flying for a while, he suddenly stopped. As soon as his divine sense entered the Star River, He felt the terrifying power within, and his expression immediately changed. After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "I have to heal the ancient god battlefield first. Then I'll go find the guy with the world god stele. For now, I shouldn't be fighting him, to avoid further damage to the holy artifact." The great demon looked at the ancient pagoda constantly spinning in his hand, his face full of worry, muttering, "The ancient god battlefield is damaged too severely. I have to open the 4 great domain realms of earth, water, fire, and wind to restore its full power. The earth in this wasteland, and the archaic gale wind, can condense into the earth domain realm and the wind domain realm. Only the 2 forces of water and fire are missing. But you want to smoothly advance to the Tianwu realm? Not so easy." The ancient pagoda in his hand flashed, and he immediately formed a hand seal. Heaven-covering devil energy rose from the archaic land, constantly compressing, finally forming countless dark spheres that flew out, directly entering the Star River, chasing after the world god Stela. The great demon stared at the aura of the world god Stegel and said coldly, "I'll let you off for now, just giving you a little trouble. The next time we meet, it won't be so easy." At this moment, on a certain mountain on the Tianwu continent, a man dressed entirely in black walked along a river. Then his footsteps stopped. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his head throbbed violently, as if countless pieces of information were drilling into his head, making him want to explode. He clutched his head, as if it was growing. After a short time, he recovered, but a solemn expression appeared on his face as he looked at the sky in horror. The man, with a handsome face identical to the great demon in the archaic land, was none other than Di Jia, who had come out of Mount Sumeru. As the steel flew through the galaxy, it was struck by a mass of black energy behind it, emitting a tremendous shaking sound. Duan Yue was shocked and said, "What's going on?" At this moment, the world god Stele was shrouded in black devil energy. Everyone inside the world god Stele felt the powerful vibrations and almost lost control. The devil energy kept swirling in the air, plunging straight down, and everyone was shocked, becoming extremely vigilant. Yuan Gaohan also bitterly drummed up the aura on his body, his radiance uncertain, saying, "What's wrong with your holy artifact? It's like a leaky ship, anything can get in." Li Yunxiao also smiled bitterly and said, "Didn't I say it was damaged? I'm also extremely troubled. I wonder if there's anyone in the entire Tianwu realm who cultivates this kind of thing." Yuan Gaohan stared blankly at Li Yunxiao and said, "Ha, you dare to let someone fix this?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I'm afraid I still have to rely on you." This was also the main reason he wanted Yuan Gaohan to submit, because he simply couldn't find any trustworthy Grandmaster alchemists with the ability to repair the world god Stele. Yuan Gaohan was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded. "Don't worry, I will definitely use all my abilities and devote all my lifelong learning to repairing it." Li Yunxiao fell into deep thought. Yuan Gaohan looked worried. One hand formed a hand seal, and the ground suddenly turned crimson red. Phoenix True Fire appeared, the flames quickly burning away the surrounding devil energy. Yuan Gaohan was still pondering Li Yunxiao's words, looking at the Phoenix True Fire that was constantly pushing back the devil energy in the sky. Yuan Gaohan's mouth dropped open in shock and said, "Who exactly are you? You even have this level of Phoenix True Fire." He then understood and said in surprise, "You went to the extraterrestrial starry sky to find that archaic gale wind precisely to open the earth, water, fire, and wind domains?" Li Yunxiao revealed an admiring expression. Yuan Gaohan was extremely shocked, muttering, "Activating 2 great domain realms, so that means you already have the earth element of original source, and now you've obtained the archaic gale wind, leaving only the water origin. In that case, there's a very high possibility of it being repaired." At this moment, the Phoenix True Fire had already surged into the sky. Yuan Gaohan was like, "Chill, it's all good. As long as we can fix this divine stele, when the realm's power opens up, that demonic energy ain't going anywhere." So they both shut up and focused on controlling the formation inside the stele, slowly bringing it back to its former glory. Sealing time. ZOOOM. Suddenly, a shooting star tore through the galaxy, turning into a beam of light and crash landing on the Tianwu continent. Talk about dramatic entrances. Under the cloak of night, with the grass swaying and the moonlight shining, a super cute girl was throwing a major fit.
She was all weak and panicked, yelling, "Senior brother En Nian, what the heck kind of pills did you give me? Seriously, talk about a bad trip." En Nian creeped closer. Shudders. The cute girl, Mai Dong'er, a disciple of the Baidu sect, was slumped on the ground. Her face kept changing colors, and she was all wobbly. No, this isn't right. Why does my true chi keep fluctuating, and why does it feel like it's about to scatter? OMG, emergency. En Nian chuckled evilly. That's definitely the Tianquan inner core, no doubt about it. In a few days, you'll totally be a 6-star martial sect. But I mixed in a whole bunch of Shi dispersion powder. Cost me even more than the Tianquan inner core itself, you know. I even got a level 6 alchemist to help me make it. He's such a creeper. En Yan sidled up to her and shoved his face into Mai Dong'er's chest, taking a big sniff. E.W. The scent seeped into his soul, apparently. Mai Dong'er was all embarrassed and furious, trying to wiggle away, but she was totally limp and had zero strength. Her eyes welled up with tears, begging, "Senior brother En Nian, please, just leave me alone." En Nian licked his lips and said, "Leave you alone, Dong'er, my little junior sister. What are you saying under this beautiful, starry sky? We should be enjoying this romantic time together. What a total creepazoid." Yuan Qiuchang snorted. "Spare me the garbage. You useless bum, can only bully junior sister Dong'er, lying on the ground, unable to even lift a hand, was like, OMG, a lifeline." In a weak voice she managed, Senior sister, help me." "Help you? Dong'er junior sister, you're being way too dramatic. Aren't you just out here enjoying the flowers under the mountain with junior brother En Nian? All lovey-dovey?" Yuan Qiuchang said. "I'm just passing by." Her eyes flashed with a twisted sense of satisfaction. She has been wanting to get back at this junior sister for a while now. Seriously. She'd never liked her. Ouch. Just then, a streak of light flashed across the sky. En Nian pointed. "Dong'er, junior sister, look. A shooting star. We should make a wish." Mai Dong'er didn't have any strength left. En Nian rolled her over onto her back. When she looked at the sky, a glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. It really was a shooting star. Mai Dong'er laid there, tears streaming down her face. As she was praying to the shooting star, it didn't fly away, but started falling. Straight down. A thought crossed her mind. Was that shooting star falling towards her? Then, boom! The sky started shaking like crazy. En Nian and Yuan Qiuchang finally realized that the shooting star was way off. Freaked out, they craned their necks. They saw a flaming meteor hurtling towards them, and it was headed right for their location. "This is the heavens messing with me." En Nian was dumbstruck. He'd worked so hard to set this up, and spent a fortune on that Tianquan inner core. Now Yuan Qiuchang had shown up, and now this freaking meteor was crashing the party. The meteor was getting closer and faster. The whole sky was blazing red, and the flames were engulfing half the mountain. And the three of them were right in the meteor's path. Yuan Qiuchang went totally pale. She bolted. There was no way a human could stop a meteor from wiping them out. En Nian's face was also the picture of terror. He grabbed Mai Dong'er, hauling her away. This was his life's work. He hadn't even used her yet. How could he let her die? The meteor brought with it immense power and flames. Using the meteor as a center, a tornado mixed with flames swirled outward. It finally crashed behind the Baidu sect's mountain, setting a huge forest on fire. See rash. The meteor hit the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Flames engulfed the area, and a 10-meter deep crater was formed. Trees within 1,000 meters were obliterated, and the flames continued to spread further. Talk about collateral damage. Mai Dong'er got caught in the tornado and tumbled several times, collapsing on the ground. Yuan Qiuchang was like, "Don't let her escape, junior brother. Let's go see what kind of treasure it is," En Nian said grimly. "Don't worry, senior sister Yuan. I'll definitely keep a good eye on junior sister Mai." Wink, wink. They cautiously made their way toward the crater, each with their own agenda. Full of curiosity, the two tiptoed to the crater. One look, and the bottom was completely empty. There was nothing at all. What the parade? The two looked at each other, their eyes wide with surprise, finding it utterly unbelievable. En Nian's expression turned serious. He said, "Senior sister Yuan, we shouldn't stay here long." He needed to drag Mai Dong'er away and find somewhere else to, have fun.
He turned to look at Mai Dong'er. Suddenly, his body froze. He saw a young man squatting beside her, checking her out with a curious look. The boy smiled and said, "Oh, this pretty sister is beautiful." And Nian was so spooked that he stumbled backward. Yin Nian previously thought he was a junior brother from the sect, but now he looks like a complete stranger. His face was gloomy and angry. He said, "Hey kid, where did you come from? Get lost right now." Yuan Qiucheng's expression changed, and she said in a low voice, "Yin Shidi. His strength is at the peak of a 4-star martial sect." "What?" Yin Nian gasped. He was shocked. His face immediately became unsightly. He said, "Who are you?" The light in Yuan Qiucheng's eyes flickered, and a murderous intent arose in her heart. If the matter here is exposed, she doesn't care if Yin Nian is in trouble, but it's highly likely to involve herself. The aura on her body was released, sweeping over the young man, focusing on him. But even so, he laughed at Yuan Qiucheng's threatening appearance. No matter how weak he is, he's not someone a 6-star martial sect can resist. His attitude was very good, saying, "You're a beauty, but how can you do such depraved and immoral things? It's not my business, though." His complexion wasn't very good. Yuan Qiucheng thought he was shocked by her pressure, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She said coldly, "What nonsense are you talking about? This is our junior martial sister. What our sect does is none of your business as an outsider." Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "Midnight flowers under the moonlight, junior martial sister and senior martial sister, 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes. You love me, I love you, this," he said in astonishment. "Which sect are you from? Such good benefits, is your sect still accepting people?" Yuan Qiucheng's cheeks flushed red, and she said angrily, "What they do is their own business. What does it have to do with me?" They, Li Yunxiao, suddenly said, "Oh, I understand, so you came to watch." "Then can I watch too? You're courting death?" Although Yuan Qiucheng isn't a good person, she's very conservative about relationships, and her appearance is considered very good. Usually she's a beauty that can't be touched, and many men pursue her. Being teased by Li Yunxiao like this, she immediately became angry, and a murderous aura erupted. Her long sword directly stabbed towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled, and his left hand lifted up. His delicate finger flicked the body of the sword, emitting a shocking sound. The sword immediately broke in two. A strong sense of fear rose in Yuan Qiucheng's heart. Before she could react, she was grabbed by Li Yunxiao's hand. She only felt her palm go numb, and finally couldn't hold the longsword, which fell to the ground. Li Yunxiao turned his body around. He didn't use any powerful Yuan Qi, but only relied on his strength. Directly using Yuan Qiucheng as a rag doll and throwing her out, Yin Nian heard her miserable scream and rushed to help. But it was too late. Yuan Qiucheng was thrown several meters away, and her full breasts fell heavily on the ground with a thud. It was heartbreaking to watch. "Kid, don't be arrogant, mountain-opening fist," Yin Nian shouted loudly, and he swung his fist forward. He cultivates martial arts that are powerful, and every punch he throws shakes the space. The fist wind is like a mountain hitting Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao sighed and yawned a few times. He suddenly had a dull, boring feeling. These two people in front of him are no different from ants. During this period of time, he has encountered either Great Yao or Great Ma, and even martial emperors, and even met Ye Tiannan himself. Basically, he only ran away. Now he suddenly meets two ordinary people, and finds that they are far from his opponents, and he is a little unaccustomed to it. His palm gently raised, it looked like just an ordinary punch, but it directly slapped Yin Nian's face. With extreme speed, Yin Nian fell heavily to the ground. Li Yunxiao casually threw Yuan Qiucheng's broken longsword back. Li Yunxiao laughed when he saw this. At this time, there was a noisy murmur at the foot of the Beidu sect mountain. "Oh, what sect is this? It seems there are some experts. Many people have come." "Never mind, let's leave here first." He gently carried Mai Dong'er's body. Mai Dong'er's heart was warm, and she didn't expect to be really rescued. She couldn't help but almost cried. But at this time, she heard Li Yunxiao say. The two immediately turned into a golden aura and flew into the sky, disappearing on the top of the mountain very quickly. Sounds were coming from everywhere, like whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. all landing where the god realm stelae had dropped. Their eyes were wide with shock.
Zhu Yang, what the heck happened here?
Spill it. The sect master of the Big Dipper sect, Zhang Linghua, looking all kinds of impressive, showed up in the crowd. He pulled back his broken longsword, still dripping with fresh blood, and his eyes locked onto Yuan Chuxiong. Yuan Chuxiong felt a chill down his spine and immediately knelt, saying, "Sect leader, here's the deal."
And then she started talking.
Seriously, it was hard to tell if it was his cultivation method or just pure rage. But the temperature around dropped.
He said in a chilling voice, "You've reached the 6th star of the martial sect. Mai Dong'er is at the peak of the 5th star, and Yin Nian was there too. How is that even possible?" Yuan Xuxiong felt the icy voice of Heianyan and couldn't help but shiver. Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Zhang Linghua's face darkened.
He muttered to himself. Peak 4th star of the martial sect. No fancy mystic weapon, just 2 fingers to hurt 3 people. Heianyan, who was fuming earlier, actually started to calm down, looking serious.
"Sect leader," he said, "could that person be holding back their cultivation?"
That's why
Chuxiong and Yin Nian couldn't tell. Zhang Linghua's cold aura vanished in an instant.
"To beat 3 people with just 2 fingers, he said.
"They'd have to be at least an 8th star martial sect dude. Doesn't matter who they are. Investigate right now. Find out who did this." Yes, Heianyan accepted the order, pointed at the top dogs around, and immediately took off in the direction Li Yunxiao had bolted. Zhang Linghua shot a look at Yin Nian, who was kneeling on the ground like a pile of mud.
He frowned. "Find Elder Chihuai and see if he can fix him up. Do your best to heal him, or else that old geezer Yin will come looking for trouble."
Li Yunxiao carried Mai Dong'er, flying through the mountains and forests. They quickly spotted a city and swooped right in. Since it was super late, the whole city was dark and empty.
He just picked a random inn and gently laid Mai Dong'er on the bed.
Mai Dong'er was super nervous and embarrassed. Thinking about her tragic fate, tears started streaming down her face again.
Oh well, she thought. Being taken advantage of by a stranger is still better than being touched by Yin Nian.
Her heart was filled with despair.
She just lay there blankly on the bed, her mind totally empty, waiting for her cruel fate to come knocking.
Minutes ticked by, and even half a day went by without anything happening. She started to feel a little weird.
Waves of spiritual chi vibrations rippled over.
They were super faint,
like the person was injured too. Time flew by, and soon the sky began to brighten. Mai Dong'er looked at her body in total disbelief, feeling this crazy power surging through her. After circulating it a few hundred times, she broke through the bottleneck of the peak 5th star and bam! She was at the 6th star of the martial sect.
In a corner of the room,
Li Yunxiao was still sitting with his eyes closed, looking totally peaceful. Mai Dong'er felt a wave of gratitude, but also a huge question mark popped into her head. He's so young, and his spiritual chi vibrations look like he's only a 4th star martial sect.
So how did he beat senior martial sister Yuan and junior martial brother Yin?
Li Yunxiao's peaceful face suddenly snapped open his eyes.
"You're staring at me like that. Aren't you afraid I'll turn into a monster?"
Mai Dong'er's cheeks went bright red, and she quickly ducked her head.
You were already awake." Li Yunxiao saw her flustered and found it pretty amusing. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I'll just ask a few questions and then I'm out of here." "The effects of the dispersing power powder on you are gone too," Mai Dong'er blurted out.
How did you know I was hit with the dispersing power powder?" Mai Dong'er was super embarrassed. Her slender body flopped back onto the bed, and she covered her mouth with both hands. You looked at my body."
Mai Dong'er's head started spinning just thinking about it, and she didn't dare to face anyone. Li Yunxiao was at a loss for words, awkwardly saying, Well, you see, I'm a pill refiner. One look and I can tell these things, you know." Seeing the "you gotta be kidding me" look on Mai Dong'er's face, he switched gears. "So, where exactly are we, and how far are we from Xuanhuan City anyway?" Xuanhuan City, Mai Dong'er looked totally puzzled. "You mean the trade union's HQ, Xuanhuan City, is, like, in the northern region?"
Li Yunxiao blinked. "So this place is," Mai Dong'er explained. "If we didn't wander off too far last night, this area should still technically be in the northern region. But the territories are weird here. It's kinda on the border with the eastern region, a no-man's land of sorts."
She glanced around the room's decor. "This should be Nanyu City. pretty close to the Beidao sect. I'm a disciple there. Nanyu City, Beidao sect. Ringing a bell, but he couldn't quite place it. Does this place have a big-ass teleportation array?
Mai Dongjie's jaw dropped a little. You've never heard of the Beidou sect? She pondered. Our sect has a large teleportation array, yeah. Besides us, the Li Feng Trading Company also set up shop here in Manhwa City. But those teleports only go for like 10,000 lies at most. Nothing like the cross-region arrays. I'm afraid you can only find those at Wufeng City. Or listen to the Tide Pavilion. Listen to the Tide Pavilion, Li Yunxiao muttered. Back in Shushan, he'd heard that Shu Qing was from there. That sect was seriously famous in the eastern region, and their strength, forget about it, it would probably be impossible to borrow their teleportation array. The power of Wufeng City, and listen to the Tide Pavilion, can be reached via the teleportation formation of Beidao sect. If you want to get there, you are probably going to have to transit from these two places, Li Yunxiao asked. So can outsiders, borrow the Beidao sect's teleportation array? Hearing her answer, he already knew that getting a ride wasn't going to be easy. Li Yunxiao smacked his forehead. Ugh, why does everyone have to be a martial emperor these days? Why didn't I ever hear about this many martial emperors before? Mai Dongwei continued. The sect master probably just advanced to martial emperor not too long ago. I'd guess like 4 or 5 years. Or you could try your luck with the Li Feng Trading Company's array. After all, they're a business, so they're more likely to listen if you flash enough spirit stones. Spirit stones. The one thing I don't have right now is spirit stones. If this place has a trading company with a teleportation array, it's at least a medium-sized transfer station. It looks like Nanhu City is a pretty flourishing place. Otherwise, the Li Feng Trading Company would definitely not spend a lot of money to set up a teleportation formation here. Mai Dongxie said, yeah, Nanhu City is adjacent to the Firestar mountain range and contains a lot of Li Huo Jinjing. If you can get them, you will be able to make a lot of profit. Li Huo Jinjing. Li Yunxiao's eyes widened a fraction. Top 3, do you think you have the guts for it? He obviously wasn't totally convinced by her skills. Mai Dong's cheeks flushed a bit. I just got into the 6th star of martial sect, and I'm like 100% sure I can make it to the top 10, but top 3. Her strength was lacking, and she said softly, I'll try my best. Her delicate hands clenched tightly. Showing her determination, Li Yunxiao was her benefactor, and she had to return his favor no matter what. Li Yunxiao nodded. All right, here's the deal. You cultivate water-based martial arts, right? I'll pass you a pretty decent martial skill that can boost your chances of winning. Mai Dong'er blinked, then chuckled. Nah, it's fine. The martial skill I cultivate is called Water Ice Palm. Only direct disciples of the Beidou sect can learn it. It's already powerful enough. Before she could finish, her body suddenly froze. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed as he suddenly unleashed a massive surge of spiritual power, trying to seize her divine sense. The pupils of Mai Dong'er's eyes were scattered, without any expression. He looked totally dumbfounded. A water-based martial skill just dove straight into his sea of consciousness. That kind of power transfer only works when there's a massive difference in strength between the two sides, you know? Otherwise, there will be backlash, which will cause great damage to both people. Mai Dongzhe's spiritual power in front of him was no different from that of a newborn baby, and she had no power to resist at all. Time passed quickly, and a few hours passed. Li Yunxiao's pupils gradually returned to normal, while Mai Dong'er was still stunned. It took a long time for her to recover. Her eyes were no longer foolish. Her body fell heavily to the ground. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she felt breathless and extremely shocked. What is the name of this martial skill? Why is it so powerful? Li Yunxiao said, this palm technique is called gentle love like water. The illusion you just saw was cast by a martial emperor powerhouse, enough to move mountains and seas. Study it carefully. If you can understand it thoroughly, it won't be a problem to challenge the 8th star or even the 9th star of the martial sect. Gentle love like water. You, who the hell are you? Li Yunxiao chuckled vaguely. Haha, just your average alchemist. I dabble in a little bit of everything. You slowly figure it out. I'm going to keep practicing. Oh right, do you have any spirit stones on you? Mai Dong'er immediately took out a storage bag from her ring, her eyes twinkling. There were about 500 middle-grade spirit stones inside. That's my cultivation resources for this month. Because my master loves me, I have more than my fellow disciples. Don't be polite. Just take it and use it. 500 spirit stones.
Looking at her earnest face, Li Yunxiao felt powerless to refuse.
Li Yunxiao was like, nah, you keep it. I just need to chill for a sec. Over 500 mid-grade spirit stones? That's like half a year's worth for a regular martial grandmaster? But for Li Yunxiao, that's barely enough to pick his teeth with.
He figured he needed a new plan.
My donger, thinking he was just being shy, shoved him into his hands. No spirit stones, no training. I'm just going to meditate on that one long-arm technique today anyway, so I don't need him. He didn't argue. Straight up went cross-legged and started cultivating. My dongser, finally happy, plopped down on the bed, all giddy. Looking at Li Yunxiao, she whispered to herself, ooh, I don't even know his name yet. Meanwhile, Li Yunxiao's soul projection zipped into the God Steel world. He popped up next to Yuan Gaohan. Yo, old Yuan, what's up? In front of Yuan Gaohan was a bright red heart, thumping away, radiating a powerful aura of the earth. Yuan Gaohan was losing his mind. Who made this half-beast, half-artifact thing? I've never seen anything like it. You gotta take me to whoever made this. This is a whole new path for artifact crafting, history-making stuff. Li Yunxiao just raised an eyebrow. He didn't feel like explaining, so he took the credit. Yuan Gaohan's jaw dropped. He stammered. You made this thing. Look, once you get to a certain level with artifact crafting, you can forge stuff beyond your level. No biggie. When I used my Soul War technique, I could go past peak stage 6 and make a stage 7 gourd little diamond. Then it survived a lightning tribulation outside and went straight to stage 8 martial honor. Isn't that normal? He told Yuan Gaohan the whole story, but kept the Xuanhuan cauldron under wraps. Yuan Gaohan was stunned. On paper, it kinda makes sense, but in reality, it's impossible for it to go that smoothly. Not to mention, this half-beast, half-artifact thing has never been crafted by anyone before. Li Yunxiao kept going.
You have to know that when it comes to artifact crafting, any new type of creation happens by chance.
Now the gourd little diamond has advanced to the stage 8 desolate realm martial honor, or we can say, a stage 8 Zhuan artifact, and with my current strength I can't fix it. That's why I need you to study it. Yuan Gaohan was a little more convinced now. Looking at the stone beast's heart, which seemed to still be ticking over, he frowned. It's still got demonic beast qualities, and it's inherited the stone beast's self-healing ability, but the material for its body is stage 9, way above its current level. That's why the fusion is so slow. Give it enough time, and it'll heal completely. Li Yunxiao gave a wry smile. Old Jungian, there's no time. Look at this healing speed. It needs at least 1 or 2 years, I'm thinking, like before. As long as the Stoneheart doesn't die, can we use artifact crafting to fix its body like we do with Jungian artifacts? You've got stage 8 stellar light soul power, so you can barely help it heal. Yuan Gaohan looked all hyped up. Any new discovery in artifact crafting made artifact crafters lose sleep. Yuan Gaohan couldn't wait anymore. What cauldron did you use to craft this? Let me use it for a sec. Li Yunxiao chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose. About that cauldron, I kinda used it as a weapon once, and it's, a little busted. Can you fix it? Yuan Gaohan's jaw hit the floor. He exploded. You destructive fool! You used a cauldron like that as a weapon? He ranted. Fixing this thing is my first time. I don't have a single clue where to start. Without a stage 8 cauldron to use? I'm not doing anything. I can't damage the stone heart. Then where am I going to find a second half-beast, half-artifact to study? Yuan Gaohan suddenly calmed down.
Li Yunxiao was worried too. Last time using the Xuanhuan cauldron, it was pure luck, he nodded. A stage 8 cauldron is a must-have. I'll try to get some of the main materials. You go ahead and refine the cauldron first. Stellar Lightstone isn't too expensive. I'll check the Manhwa trading company and see if I can find some materials.
Li Yunxiao disappeared from the God Steel world. The blazing fire metal essence is totally controlled by the Thunderwind Trading Company. First, go find them. The Thunderwind Trading Company is a relatively low-ranking member of the 7 core trading alliances. Although it is not one of the 4 core members of the alliance, its strength is still uncertain, making it difficult for the remaining companies to grasp.
In addition, it rarely exchanges and connects with the trading alliance, as if it has formed its own independent force.
Li Yunxiao strolled through a few streets, arriving at the most bustling area. The Thunderwind Trading Company's storefront was super obvious.
He paused for a moment, then suddenly glanced at the sign across the street. A weird circle was scrawled on the sign,
like someone just drew it on as an afterthought. The storefront had 4 big words: Purple Cloud Trading Company.
Li Yunxiao walked right in. The storefront wasn't huge, but the inside was meticulously arranged, neat and orderly, full but not messy. A maidservant standing behind the counter happily greeted Li Yunxiao as soon as he entered. "This young master, may I help you with anything?"
Li Yunxiao got straight to the point. "Is your president Wu Sen? I'm here to find her." Li Yunxiao realized this maidservant was no ordinary person. Plus, she had cultivation on her body, not high, but was a true martial artist. "Please follow me." The maidservant smiled sweetly. "Hold up!" A loud roar burst from outside. A young master in white robes, face twisted with fury, stormed in. "I asked to see the guildmaster earlier, and you guys said he wasn't available." "What gives?" he yelled. "Now this wolf-headed dude shows up, and you're whisking him away to see the guildmaster. Next time, I'll get to see you again, huh?" Young Master Liang's face darkened. He stepped forward and slapped the nearest person hard, yelling, "My top-grade Qingming stone is defective according to you lot, and you tried to kick me out. When did the Ziyun Commerce Guild in Nanhuo City become so freaking powerful?" The maid was left reeling, her face stinging. Li Yunxiao raised an eyebrow. "Huh?" Young Master Liang's eyes darted around, landing on Li Yunxiao, his rage flaring. Well, look at this cheeky little maid, daring to look down on this young master. Drag her out and beat her until Wu Sen shows his face." A martial artist behind him stepped forward and immediately grabbed the maid by the hair, dragging her outside. The burly guy pinned the maid's head down in front of young Master Liang. Young Wenwu grinned menacingly. "Not bad looking at all. This young master will give you a good lesson, and then tonight I'll bestow my blessings upon you." He raised his hand to slap her, a look of twisted excitement on his face, clearly relishing the moment. But just as his hand swung, another hand grabbed it. The grip was so strong he couldn't move at all. Liang Wenwu was shocked. It was Li Yunxiao who had his arm. He stammered, "Kid, who the hell are you? Never seen you around here before. First time in Nanhuo City, and you already dare to interfere with this young master's business." Li Yunxiao remained calm, his tone gentle. "Tell me, what gives you the right to act like this? Daring to throw your weight around in the Ziyun Commerce Guild, randomly hitting people, so arrogant and reckless." Liang Wenwu seethed. Li Yunxiao feigned confusion, then snorted. A son of the deputy sect leader with only a 9th-star martial emperor cultivation, daring to cause trouble in the Ziyun Commerce Guild? Interesting. He increased the pressure on the arm. A sickening snap echoed as Liang Wenwu's arm broke. "I don't want to hear your nonsense. Tell me straight, what makes you think you can act like this?" Liang Wenwu screamed in agony. The 4 martial artists beside him were frozen, unsure what to do, afraid that Li Yunxiao would kill him outright. "Stop! It's broken! It hurts! I'll talk! Liang Wenwu was covered in cold sweat. He confessed. "A while ago, some idiot came to Xinyue Sect's pawn shop with a rock. At the time, they thought it was an 8th-grade material, worth about 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. Later, the appraiser carefully analyzed it and found it was actually a 9th-grade Qingming stone, worth more than 10 times that amount. I happened to be at the pawn shop, so I swiped it, wanting to sell it at the guild and get some spending money." Sensing that the answer was incomplete and too contrived, Yunxiao paused for a few seconds. He twisted his arm even harder, saying, "Too fast, didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. So many other commerce guilds said it was a low-grade item. Why did you only dare to cause a scene at Ziyun Commerce Guild and not go anywhere else?" Suddenly, Liang Wenwu stammered and stuttered. Liang Wenwu trembled violently, his entire body shaking. He felt a coldness in his crotch, and he shivered, almost peeing his pants. At this moment, a woman wearing a number 7 badge stepped forward and bowed politely. "Young master, thank you for your act of righteousness, but this is a matter for the Ziyun Commerce Guild." "You shouldn't interfere." Li Yunxiao turned to look at her. These people were professionally trained and knew what to do at this time.
If Li Yunxiao hurt Liang Wenwu, it would definitely cause a feud with the Xinyue sect. Liang Wenwu hurriedly added, Yes. This is a matter between me and the Ziyun Commerce Guild. Sir, Li Yunxiao kicked him hard in the butt.
Answer my question from earlier. The son of a BTCH screamed, I'll talk.
Nanhuo City is located at the intersection of two domains.
The largest resource is Li Huo Gold Star, and several surrounding mountains contain Li Huo Gold Star mineral veins, which are unimaginable resources.
This resource is surrounded by huge conflicts. One faction is the commerce forces from outside, led by the Lifeng Commerce Guild, with many commerce guilds gathered from all over the world. These commerce guilds were originally brought in to liven up business, but these commerce guilds themselves are powerful forces. In addition to buying Li Huo Gold Star at low prices, they gradually began to interfere in the division of mineral resources.
And the other side is the local forces around Nanhuo City, such as Beidu Sect and Xinyue Sect. These are long-established forces that naturally do not want to see their resources forcibly occupied. But how much benefit brings how much danger? The merchants in the local area are not talented, and in the process of fighting for benefits, dozens of weak local forces have been turned into ashes and no longer exist.
This led to a major crisis for the local forces. At this time, everyone joined forces to form the Nanhuo Alliance to jointly resist foreign forces. At this time, the decline of the local forces was gradually reversed, and a certain balance was achieved with the Chamber of Commerce. Although it appears that the grievances between the two sides have stopped, secret struggles have never stopped, and there has been no less bloodshed as a result. Last time, the sect leader of Xinyue Sect and Liang Ye spoke to each other.
Li Yunxiao asked again,
So you just happened to overhear your dad's super-secret meeting, and you figured the Ziyun Trading Company was a soft target. That's why you were acting tough here. The surrounding people started murmuring, seeing how low Liang Quan actually was. At first I thought he was just a spoiled young master, but who knew he was such a scum? This incident happened to occur from the Nanhuo Alliance recently, and the news will quickly spread to the Leifeng Trading Company. Nanhuo Alliance's little scheme is going to backfire, and they'll probably pin it all on the Xinyu sect. Does he think Xinyu sect will let him off the hook? This kid doesn't know how to pick his battles. One slip of the tongue and he spilled the whole plan.
Liang Quan trembled and asked tentatively, Can I leave now? Li Yunxiao gave him a sympathetic look. Just leave the Qingming Stone, and you're free to go. The Ziyun Trading Company's maids' faces changed. Today, the trading company is not that different from what Nanhuo Alliance analyzed. The trading company cannot even protect itself. If Nanhuo Alliance makes a move on them right now, they won't be able to deal with it at all.
But at this critical moment, Li Yunxiao held the Qingming Stone in his hand, muttering, Good luck to you. The four warriors quickly released maid number 7 and ran out with Liang Quan.
As Liang Quan stepped out of the shop, his eyes filled with resentment.
He glared back at Li Yunxiao. He ran away in a flash, not daring to linger or make any threats, but he was unwilling to let it go, so he glared at Li Yunxiao and sent a signal. Just you wait.
Maid number 7 stepped forward hesitantly, saying gratefully, Thank you. But her eyes held deep worry. Thank you for saving me, young master, Li Yunxiao replied indifferently. No need to be so polite. Take me to meet your president. Maid number 7 led the way, while the other maids returned to their duties, going back to their posts. But the shop was almost deserted. She went forward, knocked on the door, and respectfully announced, President, this young master is here to see you. A woman's voice came from inside, I see. Let him in.
Li Yunxiao stepped into the room. The person sitting at the table was Wu Sen, the president of the Ziyun Trading Company's Nanhuo City branch. She asked, I don't believe I've met this young master before. May I ask what brings you here?
Li Yunxiao's face was extremely indifferent. While observing his surroundings, he asked, You're Wu Sen. I heard the Ziyun Trading Company is in deep trouble, but it seems that's not the case at all. The president seems very relaxed.
Wu Sen understood his meaning, smiled, and gestured. Please? Oh, did you believe that ridiculous talk from Liang Quan? Young master, Li Yunxiao, didn't stand on ceremony.
He sat directly opposite her and drank the cup of tea in one gulp. Immediately, A warm, comfortable sensation spread throughout his meridians, a comfort beyond words. After drinking, he placed the cup on the table and smiled, gesturing. Refill. Wu Sen was a little stunned. Young master, could you perhaps tell me your origins and why you're here?
Li Yunxiao laughed. Why the rush? I've only had one sip of tea. Wu Sen was also a little surprised and asked, Do you know what kind of tea this is?
Li Yunxiao frantically hinted at the teapot. Wu Sen continued. If you don't speak, I'll have to ask you to leave, Li Yunxiao finally said. The maids outside suffer humiliation and are bullied, while inside, the president burns incense, samples tea, and sleeps soundly. Such a cold president is disheartening. A faint trace of worry appeared in Wu Sen's eyes and then disappeared. She coldly smiled and replied, This is the Ziyun Trading Company's business. Why should the young master care? If you think you can help a little and act presumptuously in front of me, you are very wrong.
Li Yunxiao shook his head. President Wu Sen, don't pretend. Your trading company is in danger any minute now. You should think of ways to deal with it. Pretending that everything is fine here will only make the Manhwa Alliance and even the Lei Feng Trading Company mock you. But President Jin Xuan personally came to Nanhua City to take charge. I have to believe it, right, President Jin Xuan? As he spoke, he directly poured himself tea under Wu Sen's unpleasant gaze
and drank it all in one go. The painting behind her suddenly spoke. How did you know it was me? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Ms. Jin Xuan probably has a spirit cloud jade placed beside her desk. It can eliminate all yuan energy fluctuations, so others would only see an ordinary woman. Jin Xuan was still wondering. Even so, how could you still recognize me? Li Yunxiao smiled, picked up the fragrant tea again, drank it, and praised. One of the 8 great sacred teas, honored throughout the Tianwu continent. It gathers the power of the sun, moon, and stars to be born. The Moonstar Ancient Tea has existed for countless years. Even the 7 superpowers might not have any of this tea, yet the president of the Ziyun Trading Company is qualified to enjoy it. Didn't you see how nervous President Wu Sen was when I drank the tea? Ha, each sip is worth 10,000 gold. It's exactly because of this starry sky, ancient tea, and dragon immortal that I'm sure Liang Kuyan was right about the Violet Cloud Commerce Guild being in serious danger. Even Miss Jin Xuan wouldn't risk taking out such precious treasures unless she was really worried. She's doing it to avoid suspecting others later, right? What do you say, Jin Xuan?
Jin Xuan stayed silent for a long time.
Finally, she opened her mouth and asked, So who exactly are you? Flesh. In Li Yunxiao's hand, an unremarkable token appeared on the tea table. Teng Ziwo Sen's pupils suddenly shrank. He turned his head and exclaimed, Guildmaster, it's the Heavenly Origin token of the Heavenly Origin Commerce Guild. Behind the painting, movement started. The beautiful woman's figure pushed the painting wide open.
She exclaimed in shock, Heavenly Origin token. How could you? That's the Violet Cloud Commerce Guildmaster, Jin Xuan.
Li Yunxiao was also surprised by her beauty, her stunning looks, and extraordinary aura. He spoke up, Miss Jin, I didn't expect the head of such a big commerce guild to have such a truly advanced and modern vibe. Wu Sen held the Heavenly Origin token in his hand. Examining it, he muttered, Real? It's really real. This is the highest level Heavenly Origin token. Even within the Heavenly Origin Commerce Guild, there are probably less than 10 of these. Jin Xuan politely clasped her hands in greeting. It seems young master must be a friend of the Heavenly Origin Commerce Guild, and therefore a friend of our Violet Cloud Commerce Guild. Do you know my little sister Linger? Li Yunxiao smiled and replied, Yep, I know both Linger and Shui Luoyan. Come to think of it, I know quite a few of the younger folks in the Commerce League. Yunxiao chuckled to himself. In his past life, he knew all the big bosses of the Commerce League. In this life, he's actually befriending the younger generation. Talk about a switcheroo.
Jin Xuan slowly sized up Li Yunxiao, quickly searching her memory. It seemed she had indeed heard Ding Lingber mention him. Qin Qing asked, You're the city lord of Yanwu City. Li Yunxiao touched his nose, paused for a few seconds, and replied, Is the city lord of Yanwu City that famous? Jin Xuan was utterly astonished. It really is you. One of the 4 great immortal realms. Mount Sumeru collapsed.
and Yanwu City became a treasure land of spiritual energy, attracting the attention of forces from all over. Even the star constellation Old Freak crossed realms to come, and Lord Li Hua and Lord Yaojin Liang both descended upon Yanwu City. In the end, the Holy Domain had to personally issue a decree to quell the storm. These were all earth-shattering events, and young Master Li, as the city lord, played a crucial role. It couldn't have been easy.
Li Yunxiao felt a pang in his heart, remembering Meng Bai and his sister. But he quickly composed himself and said casually, "Just a bunch of restless martial emperor powerhouses. In the end, it was all just about some small fries." Jin Xuan was slightly taken aback. His words were incredibly disrespectful to those powerhouses, but what did it matter to her? She smiled and said, "City Lord, you're too modest. I heard from my little sister Lingreer that you're planning to represent the Heavenly Origin Commerce Guild in this year's Commerce League Twin Meet competition?"
Li Yunxiao replied seriously. "That's right. The Commerce League Twin Meet is in just over a month. I urgently need to use the Great Teleportation Formation to get to Xuanhuan City." Jin Xuan sighed. "So that's why. I was wondering why young Master Li would have time to stroll around Southern Fire City. But if you want to teleport to Xuanhuan City, you absolutely have to use a great teleportation formation that crosses realms. Southern Fire City doesn't have such a formation. Unless you go to nearby Wufeng City, you'd have to borrow the teleportation formation from the Thunderwind Commerce Guild to get there."
She pondered for a moment, then turned and said, "This shouldn't be delayed. The Commerce League Twin Meet is no joke, and it's directly related to the life and death of our Violet Cloud Commerce Guild, Wu Sen. Go to the Thunderwind Commerce Guild right now and borrow their great teleportation formation for a bit." "Yes," Wu Sen immediately replied. Jin Xuan's expression turned serious, her eyes fixed on Li Yunxiao, looking very solemn. "Young Master Li, please have a seat for a moment. I've asked Wu Sen to personally go to the Thunderwind Commerce Guild. He'll be back very soon. May I ask how confident young Master Li is about the Commerce League Twin Meet competition?" He smiled and replied, "Just call me Yunxiao, or Yunxiao. I don't like being distant with beautiful ladies who have such a great aura. As for the competition between the two commerce guilds, maintaining the Heavenly Origin Commerce Guild's position as a standing council member is definitely not a problem, really," Jin Xuan exclaimed in surprise, looking at Li Yunxiao with disbelief.
The Commerce League Twin Meet has always been a turbulent affair. Apart from the 4 core commerce guilds, the other 3 are extremely anxious, especially the Heavenly Origin Commerce Guild, which is currently on shaky ground. Everyone is watching, waiting to take its place.
Yunxiao continued, "I understand all that.
If the Heavenly Origin Commerce Guild's position is so precarious that it might fall apart, the dependent commerce guilds will scatter like birds and beasts." But in her eyes, there was still disbelief. After all, the other party's cultivation was only at the 4th star of the martial sect, even weaker than her own. Yunxiao smiled faintly.
"Ms. Jin Xuan, I recently need a large batch of forging materials for preparations, along with a large number of spirit stones. I wonder if you could provide some." Jin Xuan didn't think much of it, and immediately replied, "Young Master Yun doesn't need to be so polite. Just call me Jin Xuan. Please tell me what materials you need, and I'll do everything I can to help you." Li Yunxiao nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble Jin Xuan." As he spoke, he casually took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. In her heart, Jin Xuan was secretly surprised. Imprinting information into a jade slip with one's divine sense wasn't difficult, but to do it as easily and calmly as he did, without even a change in expression, meant either the information was extremely brief, or he was an incredibly skilled pill refiner. She said, "Although the Violet Cloud Commerce Guild is currently weakened, meeting young Master Yun's needs will definitely not be a problem." Jin Xuan just placed the jade slip on her forehead. A massive amount of demands flooded in, requiring resources so high that they could cause bankruptcy. 8th grade purple tripods, 9th grade spirit stone materials, and so on and so forth. She looked for a while and felt dizzy. Inside, the main items were grade 8 materials, even a lot of grade 9 materials, plus an grade 8 purple cauldron. What do you want so many high-grade materials for? Are you planning to refine grade 8 elixirs or profound artifacts? Jin Huang smiled wryly and said, "Yunxiao, if you want these things, I'm afraid you'll clean out my Purple Cloud Commerce Guild." Li Yunxiao was a little embarrassed and laughed. "Just take a look, Jin Huang. No matter what, I won't let you suffer. After we get to Songyu City, Yang Di will have Ling Jie pay you back many times over,
Jin Huang said. Of these materials, I can temporarily provide 1/5. As for the Grade 8 Purple Cauldron, I do have one, but the Purple Cloud Commerce Guild needs it, so I can't give it to Yunxiao. I can temporarily give Yunxiao 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones for use.
Li Yunxiao was a little surprised and asked, "Oh, you have a Grade 8 Purple Cauldron? What's the Purple Cauldron for?"
Can you tell me? He didn't expect her to have this item at all. Now that she's in such a precarious situation, offering these things already shows the sincerity of the Purple Cloud Commerce Guild. Seeing that he didn't give up hope, Jin Huang reported frankly, I plan to use this Purple Cauldron as a gift for a big shot, asking him to lend a hand. I spent a fortune to buy this Purple Cauldron from Wanbao Pavilion, and it's one of the reasons I came to this South Flame City myself.
Moreover, it's all or nothing, Li Yunxiao frowned and said.
Is there any big shot in South Flame City?
Jin Huang nodded cautiously and said, This big shot is in seclusion, but he might come out today. I'm waiting to meet him, and this Purple Cauldron is the gift for our meeting. Would Yunxiao be interested in coming with me?
If this big shot is in a good mood, he might give you a pointer or two. And your chances of winning at the Merchant Alliance's dual martial arts and alchemy competition in a little over a month will be higher. Li Yunxiao said, All right, I'll go with Jin Huang and see if any big shot can give me a pointer or two. Jin Huang chuckled. She sensed the yuan energy fluctuation on Li Yunxiao's body and quickly took out a bag of spirit stones from her person, and they were all supreme grade. She happily said, Yunxiao, hurry up and calm down and cultivate. It seems like you're about to break through. Are you really short on these things? Li Yunxiao laughed and said, Jin Huang has good eyes.
He felt the powerful Jungian energy fluctuation in the storage bag and was overjoyed. He slapped it directly, smashing the storage bag containing the supreme grade spirit stones.
He formed a hand seal in front of his chest, then took a deep breath.
The yuan qi from the spirit stones flowed out and was guided by his soul power to enter his body completely. Jin Huang was stunned by his actions. So much yuan qi, Li Yunxiao swallowed it all in just a few breaths,
and Li Yunxiao's body swelled up a bit, his skin gleaming with a bit of radiance. The impact of so much yuan qi easily broke through the 4-star bottleneck, and he directly entered the 5-star martial sect. At this moment his body was even comparable to a grade 5 profound artifact, and could withstand profound artifacts head-on. Jin Huang looked at the empty storage bag, terrified. She said, That was 1,000 supreme grade spirit stones. You absorbed them all, yet you didn't explode and die? She felt extremely apprehensive in her heart. This wasn't something a normal 4-star peak martial sect could do. Li Yunxiao said ruefully in his heart, My body. It's a long story.
Jin Huang then regained her senses,
her eyes shining, and said, Yunxiao, don't be polite, I'll say it again. As long as you can protect the position of the Heavenly Origin Commerce Guild, the Purple Cloud Commerce Guild will do everything it can to help you, and I'll be very happy too. Yunxiao's cultivation is only at the 5-star martial sect, but judging from the situation of absorbing spirit stones just now, his true combat power is not that simple. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, So. Jin Huang's eyes flashed with a strange light, and she happily said, That's right. I said my little sister Linger's eyes have been very sharp lately, and she rarely makes mistakes. I'm really curious. In actual combat, what kind of opponent can Yunxiao defeat? A 9-star martial sect? Or can he fight a martial emperor with all his might? Li Yunxiao didn't know how to answer, and he couldn't very well say that when he was still in Flame Martial City, he could wave his hand and suppress several martial emperors, or people would think he was mentally ill. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Wu Sen walked in with a pale face and yuan energy fluctuations on her body, obviously in a terrible mood. She looked at Li Yunxiao and said, Chairman Jin Huang, I just returned from the Thunder Peak Commerce Guild, but Jin Huang's face darkened and said, Yunxiao is not an outsider. Don't hesitate to speak. Only then did Wu Sen open her mouth angrily and say, Chairman, those B teachers from the Thunder Peak Commerce Guild are kicking us when we're down. Knowing that our situation is difficult right now, they told me directly that the Great Teleportation Array is damaged and under repair in all aspects. I asked how long it would take to repair, and they said they didn't know.
Jin Huang's expression was extremely ugly, and she gnashed her teeth and said, "Damn Thunder Peak Commerce Guild, kicking us when we're down." Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows, then relaxed and smiled slightly. "No need to be angry, you two. Pushing the wall together is only natural. Do it when it's convenient."
"Why don't we go visit that big shot that Jin Huang mentioned?" Jin Huang said embarrassedly.
Then the matter of the Great Teleportation Array can only be figured out by Yunxiao himself. The Thunder Peak Commerce Guild isn't something even the Heavenly Origin Commerce Guild dares to go against, so what can they do? People sell face for the sake of mutual trade, and if they don't sell face, there's nothing you can do. Li Yunxiao said, "It's all right. I also want to see what kind of big shot is hidden in South Flame City."
His words didn't carry the slightest respect.
Wu Sen frowned. Most young people are arrogant, especially after being so successful in recent years, so they naturally have some conservatism. Jin Huang said, "Let's go. Missing this big shot would be a lifelong regret." The three of them left the Purple Cloud Commerce Guild, and after crossing several streets in South Flame City, they arrived at a small courtyard. There were no guards in front of the courtyard, and it was swept very clean. Jin Huang gently pushed the door open and entered. In this front yard, there was an old and worn-out stone cauldron, unbearable and extremely dilapidated. Inside, a young teenager was dozing off. Seeing someone arrive, he quickly perked up and, after looking carefully, immediately smiled and said, "So it's Sister Jin Huang. You came just in time." Jin Huang's face was full of smiles, and she happily said, "Just in time. So, Master Mo has come out of seclusion."
Li Yunxiao cast a glance at the teenager. His attire was no different from a common shop assistant, looking about 12 or 13 years old. Yet he subtly emanated soul force fluctuations, clearly a second-level art refiner. Could it be that the great master he serves is also an art refiner? The teenager smiled faintly, his expression turning cold, and said, "My master has indeed just come out of seclusion, but he instructed that if Jin Xuanji comes looking for him, he will not meet." "What?" Jin Xuan was shocked and anxiously said, "Why is that?" "Please inform Grandmaster Mo that Jin Xuan has important matters to discuss." The disciple sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Jin Xuanji, you should go back. Don't make things difficult for me. If my master says he won't meet, he won't meet. There's no point in pestering me here," Wu Sen angrily said. "What does Grandmaster Mo mean by this?" The Ziyun Commerce Association has always been very respectful to the Grandmaster in Manhwa City, sending him gifts every month without sparing any expense. Could it be that all these years of friendship aren't even worth a single meeting? The disciple's expression changed. He sneered and said, "The items are given by you. What does it have to do with my master? Countless people break their heads trying to give gifts to my master every month. Don't be so ungrateful here." Jin Xuan took out a storage pouch from her ring, stepped forward and stuffed it into the disciple's hand, saying, "Please inform the Grandmaster of a few words of sentiment." The disciple hesitated, pushing the storage pouch back, and snorted, "What kind of person do you take me for? If my master says he won't meet, he won't meet." Li Yunxiao peered inside. He couldn't help but release his divine sense. His soul force transformed into a bee and flew into the backyard. In the backyard was a large azure cauldron, radiating a warm heat, obviously having been used recently. It was actually an 8th Order profound artifact. Although it barely reached the 8th Order, it was indeed an 8th Order, no doubt about it. He just so happened to be missing an 8th Order cauldron. If Jin Xuan didn't give it to him, then he'd figure out a way to snatch it for his own use. Not bad at all. As his divine sense continued to probe, suddenly a tongue shot out from behind, capturing the little bee. It was actually a gecko condensed from soul force. After launching its long tongue, it swallowed the little bee into its stomach. However, it couldn't hold it for long. The little bee's body disintegrated as it desperately flew out. Li Yunxiao secretly cried out in his heart that it was bad, and hurriedly withdrew his divine sense. That person was indeed an art refiner, and a powerful one at that. His soul force was strong, at least at the 8th Order. Outside the small courtyard at this time, the disciple's face revealed a sinister look, smiling and saying, "Jin Xuanji, if I didn't see you as such a great beauty, I would have kicked you out already. If the Ziyun Commerce Association can't hold on in the future, you can come find this little brother.
He. Jin Xuan blankly looked at the young man, guessing that his words seemed to contain some kind of information. Li Yunxiao was also quite surprised. How could this kid be so horny at such a young age? Just as the disciple seemed like he wanted to say something sarcastic, his ears twitched a few times, and his eyes filled with surprise as his face became strange. He hastily made a gesture and said, "Grandmaster Mo invites you all to come in." Jin Xuan and Wu Sen were stunned. Thinking they had misheard, Jin Xuan stammered, what did you say?" The disciple was a little embarrassed, barely forcing a smile, and said, "My master invites Jin Xuanji and Chairman Wu Sen, as well as this big brother, lived." Li Yunxiao muttered in his heart, "Could it be that my investigation just now made that Grandmaster Mo guess that someone from the outside was causing trouble, and he wants to call me in to pick a fight?" The disciple changed to a harmless expression, awkwardly rubbing his hands and smiling. "Jin Xuanji, that storage pouch from earlier seems quite beautiful." Jin Xuan was stunned, immediately understanding his meaning, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly inside. Li Yunxiao also sighed. This young man would definitely be a vicious character in the future. Jin Xuan took out the storage pouch and gave it to him. The disciple then reached out to receive it, made an inviting gesture, and smiled. "The three of you, please come in." The three of them slowly walked in. Jin Xuan led the way, and Wu Sen and Li Yunxiao followed closely behind. Everyone glanced at the 8th Order Great Cauldron before entering. Li Yunxiao's divine sense was blocked by the room. A man was sitting upright there, with many books on the table. This man was middle-aged, but his face revealed a bit of lifelessness. Art refiners spent a lot of time researching the art of refining, constantly consuming their bodies and soul force, so they looked older than ordinary people. Li Yunxiao was secretly amazed. To be able to reach the 8th Order art refiner realm in middle age was truly an amazing talent. As soon as Jin Xuan saw this person, she immediately became respectful, stepped forward and said, "Jin Xuan pays her respects to Grandmaster Mo." Mo Huayuan said, "Chairman Jin Xuan is too kind, please have a seat." His eyes landed on Li Yunxiao, and his pupils contracted slightly, revealing a strange expression. He originally intended to investigate the other party's cultivation level and soul force, but he was blocked by a force from the outside. With his 8th Order cultivation level, this shouldn't be the case. This kid must have some kind of treasure, that isolated divine sense. Jin Xuan didn't sit down, but instead went straight to the point, saying, "Grandmaster Mo, Jin Xuan doesn't mind spending a fortune to seek an item. I respectfully ask Grandmaster Mo to take a look." Mo Huayuan directly waved his hand, interrupting her, saying, "There's no need to mention the previous matter again. The situation has changed, and I can't explain it clearly. You should still find another way. If it weren't for the Xinyun Commerce Association's respect for me over the years, I wouldn't have met you today. I still hope Chairman Jin Xuan." He hadn't finished speaking when suddenly a ray of light flew out from Jin Xuan's ring. A small, exquisite cauldron appeared in her hand. Its spiritual aura was compelling. As soon as the purple cauldron appeared, Mo Huayuan was no longer able to remain calm, and exclaimed in shock, "Heavenly feather revolving purple gold cauldron? It's the 8th Order Great Cauldron that my master refined back then." Jin Xuan looked at Mo Huayuan's shocked appearance, breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and said, "That's right. This is precisely the 8th Order Heavenly Feather Revolving Purple Gold Cauldron that Grandmaster Mo refined. Last month, when the Wanbao auction house held an auction, Jin Xuan spared no expense to purchase it." Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up. This purple cauldron was a fine product among treasure cauldrons. Even with his eyes, he felt that the refiner's technique was extremely high, definitely from the hands of a master. Mo Huayuan's hands trembled unceasingly. Stroking the purple cauldron, he couldn't help but shed tears at this moment, murmuring, "Master, this disciple has advanced to the 8th rank. Can I return to the holy territory?" Jin Xuan said softly. In recent years, the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce has also paid special attention to news of Grandmaster Yuan Gaohan, but it's like a stone sinking to the bottom of the sea. Not a single piece of information has been heard. Li Yunxiao gasped, mouth agape. His master is. Jin Xuan glanced at Li Yunxiao, assuming he was shocked by Yuan Gaohan's title, and smiled. That's right, it's the 9th-rank Grand Art Refiner, serving as an elder in the Lanshu Holy City, Grandmaster Yuan Gaohan's. Mo Huayuan sighed. My master announced his seclusion 10 years ago, wanting to challenge the ultimate peak of the art Dao. I don't know when he will emerge. His gaze swept over the heavenly martial revolution purple golden cauldron, filled with respect and reverence. Li Yunxiao felt utterly powerless inside. If he knew that Yuan Gaohan's soul essence was trapped by him in the god burial ground, would he desperately fight him? His soul immediately appeared in the god burial ground and said, Old Yuan, do you have a disciple named Mo Huayuan? What is it? Yuan Gaohan instantly looked at the projection from the stone beast, saw a familiar figure, and exclaimed, Isn't this Huayuan? Where are you, Manhwa City? Ha! He actually advanced to the 8th rank? Not bad. He can return to the Holy Territory. Yuan Gaohan was elated and stopped speaking, continuing to study the little diamond gourd. His long-lost, beloved disciple, it seems, wasn't as interesting as researching the little diamond gourd. Li Yunxiao said, I say, old Yuan, what mistake did he make that you demoted him in the Holy Territory, sending him to this god-forsaken place? Yuan Gaohan pondered and said, My disciple's talent is very high, unruly, and arrogant. I wanted to temper his temperament, so I told him to go to Manhwa City. After he finished speaking, he fell silent, not saying anything else. He was silent for a long time, then said, This disciple of mine is the son of the city lord of Black Iron City. What? Li Yunxiao's heart jolted, revealing a look of shock. Looking at Mo Huayuan, no wonder this guy looks a bit similar to that guy. No wonder he initially felt familiar. He couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Grandmaster Mo, do you know Mo Xiaochuan, Mo Huayuan, was still immersed in memories, looking at the heavenly martial revolution purple golden cauldron. Hearing Li Yunxiao speak, he was as if struck by lightning, his eyes turning cold as he stared at Li Yunxiao, saying each word. What did you say? Who are you? Li Yunxiao was slightly startled, not knowing why he had such a strong reaction, and frowned. Mo Xiaochuan and I are old acquaintances. I heard that Grandmaster Mo is also from Black Iron City, so I asked about it. Mo Huayuan coldly sneered. You wish? How are you worthy of knowing my big brother? His tone was icy, carrying anger, as he coldly said, If you want to inquire about the whereabouts of my big brother, I have no choice but to see you as an enemy and eliminate you. Li Yunxiao was utterly surprised. So Mo Xiaochuan was his big brother, and he was Yuan Gaohan's disciple. That meant they were practically family. But why was this guy so sensitive? Jin Xuan was anxious, not knowing how Li Yunxiao had offended Mo Xiaohuayuan. She hurriedly said, Grandmaster Mo, please calm down. My friend is young and doesn't understand things. Please forgive him. Mo Huayuan's expression finally softened, and he sighed. President Jin Xuan, since you brought my master's prized work, I have to repay this favor no matter what. But I really can't help this time. Jin Xuan was worried, and said, Grandmaster Mo, what is the reason that you can't help? Mo Huayuan was silent for a while, then sighed softly. The reason is inconvenient to explain in detail, but I can tell you who is stopping me from helping. It's the Lei Feng Chamber of Commerce. What? It's actually the Lei Feng Chamber of Commerce. Wu Sen's face turned purple with anger, his whole body trembling as he said, No wonder they were so perfunctory when I went to borrow the teleportation formation. Although the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce is affiliated with the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, we have never fallen out with them. Why do they have to make things difficult for us like this? Mo Huayuan indifferently said, This is a matter between your chambers of commerce. How would I know? Jin Xuan said in a deep voice, Please reconsider, Grandmaster Mo. What the Lei Feng Chamber of Commerce can give you, the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce can definitely give you too. Mo Huayuan shook his head and said, You can't give it. Li Yunxiao really couldn't stand it anymore. He directly used his strength to take the large cauldron in Mo Huayuan's hand back and said, Jin Xuan, what are you talking to this guy for? He's already said he won't help. Li Yunxiao turned to leave. Mo Huayuan was startled and exclaimed in his heart, That's my master's heavenly martial revolution, purple golden cauldron. Li Yunxiao snorted. What, master? This belongs to Jin Xuan. She bought it from the Myriad Treasure Pavilion at a high price. This This, Mo Huayuan looked at Jin Xuan, embarrassed, and said, President Jin Xuan, how much is the Heavenly Martial Revolution Purple Golden Cauldron? I'll buy it. Li Yunxiao coldly laughed, shamelessly saying, You idiot, you can't help with anything. Why would I sell the purple cauldron to you? Can't I just take it back and use it as a toilet? Don't you, me. I don't like that look of yours. This. Mo Huayuan looked angry but had nothing to say. What the guy said was right. He himself wasn't helping them, so why should they fawn over you and be friendly with you? For a moment he didn't know what to do. Seeing the two of them like that, Jin Xuan hurriedly stepped forward and said, Master Mo Yunxiao, he was just joking. Even if you can't go all out, just a little guidance would be greatly appreciated by Jin Xuan. The Tianwu Lunzhuan Purple Gold Cauldron will be presented with both hands. Li Yunxiao, standing behind, kept spouting nonsense, making Mo Huayuan tremble with anger, but he couldn't do anything about it. Jin Xuan looked lonely, sighed, and said, Master Mo, please take a look. These products are mainly refined by the Ziyun Trading Company and account for half of the company's profits. She took out a few things from her ring and arranged them on the tea table. Xuan artifacts and pills in order, a total of 10 items, divided into 2 groups. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes slightly. He immediately noticed some problems. The items in the 2 rows were basically the same, but the ones on the left had better refining techniques and higher quality than the ones on the right. Mo Huayuan said, Chairman Jin Xuan, why are you showing me these things? Jin Xuan's body trembled slightly, and her slender white hands clenched tightly. She said, Please listen to me. Recently, a trading company we've never heard of suddenly appeared and surpassed many trading companies with lightning speed, shocking us. This trading company seems to be specifically targeting us. Almost all of their products are exactly the same as ours, but, Li Yunxiao continued, but their quality is a grade higher. Jin Xuan gritted her teeth and said, Not only is the quality a grade higher, but the selling price is also cheaper. She picked up a pill and said, For example, this 4-rotation true pill not only has 10% more effectiveness than our pills, but the price is also 10% lower. Even though it's only a few percentage points, it's already heaven-defying. Moreover, the price is cheaper, and the effect is stronger. This is fatal, Jin Xuan said resentfully. If it were just one type of 4-rotation true pill, it would be fine. But what's even more infuriating is that all of their products are targeting the Ziyun Trading Company. We have 72 types of alchemy products, and they have exactly 72 types, one not more, one not less. Moreover, to counter us, even the places where the Ziyun Trading Company distributes and purchases ore and spiritual herbs on the Tianwu continent have been bought by their branches at higher prices. Almost all of these points are pushing us to our deaths, Wu Sen suddenly said. We initially thought these trading companies were a subsidiary of the Li Feng Trading Company. Given our current situation, the Li Feng Trading Company is opposing us everywhere and even threatening Master Mo Huayuan. Moreover, only the Li Feng Trading Company can bear this malicious competition. Mo Huayuan frowned unhappily and said, I'm really not being threatened by them, but I can't refuse the things they offer according to their demands. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, You guys might be sure that it's malicious competition, but the refining techniques in their products surpass yours by a grade. Moreover, the materials they choose aren't more expensive than yours. To be precise, their finished products are indeed cheaper than yours. Jin Xuan was stunned. Mo Huayuan looked at Li Yunxiao seriously for a moment, surprised, and said, You can see that, Li Yunxiao said nonchalantly. Guessing, Mo Huayuan felt uncomfortable in his heart after hearing this. Li Yunxiao's unconcerned attitude made him extremely uneasy. He also vaguely felt that there was something wrong with these 5 contrasting items, but he couldn't say where the problem was. He snorted angrily and said, Guessing? Why can you guess, but I can't? Li Yunxiao glanced at him and said, Isn't the alchemy Dao only about materials and techniques? You can't guess, and you're still embarrassed to ask others? Mo Huayuan was speechless, feeling like he was about to die from anger, but he couldn't refute it. He turned to Jin Xuan and said, Putting that aside, the Ziyun Trading Company isn't short of alchemists like me, so why go to the trouble of finding me? If other tier -8 alchemists can't solve it, then I'm powerless.
Xuanhuan said cautiously. That's right. The Ziyun Trading Company also has a Tier-8 alchemy master, but he can't analyze the ingredients in these products.
That master pointed me to you because you possess the reverse refining method. Mo Huayuan and Li Yunxiao's expressions changed simultaneously. Their expressions different, Mo Huayuan said in his hand. The reverse refining methods I possess are also quite limited.
The key is that I can't help you, or the agreement between me and the Li Feng Trading Company will become invalid. Li Yunxiao thought to himself. The so-called reverse refining method is to reverse refine Yuan Gaohan's original golden soul pill in the extraterrestrial void, directly refining the golden soul slave into pure soul power. That is a reverse refining method, but very few people grasp this technique, and its use is also very limited. On the contrary, it's extremely useful for analyzing the composition of ingredients, Xuanhuan said anxiously.
Please help me analyze these 5 products, Li Yunxiao sneered and said. Xuanhuan, what are you asking from him? It's not that he doesn't want to help,
but he doesn't have the ability to do so. Even if Yuan Gaohan were here, he wouldn't be able to reverse refine the ingredients of these 5 items. Mo Huayuan's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, How dare you call my master by his name, impudent!
Li Yunxiao contemptuously said,
Yuan Gaohan, I'm calling him. So what, are you going to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? Mo Huayuan was furious, his whole body trembling. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. Although he saw that Li Yunxiao had the strength of a 5-star martial sect, he himself was only a 1-star martial sect. Although his soul power had a great advantage, it wasn't so powerful that he could cross 4 stars to kill someone. Mo Huayuan was furious, but claiming to see through Li Yunxiao's tricks, he coldly said, Don't bother trying to provoke me, I won't fall for it.
Li Yunxiao sneered and said, Provoke? Do you have the qualifications? Yuan Gaohan himself wouldn't be much better. If you don't believe me, do you dare to gamble with me?
No.
Mo Huayuan was so angry that smoke came out of his 7 orifices. He laughed out of anger and said, Haha, gamble with you? Are you trying to gamble on who's more stupid than me?
I concede.
Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and said slowly, If I lose, my head is yours. If you lose, as long as I'm in South Flame City for 1 day, you must listen to my orders. How about it, disciple of Yuan Gaohan? Do you want to compete for your master?
Mo Huayuan's heart trembled. His pupils widened, and he exclaimed in shock, What did you say? Lose and give you my head. You think you can beat me?
The angry appearance was gone, and it turned into great shock and doubt. Li Yunxiao didn't give him the feeling of a fool who was just blindly rushing forward. As a Tier-8 alchemist, although he couldn't see through Li Yunxiao's true situation, he felt his extraordinary heinous.
Li Yunxiao gently took a step forward, smiled, and said, Do you dare to gamble or not? Gamble on the glory of Yuan Gaohan's disciple. Don't you want to win honor for your master? Let him see that you have enough strength to return to the holy region. Mo Huayuan's expression darkened, and he sternly shouted, Don't bring up my master's name! You originally didn't have the qualifications to challenge me, but you have repeatedly made rude remarks and offended my master.
I don't care who you are.
Today, I will take your head and wipe away your disrespectful words with your blood. Xuanhuan was so nervous that she couldn't believe Li Yunxiao was so reckless. The situation suddenly turned like this. She hurriedly stopped him and said, Master Mo, Yunxiao, No need to say more. I accept the challenge. He waved his hand to stop Xuanhuan and raised his head arrogantly and said, How are we going to compete?
Xuanhuan felt powerless in her heart. She wished she hadn't brought Li Yunxiao here. She secretly became vigilant. Even if she offended Mo Huayuan, she couldn't let anything happen to Li Yunxiao, otherwise it would affect the 2 chambers of commerce. If the Tianyuan Trading Company collapsed, they wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in the God Burial Realm.
Yuan Gaohan's voice came out, extremely shocked. Li Yunxiao, you want to compete with my disciple, and you're using your head as the bet? You must be trying to pull some tricks. He didn't believe Li Yunxiao could beat his disciple. Thinking of how cunning this kid was, he immediately said in a low voice, I don't care what you do, don't hurt my disciple. Li Yunxiao transmitted his voice over and sneered, Open your eyes and see how I defeat your disciple. High soul power isn't everything. Your disciple just advanced to Tier-8 not long ago. Let me teach him a lesson. I won't charge you a fee." Yuan Gaohan laughed silently. His disciple was a tier-8 alchemist and had his personal teachings. His skills were naturally no worse than anyone else's. He was indeed very curious about what methods Li Yunxiao had to defeat him. At this moment, the arrow was on the string. Li Yunxiao pointed to the 5 items and said, "Using the simplest method, you choose one item and let Jin Xuan provide the same materials. You and I will refine it at the same time. Whoever refines a higher quality wins." You're really going to compete like this?" Mo Huayuan was stunned and said, "That way, there's no way to cheat at all. It tests the overall strength of the alchemist and is the fairest method of competition." Jin Xuan was extremely unwilling. Wanting to avoid a conflict between the two as much as possible, she declined and said, "I don't have the materials for the 4-rotation true pill on me. Let's skip this competition. Yunxiao, good." "You're so damn good," Mo Huayuan said angrily. "You actually dare to mess with me. I'll play this to the end with you. You're asking for death, so don't blame anyone else, Xiao Xuanzi. Bring 2 portions of materials for refining a 4th-rank pill here." The gatekeeper youngster Xiao Xuanzi, with his lustful eyes, dashed in upon hearing Mo Huayuan's command. He brought 2 identical sets of ingredients, glanced strangely at the good Shi in the room, carefully placed the materials down, and chuckled. "This, Grandmaster, here are the 2 portions of materials. Please inspect them, and then choose first." Li Yunxiao swept his divine sense over the materials, knowing there were no tricks, and said with a calm smile, "Whatever. HMPH. Mo Huayuan scoffed. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He just wanted to hurry up and defeat Li Yunxiao, then take his head. When the time comes to chop his head off, see if he can still be like he is now. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently at him, slowly calming his whole body. To defeat an 8th-rank artificer through refining, even one who had just advanced, was incredibly difficult. He roared silently in his heart, "Yao Dragon Fusion." An extremely displeased, even angry voice came from within his soul. "Don't just play around with fusion for no reason. If you can't separate later, you'll have to find a place to cry. This is the artificer profession. If you don't like them, just drag them into the Realm God tablet and torture them." "Don't waste time like this," Li Yunxiao said angrily. "I told you to fuse, so fuse. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The 4 in the room fell silent, watching Li Yunxiao demonize. His delicate face became demonic, a highly pronounced visual effect. Mo Huayuan exclaimed in shock. "This is a secret technique of the Yao race." Mo Huayuan's shock wasn't because he was intimidated by the appearance, but because he sensed the opponent's soul power increasing, and at a rapid pace, stopping only at the peak of the 6th rank. Li Yunxiao held a pile of materials in his hand, and coldly snorted, "You can't even see this? Looks like you still need to learn a lot more from Yuan Gaohan." Mo Huayuan ignored him and began refining. Li Yunxiao also stepped forward, grabbed a pile of materials, and began refining in mid-air, his technique exactly like Mo Huayuan's. "What? He doesn't even need a furnace." Mo Huayuan was startled again. His face darkened. The opponent completely wanted to stand on the same starting line as him and compete. In the eyes of an 8th-rank artificer, this was extremely insulting. "HMPH," he uttered, then paid no more attention to Li Yunxiao. He continued to increase the speed of condensing the materials in his hand. Although both were refining in mid-air, their techniques were completely different. Looking at Mo Huayuan, he seemed much more elegant, each movement extremely beautiful and refined, like from a textbook. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. His movements were extremely stiff, as if he were just blindly imitating, using the basic refining technique, the 12 forms of falling snow petals. Giving people a stiff feeling, Xiao Xuanzi was initially shocked by his movements, but at this moment, looking closely at his refining technique, he felt amused. It wasn't even as good as his. Although Xiao Xuanzi wasn't an artificer, even someone who's never eaten pork has seen a pig run. He immediately facepalmed when he saw Li Yunxiao's technique, knowing it was over, and was extremely doubtful. With this level of skill, which isn't even as good as many ordinary people, why did Linger choose him? Inside the Realm God tablet, Yuan Gaohan suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Li Yunxiao, from whom did you learn the 12 forms of falling snow petals? Li Yunxiao's heart stirred. He coldly said, Are you trying to get me to chat so I'll lose focus and help your disciple win?
Yuan Gaohan was silent. He knew that such competitions didn't allow for distraction, but the doubt in his heart grew heavier and heavier. Although Li Yunxiao's movements looked very clumsy, there wasn't the slightest mistake. Moreover, each movement connected with the next, without any hiccups. Upon closer inspection, it was found to be completely natural. These points weren't even the most important. The most important thing was that even Mo Huayuan hadn't yet noticed that the speed and purity of the materials refined in Li Yunxiao's hands had gradually surpassed him. To be precise, at the material refinement stage, Li Yunxiao had already won against his opponent. After completing the extraction, Mo Huayuan suddenly shouted loudly. A pale blue flame appeared on his fingertip, constantly magnifying in the air, its color becoming brighter and more beautiful, burning the extracted materials.
Not bad. The 9th rank Heavenly Brahma Demon Flame Inner Fire, Huayuan, has completely refined it over the years. Yuan Gaohan revealed a look of appreciation, the solemn expression from before wiped away. This competition was without any worry, but he suddenly jumped. The terrifying divine fire contained within the Realm God tablet suddenly soared into the sky, as if wanting to break through this realm and rush out. Seeing this, Yuan Gaohan trembled all over, horrified. Phoenix divine fire. He's not going to use the true Phoenix fire, is he? Could the true Phoenix fire be this kid's trump card? The fire is absolutely suppressing it. Could it be able to make up for the 2-rank gap in soul power? Yuan Gaohan muttered to himself, constantly wondering. After all, he had never seen a 10th rank flame before, only knowing about it through some scattered records. Li Yunxiao finally completed the extraction. A flame shot out from between his eyebrows, the size of a fingernail, completely insignificant. He directly flicked the flame into the pile of medicinal materials. All the materials were devoured within, burning without a trace. Suddenly, Yuan Gaohan's pupils contracted. This kind of subtle control couldn't be done without the 1,000 hammer hundred refinements, but Li Yunxiao's hands were fair and tender, not at all like someone who practiced it regularly. This made Yuan Gaohan realize something was wrong, and his face began to change drastically. Mo Huayuan also panicked, and discovered that his Heavenly Brahma Hook Flame Inner Fire was moving away from Li Yunxiao, as if it had seen something extremely terrifying. He had long since refined this flame, and his mind was connected to it, directly sensing the flame's fear. It was definitely a level-based suppression, making his flame not dare to approach. This. Mo Huayuan was completely dumbfounded, even forgetting to refine. This is the Heavenly Brahma Hook Flame Inner Fire in this world. Is there still a flame that can suppress it? Although there are a few peak 9th rank flames on the continent, they are only of the same level. Even if they are slightly higher, it's impossible for them to generate such level-based pressure. To be able to suppress a 9th rank flame, other than a 10th rank divine fire, there's nothing else. Mo Huayuan gasped, feeling not only a chill run down his spine, but also an indescribable awe in his heart. Although refining a 4th rank true pill was extremely simple, Mo Huayuan had already begun to make mistakes. Xiao Xuanzi, who was in the corner, didn't understand the issue with the flames. Seeing Mo Huayuan stop, he exclaimed in shock, "Master, you're refining!" Mo Huayuan's heart jolted. Only then did he remember that he was still in a competition. If he lost, the damage to his personal reputation would be minor. The key was the reputation of his master, and that matter must not have any accidents. Wu Sen, standing outside watching, said dejectedly, "Chairman, Yunxiao is probably done for. Look at Grandmaster Mo's flame, going left and right, playing with it at will, and his expression is extremely relaxed. Yunxiao only has such a small flame, yet he's tired and covered in sweat, his face pale, as if he can't hold on any longer." Mo Huayuan blushed, revealing a hint of annoyance, thinking that Wu Sen was intentionally mocking him. He angrily snorted and continued to concentrate on condensing. Kan Xuan frowned. Although she felt that Li Yunxiao's expression was a bit exaggerated, Mo Huayuan also seemed to be acting strange, as if he wasn't as relaxed and carefree as before. She looked at Wu Sen and said, "Don't rush to say nonsense. Let's watch a bit more. The results aren't yet known.
Who knows what the situation is? You and I aren't artificers. MPH. A sarcastic snort rang out. Xiao Xuanzi's face was full of disdain.
He sneered and said, "Naive. Do you two really think that guy can win against my master? We've now entered the condensation process. What's being competed for at this stage is soul power and technique. Don't forget, my master is 2 ranks higher in soul power than that guy."
Entering the condensation process was the most important stage, and also the crucial moment that determined victory or defeat. Li Yunxiao took a deep breath.
He unleashes his signature move, the illusionary wave heavenly scripture technique. This movement technique was created by Gu Feiyang himself, allowing him to navigate smoothly and utilize every ounce of his soul force to the extreme, without wasting a single bit.
Gu Feiyang's illusionary wave heavenly scripture technique.
Yuan Gaohan frowned slightly, muttering to himself.
Back when Gu Feiyang was teaching and imparting knowledge at Deity Transformation C, many people had learned this movement technique, but what truly shocked him was the fact that after this movement technique spread, he had also studied it for a short period and gained some insights. Now, watching Li Yunxiao execute it, it seemed like his comprehension surpassed his own. He himself is a 9th grade grand art refiner, and even though it's someone else's technique, he can grasp things quickly. Many things he can see through to the essence just by looking at it. But after seeing Li Yunxiao perform it, he felt that his own understanding and interpretation were lacking. This feeling was exactly the same as when he saw him use the 12 forms of flying flower falling snow. This makes absolutely no sense. It's impossible. Both of these techniques were created by Gu Feiyang. Could he be Yang Di's disciple? But even Yang Di might not be able to achieve this level of essence and implication. These things aren't related to cultivation level. The technique is all about comprehending the art of refinement, requiring supreme wisdom and relentless, tireless cultivation.
Who the hell is this kid? Yuan Gaohan thought, as intense doubts arose in his mind. A teenager in his teens reaching 6th grade soul force was already incomprehensible, and couldn't be described with just the word genius. If he could defeat an 8th grade art refiner, he didn't dare to think about that possibility. Li Yunxiao's divine sense continuously analyzed and adjusted the proportions of the materials, and the fusion time, completing each step slowly and deliberately. To outsiders, it just looked like a bunch of materials constantly merging, but Manhwa Yuan, with his unparalleled vision, instantly saw the superb technique and soul force manipulation of Li Yunxiao.
He was so shocked that his technique faltered a few times and made some small mistakes.
Yuan Gaohan frowned and sighed softly. Hua Yuan had always been in secluded cultivation, and no one had ever disturbed him during refinement. In this competition, he lacked experience in facing an opponent. From the beginning, he had been distracted by his opponent's actions at least 5 times, and each time had caused a very minor mistake in refinement. If their strengths were equal, he would have already lost this round. On the other hand, Li Yunxiao, from the moment he started refining until now, had focused all his energy and attention on the materials in front of him. He didn't even glance at Manhwa Yuan. It was as if only he existed in the world. This kind of focus didn't look like a competition, but like he was enjoying the pleasure of refinement. That's what a true art refiner should be.
Yuan Gaohan was completely stunned, with an indescribable feeling. He realized that Manhwa Yuan, apart from soul force, had nothing to compare to Li Yunxiao, and was even far behind in some aspects. Even if it were me, if I suppressed my soul force to 6th grade peak, could I win against him? He wondered. Once you pass this congealing stage, the quality is set. A 4th revolution true elixir is just a 4th revolution true elixir. It can't be tempered by lightning tribulation, so it won't increase in grade much during the final molding, Li Yunxiao suddenly said.
If even the congealing stage fails, then that's a complete defeat. If Yuan Gaohan's disciple only has this much ability, I'll be very disappointed. In the future, when I see him, I won't look at him with respect. Manhwa Yuan's whole body trembled, as if an electric current had run through him, and he broke out in a cold sweat. This is a competition I absolutely can't lose. The honor of my master, and the promise to the Thunderwind Trading Company. These things are more important than my life. Even if I die, I can't lose. Manhwa Yuan's aura changed, and the fear and confusion were swept away. His technique gradually slowed down, and his body began to enter a state of calm and peace, no longer disturbed by the outside world. Xuanhuan and the three youngsters all widened their eyes. They couldn't hear clearly, but it seemed like Li Yunxiao was lecturing Mo Huayuan, and Mo Huayuan was silently accepting it. This made them completely confused. The congealing process gradually approached its end. The two of them quickly entered the molding process. Although Mo Huayuan had made too many mistakes along the way, his speed was still a step ahead of Li Yunxiao. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "From the beginning to now, whether it's material extraction or congealing, I've lost to you. You're very strong. Really very strong. So strong that I don't know what to do. I'm not exaggerating. You're definitely the #1 young refiner in this heavenly martial world." This statement immediately shocked Shen Xuan, Wu Sen, and Xiao Xuanzi. The three of them were stunned, as if they had lost the ability to think. What did Master Mo just say? He said he lost to Li Yunxiao. So strong that he doesn't know what to do. The three of them wore blank expressions, their eyes wide and unmoving. Mo Huayuan didn't spare any praise. His expression turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "If you hadn't kept pointing out my mistakes, letting me get all messed up, then you really would have won this competition. But I should thank you for pulling me back from a distracted state in time. So, the result is that you lose. But I won't take your life." "Oh, you have some tricks during the molding process?" Li Yunxiao frowned, unconvinced. Now they were in the final sprint of elixirs, and the elixir he was refining was of a higher quality than Mo Huayuan's by quite a bit. As long as he didn't make any mistakes until the end, then he would be the winner. And with his art of refinement, he didn't think he would make any mistakes. That's right. Below 5th grade, there's no lightning tribulation during molding, unless you use external forces to trigger it. Lightning talismans are one kind, and powerful flames are another. Although you have a 10th grade divine flame, I've already seen that your soul force can't handle it anymore. There's no way you can use it in this final sprint. As for lightning talismans, only children use those. Years ago, when I left the Holy Region, my master taught me something. Mo Huayuan's eyes were filled with powerful confidence. At this moment, it was as if he had already won. Looking at Li Yunxiao with the attitude of a victor, Li Yunxiao's heart sank. This confidence wasn't fake, he definitely had a trump card. He immediately sent a voice transmission to old Yuan. "What did you teach him? Tell me quickly. If I lose, you're done for too." Yuan Gaohan's eyes flashed with delight, and he laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Could it be that he actually grasped it? Not bad, not bad. Worthy of being my disciple. Li Yunxiao, you're definitely going to lose this time, because what I gave him is the incantation used during elixir formation. An ancient golden character." Sure enough, Mo Huayuan suddenly raised his hand and lightly pinched 2 fingers together. Immediately, a brilliant character condensed in the air. The character had a gentle glow. This was indeed an ancient golden character that Yuan Gaohan had taught him, and it was the character that he had grasped the most deeply. Li Yunxiao was furious. Yuan Gaohan hadn't taught him this character back then, leaving him caught off guard now. An obscure incantation sounded from Mo Huayuan's mouth, and his hands instantly transformed. The ancient golden character directly struck the elixir materials, constantly increasing and solidifying them. The fragrance of the elixir burst forth in all directions. "Haha, kid, you never thought of this, did you? You're definitely going to lose." Yuan Gaohan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Although Li Yunxiao had been in the lead along the way, his disciple would still win in the end. As the master, he was naturally delighted. Li Yunxiao also secretly cried out in his heart. When those 2 Dao characters appeared, he had already sensed that something was wrong. Now the situation had reversed. His gaze deepened, and he collected his thoughts. Another wisp of his soul appeared in the God burial ring, and began to unleash the great divine. On the other side, his original self had the aura of ancient golden characters appearing on his body, and at this moment they radiated a divine light. Yuan Gaohan knew that Li Yunxiao was using his main body and clone to simultaneously unleash different refinement techniques, creating a effect. His soul force was originally almost exhausted, but using a clone could allow him to maintain it for a while longer. But what gradually changed Yuan Gaohan's expression was that Li Yunxiao's soul force at this moment
was not only not exhausted, but seemed to be slowly accumulating, preparing for a final blow. Li Yunxiao's expression turned solemn, starlight-like brilliance shot out from his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "You actually won. This daddy here has never lost in his entire life, be it against you or anyone else." Every movement of his started to glow with golden light. The illusory wave heavenly scriptures technique was cast with incredible mystery, making the surrounding onlookers feel like they were moving from far to near, as if they weren't in this space, as if they didn't exist. Yuan Gaohan looked at Li Yunxiao's hand movements, and his face paled in fright. He had seen the illusory wave heavenly scriptures technique many times, but he had never seen it executed to this level. Yuan Gaohan's expression was blank, as if he understood something. Just now, Li Yunxiao's words had sounded extremely familiar to him, but for a moment he couldn't recall them. The moment Li Yunxiao executed the illusory wave heavenly scriptures technique, that divine and bizarre skill, the memories in his mind finally unlocked. Dozens of years ago, there was a major event that shocked the world. Within the Yao race's star-moon illusionary realm, a pill-refining grandmaster with unparalleled talent, the most outstanding in thousands of years, suddenly appeared. He and many Yao race pill refiners went together to the spirit-severing sea to provoke them. Originally, the spirit-severing sea just snorted at this matter, not taking it seriously at all. Seeing that the opponent was a 9th-grade pill refiner, they then sent a newly advanced 9th-grade pill refiner to deal with him. As a result of that battle, the 9th-grade pill refiner lost, covered in injuries, and angrily vomited blood to his death. Only then did the higher-ups of the spirit-severing sea take it seriously. After all, every 9th-grade pill refiner was an irreplaceable treasure. Just like that, inexplicably losing one made the higher-ups of the spirit-severing sea extremely angry, so they intended to teach the arrogant Yao race a lesson. The next pill refiner to step onto the stage was an elder over 200 years old, Xingyan, who had been a 9th grade for over 100 years. He was very famous in the spirit-severing sea's headquarters, and enjoyed treatment almost equivalent to the president. But the result wasn't just this pill refiner's complete defeat. They then sent even stronger existences, until even the vice president personally went into battle and still failed. Within 7 days, he consecutively defeated 5 people at the spirit-severing sea, all of whom were famous grandmaster pill refiners. This time, the world was terrified. Not only did the spirit-severing sea lose face, but the human race's prestige was completely lost. For a time, the whole world was in an uproar. The human race had always considered themselves the orthodox overlord race in the Tianwu realm, while all sorts of Yao race or sea race were regarded as different kinds, never given much importance. But unexpectedly, at this time, they were provoked by these different kinds, and no one could stand up to them. If the human race was defeated consecutively in the 2 major fields of Pill Dao and Martial Dao, what face would they have left to speak of? The spirit-severing sea and the holy domain finally couldn't sit still. They sent many pill refiners forward, and the one leading the army at that time was that great figure honored as the #1 in the world, who was also Yuan Gaohan's mentor, Yuan Gaohan, as his assistant. Also followed along, Yuan Gaohan still clearly remembered when they entered the spirit-severing sea. The atmosphere of the entire spirit-severing sea was extremely heavy. Even if it was a higher-up or an ordinary pill refiner who lost in their respective field, no one could laugh. They all had gloomy faces, bearing immense hatred for the Yao race. At that time, the master of the spirit-severing sea, the top pill refiner in the world, Lu Tongzi, after seeing Yuan Gaohan's master, quickly gathered all the 9th-grade pill refiners to discuss countermeasures. Everyone had the same understanding. Apart from Lu Tongzi and Yuan Gaohan's master, no one else could fight. But even Yuan Gaohan's master and Lu Tongzi had extremely high status. Once they lost, the human race's Pill Dao would undoubtedly suffer a heavy blow, the consequences unimaginable. The two hesitated but were determined to fight. Just at this moment, the Red Lotus martial emperor, Gu Feiyang, one of the 10 great title martial emperors, suddenly suggested a person. When that person was mentioned, the whole hall was in an uproar. Many, more than half of the pill refiners, disagreed, extremely doubtful of that person's abilities. And Yuan Gaohan, who had just advanced to 9th grade pill refiner not long ago, still had surging ambition
It was the first time he heard all sorts of evaluations about this person, and he was indifferent.
Yuan Gaohan himself was also an extraordinary genius, and with a master recognized as the #1 in Pildao in the world.
He didn't put that person in his eyes at all. Moreover, how could that unrestrained and unruly character have such high achievements in Pildao? Some pill refiners even threatened to leave the spirit-severing sea to protest against letting that person represent the human race in the battle.
The argument lasted all night. Finally, Lu Tongzi and Yuan Gaohan's master decided to agree to let that person fight once as a trial, the main reason being that this person had created the 12 forms of falling flowers and flowing brocade, so he must have extremely extraordinary talent. But if he still lost, then one of the two of them would fight.
Lu Tongzi immediately sent people to find that person overnight. But what made people want to vomit blood was that this person, using the excuse that his soul power from the previous refining hadn't recovered, shamelessly swindled Lu Tongzi and his master out of many top-grade pills and various refining materials, even snatching a 10th-grade spirit herb. Yuan Gaohan watched from the side, his heart aching incessantly, extremely wanting to order his guards to kill and seize the treasures. But thinking of that person's strength, he held back.
The two great figures were extremely annoyed,
considering that this competition concerned the honor of the human race, and the righteousness of the entire race was paramount, so they both endured it. Who knew that during the competition the next day, this guy went on stage and didn't use any pills at all, not even taking a sip of water? At that moment, the two great figures wanted to tear that person to pieces. Luckily, that guy didn't disgrace his mission. Yuan Gaohan regained his senses, a complicated look in his eyes, thinking back to that competition.
Everyone was rushing to the streets. Right then, the spirit-severing sea cloud vine was shrouded in mist, taking on countless forms, gigantic beyond measure.
The divine art tower pierced straight through the blue sky. A rainbow stretched across the heavens into the clouds. And the location of the competition was the largest cloud island floating around the divine art tower, called the Cloud Reflection Platform. Hours before the competition, all the clouds surrounding the Cloud Reflection Platform were already packed with art refinement masters, some with strong power even levitating in the air. Powerful martial emperors were also protecting the area, clearly showing their strength and revered status. AI was all alone, cross-legged on the Cloud Reflection Platform, eyes tightly closed, a brocade robe with the scent of pills draped over her shoulders, her face as clear as a tranquil lake. Waiting. A great Yao beast emerged from the clouds,
scoffing with disdain,
yelling loudly, "Humans down there, which trash fish did you send out to fight today?"
Heard that the human race's spirit-severing sea has Grandmaster Lu Tongzi at the top, and the Holy Domain's divine capital, Tianzhaizi, is unparalleled, Tritsk, not even daring to come out and fight. What a disgrace.
Just as everyone was buzzing with excitement, and the air was thick with the sparks of hatred, a strong smell of gunpowder, a figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Tongzi, his robes fluttering in the wind.
Casually walking forward, Lu Tongzi looked at him and said,
"Go ahead, don't let the pressure affect your skills too much. The heavenly secret pill I gave you yesterday, you can take it now. It can greatly increase your chances of winning."
Standing behind Tianzhaizi was Yuan Gaohan. He slightly turned his head, only to see that person walking to Lu Tongzi's side, wearing a gray brocade robe, seemingly not caring about Lu Tongzi's words.
Instead, looking at the red-clothed woman in the crowd, and in a flash, smiling slightly, "Feiyang, little sister, I'm a bit afraid of heights. Can you help me?" Li Feiyang was wearing a red brocade robe, with dazzling lotus flowers embroidered on it. Her expression was indifferent, and she showed no emotion whatsoever. Yuan Gaohan's expression changed a lot at that moment, his anger rising. At this crucial moment, he still wanted to take advantage of the woman under everyone's eyes.
Li Feiyang raised her right hand, and a lotus flower gently flew forward, gliding to the front of that person. The person stepped on the lotus flower and walked up to the Cloud Reflection Platform.
At this moment, a strange and beautiful scene appeared in the sky, looking like paradise. The light shone on the lotus flower, illuminating the figure of the person swaying in the air. AI opened her eyes, staring at the front, and softly said, "Who are you?" The person stepped on the lotus flower and looked down from above, the light of the lotus flower shining on his figure,
as if he was the only one in the whole world. He said softly, Gu Feiyang. Hearing the other party call himself Gu Feiyang, AI furrowed his brows. The big demon dude next to him suddenly went ice cold and said in fear, "You're the phantasmal destroyer martial emperor Gu Feiyang. This is a Pill Dao competition. What are you doing here watching the fun?" Gu Feiyang chuckled lightly and said, "Wanting to compete is your master. What the heck are you yelling for?" With a flick of his sleeve, the surrounding space began to gather wind. A move of the great wind cloud palm struck out. That big demon under this wind cloud strike was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, an ant shaking a tree, instantly collapsing. After letting out a loud cry, he disappeared without a trace. Gu Feiyang landed on the cloud-chasing moonpiercer and said, "The fly is gone, now we can start." AI looked at the big demon disappearing at the horizon, a surprised look in his eyes, and said to Gu Feiyang, "Your martial cultivation is very powerful, but your Pill Dao isn't my match." Gu Feiyang crossed his arms in front of his chest, chuckled, and said, "I admit my mouth isn't as sharp as yours, but you didn't actually win the previous rounds with just your talking, did you?" AI smiled faintly. He didn't fly down, but stood on the cloud-chasing moonpiercer, looking at Gu Feiyang. In Gu Feiyang's heart, he was slightly shocked. The person in front of him gave him a feeling like a high mountain, faintly giving rise to a sense of admiration. Although his Pill Dao hadn't reached the peak of 9th grade, the gap wasn't far off. Even in front of Lu Tongzi or Tian Jizi, he hadn't felt this pressure. Could it be that the person in front of him is a 10th grade pill refiner? Although you're not my opponent, I want to have a really enjoyable competition, so let's begin. You set the rules, AI said with a relaxed smile. Gu Feiyang wasn't willing to be outdone, and he also smiled and said, "Then let's keep it simple. Just randomly refine a pill, whoever's grade is better wins." AI nodded and said, "Very good. Ordinary 9th grade pills are hard to distinguish victory. How about refining a 2-yin pill?" "I wonder what Phantasmal Destroyer thinks of this," Gu Feiyang said. "Very good." The pill refiners below, hearing the two talking, knew that these two wanted to refine the 2-yin pill. This was a treasure within the 9th grade. Extremely difficult for ordinary 9th grade pill refiners to refine. It was named 2-yin because it condensed yin and yang dual qi, the pill transforming into 2 forms, which had great benefits for martial emperor powerhouses. Lu Tongzi immediately waved his hand, and very quickly someone brought over a lot of 9th grade materials. After grabbing a bunch of materials, Gu Feiyang soared into the air. He cast a few hand seals, actually wanting to set up a formation without even using a cauldron. AI also didn't waste any time with unnecessary talk. As the materials were brought up, he took a bunch and then directly threw them into the purple cauldron beside him. That was a nice cauldron artifact. The radiant light over the heavens, which could actually materialize into a light and shadow form. The surrounding crowd of Gu Feiyang also recognized the origin of this purple cauldron. This was the Yao race's unique purple cauldron, the radiant light over the heavens. His heart was extremely heavy. No refining had ever put this much pressure on him before, and his confidence in victory was dwindling. It wasn't just him. All the surrounding pill refiners were highly accomplished individuals, and they quickly saw that Gu Feiyang was at a disadvantage, accumulating weakness, and victory was hopeless. At this time, many complaints rang out incessantly, filled with resentment, and many eyes looked up at Liu Feiyang, a sinister look appearing, uncertainly guessing. For a moment, people's hearts were in turmoil. Lu Tongzi and Tian Jizi's expressions were extremely ugly, especially hating Gu Feiyang's cunning. Their spirit herbs and medicinal materials had been wasted. What a loss of property. Just at this moment, Tian Jizi's pupils suddenly contracted slightly, an incomprehensible look on his face, and he muttered, "Gu Feiyang, what does he want to do? To refine the 2-yin pill into an 8th grade?" "What? Refine the 2-yin pill into an 8th grade? Isn't that a guaranteed loss?" Everyone here was a generation with extremely high research in Pill Dao. At a glance, they saw that Gu Feiyang was starting to form the pill, seemingly wanting to condense the 2-yin pill first. AI's current level of pill formation was definitely firmly at the 8th grade. Without a doubt, wasn't this a guaranteed loss? Instantly, everyone became even angrier.
unable to restrain their loud curses. The human race pill refiners didn't care if he was a title marshal emperor or not. If there weren't powerhouses guarding them, they would probably have rushed up to bite him to death already. Stop embarrassing yourself. Get down, Gu Feiyang. You're a disgrace to the pill refiner identity. Immediately return the honorary elder status. Get out of the spirit-severing sea. What a disgrace. Quickly stop for me. For a moment angry voices rang out incessantly, and Lu Tongzi also found it hard to breathe. His face was gloomy, and even Liu Feiyang, who had recommended Gu Feiyang, was full of doubt. Gu Feiyang was definitely not a stupid person who would court death. If he didn't refine a 9th grade pill but instead an 8th grade one, defeat was inevitable. AI was also slightly surprised. His movements slowed down a bit. Looking at Gu Feiyang with great surprise, seemingly curious, he suddenly asked, "You just set up more than one formation, didn't you?" Gu Feiyang's expression wasn't good, as if his trick had been seen through. AI continued leisurely, "Perhaps there's still another formation you're hiding within. I don't think you're, like what they say, you're not simply aiming to refine an 8th grade pill. That hidden formation must be your trump card. It's just that I can't figure out what formation could be enough to make you confident that you can directly upgrade the pill from 8th grade to 9th grade. Besides, I want to remind you, even if you successfully upgrade to 9th grade, the final product won't be able to surpass mine." Gu Feiyang inwardly let out a breath. The other party had talked on and on for so long, he thought he had been seen through. He smiled bitterly and said, "Excuse me, Master AI. What I'm refining is just a very ordinary 8th grade 2-yin pill." His left hand spread open, and a pill carrying yin and yang dual qi appeared, strange colors continuously illuminating it, extremely bright and beautiful. However, no one was in the mood to appreciate it. They all secretly cried out, "Our lives are over." While the Yao race people had joyful faces, extremely pleased with themselves, just at this moment, thunder began to gather in the sky. It was indeed the thundering tribulation of an 8th grade pill. Everyone was cursing him in their minds. "This bastard deserves to be beaten to death." Eagle-Eye's eyes flashed with a glint, and his heart stirred as he glanced over here. Below, a circle of formation gradually appeared on Ang Yun Chui Yu, with various strange runes on it. AI's expression changed after seeing it clearly, and he exclaimed in shock, You've set up a lightning gathering formation." The lightning in the sky gathered more, and finally a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down on that 8th grade pill. The sound of thunder rumbled, almost drowning out all the curses. I gasped and cried out, "If the lightning strikes the formation, it could even transform into purple sky divine lightning. How can an 8th grade pill withstand purple sky divine lightning? Even if it resists, it will only increase its quality to the highest grade at most, and it can't possibly surpass a grade. This is completely meaningless. Why would you do this? Moreover, purple sky divine lightning is not something that ordinary people can control. Once it explodes, the consequences." He paused, unable to continue, because he saw Gu Feiyang's smug smile. Seeming to understand something, AI's eyes widened, and he said in fear, You want to?" Gu Feiyang smiled. "Master AI, you are indeed extraordinarily intelligent," Gu Feiyang said. "When the purple sky divine lightning explodes, it will just be considered an accident during refining. The entire Ang Yun Chui Yu will be blown to nothing, and our competition will be judged as a draw." Gu Feiyang revealed a smug smile and said, "I am a peak 9 heavens martial emperor. Even if the purple sky divine lightning hits me, it won't hurt me too much. But what about you? With just your Yao race body, even if you don't die, you'll be severely injured. By then, even if we fight another match, you won't be my opponent." Their words were drowned out by the thunder, and outsiders couldn't hear them clearly. Moreover, only the two of them clearly saw Gu Feiyang setting up the lightning gathering formation. AI gaped, never expecting the other party to plan like this. He seemed to want to say something, but it was too late. A bolt of azure lightning directly struck Gu Feiyang's 8th grade 2 Qi pill, and he hurriedly jumped aside. As the azure lightning fell, the 2 Qi pill didn't explode, but was absorbed by the formation, gathering more and more, gradually turning purple, as if it was about to collapse. At this moment, the Tianzhao Z group finally noticed something was wrong,
and Lu Tongzi's pupils shrank in horror as his expression changed, and he said, "What's going on, this purple lightning?" Suddenly, Gu Feiyang shouted loudly and said in alarm, "Not good, I can't control it." As he spoke, he ran away. AI's face, illuminated by the purple lightning, alternated between white and green. Even with his high self-restraint, he couldn't help but curse, "Damn you, human bastard!" A loud explosion rang out, and immediately the world lost its color, the sun and moon lost their light, and the entire deity transformation sea lost its splendid radiance. Liu Feiyang and Lu Tongzi and the other acted in fright. All of them are powerhouses of martial emperor. Joining hands also made the world change color. Instantly controlling the violent power within Ang Yunxiao, directly blasted a black hole, absorbing the purple sky divine lightning into it. The largest cloud on the deity transformation sea disappeared, just like that. The force of the explosion spread to AI, directly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall onto a nearby great Yao. Gu Feiyang, on the other hand, was unscathed, escaped, and didn't even have any ash on his clothes. Lu Tongzi pointed at Feiyang and roared angrily, "What happened? What was that purple lightning just now?" Gu Feiyang said with a regretful expression. "It's all because I didn't control the power of the lightning tribulation well." AI, how should this competition be handled? Not control well. How could an 8th grade lightning? Lu Tongzi's face turned purple with anger. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration. He stood stunned in place. His emotions stabilized, and he looked at Gu Feiyang with a complicated gaze, and also looked at Tian Zhaozi. The two were immediately startled. So this kid did it on purpose. Gu Feiyang looked solemn, sighed. AI's talent is extremely high, too monstrous. I'm afraid even if the two of you take action, you might not win. He didn't continue. Lu Tongzi and Tian Zhaozi were greatly shaken internally. They naturally believed Gu Feiyang's words. Even he said the two of them weren't his match. Who in the world could be his enemy? I'm afraid the title of the #1 alchemist in the world will be taken away by this barbaric Yao race. No alchemist of the human race can bear this result. Yuan Gaohan was previously angered by Gu Feiyang's actions, and later, he finally understood from Tian Zhaozi's expression, and a strange feeling emerged in his heart. Feeling that this person was really scary, unexpectedly able to think of a way to disrupt the competition, directly changing the outcome. Although it was a bit despicable, at least it temporarily preserved the human race's face. At this moment, he developed a trace of fear towards Gu Feiyang. Afterwards, Tian Zhaozi announced that the competition was suddenly interrupted by an accident and judged as a draw with no victory, immediately making the Yao race dissatisfied. Gu Feiyang shamelessly explained, "I just refined an 8th grade 2 Qi pill, and it has already taken shape, as everyone saw. While Master AI doesn't seem to have revealed anything. If it's not a draw with no victory, then it's me who won." This made all the Yao race speechless. Judging by the progress before the explosion, Gu Feiyang was indeed a step ahead. But this matter was freaking depressing. Don't mention those great Yao. Even AI, who was seriously injured, spat out blood in anger, and his eyes revealed resentment. He scheduled a rematch in 3 days, and Gu Feiyang also agreed. In 3 days, AI would not be able to recover to his peak. If there was still no way to beat him with this opportunity, then the human race would really have nothing to rely on this time. Those 3 days were truly nerve-wracking for everyone. Although AI was heavily injured, his skill in refining xuanhuan weapons overpowered Gu Feiyang. In a desperate situation, Gu Feiyang made a bold move, directly merging the 3 sword intents representing himself, and used the 9-flood dragon to transform into a sword soul, immediately creating the sword-slaying star's divine sword. Its light illuminated thousands of miles, and the sword light soared straight through the 9 heavens. By sheer coincidence, it shattered AI's 9th grade xuanhuan weapon lightning tribulation. This scene immediately stunned everyone. The opponent's lightning sword xuanhuan weapon was shattered by the sword-slaying star's sword light. Gradually dissipating into smoke, AA stared blankly at the sky, which had returned to sunny weather. The xuanhuan weapon he had painstakingly condensed was shattered by the lightning tribulation, its grade stopping before the 9th grade initial level. even worse than the 9th grade initial level. I was so angry he almost fainted, pointing at Gu Feiyang, unable to speak. However, that sword light just now was really weird. Not like something caused by human power, but more like a spirit. A situation where the sword light cut itself. How I had no choice but to admit defeat. This sword's quality had reached transcendent qi. Even if I could successfully refine it, he admitted he couldn't match it. From then on, Gu Feiyang's name shook the world like the rising sun. When Gu Feiyang desperately merged the 3 sword intents, he shouted a sentence that Yuan Gaohan remembered very deeply. "This daddy will never lose to anyone in my life." The voice seemed to travel from over a decade ago, perfectly coinciding with Li Yunxiao's previous words. Yuan Gaohan gradually recovered from his memories, looking at his disciple competing with Li Yunxiao. Finally, the illusionary wave heavenly scripture, divine skill, he no longer had any doubts. Opening his mouth in disbelief. "So it's you. So you didn't die, Gu Feiyang." Li Yunxiao used the last few moves of the illusionary wave heavenly scripture as fast as lightning. Even Jin Chuan and the others couldn't catch a single afterimage. Mo Huayuan was stunned. Li Yunxiao unleashed these moves in rapid succession. Divine skill, he felt he couldn't even do a fraction of it. Finally, the pill was formed. A pill constantly spinning in the air, the pill fragrance spreading all around, and there was a bright glow, making people want to swallow it. The whole room was extremely quiet, without a sound. Yuan Gaohan's voice suddenly echoed in the godstele space, roaring, "So it's you! You're not dead, Gu Feiyang." Li Yunxiao's whole body shook, thinking it was bad. He must have seen something, and said with an embarrassed smile, "Old Yuan, what are you talking about?" Yuan Gaohan ignored him, and said, "That explains it. No wonder I felt you were unfathomable when I met you in the extraterrestrial starry sky. You're only a dozen years old. If you really had achievements like yours, it would make countless geniuses from ancient times feel inferior." He thought Li Yunxiao had seized someone else's body. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. After all, the other party was an extraordinary generation. It was difficult not to be seen through after being together for a long time. He simply admitted it, and said with a smile, "If you expose my identity, aren't you afraid you won't be able to get out for the rest of your life?" Yuan Gaohan had a cunning look, and said, "I finally understand. You said restoring your strength was to let me leave. So you wanted to restore it to the 9 heavens peak. Even if I didn't expose your identity, how could you let me go with the secret of this god's stele?" Ha ha. Old Jungian, don't frown. Anyway, cultivating in the extraterrestrial starry sky is cultivation, and cultivating inside the god's stele is also cultivation. Moreover, we can benefit more from exchanging ideas. Don't you want to participate in repairing the god stele? Yuan Gaohan was silent for a moment, and said, "Actually, if you go to the holy region to find my main body, and let me return to my main body, I would be willing to repair this god's stele. After all, this kind of opportunity is not something that can be encountered in any era, and you don't have to worry about anything. Moreover, my main body coming here would make the certainty even greater." Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Old Yuan, maybe I hope to be a little more stable. So many people in the Great Awakening Holy Region are staring at you. If you're not careful, you'll be gone forever. I can be sure that when you merge your soul with your main body, it will definitely be unusually difficult." Yuan Gaohan was silent in his heart. The situation that Li Yunxiao mentioned was not impossible. "In the holy region, so many people want to see me fail," Li Yunxiao continued. "With the strength of the 2 of us, repairing the god stele is not something that can't be solved. After all, I have the great god stele art in my hand, a divine art with hundreds of ancient scriptures. Don't think about going back. Before I return to the Martial Emperor Peak, you can forget about getting out." Little Yuan Gaohan's heart trembled, and he said, "But your body was seized. The lifespan is very limited. It is impossible to return to the Martial Emperor Peak. You should be clear about this." Li Yunxiao said, "Don't worry, I didn't seize the body either. This body was obtained by me." Yuan Gaohan raised his head in shock, his eyes full of doubt and incomprehension. Li Yunxiao said, "It's hard for me to explain this. Let's stop talking about it for now, and talk about it after collecting your disciple." Yuan Gaohan was silent, finding it difficult to accept the situation in front of him. Li Yunxiao's spirit shadow returned to his main body, He held out the pill, looked at Mo Xuanhuan, who was stunned, and said with a smile, "Grandmaster Mo, whose pill is of higher quality."
At this time, Xiao Xuanzi was extremely nervous. He discovered that all the 4th grade true pills were top grade, among the top grade, and its appearance and pill fragrance were unique.
He couldn't understand how Li Yunxiao could refine a pill with the same quality as Mo Huayuan.
Mo Huayuan was looking totally dumbfounded too. Little Xuanzi couldn't tell, but he knew damn well that his 4-revolution true pill was a tad inferior to Li Yunxiao's. He could have used his skills to refine an even better pill, but he lacked experience and kept messing up.
If Li Yunxiao hadn't given him pointers along the way, he would have lost big time.
Though unwilling, he was happy to submit. He said tiredly, "You win, I lose." Ken Xuan and the other 2 instantly turned to stone, stunned like they'd lost their minds. Unable to accept this reality, little Xuanzi hurriedly cried out, "Master, you didn't fail. These 2 pills are basically the same quality." Mo Huayuan shook his head. "The quality is indeed slightly inferior, plus throughout the refining process, if not for this great master's reminder, I would have been utterly defeated long ago."
He cupped his hands together,
bowing to Li Yunxiao, and said respectfully, "Mo Huayuan is willing to admit defeat. Today, I've witnessed the godlike skills of the great master, and only now do I realize I was just a frog at the bottom of a well, making people laugh at me." Yuan Gaohan was silent, but he was somewhat pleased, nodding with a smile. He was too cocky when he advanced to 8th order Spring Breeze, so he should be humbled a bit for better development later. Plus, this person's identity is Gu Feiyang, so it's worth it for him to bow his head. Mo Huayuan stood there, a lonely and crestfallen expression on his face. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in his hand, and a dagger appeared. Wu Sen and the others were immediately startled. Little Xuanzi was also terrified, and Can Xuan thought he was going to attack Li Yunxiao,
hurriedly shouting, "Yunxiao, be careful." Li Yunxiao remained calm, slowly observing the situation. Mo Huayuan didn't do anything,
but instead held the dagger out to him with both hands, sincerely saying, "This is my master's cold mist dagger. I'm giving my life to Yunxiao. I must listen to you after losing, but I have an agreement with the Thunderwind Trading Company, and I can't break it no matter what, so the only solution is death." Ken Xuan exclaimed in shock. "Grandmaster Mo, with your status and your master in the Holy Domain, what could the Thunderwind Trading Company possibly force you to do? You'd rather die than help me," Mo Huayuan said listlessly. "Kill me. I absolutely cannot help the Purple Cloud Trading Company." Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment. Then he leaned down and took the dagger from Mo Huayuan's hand, saying, "I'm not interested in your life, but I'll take this knife. You're not even as good as me. So how can you help the Purple Cloud Trading Company? This is none of your business. I have something else I need you to do. Something else. You really don't need me to help the Purple Cloud Trading Company." Mo Huayuan was a little incredulous, but then he seemed to remember something, his face darkening, as he said, "I don't know anything about my elder brother. Li Yunxiao had a headache." This was one of the things he wanted to ask about. But seeing Mo Huayuan's expression, he let it go, saying, "If it weren't for Yuan Gaohan's sake, I'd really want to slap you to death. Forget all that, just help me teleport to Cheng Wu Feng. You know my master?" Mo Huayuan couldn't believe it, but he was somewhat skeptical. After all, someone who could cultivate a genius alchemist like him must not be a nobody.
It was very likely that he had met his master. Thinking this, his attitude towards Li Yunxiao softened, saying, "Going to Cheng Wu Feng requires using the long-distance teleportation array of the Thunderwind Trading Company or the Beidou sect. It's not difficult for me. I agree. When do you want to go?" Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then immediately said, "In a few days there's no rush of dice. Besides those 2 things, as long as I'm in Chengnanhua for 1 day, you have to listen to me and everything else."
Mo Huayuan said awkwardly, "It's just that I promised the Thunderwind Trading Company first, so it's really beyond my control. I will not break my promise for anything else." Li Yunxiao was too lazy to argue with him. The 3 of them left Mo Huayuan's place in silence. Ken Xuan and Wu Sen's expressions were even uglier, and they weren't as casual with Li Yunxiao as before, as if there was a layer of separation. Li Yunxiao laughed. Ken Xuan, Don't look like you're eating bitter melon, or you'll age quickly. We're friends. I'm not used to you like this. Xuanhuan forced to smile, miserably saying, I see this tribulation as unavoidable. I only hope that Yunxiao can show his divine power in Chengsong Yueyang and help the Tianyuan Trading Company maintain its position. That way, the Purple Cloud Trading Company will still have a chance of survival, she said to Wu Sen. Immediately issue an order to collect all operating industries, cut off all profits and losses, and recover as much capital as possible. We're sure to lose this time, so try to preserve our vitality to the greatest extent. When the Tianyuan Trading Company returns, we can still make a comeback, Wu Sen said sadly. President, it's all my fault for causing chaos in Chengnanhuao. We don't even have a friend to help us. Xuanhuan sighed deeply. That's life. There are many willing to add flowers to the brocade, but few willing to offer charcoal in the snow. A melancholic atmosphere lingered in their hearts, and they couldn't help but shed tears. Li Yunxiao really couldn't stand it anymore, saying, Why are you two crying so sadly? Give me all the refining formulas of your products, and I will improve them for you within 3 days, and they will definitely surpass that trading company. You want all the refining formulas within 3 days, Wu Sen said. Don't even mention 3 days. Improving all the refining formulas that can be improved? Making our core products better than the Heavenly Crane Merchant Association? That way we can at least hang on by a thread until the Heavenly Origin Merchant Association stabilizes things. That would be really good, Li Yunxiao chuckled. You guys just need to give me a ton of Starlight Stones and Origin Stones, and I'll get it all done in 3 days. Yuan Gaohan's voice came over. Filled with displeasure, he angrily said, Gu Feiyang, you don't think of me as your servant, do you? 3 days to improve dozens of refining recipes for them? Li Yunxiao transmitted his voice back, saying, They are all some low-level refining formulas. You can just modify them at will. Don't you need Starlight Stones? Look at how poor I am. If I don't help people, how will they help your sister Xinhuan? At this moment, Zhao Xuanzi ran over from afar, took out a storage bag, and handed it to Xinhuan. He kept bowing and apologizing, and said, Sister Xinhuan, Zhao Xuanzi didn't understand things before. Please be generous and don't be angry with me. After this kid apologized, without waiting for Xinhuan to speak, he ran away like lightning. After Li Yunxiao won against Manhwa Yuan, how dare he keep Xinhuan's things? He finally made up his mind to run back and return it to her. Wu Sen angrily said, This kid is too slippery. He's already so good at sucking up at this age. Li Yunxiao laughed. He is Yuan Gaohan's great-grandson. This is passed down from one generation to the next. Yuan Gaohan is probably even better at it. Nonsense, Yuan Gaohan said angrily. After I leave here, the first thing I will do is have Hua Yuan beat this kid to death. It's not good to keep such a degenerate alive. Zhao Xuanzi's life and death were decided with just one teasing sentence from Li Yunxiao. Xinhuan also felt helpless and shook her head, took out 3 golden jade slips from the ring, hesitated slightly, and handed them to Li Yunxiao. She smiled bitterly and said, These are all the refining formulas of the Ziyun Merchant Association, recorded in great detail. They were priceless treasures, but now they are considered useless. I have removed the divine sense restrictions inside, Li Yunxiao said. Don't worry, there will be results in 3 days. With a flick of his robe, he immediately rushed away on the wind, his voice echoing back, You guys also prepare a bit. Bring me Starlight Stones and Origin Stones in 3 days. Just do your best, and don't affect your normal business. I have something to do. I'm taking my leave first. Watching Li Yunxiao's figure leave, Wu Sen said with some unease, President, is this person really trustworthy? Refining formulas are so important. Even if they can't compare to the Heavenly Crane Merchant Association right now, they can still be sold for a sky-high price if they get out. Xinhuan smiled bitterly and said, He has the strength to defeat Grandmaster Mo. Why would he covet our refining formulas? She had no better solution right now, and could only trust Li Yunxiao. But she didn't believe that all the refining formulas could be improved in 3 days. She only hoped that the core products could be improved so that the Ziyun Merchant Association could hold on for a while longer. Li Yunxiao quickly returned to the inn. When Mei Dong'er arrived, she found that the house was empty. There was only a piece of paper left on the table. It stated that she had returned to the Beidou sect and would definitely seize the opportunity to use the Great Teleportation Array. She told Li Yunxiao to wait patiently. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, and the piece of paper burst into flames and turned to ashes. Then, a strange stone appeared in his hand, which was the Qingming stone he had cunningly obtained from Liang Quan. Li Yunxiao observed it for a while and gently poured origin power into it. Immediately, countless cracks appeared, and layers began to peel off. Very quickly, an object with a bronze-like color was revealed. Li Yunxiao secretly exclaimed. As expected, after the bronze metal appeared, it was actually the size of half of his hand. He couldn't believe that there was this thing inside. When he scanned the Qingming stone with his divine sense before, he had felt that this point was strange, indicating that someone had put it inside. It was definitely not created by heaven and earth. He tried to study it for a while but couldn't grasp the key. After pondering, he directly threw it to Yuan Gaohan. Yuan Gaohan was now his personal art refiner, so there was no need to be polite. He paused, pondered for a moment, then his figure flashed and disappeared from the room, heading towards the Beidou sect. Today, the Beidou sect was holding a major sect competition, and he wanted to see how Mei Dong'er was doing. In the last chapter, after Li Yunxiao defeated Mo Huayuan in the martial arts competition, he returned to his inn in Manhwa City, only to find out that Mei Dong'er had already left. But he didn't stick around for long either. After wrapping up a few things, he bounced from the inn, heading straight for the Beidou sect. Today's the big Beidou sect competition. It's a super important event for the entire Nanhuo city, and they've invited big shots from everywhere to come watch. It's also a chance for the Beidou sect to flex its muscles, show off what they've got, and let some of their top disciples shine in front of everyone's eyes, get noticed. Besides all the major powers, tons of martial artists are showing up on their own, hoping to swap tips and tricks. On the way, Li Yunxiao ran into a bunch of martial artists and quickly made friends with a group. This crew had 5 people, and the other 4 were a bit quirky, hovering around the low-level martial sect realm. Birds of a feather flock together, right? The powerful forces wouldn't be caught dead hanging out with them, and the weaklings didn't even register on their radar. The Beidou sect and Tianxi sect organize a competition every 2 years, plus the Leifeng Commerce Guild's auction every year. These are the biggest, most important events in Nanhuo City, attracting tons of attention. A big dude in animal skin was yapping away, sounding like a professional tour guide. The Beidou sect's competition is crazy brutal. Only 10 people become the sect master's direct disciples, and even then, they fight like crazy. The bottom 9 get the boot, but that's why the Beidou sect has been churning out talent for thousands of years, sitting pretty as the biggest power in Nanhuo City. This dude, named Xiao Wei, was a local rogue cultivator with 6-star martial sect strength. His eyes were full of envy as he said, "Being the sect master's direct disciple means unlimited resources. The pills and spiritual herbs are like 10 times better than what other disciples get. If I had that, I'd have blasted to Martial Emperor ages ago and wouldn't be stuck in the 5 elements realm for over 5 years." Li Yunxiao said, "If that's the case, why don't you join the Beidou sect? With your strength, you definitely have a shot at making the top 10. The big guy laughed bitterly and said, "You think you can just join? Not only am I too old to be recruited, but the Beidou sect and Tianxi sect are super picky about who they take in these days. They dig into your family history. Given my situation, the best I could do is join their guard squad. And even then, the resources are super limited." They quickly entered the mountain range under the Beidou sect's control and soon ran into the mountain protection formation. Xiao Wei saw some Beidou sect disciples standing there, stepped forward, and respectfully said, "Oh, it's Elder Lu guarding the place himself." An old geezer with an extraordinary face was lying on a chair, eyes closed, chilling out. He totally ignored Xiao Wei. A middle-aged guy in yellow robes stood there and said casually, "Oh, it's Xiao Wei. Go on in." Li Yunxiao swept his divine sense over the long-bearded old guy, and his strength was only at the 1st-star martial venerable realm. But hey, in front of these martial sects, they definitely had the right to be arrogant. Xiao Wei went straight through the mountain protection formation, and the 4 people with Li Yunxiao followed close behind. Suddenly, their bodies froze, stopped by an invisible force. The middle-aged man in yellow robes said coldly, "Who are you 4? Xiao Wei quickly turned around and explained, "This, sir, these 4 are with me, going to check out the competition." The middle-aged man in yellow robes said,
Even if they're with you, they're all unfamiliar faces. You know the rules.
Xiaowei said, of course. He looked at the four and said, anyone who can't prove their identity has to have their cultivation sealed by a Beidao sect big shot before they can enter.
Seeing Li Yunxiao and the others' expressions change, he quickly said, don't worry, the seal only lasts 3 days, and the Beidou sect's competition will be over in 3 days. During that time, a Beidou sect big shot will be responsible for your safety. Don't worry, I've been sealed before.
The middle-aged man in yellow robes said, Xiaowei has some reputation in Nanhuo City, so he doesn't need to be sealed. But you guys are rogue cultivators with no reputation, so you have to be sealed, otherwise, turn back. As he spoke, he unleashed his aura, and his 3-star martial emperor cultivation instantly made the others' faces change.
Li Yunxiao sighed inwardly, but to avoid trouble, he faked a terrified expression like the others. But it didn't feel natural at all. Gu Feiyang sighed and said, all right, if those are the rules, then that's how it is. I don't have anything to say.
The middle-aged man in yellow robes nodded and casually flicked a few symbols in the air. They immediately struck the chests of the four, and the martial sect aura on their bodies vanished, definitely sealed in their dantians, unable to use their primeval essence. Li Yunxiao quietly checked his body and found the sealing method to be too weak. He cultivated the Overlord Heaven refining technique and had the Bright Moon divine body so he could automatically resist external forces. If he hadn't let himself be sealed, it probably would have caused trouble.
He turned his head to look at Gu Feiyang and the cold-faced woman. These two were surprisingly awesome actors, straight up collapsing on the ground, writhing around. Li Yunxiao figured he wasn't that skilled. He suddenly looked at the middle-aged man in yellow robes and clearly saw the suspicion on his face.
His expression instantly changed, and he started clutching his stomach, shaking his legs, clutching his chest, and gasping for air. Then, he collapsed on the ground, frothing at the mouth, mumbling, uh-oh. Did I overdo it?
The middle-aged man in yellow robes looked satisfied and waved his hand, saying, our Beidou sect's unique technique is super high level and won't leave any side effects. You can go in now, Xiaowei, you know the way, take them in.
Xiaowei responded, but seeing Li Yunxiao's scary appearance, he worriedly asked, little brother, are you all right?
Real quick, Xiaowei brought the four of them deeper into the mountains. As soon as they left, Elder Lu seemed to open his eyes. The middle-aged man in yellow robes quickly asked, Marshal Uncle Lu, what's up? Elder Lu frowned a bit.
He opened his mouth and said, that young man just now couldn't have been older than 20, but he's already got a 5-star martial sect cultivation. Talent like that, even in the Beidou sect, only that girl Mei Dongyer can compare.
The middle-aged man in yellow robes was shocked, saying, not even 20?
I thought he got some work done on his face, so I didn't check him out carefully.
I heard junior sister Dongyer is already at 6 stars. Elder Lu slowly said, that girl got kidnapped, and after she came back, she didn't say a word to anyone. She just went straight into closed-door cultivation, waiting for today's competition. It's kind of weird. How did she jump to 6 stars after one trip out? Something must have happened, but she won't talk. Oh well, as long as she's okay.
Elder Lu looked in the direction Li Yunxiao and the others disappeared, saying, go find out some info about that young man. If he's clean, try to recruit him into our Beidou sect. A genius like that, if he doesn't join us. He paused for a moment, casually saying, then let's just make sure he's stuck at 5-star martial sect forever. Yes. The middle-aged man in yellow robes was shaken and quickly replied.
Li Yunxiao and the group went up the mountain. Suddenly, Gu Feiyang opened his mouth and said, Xiaowei, you've been around Nanhuo City for so long. Have you ever heard of the Bei-He sect? Bei-He sect? Xiaowei was surprised, thinking for a moment before saying, I've heard of it. I think the Bei-Dao sect and the Tian-He sect used to be one family, called the Bei-He sect. Then they split up. He asked curiously, why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Gu Feiyang gave a sneaky smile, saying mysteriously, have you ever heard of the treasure that the Bei-He sect left behind? You know, the reason they split up. Xiaowei said, the Bei-He sect's treasure you're talking about isn't exactly a secret. I heard that the Bei-Dao sect and the Tian-He sect split up because of this treasure, but the treasure is still hidden in the mountains. No one's ever seen it. Gu Feiyang chuckled. You're right, but the last sentence.
If they hadn't opened the treasure, Do you think the Bei Dao sect and the Tian He sect could stand up to the Lei Feng Trading Company with just their own strength? Xiao Wei's expression changed, and he suddenly shouted, "Shut your mouth! If you want to live, you should know what you can say and what you can't. I don't know what you mean by this, and I don't want to hear it again. If you keep talking, you shouldn't be with us." Xiao Wei had been hustling in Nanhuo City for so long, and he's still alive, so naturally he had some principles to survive. He'd seen too many people getting caught in the crossfire, so he knew some survival skills.
Seeing his fierce reaction, Gu Feiyang gave a sheepish smile and stopped talking. Xiao Wei said with a dark face, "I'm doing this for your own good and for everyone's good."
The others also looked at Gu Feiyang, remaining silent and continuing to move forward. Li Yunxiao's heart stirred.
A strange expression gradually appeared on his face because he noticed that among the 4 people who were sealed, besides himself, 2 others had automatically broken their seals. One was Gu Feiyang, and the other was the cold-faced palace lady.
Only the goat-bearded man was the most normal, not emitting any aura. The 5 of them quickly moved forward. The sun was setting.
They quickly arrived at a row of small courtyards. There were many people inside, and several Beidou sect disciples were guarding the outside.
Xiao Wei explained. "We'll stay here tonight." Li Yunxiao frowned, saying, "Here, isn't the competition starting today?"
Xiao Wei explained, "Yes, but today is just for drawing lots and checking out the competition. There's also a top 50 competition, because so many people will be chaotic. So the first day is for drawing lots, tomorrow is 50 into 20, and the last day is 20 into the top 10. At the same time, all the local forces and trading companies will be invited to watch. At that time, almost all the prestigious figures of Nanhuo City will appear." Li Yunxiao wasn't interested in watching these disciples compete. He just wanted to see if Mei Dongxier could make it into the top 3. He could just find a place to cultivate now and go watch on the 3rd day. Xiao Wei led the 4 of them directly to a remote small courtyard, passing through several corridors along the way.
He carefully instructed, "Stay as low-key as possible here. Otherwise, with your cultivation sealed, you might accidentally lose your lives here." The despicable goat-bearded man's expression changed, saying, "Isn't there supposed to be people from the Beidou sect maintaining order? Who would dare to mess around here?" Xiao Wei said in a low voice. "You can all see it. Only a few martial sect disciples are maintaining order at the door. Their real ability is limited. It's better to be careful yourself." The goat-bearded man was a little dazed, seeming to feel extremely uncomfortable. Thinking that his cultivation was sealed, and all around him were cold eyes, he felt like a lamb being led into a tiger's mouth.
"It's probably here." Xiao Wei glanced at the gate of the small courtyard, which was indeed a bit dilapidated.
Not caring what the place was like, he immediately went in, saying, "I had to ask a friend in the Beidou sect to get this small courtyard arranged. Tonight, Will, stay here first." Before he could even step into the courtyard, his expression changed drastically. A gust of energy burst out from inside,
turning into a sharp palm image that struck straight at him, accompanied by a cold shout. "Who is it? Get lost!" Xiao Wei was shocked. He was originally a peak 6-star martial sect, but this palm made his heart uneasy. The other party's cultivation was at least 7 stars, or even higher. His expression turned angry as he shouted inside, "Who are you people? This room was assigned to us by the adults of the Beidou sect."
The commotion immediately attracted people around to watch. More than a dozen rays of light flew over, including several Beidou sect disciples. A young disciple shouted, "What's going on? How dare you fight in the Beidou sect?" Another, seemingly an acquaintance of Xiao Wei, asked, "What happened here?" Xiao Wei said, "They took our room and even attacked us." That disciple went to the small courtyard and shouted, "Who are you people? Why aren't you staying in the designated place and coming here?" A voice came from inside. "The designated place is too small. There are too many of us here, so we had to find another place. Tell them to switch places."
The people around were stunned, all secretly speculating about the identities of these people, who dared to order the Beidou sect disciples to do things truly bold.
That disciple's expression changed, and he suddenly said in shock, "It's you guys." Xiao Wei's heart tightened as he looked at the Beidou sect disciple's expression, realizing that something was wrong.
Sure enough, that disciple quickly regained his composure and coldly looked at Xiao Wei and the 5 of them, casually saying, Everyone is a guest visiting the Bei Dao sect. Be humble and don't cause trouble, understand? Saying that,
without waiting for Xiao Wei to reply, he winked at several disciples and then left. This, Xiao Wei, was stunned. The goat-bearded man angrily said, "What kind of solution is this? It's not a solution at all." "Holy crap," the goat-beard dude says, getting all twitchy because everyone's staring at them. "We should, move somewhere else." Li Yunxiao just chills and goes, "Move where? Everyone already thinks we're pushovers. Ain't no place gonna be better. You show weakness and everyone's gonna stomp all over ya."
Xiao Wei's brain kinda short-circuits for a sec. He looks at Li Yunxiao, knuckles cracking as he clenches his fists, and mutters, "Damn straight, one step back and you can't move forward." Suddenly it clicks. His 6th star martial grandmaster bottleneck? Shaking like crazy. He finally gets it. All those years screwing around in South City, being more and more of a scaredy cat. His fighting spirit's been worn down. No wonder. He's been stuck in the mud lately. Can't get any further in his cultivation. If he chickens out now, he's never going to break through that 6th star.
As he leaps into the 7th star realm, it feels like the road ahead suddenly cleared. If those Northern Dipper sect disciples don't back off, then don't blame me for getting nasty. Xiao Wei glares at the little courtyard, letting out a snarl. His whole vibe's flipped. He's not even using respectful titles for those Northern Dipper sect guys anymore. Cold laughter echoes from inside the courtyard. "Just broke through 1 star, and you're already getting a big head."
"I'll let your ignorance slide," the voice continues. "Get out of here now, or you're gonna die."
The guy casually throws out a punch. BOM, original chi floods out like a freaking tsunami. Xiao Wei feels this insane pressure, instantly realizing how strong the dude is. His face goes white as a sheet. He frantically throws all his original chi into his hands, desperately trying to block. He's in too deep now. No running away, just gotta suck it up and hold on. Peak 7th star martial grandmaster, he notes with dread. Li Yunxiao clocks the guy's cultivation level in a heartbeat. Not even a blip on his radar. But Xiao Wei just broke through to 7th star, so taking that hit is gonna be rough. Li Yunxiao's face is stone cold. He's weighing his options. If he steps in, it'll draw too much attention. His eyes dart to that Earth Fatty and the Ice Queen woman. They're just standing there, not even twitching a muscle, while Xiao Wei's about to get creamed. Cold-blooded much. He smirks, gets an idea. He subtly stamps his left foot, releasing original power. A powerful mental force shoots into the void, warping the space in front of Earth Fatty and the Ice Queen. 1 second they're there, the next they're bam. Right in front of Xiao Wei, Earth Fatty and the Ice Queen jump, eyes glazed over. They haven't even processed what happened yet when they see, a dozen freaking earth snakes charging at them.
Xiao Wei's clueless. He thinks they're jumping in to help and shouts, "Thanks, you two. The 3 of us team up, we can totally take this guy down."
They finally get their bearings and realize what's going on. They freak the hell out and start channeling original chi like crazy to defend themselves. Not only those two, even the guy who threw the punch is bugging out. No one saw how they teleported there. D. Hinch Huan Vic. The Northern Dipper sect guy mutters. The guy's eyes narrow in shock, yelling space swap. Seeing the attack raining down, Earth Fatty and Ice Queen act fast. Earth Fatty pulls out a handful of crystal beads, crackling with lightning, and starts flinging them out like crazy. Each bead trails lightning connecting them, quickly forming a net of electricity that slams into the earth snakes. BOM. The snakes explode into a cloud of yellow sand. Ice Queen pulls out a purple folding fan. She removes the seal, and the fan transforms into a 2-meter-long monster. She flicks it forward, and a dark green gust of energy shoots out. An invisible blast sweeps out from the fan, obliterating the remaining earth snakes, turning them into yellow sand that blows away. The crowd is freaking out. Xiao Wei's stunned for a sec, then grins and bows. "Turns out you two were hiding your strength. Thanks for saving my life." About earlier, Earth Fatty and Ice Queen glance at each other. A mix of bitterness and resignation in their eyes, and a dash of fear and apprehension. Ice Queen's eyes dart back to where Li Yunxiao and Goatbeard are standing, all inconspicuous. She's sure as hell it was one of those two who teleported them there. "No wonder you dared to provoke us," the Earth Snake dude snarls. "Who are you people? What do you want with the Northern Dipper sect?" Those two easily smashed his technique. They've got to be martial emperors too. Earth Fatty's got no choice but to step forward and lets out a chilly HMPH. "Since we're here at the Northern Dipper sect, naturally we came to watch the sect competition. Or are you?" The dude froze for a sec, then scoffed. Yeah, that's us all right. But you guys look kinda sus, don't you think? The frosty-faced babe just huffed. Enough with the chit-chat. Take your goons and scram, or we ain't gonna be nice.
This guy's face was not happy. With their current strength, they couldn't get any advantage. And his people were fine for now. Dragging this on might mean a big loss for them.
He immediately said, "Fine, you can have this dump, for now. See if you can keep it." He waved his hand. The other two looked at each other, and under everyone's gaze they miserably left. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. Ha, that was lame. They barely made any noise before leaving. Bow ring. The courtyard became wide again.
Xiao Wei stepped forward to thank the fatty landlord and the icy-faced madam, bowing and saying, "Many thanks to you both for your help." The fatty landlord was choking, cursing internally non-stop, like I wanted to save you. But on his face he forced a smile. No problem at all. Xiao Wei walked into the little courtyard. Now that we've chased those bad guys away, let's just chill for a sec. I'll report this to the elder later. Nothing will happen to the Beidao sect. There were 6 rooms in the little courtyard. Xiao Wei, all polite and stuff, asked the fatty landlord and the icy-faced babe to pick 2 rooms first. Then Li Yunxiao just casually grabbed one and went inside. Super cramped, and the furniture was seriously basic. Li Yunxiao plopped down cross-legged on the bed and started meditating.
His soul projection appeared in the god burial jade, looking at Yuan Gaohan and asking, "Old Yuan, how's the research going?" Yuan Gaohan said, "I've got a general idea of the principles, but I need a grade 8 cauldron to try the next step."
Li Yunxiao whipped out a cauldron, twirling it in his hand. "Grade 8 cauldron? You mean this baby?" Yuan Gaohan was stunned. That's my Tianwu Lun Zhuanzi Ding. Where'd you swipe that from? Didn't I give it to my disciple? Li Yunxiao chuckled.
As a venerable art refiner, how can you say swipe? Besides, you need it more than your disciple right now. Yuan Gaohan didn't even know how to respond to that. He laughed and said, "I personally refined this Tianwu Lun Zhuanzi Ding so I know all its secrets. And you made that little Vajra gourd in the first place.
Plus, you're Gu Feiyang. With you here, I have total faith." Li Yunxiao grinned. "You say that, and I'll get all conceited. Don't forget you're a disciple of Tian Zhaozi and a rising star among the art refiners of the Holy Domain." Yuan Gaohan looked at him. He seriously said, "I, Yuan Gaohan, don't admire many people, but you're one of them." His eyes were full of respect and a complicated mix of emotions, a bitter heart and self-deprecation. He sarcastically said, "Even the #1 beauty and palace mistress Kui Hongyan is in love with you, so you are already the public enemy of all men in the world." Li Yunxiao was taken aback, then cursed. "Quit being so melodramatic. Get to refining the little Vajra gourd."
Yuan Gaohan sighed, pulling himself together. "I've prepped all the materials, but I think we could add some Northern Sky Cold Star iron. With our combined skills, we might even forge a grade 8 peak, half artifact, half beast cauldron."
Li Yunxiao shook his head.
"Yeah, there's a chance, but our power is too weak right now. High chance of failure. Besides, I need the Bei Tianhan Jingtai for something else."
Yuan Gaohan's face went cold. A bad feeling bubbling up inside, he warned.
"You only have 3 pieces," Li Yunxiao smiled brightly. "Like a warm sun, don't be silly, they're mine. I am going to use all 7 parts of the Bei Tianhan Jingtai."
Sure enough, Yuan Gaohan exploded with fury. "If you touch my Bei Tianhan Jingtai, I'll drag you down with me." He only released the great demon because of his greed for these materials. Now he's trapped in the Jishenbi, Li Yunxiao chuckled. "Chill, just kidding, hey. Yuan Gaohan was incredibly depressed.
"This is inside the Jishenbi. He's got a million ways to mess with me. I probably can't hold on to any of my Northern Sky Cold Star iron," Li Yunxiao said. "Even though we can't add the Bei Tianhan Jingtai, I do have something else we can use." He flipped his hand. A golden light flashed, and an ancient bronze statue appeared. Yuan Gaohan painfully flinched. Looking at the statue, he was in shock for a few breaths. Then his face drastically changed. He reached out, caressing the statue. He choked out, "Heavenly illumination flawed gold.
This is a complete piece of Tian Zhao Keijin."
His eyes practically popped out with greed, hugging the statue tight, afraid someone would snatch it away.
Li Yunxiao's face twitched. "Dude, you're being way too creepy."
"Take a closer look."
This Tian Zhao Keijin seems kinda off. My soul power is too low to really see anything. Yuan Gaohan finally started calming down. Feeling incredibly wronged, he muttered, I'm in the holy domain, where I have access to the most abundant resources in the world, but next to you I feel dirt poor. His eyes started analyzing the statue and how it was made. He suddenly exclaimed, What is this statue made of? Why is it making my mind race? Li Yunxiao said gravely. I fished this statue out of the extraterritorial starry sky of the Milky Way. It seems to hold something, but my power is too weak to figure out what. Yuan Gaohan stared intently for a while, thoughtfully saying, To use Tian Zhao Keijin to create a statue, extraordinary strength is required. Are you implying, Li Yunxiao said, use your purple cauldron to try and refine it? This is just the most primitive piece of Tian Zhao Keijin. In the process of extracting it, we might naturally extract the stuff inside as well. Yuan Gaohan shook his head. This is Tian Zhao Keijin, one of the hardest minerals in the world. You can't refine it without being a grade 9 art refiner. Li Yunxiao reached out his hand. A flame condensed on his fingertip. It was the Phoenix True Fire, he said. But maybe a small piece might be possible. Yuan Gaohan's eyes lit up, going totally fanboy. That's right, you have the Phoenix True Fire. How could I forget? Li Yunxiao eagerly said. Old Yuan, you get the cauldron ready, and I'll cut the Tian Zhao Keijin. Otherwise, even if I cut it, your cauldron won't be able to refine it. Yuan Gaohan knew this was the hardest metal, and only Li Yunxiao's Phoenix True Fire could melt it. Then, he just had to fuse it. After Li Yunxiao condensed the flame into a dagger shape, he carefully started cutting a corner of the statue. Yuan Gaohan also began casting hand seals into the heavenly martial cycle purple gold cauldron, then directly tossed the stone beast's body inside. Quickly, a corner of the statue was cut off, and a chunk about half a fist size flew out, seemingly containing some spirit. Li Yunxiao flipped his hand and struck down, immediately pressing it into the heavenly martial cycle purple gold cauldron. Flames raging all around, the purple cauldron erupted, the entire thing buzzing non-stop. In Yuan Gaohan's hand, a golden tadpole-like character condensed. It was the ink flower primordial script he used earlier. He directly slapped it onto the purple great cauldron, unleashing it once more. Then, he formed seals rapidly, his figure moving around the great cauldron, each seal striking it, causing purple energy to swirl endlessly. Meanwhile, Li Yunxiao stood outside, observing his refining process, constantly urging, More fire! Tone it down! Fire's too weak! Add a little! Right, don't mess up! Don't mess up! Hearing Li Yunxiao's nagging, Yuan Gaohan snapped, Shut your trap! I don't need your input! Li Yunxiao kept at it. Not bad, old Yuan, your skills haven't rusted over these years. Want to teach me a trick or two? Yuan Gaohan impatiently said, Didn't you hear me? Shut up! After a moment of frantic activity, all sounds went silent, and the misty purple energy dissipated. Li Yunxiao asked. How'd it go? Yuan Gaohan's face was covered in sweat, panting heavily, staring fixedly at the purple cauldron, and said in a strange tone, I don't know. The cauldron's lid suddenly spun open, instantly shooting out a brilliant glow, releasing an extremely strong force of Qi Luck. This Qi Luck was potent. Though not as terrifying as an 8th grade peak, it was still much stronger than before. The two were overjoyed. They hurriedly peered inside the purple cauldron, where a lump of metal was sitting cross-legged, emitting a dazzling golden light. It was actually sitting there in a meditative posture. Both of them gasped, looking at each other in shock. Yuan Gaohan wiped away cold sweat, awkwardly saying, What's going on? It's sitting there cultivating. Li Yunxiao swallowed hard and said, I don't know either. Too bizarre. Even if a Yao beast wants to develop intelligence, it'd have to reach 9th heaven peak at least. Hey, can you understand what I'm saying? Yuan Gaohan shouted a few times, looking at the lump of metal that was sitting down. But there was no response. Li Yunxiao said, softly scolding, Get out here. That chubby lump of metal slowly moved its body, jumping out and hovering above the purple cauldron. Looking expressionlessly at Li Yunxiao, Li Yunxiao licked his lower lip and said, Do you have intelligence? Yuan Gaohan observed for a while and said, It seems to still be half beast, half artifact. It hasn't opened its intelligence yet, but that earlier sitting posture, Li Yunxiao ordered, Hit with your full power. But as he said that,
He suddenly remembered the bitter experience from before, and didn't dare to test it with his fist again. He awkwardly said, "How about this? Show me the Vajra fist." The lump of metal's purplish-blue eyes lit up, and it began to swing its fist in the air, the space distorting under its punch, emitting a thunderous ripping sound. Yuan Gaohan was shocked, fearfully saying, "Vajra first? It knows martial skills?" Li Yunxiao said, "Yep, I taught it." Seems refining it again didn't make it forget. That punch just now reached the strength of an 8th grade martial honored one. But that's what the power of the profound artifact added. Its beast part is still stuck at 7th star martial emperor at best. Stone beasts can only advance to peak martial emperor at most. That's determined by their bloodline. If it wants to take it a step further, his face was full of shock, seemingly finding his own thought unbelievable, and said, quote, "Cultivate." Yuan Gaohan trembled, blurting out, "You mean it sat down to cultivate, to break through the beast part to 8th grade martial honored one?" Li Yunxiao looked at the gourd-shaped little Vajra in the air, his face expressionless. His 2 pupils turned golden, directly pouring the cultivation method's imprint into its head. The gourd-shaped little Vajra's purplish-blue eyes became dull, and it once again received new, strange knowledge. Previously, Li Yunxiao was headed towards the Beidu sect to watch the sect grand competition, and he even made some buddies along the way. After arriving, they were all assigned to a small courtyard. There was a little squabble, but things quickly settled down. Li Yunxiao just randomly picked a room to crash in, while his consciousness dove into the god burial mountain. He and Yuan Gaohan began repairing the stone beast's body. After Li Yunxiao poured the cultivation incantation seal into the little gourd Vajra's head, its purplish-blue eyes instantly went blank, showing a dull, vacant look. Then it slowly sat down cross-legged, one hand forming a hand seal, while the other rested on its danchin. It really was the simplest breathing technique. Spiritual chi in the world was as swept away by a light breeze. A faint light appeared on the little gourd Vajra. Immediately after, it opened its mouth and inhaled deeply, sucking all the spiritual chi into its belly. Yuan Gaohan exclaimed in shock. Did it just suck it in? Doesn't seem to have any effect. Doesn't seem to be able to officially integrate the spiritual chi into its meridians. Li Yunxiao's eyes stared intently at the little gourd Vajra's continuous inhaling and exhaling, and opened his mouth in between. You're wrong. It loses some spiritual chi every time it inhales. Although each breath takes in very weak spiritual chi, it's really absorbing it. Yuan Gaohan was taken aback and took a closer look. Sure enough, it was, as Li Yunxiao said, but the speed was exceptionally slow, he said weirdly. At this rate, it'd have to be immortal to advance to the 8th rank. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, whether it can advance or not isn't important. What's important is that it's at least theoretically possible now. That's the most incredible discovery. He casually crushed over 100 high-grade origin stones, throwing them to the ground for the little gourd Vajra to continue cultivating. Better than nothing, Li Yunxiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. He noticed something was up outside. He chuckled coldly. Seriously, if you don't go looking for death, death won't find you. Trouble's brewing outside. Yuan Gaohan raised an eyebrow and said, That fatty Yuan and that woman seem to have some status I can't quite remember, but I think I've seen their martial skills somewhere before. Li Yunxiao coldly snorted, HMPH. These insects aren't worthy of the little gourd Vajra's attention. With a casual tap, a lightning bolt flashed in the sky, and with a booming sound, the xuanhuan Jing Yunhong appeared. Stepping on lightning, Li Yunxiao whispered, Little Xuanzi, let's go. Go out and beat those guys up. He tapped it, and the xuanhuan Jing Yunhong transformed into a lightning bolt. Disappearing from under the god burial mountain, Yuan Gaohan smiled wryly. You do so many weird things. Looking at this xuanhuan Jing Yunhong, it must be a mutated existence as well, Li Yunxiao replied. It has ancient Yao beast bloodline in it, but it's very faint. In the other 2 rooms, Fatty Yuan and the woman in the palace dress were back to back, on full alert. They were suddenly surrounded by more than a dozen people, and extremely nervous. One of the men said, Are you 2 remnants of the Shen Feng sect? Beijia sect? Fatty Yuan exclaimed in shock. Who are you people? He and the woman were shocked. They already felt trouble coming their way after revealing their strength 3 days ago. But they didn't expect it to be this fast. As expected, capture them all. The man immediately confirmed after seeing their expressions, waving his hand and shouting loudly. The auras of the martial artists exploded, forming an encirclement. At that moment, a roar of a Yao beast was heard, and the door was suddenly smashed open. 4 martial artists were electrocuted and burned black. The figure of the Xuanhuan Jing Yunhong slowly appeared, with electric sparks constantly crackling on its body, its imposing presence, like a divine beast. Yao beast. A martial emperor-level Yao beast. One of the martial artists completely lost hope after seeing the Xuanhuan Jing Yunhong's strength, and it was even a lightning-controlling Yao beast. Fatty Yuan and the cold-faced woman were still, with 2 clever glints flashing in their eyes. Amidst everyone's shock, they watched as the Xuanhuan Jing Yunhong, surrounded by electric light, descended, creating an explosive sound like a bomb that spread all around. Fatty Yuan and the cold-faced woman also took action, jumping into the fight. Although they didn't know where the Xuanhuan Jing Yunhong came from, it was at least a huge help. If they allowed it to be easily killed by the opponent, their deaths would be next. The courtyard was in chaos. 7 lean men were looking down from above. They weren't afraid of the commotion, but they didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, especially during the sensitive time of the sect grand competition. The major forces of Manhwa City had already entered the mountain range. If they were discovered, it would be troublesome. A black-robed man next to him suddenly asked, "Leader, could there be a grand artificer mixed in with those people?" The lean man smiled and said, "I'm not sure if there's a grand artificer, but I do remember the weapons that Fatty Yuan and that woman were using. They're the Gathering Thunder Pearl and the 100 Jade Fan, formerly famous Xuan artifacts of the Beijia sect. Back then, when the Beijia sect split into the Beidao sect and the Tianxia sect, some people left Nanhua City and entered Wufang City, forming the Shenfeng sect." Everyone was shocked. The man controlling the Earth Snake exclaimed, "So, there are people from the Shenfeng sect among them. The Shenfeng sect can call the shots in Wufang City. Why would they come to Nanhua City? Could it be that they—" "That's right." The lean man's eyes were icy cold and said in a low voice, "Their goal is the same as ours. It's for the treasure of the Beijia sect. Among these 5 people, Shugoi probably isn't a problem, and the 2 teenagers aren't a big deal either. The key is that goat-beard guy. This person is very likely to be a grand artificer. Pay attention to this guy." He issued an order downwards. "Those assisting those 2 rebellious masters, it's best to capture them alive. As for the others, kill them if you can, yes." More than a dozen martial artists accepted the order and immediately transformed into more than a dozen rays of light, rushing over from the hill, flying towards the courtyard. Inside the God tablet space, Li Yunxiao pulled out a storage bag and tossed it to Yuan Gaohan, saying, "Old Yuan, I got these materials from the Purple Cloud Commerce Guild, plus a bit of starlight stone and spirit stones. Help me forge a few good swords." Yuan Gaohan caught it, took a look, and frowned slightly. "There's a decent amount of stuff here, but it's still pretty sparse for what I need," he glared, adding, "You cheapskate, you only give me starlight stone after I've finished forging the little Vajra. My soul's gonna dissipate from you before long." Li Yunxiao grinned. "Old Yuan, look, the swords I need right now probably aren't your average grade 9 profound artifacts. Have you ever heard of the celestial sword diagram?" Yuan Gaohan gasped. "The celestial sword diagram of the Shenxiao Palace? Did Palace Master Qua give you that treasure?" Li Yunxiao chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. "The celestial sword diagram is one of the Shenxiao Palace's top treasures. How could they just hand it out like that?" But luckily, I got a peek at the diagram. It's made up of 81 divine swords, divided into 7 levels, corresponding to the 3 talent realm to the 9 heavens realm stages of a martial artist. With my current strength, I can control 36 of those swords. You've got those 7 pillars of Northern Celestial Cold Star Iron, so just whip up 16 swords for me first, okay? Mother of Pearl, you want me to make 16 divine swords out of Northern Celestial Cold Star Iron? Do you think that stuff's just wood or something? To be bent to your will?" Yuan Gaohan exploded. "Forget the 4 you already owe me. Even if my main body were here, it'd be nearly impossible to refine that much northern celestial cold star iron in a short time. You saw the heaven illuminating flawless gold just now. It's hard enough to refine even with a grade 10 divine flame. Li Yunxiao sighed dramatically. Oh well, never mind then. I was planning to teach you how to control Phoenix True Fire. But I guess you're not interested. Trisk, trisk. He pretended to leave. Suddenly, a skinny hand shot out, blocking him from the door. Yuan Gaohan grabbed Li Yunxiao's hand in a flash, his eyes filled with excitement. I'm willing! Li Yunxiao shook him off, feigning anger. Forget it. Yuan Gaohan clung to him desperately, wailing, I was wrong. I'll help you forge them. You teach me Phoenix True Fire. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes. I just wanted to leave some divine fire in the God Tablet for you to use as you please. Even a complete celestial sword diagram can't compare to Phoenix True Fire. You figure out the benefits yourself, Yuan Gaohan groaned. I knew there was no way it'd be that good. So you want me to forge 16 grade 9 swords just so you can experience using some divine fire? This price is too high, Li Yunxiao grinned. Not at all. You could forge 160 swords and still not grasp a sliver of the Tao of crafting. But a grade 10 divine fire is different, you should understand. Besides, if I can recover to my peak sooner, wouldn't that benefit you too? Yuan Gaohan looked conflicted. If he could comprehend and control a grade 10 divine fire, it would be a huge step towards comprehending grade 10 himself. He couldn't afford to miss such a golden opportunity. On the other side of the God Tablet space, Li Yunxiao moved his divine sense, instantly appearing above a swirling vortex of wind. This was the archaic gale, which had barged into the tablet, only to be suppressed by the Phoenix True Fire and Earth Breath Soil. Li Yunxiao flipped his right hand, taking something from between his eyebrows. It was the damaged archaic Heaven's Eye. He pondered for a moment, then tossed it into the archaic gale. His left hand flashed through a series of hand seals, shouting, Refine! Several incantations danced in his hand, striking the archaic gale simultaneously. He was casting spells mid-air, directly using the gale to temper the archaic Heaven's Eye. This kind of method, using elemental forces to refine profound artifacts, was common on the continent, just not as insanely excessive as Li Yunxiao's method. The level of his archaic Heaven's Eye wasn't high, and with enough materials, it could easily be repaired. But Li Yunxiao had grander ambitions. He wanted to fuse the two elemental forces together. If he succeeded, the archaic Heaven's Eye's power would increase significantly. His body vanished into thin air, reappearing in the small room belonging to the bearded man. Li Yunxiao slowly spread out his divine sense. Frowning slightly, he muttered, Strange, why has that bearded guy disappeared? The furnishings were the same as his own room, but there was a corpse on the floor. One of those guys. He examined it briefly. This guy was a 9-star martial grandmaster, and he'd been killed by a single kick that shattered his dantian. That kick didn't just break his dantian. The remaining force shattered all the meridians throughout his body. From the outside, there wasn't a scratch. The killer's control over their power was exquisite. With no wasted energy, Yao Long sensed the situation outside through Li Yunxiao's divine sense and exclaimed, Such ruthless methods and precise control, Li Yunxiao remarked. It's all about killing with one move. There's nothing particularly ruthless about it. You can tell this guy really values his origin energy and has made it a habit to conserve it, Yao Long said. What's even scarier is that he was able to hide his strength from us. Is he some kind of top-tier assassin? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed. The xuanhuan Jing Yunhao, injured, was sent flying in from outside, followed by 3 figures, all martial emperors. The xuanhuan Jing Yunhao, seeing Li Yunxiao, looked incredibly aggrieved and quickly rushed over to wrap around his leg. Li Yunxiao sighed. You can't even hold back these trash fish. You really haven't improved much. So you're a beast tamer, huh? All together, let's go. Kill him. The 3 instantly spread out, trying to surround Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's pupils narrowed, and he flashed into action, throwing out 3 punches in quick succession. Before they could even react, everything went blurry, and then their dantanes shattered. Instantly, their souls dissipated, and their life force was extinguished. Li Yunxiao said, Not bad.
That bearded guy's methods are probably like this. The corpses of the three martial emperor powerhouses thudded to the ground. Yao Long gave a thumbs up, praising, "You're a beast, you learn so fast." Li Yunxiao spread out his divine sense slightly, discovering that Gu Feiyang and the cold-faced woman had already run off. That skinny dude in the air suddenly sneered, glanced at the three corpses in the small room, and said, "Broken meridians. Such a cruel method. Your buddies have already bailed. You're powerless to resist alone. Why not come out and have a chat?" Half a day later, there was still no response from the room. The skinny guy raised an eyebrow, a sinister glint in his eyes, and said, "Putting on a big act. Huh. Fine. Then I'll just have to invite you out myself." He strode forward, directly entering the room. Just then, a massive shockwave erupted within the room, emitting a faint sound. Then everything returned to calm. With no further movement, the surrounding martial artists tensed up, rushing to protect him. Did they take care of it? The crowd thought, their vigilance gradually calming down. Just when everyone was confused, the skinny guy walked out. But as soon as he did, he stopped, the sinister glint in his eyes gone. He stood in the air, bowing deeply and respectfully to the person inside the room. "My lord, please rest early. This lowly one dares not disturb you." What the... Every martial artist's mind was blown, filled with questions. The skinny guy didn't even dare to stand up straight, his back hunched over. The martial artists weren't fools. They immediately understood this was someone they couldn't afford to offend, and cold sweat poured down their backs. Inside the small room, Yao Long said, "Why didn't you kill him? If you reveal your strength, it'll reduce unnecessary trouble." Li Yunxiao's face was slightly pale as he said, "Just now, I only used spiritual pressure to suppress him. With his 9-star martial emperor strength, it's too difficult to kill him. Moreover, keeping them alive still has value." Yao Long said, "You mean the treasure of the Beiha sect? I feel it's very unreliable." Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Whatever, even if it's fake, we won't lose anything. Besides, under my spiritual pressure, he can't possibly lie. Even if there's no treasure, I'll be fine anyway." Li Yunxiao rushed out of the courtyard. A few dozen feet away was Xiaowei, lying under a pile of rocks, barely able to move. Li Yunxiao walked over, took out a pill and fed it to him, and then struck several hand seals into his acupoints, immediately stopping the bleeding. Xiaowei was shocked, realizing that the injuries he was struggling to contain were being stopped with ease. A few casual taps from the opponent had stopped them. Moreover, swallowing the pill, he didn't know what kind it was, only feeling an immense medicinal power surging. It was at least a rank 6 pill, and the injuries on his body were rapidly improving. Xiaowei didn't know what to say. He suddenly looked defeated, originally thinking that among the 5 of them, he was the only one whose combat power wasn't sealed, remaining intact, never expecting to be the weakest one. Li Yunxiao looked at his dejected expression and laughed. "Don't be so down. Everyone has a reason for not wanting to reveal themselves. I can see you don't have any malicious intent." Xiaowei smiled wryly and said, "Thank you for saving my life, my lord." Li Yunxiao laughed. "Don't be so formal. I still have to thank you. Your injuries are probably fine. Come sit here. I have something to ask." Li Yunxiao took out a hot pot, sat down, and started picking up pieces of food to eat, saying, "Just now on the way, Gu Feiyang mentioned the treasure of the Beiha sect. How much do you know?" Xiaowei was startled and said, "Could it be that you're here for it too, my lord? You definitely shouldn't set your sights on that treasure otherwise." He paused when he saw the amused look in Li Yunxiao's eyes, then smiled wryly. "I'm just kindly advising you, my lord. These news are just rumors. I don't know if they're true." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Just tell me what you know." Xiaowei responded, thought for a moment, and said, "Since you're from elsewhere, my lord, I'll start from the beginning. Back then, the Bei Dao sect and the Tianha sect were originally one family. In the entire eastern region, they were considered a top-tier existence. But the bigger the sect, the bigger the problems. Eventually, the contradictions exploded, and they split into 2 factions. And the core of this conflict was the treasure of them. The first sect master who founded the Beihop sect was not only extremely powerful, but also possessed the nameless fire, metal, and water crystal veins, possessing shocking wealth. When he was dying, considering that his disciples' cultivation was far below his own, fearing that they would have difficulty maintaining the long-term foundation, he made meticulous plans to hide much of the sect's wealth in a vault and sealed it. In the future, a strong expert will rise up within the sect to obtain it. Several thousand years later, when the first sect master died, the Beiha sect should have welcomed its first great disaster. From prosperity to decline has always been a historical law. At that time, the hidden enemies of the Beiha sect continued to grow stronger. Finally, they welcomed the opportunity to attack the Beiha sect, wanting to flatten the sect in one fell swoop. It is said that at that time, more than 100 martial emperor experts were dispatched. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly, disbelieving, and said, "So exaggerated. More than 100 martial emperors. Even if you count the 7 superforces, there wouldn't be enough in the God realm." Suddenly, Yuan Gaohan's voice rang out, saying, "Not exaggerated at all. I remember this matter. No wonder that fat guy and the girl used techniques that felt familiar to me. The Beihan sect back then, although declining, was still in existence no less than the 7 superforces. Those enemies later failed, and eventually joined another Eastern region force, the Jiang family, the current Hongyu city." What? Li Yunxiao was horrified, shocked. The Jiang family, Hongyu city? With their current strength, destroying the Bei Dao sect and the Tianha sect is no different from crushing 2 ants. Why did they allow them to live until now? Yuan Gaohan shook his head and said, "I'm not clear about these things. The Holy Region records the history of the continent's changes. I was just casually looking at it anyway. I'm not interested in these things." Perhaps it's because the era has passed for so long, and now the Jiang family has long forgotten that past grudge. A strange look appeared on his face as he said, "Since you stirred up a storm in Hongyu City, one of the 3 families, the Ruan family, has gradually declined and is no longer on par with the other 2. Hongyu City has become the world of the Chu family and the Jiang family. Lacking the support of the Ruan family, Hongyu City, although still one of the 7 superforces, is now the last one." A few decades ago, the Ruan family was one of the 3 great families, but more than half of the experts in the family were killed by Gu Feiyang. Their prestige is no longer what it once was. Yuan Gaohan suddenly slapped the table, raging and cursing. "Damn it, how can the soul body in the God realm eat the author? Seriously, what's the point of competing with me for lines?" Li Yunxiao ignored him, looked at Xiao Wei and said, "You continue. What about the 100 martial emperor experts afterward?" Xiao Wei said, "Anyway, that's what everyone on the street says. Perhaps there's some exaggeration, but it's enough to show how powerful the Beiha sect was back then. The entire Beiha sect was in a precarious state. It is said that the sect master at the time personally opened the treasure vault, which saved the sect's fate and repelled the strong enemies," Li Yunxiao said. "According to what you said, the treasure was already taken away a long time ago." Xiao Wei smiled wryly and said, "Rumor on the street at that time opened the treasury but only took away a small part. There are still many seals inside. Hundreds of years ago, the Leifeng Merchant Association led many merchant association forces to forcibly take root in Manhwa City, giving birth to disputes, wiping out the local forces in one fell swoop. The Bei Dao sect and the Tianha sect were basically on the verge of being wiped out, but they suddenly counterattacked very miraculously, ultimately forming a balanced state with the Leifeng Merchant Association as it is now, so everyone speculated that they obtained the treasure sealed by the first sect master," Li Yunxiao said. "Seems to make some sense. Moreover, after hearing that guy mention that the Fatso Yuan and the cold-faced woman were remnants of the Beihe sect, and that they were here too, I'm at least 30% sure that's true." I'm definitely interested in that treasure. What exactly is it?" Xiao Wei hesitated. "My lord, you must be careful. I recognize that guy from earlier. His name is Luo Jinran, a rogue martial artist famous in Nanhuo City. He's super strong and has a big reputation. I don't know what happened, but he has so many underlings now. That guy holds grudges, and anyone who crosses him dies a miserable death." Li Yunxiao totally ignored him. If that Luo Jinran didn't know his place, he wouldn't be polite either. He chuckled. "Thanks for the reminder." "On the contrary, you should be more careful, Brother Xiao," Xiao Wei wryly smiled. "I don't even want to watch the sect competition tomorrow. I'll just pack up and head home, leave Nanhu City, and find some normal power to be an elder and retire." That's not bad. You and I are destined, so I'll pass on a cultivation technique to you. Just keep practicing diligently, and within 5 years you'll definitely break through to the 7th chakra realm, Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly, taking out a jade slip and pressing it to his forehead, engraving the incantation of that cultivation technique inside. Xiao Wei was stunned. He inwardly chuckled bitterly, thinking, don't even mention breaking through to the 7th chakra realm within 5 years. I'd be happy if I could just break through to where I am now in this lifetime. Xiao Wei scanned the jade slip with his divine sense. A cultivation method appeared in his mind, and his expression drastically changed. He had never heard of this cultivation method, but it gave him an extremely powerful feeling. He immediately understood that breaking through to the 7th chakra realm within 5 years wasn't just empty talk. Suddenly, he snapped back to his senses, only to find that Li Yunxiao had long disappeared. Xiao Wei knew he had encountered a true expert. He was very polite when he came here, so lucky, and he didn't offend this person. Li Yunxiao left the small courtyard, sensed for a moment, and then flew in one direction. He had long unknowingly placed an imprint on that xuanhuan. He was only catching up now after several hours. These two really showed up. Li Yunxiao chuckled softly. His hands formed a secret hand seal, and a cyan light emanated from his body. Immediately after, a light figure appeared. Both the light figure and the original body were overjoyed and astonished, sizing each other up. Yuan Gaohan's spirit manifestation of the soul cried out in fear, saying, Starlight soul body, how could you master it? And you've already condensed the 2nd level on the first try. How could you be so fast? Obviously, the soul power was directly split in half. Li Yunxiao's face was pale. He looked at it, then felt satisfied and snorted, HMPH, all paths under heaven lead to the same destination. With my 9th grade enlightenment, how long would it take to learn your Starlight Soul refining technique? Half of my 6th grade soul power was drained to condense a 2nd level soul, and I was already annoyed by that. The Starlight Soul body smiled, looking exactly like Li Yunxiao. Like twins, Li Yunxiao muttered a few words, then grinned. Not bad, not bad. The Starlight Soul body is completely condensed from soul power, without any origin energy fluctuations. That way, tracking won't have to worry about being discovered. Although it's a bit weird, it's definitely interesting. With that, the Starlight Soul body flew up, heading towards the 2 xuanhuans. Yuan Gaohan coldly said, HMPH. You actually used a soul-refining secret technique like that for tracking. If that soul body is destroyed, your soul will be severely injured. The higher the soul body's level, the greater the injury. Li Yunxiao said solemnly. Is that so? Looks like I can only nurture soul bodies in the God burial ring in the future. But then, he revealed a strange expression, saying, Look at what's happening here. 2 soul shadows appeared on his hand, condensed from the demon dragon. Yuan Gaohan was shocked and exclaimed, This is your sword spirit. It's already a soul body itself, so why can it condense a starlight soul body too? The demon dragon was extremely displeased, glaring at Li Yunxiao angrily and roaring, Stinky brat! Don't cast messy soul techniques like this. What's going on? Li Yunxiao stared fixedly. His soul was connected to the demon dragon, and he had just tried using the starlight soul refining technique on the demon dragon, not expecting it to actually condense a starlight soul body, and even at a higher level than his own. It was actually a 3rd level starlight soul body. He pondered slightly. If soul bodies can also condense starlight soul bodies, then can starlight soul bodies condense a 3rd starlight soul body? In that case, isn't it like the Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets infinite? Yuan Gaohan disagreed. Who knows what's up with this demon dragon? Either way, I can't condense a 2nd starlight soul body. I already tried it before. Otherwise, if it were, as you said, condensing hundreds or thousands of soul bodies and cultivating together, wouldn't I have broken through to the 10th grade divine art long ago? That's true, we'll research it later. Li Yunxiao waved his hand, merging the demon dragon's starlight soul body back into the demon dragon's body, and after finding that nothing was wrong, he breathed a sigh of relief, but still angrily cursed. I'm not your guinea pig. If you use me for this kind of dangerous experiment again, I'll definitely fight you to the death. Yuan Gaohan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, embarrassed.
You really are restless. I have a feeling that the art of refining spirits will be messed up by you sooner or later. Your starlight soul body has gone far. A second-level soul body can only sense within 100 miles. Exceeding this range with spiritual awareness will be like me, completely losing contact with the original body, becoming a separate existence. 100 miles, huh? That range is enough in the Baidu sect. So can you sense your main body from this far away? Li Yunxiao asked. Yuan Gaohan snorted coldly. What's the matter? Are you scared? Li Yunxiao grinned, saying, Yeah, a little scared, so that means I can't go to the holy region as long as I don't enter the space of the holy region, and you're in my God-sealing tablet. Being separated by 2 spaces should prevent you from being sensed, right? He asked cautiously. Yuan Gaohan pretended not to hear, smiling. Don't know.
Li Yunxiao chuckled darkly. He quickly chased after the Starlight Soul Body. The Starlight Soul Body only had soul force fluctuations, no origin energy fluctuations, so ordinary martial artists would find it very difficult to detect it, making it easy to follow Gu Feiyang and the cold-faced woman. Who knew we'd expose our strength and identity so quickly? It's far from what we expected, Gu Feiyang complained in a whisper. Do you think the one secretly plotting against us is that young man or that old goat? The cold-faced woman's expression was grim as she coldly opened her mouth. I think both of them are not simple. That thunder attribute Yao Beast Martial Emperor seems to belong to that young man. He must be a beast tamer. And that goatee guy could change space to move us out, causing us to directly expose our strength. That person should be a grand art refiner, at least a 7th rank. Gu Feiyang's whole body of fat trembled as he said in fear, A 7th rank grand art refiner? Why would he come here? Even if he did, he should be welcomed as an honored guest in the inner courtyard of the Northern Dipper sect. The cold-faced woman's expression was unpleasant as she said, Who knows? Guessing he also has the same goal of sneaking in as us.
Let's just hope he's not here for the treasure, otherwise it's hard to say what troubles will arise. A cold glint flashed in Gu Feiyang's eyes as he coldly snorted. Looks like he's alone. If he doesn't have any help, even a 7th rank grand art refiner can't cause any waves. Also, the group who attacked us seems to be rogue cultivators from South Flame City. Don't know who's commanding them. The water is getting murkier and murkier, the cold-faced woman said. Murky water makes it easier to catch fish, otherwise it would be hard for you and me to gain any benefits. This is the best opportunity for us. As long as we get the treasure, when we return to the Divine Wind sect, we'll make those bastards look good. Gu Feiyang revealed a grim expression. The two stopped talking and sneaked into the mountain range. Li Yunxiao felt dull and bored after tracking them for a while, so he left the Starlight Soul Body to continue monitoring them, and he himself turned around to leave. According to Xiao Wei's introduction, today was the competition for the top 20 to enter the top 10, and Ma Dong'er said she was 100% confident, so there shouldn't be any problems. Li Yunxiao was hesitating whether he should go to watch or not, when he suddenly saw a familiar figure flashing in the distance. The figure was the middle-aged man in yellow robes at the mountain gate, casting seals on everyone, who only had the cultivation of a 1-star martial emperor, which was far inferior to that Gu Feiyang and the cold-faced woman. Looks like this sect-ran competition is getting more and more interesting. Li Yunxiao chuckled lightly. He followed closely behind the middle-aged man in yellow robes to a mountain valley. He carefully observed the outside. It was indeed a natural cave.
These kinds of caves were countless in the mountain range, making it a very good hiding place.
He jumped down and followed in. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt a bone-chilling wind strike, mixed with a streak of sword light.
Actually trying to take his life with a sneak attack, Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. He was actually discovered. This attack only made him feel too strange. He sidestepped, his movements seeming slow, but in reality, his speed was extremely fast, instantly dodging the incoming sword.
It's actually you, a surprised voice echoed in the cave. When the middle-aged man in yellow robes saw Li Yunxiao's appearance, he was immediately shocked and shouted, Who lifted the seal for you, good? Lu Elder also ordered not to leave you alive. The aura on his body erupted, his treasured sword emitting a dazzling light in the early morning sun as he flew forward to stab. Li Yunxiao didn't want to say much to him,
taking 2 steps forward and throwing a punch at the sword light. The middle-aged man in yellow robes felt like his long sword had hit a wall of copper and iron. The rebounding force made him drop his long sword, and blood sprayed out from his face as he miserably screamed and flew into the cave. "The people inside! Come out! If I can track for so long, he's naturally no match for me. You still sent him out to meet his death. What intentions do you have?" Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly. "I don't have any purpose, just curious." HMPH. Curiosity will kill the cat. An icy voice came from inside the cave, and a person slowly walked out with a grim expression. This person was none other than the wretched goatee man who entered the Northern Dipper sect with him back then. Seeing the familiar figure emerging from the cave, Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha, if it isn't my little buddy from back when we entered the Bei Dao sect. Seems you've been plotting with these Bei Dao sect folks for a while now, huh? Kelaha. Trisk, you're here for the treasure too?" the man with the goatee said unhurriedly. "What treasure?" "The first sect master used it all up years ago." "I came to the Beidou sect for a different reason. You, on the other hand, are hiding things deep. If you hadn't used the spatial shift in that courtyard, I wouldn't have noticed you were a master." Li Yunxiao chuckled. "True, if you're not here for the treasure, you came to watch the tournament. Even I can't see through your strength, so why would you be interested in this competition?" Goatee stared at Li Yunxiao for a moment, then slowly said, "You have talent, real potential. I haven't seen such a wicked genius in many years. Why not come with me, become my disciple? You're guaranteed to break through to Martial Emperor one day and become a legendary figure." He pointed forward with 2 fingers, his other fingers flicking rhythmically. Seemed extremely rhythmic. Li Yunxiao's pupils slightly constricted. Suddenly he grinned. "If you're not here for the treasure, and don't conflict with my goals, then I won't stick around. Farewell." He turned and vanished in a streak of light. The goatee guy was now devoid of any of his previous despicable demeanor, but now clever and fluent, with the face as cold as ice. "That little brat is sharp. I only suppressed my aura a little, and you already noticed." "Indeed, you're not bad." He grabbed at the air, his 5 fingers unleashing a stream of energy that continued to expand. Turns out it was a domain, crazy fast. In half a breath it caught up with Li Yunxiao. The pressure was immense, crushing down. Li Yunxiao inwardly panicked. Being trapped by a domain immediately hindered his primordial qi, making it difficult to circulate smoothly. Every movement became incredibly difficult. Trapped in mid-air, Li Yunxiao gave a wry smile. "You really think too highly of me. I'm just a 5-star martial sect, and you're using a domain and the plum mist chi. Is that your signature move?" A flicker of surprise crossed Goatee's eyes. Then he coldly stated, "Just a 5-star martial sect who can cripple a martial emperor with one move? And also, that spatial shift. You can't pull that off without 7th-stage soul power. I'm the kind of guy who uses the least amount of effort possible to achieve my goals. If a fraction of my power will do, why waste more? You forced me to unleash my domain because you're worthy. Surrender now, and it's not too late. I know you have a martial emperor-level thunder beast, but it's useless against me." Li Yunxiao chuckled, knowing he'd run into a tough opponent. White light began to erupt from his body as he smirked. "All right, I admit my curiosity got the better of me, but if you thought you can trap me, you're dead wrong." His body blazed like a sun, enveloping the plum mist chi. Rendering the domain temporarily ineffective, Li Yunxiao instantly shot out of the domain in a streak of light, and a passage was blasted through the mist, instantly putting hundreds of meters between them. Goatee's face went pale, his eyes bugging out. He choked out, "What, a divine body!" He thought he'd taken Li Yunxiao seriously enough, but he'd still underestimated him. The domain was broken so easily. What a mysterious kid. "Trying to escape from me? Not that easy." Goatee seemed to feel his dignity being challenged. He shouted angrily, then shot into the sky in pursuit, his body shrouded in mist, moving at lightning speed across the void. As if using some secret technique, Li Yunxiao was shaken. He knew the guy wouldn't give up easily, but he hadn't expected him to be so fast. "Ha ha!" Yuan Gaohan's gleeful laughter echoed from within the divine stele. "I can't believe the unparalleled Gu Feiyang, the Breaking Army Martial Emperor, is being chased around like a dog by a martial sect." "I'm definitely going to make this public." The Yao Dragon also chimed in with mockery. Exactly. We have to publicize this, Li Yunxiao replied with a wry smile.
Is it that rare? Stick around me, and you'll soon learn this feeling of being chased around like a scared rabbit isn't a one-time thing. HMPH. If you don't fix that reckless personality of yours, this will keep happening. You're only a martial sect right now. You deserve it for provoking someone you can't mess with, Yuan Gaohan said with utter disdain, adding insult to injury. After being chased for a while, Li Yunxiao suddenly changed direction.
He originally intended to run towards the sect tournament, but after some thought, suddenly changed his mind. A few breaths later,
he saw a Li Yunxiao flying over. It was his astral soul body. The two merged together instantly. Two become one.
Feeling the soul power surge into his body, Li Yunxiao couldn't help but jump for joy. The fatigue from being chased disappeared.
Who's there? Suddenly, a shout rang out from the bottom of the valley. Looking closely, it was the earth-fatty Yuan, and the cold-faced beauty. Li Yunxiao grinned. Great! Except for Xiao Wei, all my little buddies are here. Earth-fatty Yuan was shocked, staring at Li Yunxiao with alarm. It's you? You've been following us, Li Yunxiao quickly said. You're mistaken. I'm being chased, and just ran here. I hope you two can lend a hand.
Chased? How did you know we were here?
Earth-fatty Yuan asked, surprised. Don't you have a martial emperor-level demonic beast? Before Li Yunxiao could answer, a figure appeared in the sky, radiating an immense and terrifying pressure that swept down, instantly locking onto the three of them.
Earth-fatty Yuan and the cold-faced woman's expressions changed drastically.
They cried out in alarm, Martial Venerable. The misty aura slowly receded, revealing the goatee man's face. His eyes were icy as he looked down. He spoke, Oh, so you two stragglers are here as well. What a reunion. Cold sweat dripped from earth-fatty Yuan's forehead. He stammered, Lord Tan, we're not with him. He's talking nonsense. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with resentment. Li Yunxiao laughed. We did go up the mountain together. At this moment we are considered buddies.
The goatee man sneered.
Whether you're together or not doesn't matter. After all, I was going to find you sooner or later anyway. I am Tan Dijun. Surely you've heard of me. The cold-faced beauty's expression changed.
Choking out, you're Tan Dijun, senior brother to the Beidao sect leader, Jiang Lingge. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat.
Looking at that goatee, who knew there was this layer of connection? Seems like he's figuring some stuff out.
Tan Dijun's face darkened, turning sinister, and he said with a hateful voice, I'm not that traitor's junior brother. This old man's back to reclaim the sect leader position that belongs to me and to clean house.
Tu Fei Yuan felt immense pressure, drenched in cold sweat, and hurriedly bowed, saying, Grandmaster Tan, our goals don't clash. Strictly speaking, we and Grandmaster Tan are practically fellow disciples.
Please show mercy. I'm willing to follow Grandmaster Tan as a henchman, swearing undying loyalty.
The cold-faced woman also stepped forward, hastily saying, Shangguan Yu Ying greets Grandmaster Tan, willing to follow Grandmaster Tan as a henchman, swearing undying loyalty.
Tan Dijun's gaze swept over the two, then landed on Li Yunxiao, coldly saying, What about you? Li Yunxiao lightly descended.
He smiled wryly and said, I was counting on you two court principals. How could you be so disloyal? I'm not interested in submitting to Grandmaster Tan. How about we all go find the treasure together? Tan Dijun said, My patience is limited. If I didn't value your talent, I wouldn't waste my breath with you. Here's one last chance to choose. Li Yunxiao helplessly smiled and said, You're a martial venerable. I can't do anything to you, but you wanting to kill me is just wishful thinking. Ha ha! Presumptuous. Tan Dijun laughed in anger, saying, Having a bit of talent, and you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This old man will show you today how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is.
His aura gathered.
The surrounding space was locked down. Like an iron bucket, Li Yunxiao was as if he had placed himself in metal. The pressure here was enormous.
Tan Dijun clearly intended to use the power of space to crush him into mincemeat.
Li Yunxiao's body twisted under this gravity, constantly swaying with the space, just like a rubber band being kneaded back and forth, deforming greatly. Ping Yingyi revealed a look of pity, seeing that Li Yunxiao was about to be crushed by the other party.
no longer having any power to resist. Tan Dijun's expression slightly changed, his inner heart stirring up a turbulent sea. This was the strongest spatial power he could mobilize in the domain, yet it couldn't crush the other party. Under such powerful spatial pressure, even a peak martial emperor expert would have long been crushed. What's going on with this kid? In Tan Dijun's shocked gaze, Li Yunxiao also looked surprised. His body under this pressure was actually subtly absorbing the other party's spatial power. This kind of oppression was extremely uncomfortable, but not to the point of being dangerous. On the contrary, he felt his body constantly being tempered. Tan Dijun, you son of a BTCH, you're really vicious. I'm about to die. Li Yunxiao revealed a tragic and pained expression on his face, shouting loudly. While letting the space press down, his body felt an indescribable pleasure. Tan Dijun raised his eyebrows, harumphed coldly, and continued to increase the domain, wanting to completely crush him, using it to vent the hatred in his heart. But as time passed, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, while Li Yunxiao occasionally still let out a few miserable screams. Even Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuyin could see that the situation was not right. Tan Dijun became enraged, shouting, "Dare to play with me! Damn it!" He raised his foot and stomped down fiercely. The entire space trembled violently, his true keel rapidly spreading out, turning into a mist of qi that enveloped the space. In a few breaths, it had enveloped Li Yunxiao's surroundings, making it impossible to. Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuyin both changed their expressions, thinking that Li Yunxiao was completely done for this time. If this kind of power hit, there was absolutely no way to avoid it. I'll see where you run. Aren't you very arrogant? If you have the ability, try escaping again, and I'll watch. A sinister look appeared on Tan Dijun's face. Just at this moment, in the center of Li Yunxiao's brow, a pair of golden eyes suddenly opened, closing and opening with immense power. At this time, a vortex of mist was generated around him, struggling in the hurricane, and was instantly blown away, swept away by the hurricane. What? Tan Dijun exclaimed in horror. Li Yunxiao formed a hand seal. The hurricane immediately fell under his control, the mist of qi dispersing as it collided with the hurricane. Although it could block for a moment, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, instantly being blown apart. No longer looking at this scene, Tan Dijun became quiet, coldly looking at Li Yunxiao, without saying a word. In his heart, Li Yunxiao secretly cried out. That was dangerous. He had just refined the power of the Taiji Yu Gangfeng, merging it into the Taiji Yu Heaven Eye. Although it was only a trace, it was the power of the origin of wind, manifesting into a hurricane that blew away the mist. Only then was he able to be safe and sound. You little brat, who exactly are you? Tan Dijun opened his mouth to ask. After this exchange, he couldn't do anything else. Moreover, he was hesitant about what methods this young man before him had, fearing that he would offend a major power by accident. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Hee, you wouldn't believe it even if I just said anything." Tan Dijun frowned, feeling that knowing something from this kid's words was even harder than killing him, but wanting to kill him now was indeed extremely difficult. He asked, "You really only came here for the treasure?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Originally, I just wanted to borrow some origin stones from the Beidou sect, and conveniently see if I could borrow the Grand Transportation Array. Now I also want to see what the treasure is like." Tan Dijun didn't believe it, frowning and asking, "You're short on origin stones?" In his mind, a monstrous talent like Li Yunxiao would definitely be the key cultivation target of a top-level power. This kind of person lacked everything but origin stones. Yeah, not just short in a normal way. Li Yunxiao noticed that the other party's hostility had decreased, nodded and smiled. "I said our goals don't clash. Why don't we think of a way to open the treasure together? Everyone will get benefits. HMPH, no interest." Tan Dijun said indifferently, "As far as I know, that treasure is long gone." His gaze landed on Ping Yingyi and the other person, saying, "Did you find some messy information?" Ping Yingyi stepped forward and said, "Grandmaster Tan, there's only the blueprint that the Baixia sect's predecessor took away when they left back then." He hurriedly took out an old, tattered piece of skin from his storage ring. Offering it up with both hands, Tan Dijun coldly looked over it, lightly snorted, and said, "This kind of thing is all over the sect. Back then, someone saw the treasure, and only then did they make a lot of fake maps. Now even Zhang Linghua probably can't tell the difference.
Yes, Ping Yingyi said. However, the map is very likely to be real. Moreover, Zhang Linghua definitely has the real map in his hand. Otherwise, the Beidou sect would have been wiped out by the Thunderwind Trading Company hundreds of years ago. They must have dug out the treasure.
Tan Dijun was silent for a sec, then opened his mouth and said, "Centuries ago, my master was just a disciple in the sect, and I only heard about this secret then. It's super unreliable." He was saying that, but suddenly his face changed. A sharp light shot out from his eyes. Boom! He rubbed the map in his hand, then released a mist onto it, but it only left a small burnt mark, nothing major. His face finally turned serious, staring at the map and saying, "This is a 9th order Yao beast." Ping Yingyi was happy, and quickly asked, "Sir, you have such a keen eye. We've been studying this map for ages and couldn't figure out its level. You knew it at a glance. No wonder you're a martial honor." Tan Dijun was super pleased hearing the flattery. Feeling his status rise, he snorted and said, "My old man's mist kick can't be blocked without the power of a martial honor or a 9th order Yao beast body. You can tell as soon as you touch it." He acted disdainful, but he was still enjoying the praise. But as soon as he said that, Ping Yingyi pointed at Li Yunxiao, implying, "What about him?" Tan Dijun's face immediately turned a little red, and he said angrily, "God knows how this little devil cultivates."
Li Yunxiao laughed awkwardly and said, "The material of this map is 9th order Yao beast skin, so it's very likely to be real." Tan Dijun also started to take it seriously, thinking, "I heard my master say that he wasn't sure if the treasure was real, but most likely it wasn't. But the real map was said to be recorded on Tai Bai gold leaf." Li Yunxiao said, "Tai Bai gold leaf is as thin as hair, as light as air, and can withstand fire and drying without any problems. If the treasure map is it, you can use fire to test it." Tan Dijun nodded and said, "That's right, you really are a grand art refiner." He took the skin in his hand, immediately condensed a flame, and started to burn it. Under the fire, the skin didn't budge at all. It burned for a while, and still nothing. Tan Dijun's face changed, and he said in fear, "What's going on?" He looked at the skin for a while, and still didn't find any traces of drying. With his strength as a martial honor, the flame he condensed wasn't ordinary, but this skin actually withstood it. Li Yunxiao said, "There's a high possibility that there's Tai Bai gold leaf inside. This map must have been made with the skin of a fire-type 9th order Yao beast. Let me try it." Tan Dijun's face showed displeasure, and he snorted coldly and said, "You think you can do better than me?" Although he was skeptical, he still handed the map to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao gently stroked it for a while and said, "It is indeed the skin of a fire-type 9th order Yao beast. You can still feel the warmth of the fire element on it." The Taiji Yu heavenly eye in the center of his eyebrows opened, condensing a phoenix true fire phantom to burn the map. He was afraid that the Tai Bai gold leaf would burn if he used too much force, so he only dared to use false fire to experiment. But the skin immediately caught fire as soon as it touched the false fire, shrinking into a ball. Tan Dijun was startled and terrified, sweat streaming down his face, only feeling like he had lost face. How could he, a martial honor, not be able to burn the skin with fire? But this guy just touched it, and it burned. The difference was too big. Tan Dijun looked at Li Yunxiao's calm face, afraid that this kid's strange fire was too domineering, too twisted. "Who the hell are you?" Ignoring his roar, Ping Yingyi suddenly exclaimed happily, looking at the fire. Sure enough, after burning the beast skin, a piece of gold paper appeared, golden light flickering in the flames. HMPH, let me see. Tan Dijun snorted coldly. Rushing to snatch it first, he grabbed the Tai Bai gold leaf in his hand. A sizzling sound came from his hand, causing him to scream, and it immediately swelled up. Li Yunxiao quickly snatched the card from his hand, smiling and saying, "Forgot to say, you can't touch metal that's just been burned." He calmly held the Tai Bai gold leaf in his hand, but nothing happened. There was a flowing light on the Tai Bai gold leaf, with a maze-like route drawn on it, a completely different map from the beast skin from before. Why is it here?" Tan Dijun exclaimed in surprise as soon as he looked at it. Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuyin also looked for a while, but they didn't understand, Li Yunxiao asked. Where is this? Tan Dijun's face turned serious. After looking at it for a while, he opened his mouth and said, You should know that South City Fire has the largest resources, which is Linshuo Golden Star. There are hundreds of mining areas around it, and the major forces are mixed in it. It's impossible to count them all, but in the east, there's a dangerous area, although it also contains rich Lihuo Golden Star. But no one dares to explore it, because that place is called the Deathland. Deathland? Li Yunxiao asked. You're saying the treasure is placed in the Deathland? Suddenly, Tan Dijun smiled and said, Ha ha! Not only is it placed in the Deathland, but only I know this place, he said proudly. From the shape of the terrain drawn by this map, even if you know it's in the Deathland, you may not be able to find it, because when I was young, I accidentally obtained a piece of Lihuo golden origin from that place, so the impression is particularly deep. Li Yunxiao was moved and said, Lihuo golden origin is a treasure produced by compressing a lot of Lihuo golden star. Although it's not as valuable as the origin element, it's still a treasure that's hard to find, and it's extremely valuable. There should be no delay now. Let's go now. Tan Dijun took the map in his hand and said hurriedly, No, it's not easy to enter the Deathland like that. Only those who have been there know the danger in it. Moreover, now is the time for the sect competition. I must expose Zhang Linghua's face in front of all the forces, and then kill him with my own hands, Li Yunxiao said strangely. What did he do that you hate him so much? According to Gu Feiyang, aren't you senior and junior brothers? Tan Dijun's face became extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, I spit on him. That beast betrayed his master and destroyed his ancestors, killed his master, and seized the position of sect leader. I was originally the sect leader of the Baidu sect. This beast killed his master for a 9th order elixir, and also ambushed me and seriously injured me. If my strength had not been stronger than him at that time, I would have died long ago. This is God not abandoning me, giving me this opportunity. So that's how it is. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, This kind of sect revenge happens hundreds of times a day in the entire Tianwu realm, and I don't want to care about it. Give me the map, so you don't die and lose the map. Tan Dijun looked at him with murderous eyes, and said sarcastically, What you said makes sense. Do you want me to kill you? Li Yunxiao smiled awkwardly and said, I heard that Zhang Linghua advanced to Martial Emperor. Do you think you can kill him? Across a major realm? I don't care if you want to go to your death, but don't give the map to him. Tan Dijun snorted angrily and said, What Martial Emperor? It's just deceiving outsiders. According to my investigation, he can only be regarded as a half-step Martial Emperor now. With his trash talent, it's impossible for him to advance to Martial Emperor in this life. The master saw that his cultivation was limited, so he decided to pass the position of sect leader to me. As for his current realm, it was also obtained by blatantly selling out the interests of the sect in exchange for a lot of elixirs. Directly and rush to cultivation, his life will stop there, Li Yunxiao said strangely. It seems that there are quite a few of your informants inside the Baidu sect, but even so, a half-step Martial Emperor has already grasped the power of rules. You must know that under the rules, everything is just ants. What do you rely on to fight him? You don't need to worry about this. Tan Dijun stared at Li Yunxiao, and a strange look appeared on his face, and said, I suddenly thought of the best person to deal with Zhang Linghua. Li Yunxiao was startled when he was stared at by his eyes, and said, You don't mean that person is me, do you? Let me, a martial sect, go and kill a half-step Martial Emperor. You're worthy of saying it. Tan Dijun revealed a sinister smile and said, Precisely because you are a martial sect, fewer people will pay attention to you. You use your Xunyi to approach him, and then burn him with the fire just now. Even if it's a half-step Martial Emperor, under the situation of not being prepared, he will be seriously injured. Moreover, your body is so strong in defense, Zhang Linghua won't be able to kill you, even if he goes crazy at that time. As soon as you make a move, my setup will activate immediately, guaranteeing your safety. Plus, you want spirit stones? I've got them. Li Yunxiao cut him off? Seriously? No amount of spirit stones is worth risking my neck. If he's a sect leader, you bet he's got tricks up his sleeve. He'll unleash them, and I'll be dusted, unable to enjoy your precious stones. Drop it. Tan Dijun acted like he expected the rejection, but still he kept pushing the idea like a used car salesman.
What about the treasure then? You gotta remember, the Northern Flow sect at its peak was stronger than even the top 7 superpowers. Li Yunxiao snorted. Didn't you say the treasure was long gone? If it was really as rich as you say, would you be so chill right now? Who are you trying to fool?
Tan Dijun was stunned. Didn't expect the other dude to be this cautious. He forced a smile. It's because the real map hadn't surfaced yet, but now it's different. The map on the Taibo Golden Compass is the real deal, for sure. No one knows what's inside. It could be a total waste of time. Or it could be something that shocks the entire world. Don't you think it's worth a gamble? Li Yunxiao hesitated for a moment and casually said, I might consider gambling, but I'm not in the habit of letting eagles go without seeing the rabbit first. Hand over that map, and after this is done, whether the treasure is real or not, I want 100 million high-grade spirit stones, or else.
Not just Tan Dijun, even Ping Anyi and Xuanhuan Yuyin gasped. Completely flabbergasted, Tan Dijun barked out.
100 million high-grade spirit stones? Am I hearing things, or are you just talking nonsense? Li Yunxiao remained calm. 100 million high-grade spirit stones for the life of a half-step martial emperor, plus the entire foundation of the Northern Dipper sect for you. Doesn't that sound like a steal to you? Tan Dijun exploded. Bullshit! All I want you to do is assassinate him. Do you really think one strike from you is enough to kill Zhang Linghua? You still need my backup plan, right? I'll give you at most 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Li Yunxiao grinned, discovering he actually liked haggling. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones? Keep it for yourself. I bet if I sold the info that you're trying to assassinate Zhang Linghua to, Zhang Linghua, I'd get way more than that. Tan Dijun felt powerless. 1 billion mid-grade is the absolute limit. If you sell this info to Zhang Linghua, you'll probably get nothing but trouble, and you'll be digging your own grave, Li Yunxiao countered. Too little. The Northern Dipper sect controls at least 10% of Southfire City's resources. And you're offering only 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones?
5 billion. That's my price.
If you don't agree, I'd rather risk it all and sell the info to Zhang Linghua and see what it's like to be strong as a half-step martial emperor.
Tan Dijun got so mad the top of his head seemed to be steaming. Fine. 5 billion. His eyes gleamed with a dark, unfathomable light. After a moment of hesitation, he tossed the Taibo Golden Compass to Li Yunxiao. In his mind, when Zhang Linghua retaliates, even if it doesn't kill this brat, it'll at least seriously injure him. He'll kill Zhang Linghua first, then finish off this ignorant punk. Li Yunxiao put on a bright smile. Now that's what I call a sect leader with guts.
Tan Dijun snorted, his eyes flashing. Tomorrow is the Northern Dipper sect's top 10 competition, the most bustling time. When the competition ends, and Zhang Linghua is awarding the prizes, that's when you make your move.
I've already prepared everything.
I've swayed 6 out of the 10 Grand Elders of the Northern Dipper sect to my side. They all hate Zhang Linghua's controlling ways. Just attack Zhang Linghua with fire. Whether you succeed or fail, retreat immediately, or I can't guarantee your safety.
He tried to put on a reassuring look for Li Yunxiao, reminding him, if I'm not mistaken, your fire is controlled by your soul force. If you use it, you probably won't be able to instant transmission away. Li Yunxiao looked pitiful. Oh, that's right. I hope Lord Tan can reward me with an 8th grade armor to protect me, you know. Cough, cough. Tan Dijun coughed a few times, awkwardly saying, I don't have that kind of thing. Just be careful yourself. Without waiting for Li Yunxiao's reply,
he immediately disappeared into a mist, his voice echoing back. The top 10 competition is tomorrow, so stay here and cultivate. I need to go and set up some more plans. My contact was killed by your palm strike, forcing me to go see him myself.
Vanishing into thin air, Li Yunxiao shouted after him. Then you owe me 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones and a 9th grade battle armor. Don't forget to bring them when the time comes. Ping Anyi and Xuanhuan Yuyin felt the pressure vanish and breathed a sigh of relief. Ping Ajani gave Li Yunxiao a strange look, trying to buddy up, laughing. What's this little brother's name? You were the one who instant transmissioned us out of the courtyard earlier, right? Li Yunxiao grinned. My surname is Li, just call me Yunxiao. Only your talents could have turned danger into safety back then. Do you two have any complaints about me?
Haha, Yunxiao was joking. Ping Anyi restrained the urge to slap him to death and said smoothly, even if Yunxiao hadn't teleported us out, we would have moved to leave anyway.
He turned to Xuanhuan Yuyin, saying, You agree, right? Xuanhuan Yuyin nodded, humming in agreement.
Ping Anyai continued to smile. We're all working for Lord Tan, so we're like family. If you need help with anything in the future, just tell your brother. Li Yunxiao nodded. All right, if that's the case, then I won't be polite. I need some spirit stones right now. Can you two brothers and sisters help me out?
Ping Anyi generously took out 100 mid-grade spirit stones, smiling. Take these and use them. Don't be shy. Your brother only has this much,
Li Yunxiao said. Oh, and I won't be polite. He raised his finger and flicked it lightly, and a ring suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand.
Ping Anyi's expression changed. He was shocked to discover that his storage ring had been taken away by the other party without him even noticing. He exclaimed in a trembling voice, Yunxiao, this is, Li Yunxiao smiled. What's my brother's is mine, I won't be polite.
His storage ring was assaulted by his powerful soul force, and it started transferring everything from one place to another at lightning speed.
Ping Anyi watched, with his jaw dropped. This was practically his entire fortune. Very quickly, Ping Anyi's face turned ashen. The storage ring was sucked until it deformed. Leaving nothing behind, he said with a sorrowful look,
Yunxiao, why not leave your brother a little something? You've taken everything. How am I supposed to cultivate? Li Yunxiao frowned, flipped his right palm, and a palm-sized jade statue appeared.
His pupils contracted, and he suddenly asked, What's this? This jade statue was found in Ping Anyi's storage ring. Other than the material, the size and shape were completely identical to the Qingming stone he got from Liangquan.
A strange expression appeared on Ping Anyi's face, and he stammered. Yunxiao, to be honest, that thing is the sacred statue passed down by the Tianxie sect. It was used to pass down the cultivation technique and martial skill, the Thunder Heart Fist. I learned it from the inheritance of this sacred statue. So that's how it is. Then this thing is useless to me if I keep it.
Li Yunxiao directly tossed the jade statue to Ping Anyi.
Ping Anyi was stunned for a moment. The thing he considered most valuable was thought of as trash. He stood there in surprise, not knowing what to say.
Li Yunxiao didn't pay any attention to him and directly sat down cross-legged, entering cultivation. The expression on Ping Anyi's face was gloomy and uncertain. Li Yunxiao dared to cultivate in front of him, completely unguarded. His boldness exceeded his expectations.
A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Wanting to make a move, Xuanhuan Yuyin suddenly blocked him,
shaking her head darkly, signaling him not to act rashly.
Li Yunxiao entered the boundary god Stele and appeared before Yuan Gaohan, saying, Old Yuan, where's the small statue from yesterday? Let me study it. An unhappy expression appeared on Yuan Gaohan's face, and he snorted, You threw it to me so casually, wanting to throw it away or take it back as you please.
Li Yunxiao ignored him, took the jade statue he handed over, and analyzed it. The inheritance energy in that bandit Yuan's jade statue wasn't very powerful. I wonder what this jade statue is like, Yuan Gaohan said strangely. Are you addicted to opening mystery boxes? Li Yunxiao didn't say anything, pouring his divine sense into the jade statue, only then discovering something strange. This statue didn't have a face, but it was crafted internally following the structure of the human body. The 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and 8 extraordinary meridians were all present. This kind of crafting technique could only come from the hands of a 9th grade grand art refiner. Art refiners below the 9th grade absolutely couldn't make it so exquisite.
His divine sense stretched along the meridians of the statue, finally entering the danshan, and suddenly tightened, discovering a golden light flickering that couldn't be seen with the naked eye.
Strange, Li Yunxiao muttered inwardly, directly diving into the danshan of the statue, beginning to search everywhere. The golden light in this place had dimmed, becoming heavy, and a golden aura appeared below, turning into lightning that constantly flashed. Such powerful thunder force. Could it be that this statue contains the wood origin? Li Yunxiao looked over in surprise. Lightning flashed,
and suddenly a bolt of lightning struck down, directly hitting his soul projection. His entire body was completely swallowed by the lightning.
Li Yunxiao, riding that jade statue, dove right into his dantian, his inner world.
And let me tell you, it was dark, like pitch black, couldn't see a thing. But the deeper he went, the more lightning he saw flashing around.
Turns out, it was a crazy, powerful force of lightning just chilling there.
Before Li Yunxiao could even say he got zapped,
Dude was totally jolted. Then, bam, a lightning-infused technique got seared into his mind. He immediately calmed himself down and just let the lightning wash over him, soaking it all in, trying to understand it. And get this, in that sea of lightning, a familiar figure appeared, looked exactly like Xiao Qing from the Yao realm. Crazy, right? All this mind-bending stuff went on for hours in his head. But outside, it was just a few breaths. Li Yunxiao snapped awake and whacked his forehead straight into Yuan Gaohan's head. Ouch! The jade statue he was holding slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor. Yuan Gaohan, nursing his face, was pissed. What the hell's going on with you? You suddenly go quiet, then suddenly wake up? Li Yunxiao, dripping with sweat, stammered, I was totally in there, and I got this bizarre technique. It's got no name, but it's a movement thing that uses lightning to teleport. If you max it out, you can even turn your body into lightning, like Xiao Qing's lightning form. Body of lightning? Yuan Gaohan gawked. Li Yunxiao waved it off. Whatever, you need lightning or Yi Wood energy to even train it, otherwise it's useless. Turning your body into lightning is just too OP. Yuan Gaohan was still reeling. No way, you actually unlocked a legendary technique. What kind of crazy luck is that? Yuan Gaohan just ignored him then and went back to studying his 10th grade flame. Li Yunxiao refocused. He summoned a suit of armor that shimmered with a dark light. Other than the black glint, there wasn't a hint of spiritual energy. His demon sky armor was in bad shape, so he needed to fix it. It would add a little bit more insurance for taking on Zhang Linghua tomorrow. He's still a sect leader and a half-step martial emperor, so he gotta have some tricks up his sleeve. Right now, repairing a 9th grade profound artifact was pushing his limits. Plus, the demon sky armor was missing something important. Do I really have to use that power? Li Yunxiao glanced at the ground. He could sense a power from somewhere else stirring. It was suppressed, but not entirely. It was spreading out super fast. TCH, not on my turf. Li Yunxiao scoffed, flicking his fingers in a hand seal, and a cold wind swept across the area, stopping the encroaching demonic energy. The wind picked up and blew right to the center. When he escaped certain death in the outer space battlefield, the great demon released a bunch of undying demonic energy. Li Yunxiao used the elements of his origins to suppress it in the Realm God tablet. If he wasn't careful, that stuff was super smart and would try to escape, using demonic energy to make demonic armor. Guess it is my first time. Li Yunxiao chuckled darkly, then tossed the demon sky battle armor into the surging demonic energy. Instantly, a black barrier sprung up. The demon sky battle armor seemed to come alive, bobbing and weaving in the demonic energy. Li Yunxiao kept throwing in hand seals, and the demonic energy started pouring into the armor. At breakneck speed, Li Yunxiao frowned. This armor seemed to have crazy repair abilities. As long as it had enough demonic energy, it could come back to life. After a tea drinking time, all the demonic energy in the area was gone. The demon sky battle armor radiated a terrifyingly powerful aura. The entire space was vibrating with it. Li Yunxiao's face changed drastically. He could feel his mark on the armor fading away, as if the armor had gained its own sentience and was trying to erase his control. Acting up in my Realm God tablet, huh? You dare to cause trouble? Li Yunxiao slowly raised 2 fingers and gradually formed 3 golden tadpole characters. In the other hand, Li Yunxiao manipulated the archaic gale to secure the demon sky armor in mid-air. Li Yunxiao suddenly vanished. Appearing right in front of the demon sky battle armor, he slammed a myriad manifestations palm down, and the demonic energy inside the demon sky battle armor was obliterated by the tadpole characters. The armor flashed with golden light and froze in mid-air, no longer rampage. This armor is seriously messed up. I don't even dare to wear it. I need to refine it again to be safe. Li Yunxiao sighed in relief. The armor was completely still after taking the myriad manifestations palm. Suddenly, the voice of the Yao Dragon echoed, "You better not use this armor. I got a bad feeling about it." Li Yunxiao stared at the armor for a while and said gravely, "It's just a 9th grade profound artifact. Can it really turn the world upside down? Looks like it's no longer a problem." Right then, Ping Anyai suddenly shouted, "Hey, wake up! Stop cultivating!" Li Yunxiao was taken aback. Has 3 days passed already? He hurriedly returned to his body and saw Ping Anyai patting his cheek, saying, "It's time. Let's get going." Li Yunxiao opened his eyes. Ping Anyi and Shangguan Yuyin were getting impatient waiting. The top 10 battle was about to start, And Li Yunxiao was thinking about Mai Dongye, wondering how the little girl was doing. Her performance doesn't even matter anymore, lol. The three of them zoomed off in the early morning sun. Beidou sect was still shrouded in the morning mist. The Beidou sect's grand competition was held on the mountain peak. There was a lake in the middle of the peak, and a huge arena was set up on top of it. The surrounding stands were made of 4th-grade diamond jade. Legend has it that it has been there since the founding of the Beidou sect, and it's considered top-notch even in the entire Tianwu realm. Ping Anyi grinned, full of admiration. Damn, they're really going all out. The central arena is huge, cast from 6th-grade Jiaoguang flying stone, making people green with envy. Although Jiaoguang flying stone is a second-rate 6th-grade material, it's still enough to forge over 10,000 6th-grade xuan weapons. Even the 7 super-powered factions might not have this kind of generosity. Standing on the stands, Li Yunxiao said, "Luckily, Jiaoguang flying stone is just a 6th-grade material, and its uses are limited. Otherwise, it definitely couldn't have been preserved for so long. Small sects don't have the strength to protect this stuff, and the big super-powered factions are too proud to stoop to murder and robbery, which is why this huge Jiaoguang flying stone still exists today." Ping Anyi praised. "My bro has great insights, you can even see that." Li Yunxiao used his Great Evolution Divine Decree to scan the area with his spiritual sense, and didn't find Xiaowei anywhere, guessing he had already gone down the mountain. Even Luo Xinran and his gang were nowhere to be seen. Who knows what they're up to? The strength of everyone here isn't high, only a few martial emperors at most, so he didn't think there would be any problems. Tan Dijun was probably on the viewing platform, overseeing things. As his gaze swept across, 2 rays of light flew over and landed directly on the viewing platform. 2 martial emperor disciples guarding the platform stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Elder Sima, the black-robed man, went to his position, while the other stood to his right, behind him. Both were hidden in black robes, their faces obscured. As the two were walking, suddenly a spiritual sense flashed past. Quickly sweeping over them, Elder Sima immediately looked towards Li Yunxiao's direction, but couldn't figure out who it was. He said in a deep voice, "There's an expert down there." The black-robed man behind him leaned down and whispered in Elder Sima's ear. Soon, Elder Sima's gaze narrowed, and he looked directly at Li Yunxiao. He frowned and said, "Is it that kid? Does he have a xuan weapon that blocks spiritual sense?" The spiritual sense just now was Li Yunxiao's. He was sure of it. The black-robed man behind him was Luo Xinran. The purpose of this group was for the treasure. Xiaowei said they were all rogue martial artists, who knew why Elder Sima had taken them under his wing. Ping Anyi, feeling uneasy behind him, asked quietly, "Yunxiao, does that black-robed elder recognize you?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Yeah, the guy behind him is the one who led the attack on us, named Luo Xinran. I beat him up that night." "Oh, it's them." Ping Anyi and Shanguan Yuyin both looked furious. They had worked so hard to infiltrate the Beidou sect, and if they hadn't met those thugs, they wouldn't have revealed their identities. But then again, if they hadn't revealed their identities, they wouldn't have been able to find out the secrets of the treasure, and this trip would probably have been a waste. Li Yunxiao didn't care about Sima Feng's gaze at all. He wasn't afraid of revealing his strength. After all, he was going to assassinate Zhang Linghua later, and everyone would know by then. It wouldn't hurt to be a little arrogant now. Soon, rays of light flew from the horizon without end. Those who dared to fly were all reputable and respected figures, flying directly to the viewing platform, mostly Beidou sect elders, constantly greeting each other. Suddenly, a few figures appeared on the viewing platform, surprising Li Yunxiao. It was Elder Lu, who guarded the foot of the mountain earlier, followed by the middle-aged, yellow-robed man who Li Yunxiao had killed with one move. Not only did he look exactly the same, but even his cultivation was at first-star martial emperor, and he had the same demeanor and temperament. Li Yunxiao exclaimed in surprise. Mimicry technique. Mimicry technique. It's a very magical secret technique. If Li Yunxiao hadn't personally killed the middle-aged yellow-robed man, he wouldn't have been able to tell the difference even if he investigated carefully. After careful investigation, Li Yunxiao was sure that this person was transformed and mimicked by Tan Dijun. He was going to observe the situation first. If Tan Dijun had such a superb mimicry technique, then there was a high possibility that powerful figures were hiding among the martial artists below. And he had to be even more careful. He secretly assessed. When I assassinate Zhang Linghua later, I must have a way to protect my life. Tan Dijun is absolutely untrustworthy. I must have everything in my own hands. Finally, that familiar figure came into Li Yunxiao's sight. A ray of light appeared, and Mai Dong'er stood behind an old woman. The two walked straight to the viewing platform. Mai Dong'er kept looking around under the platform, searching for something in the crowd. When her eyes looked over to Li Yunxiao, she was startled, and then revealed a happy expression, breaking into a rare smile. Li Yunxiao also smiled and gestured to her. Dong'er, do you know that person? Mai Dong'er's actions were immediately noticed by Hang Yandong, who frowned and looked over. Li Yunxiao panicked and said, "Oh, who is that kid? He's about the same age as you, but he's already reached the peak of 5th-star martial sect." Hearing Hang Yandong's question, Mai Dong'er immediately became nervous and quickly said, "This person is the one who saved me in the back mountain that day." "What?" Hang Yandong exclaimed, and quickly asked, "Do you know his background?" That day, after Mai Dong'er returned, she told Hang Yandong in detail about what happened in the back mountain. Now seeing the person who saved Mai Dong'er here, she was not only shocked, but also developed a feeling of goodwill. Mai Dong'er shook her head, and after a long while said, "I just feel like he's unfathomable." Unfathomable, Heng Wanrong frowned, seemingly pondering these words. His eyes stared intently at Li Yunxiao. Suddenly, another burst of light appeared. A gaunt old man materialized before everyone's eyes, offering no greetings to anyone, but no one felt amiss. Instead, they all stood up and respectfully saluted. Many elders were extremely reverent. This old man was none other than the sect master of the Bei Dao sect, Zhang Linghua. Following behind him on the right was a man in a long gray robe, with deep dark eyes and a relatively robust physique. The sect master of the Tianji sect, Li Fengyu. "Sect Master Li, please," Zhang Linghua gestured. Li Fengyu also politely returned the gesture. "Brother Zhang, after you." Just then, several figures descended one after another. The portly figure leading the way was Elder Feng, the top elder among the 10 great elders of the Beidu sect, whose strength was no less than that of sect master Zhang. The person following behind was Elder Yu, rumored to be second in strength among the 10 elders. Next, a few more figures appeared, led by a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar, exuding the air of a sect leader, Xiao Minghui, the sect master of the Xin Yu sect. Beside him was the deputy sect master, Yang Ye. Appearing very composed, Lian Quan also followed behind Xiao Minghui, but his face was sullen, as if he had deep worries. "The entire 10 great elders of the Beidu sect have arrived in full force." "Huh? Duh. Haven't you looked at the calendar? Today's the day 2 disciples entered the top 10. Basically, they're all disciples of the elders, so of course they'd be concerned. I heard that entering the top 10 brings great benefits to the mentoring elders. You gotta know, these elders are all silver-level martial sovereigns. Any one of them holds considerable power in Flame City South." Li Yunxiao swept his divine sense across them, his expression changing slightly. Zhang Linghua and Li Fengyu both possessed considerable strength, but they were still only half-step martial emperors. Just as Zhang Linghua settled into his seat, he casually said, "Let's begin." Elder Yu, standing beside him, rose to his feet and said in a low voice, "Sect Master, shall we not wait for the Lei Feng Merchant Association?" Zhang Linghua directly waved his hand dismissively, coldly saying, "We have made all the preparations. If they do not wish to come, then they need not come." Elder Yu bowed slightly in agreement, then stepped forward and loudly announced, "The final day of the Beidu sect's Grand Sect competition begins. Now, according to the order of the draw, please come up to the lay platform." "Ha ha! Sect Master Zhang, we're only half a step late. Were you trying to keep us out?" A voice came from afar, echoing across the mountain peak. Everyone looked up, only to see a 7th-grade Golden Sun warship appearing in the sky, obscuring the heavens and blocking out the sunlight. A Golden Sun warship. The expressions of those on the platform shifted, looking angry. The rogue martial artists below were shocked, knowing that the conflict between the Merchant Association and local forces was incredibly tense. Zhang Linghua calmly sat on his seat, his eyes sharp as he said, "Jilin, You bring a warship to the Beidao sect. I hope you can give me an explanation.
Loud laughter echoed from the warship, and several figures appeared in the air, led by a man in a green robe. He grinned and said, "Ha ha! Sectmaster Zhang is too stingy." This person was none other than the Flame City South Branch president of the Li Feng Merchant Association, Lin.
He formed a secret hand seal,
and the enormous Golden Sun warship transformed into a small boat, landing in his hand.
He raised the Golden Sun warship and laughed loudly. "Sectmaster Zhang, you worry too much." This Golden Sun warship was intentionally brought by Jimu as a gift for the person who achieves the top ranking.
As soon as these words were spoken,
the crowd below erupted in an uproar, greatly astonished. Although the Golden Sun warship was only a 7th grade item, its value was absolutely higher than an 8th grade Xuanhuan artifact. Zhang Linghua remained unmoved, calmly saying, "President Ji is too kind, but next time please refrain from such grand gestures." Zhang Mao almost activated the mountain-protecting grand formation and blasted you all into slag.
His words carried a chilling intent, and the clamoring martial artists below all fell silent, finally remembering the relationship between the two sides, his words carrying an icy coldness and an extremely contemptuous attitude towards the other party.
"Ha ha! Sect Master Zhang is joking again. The mountain-protecting minor formation of the Beidao sect is just child's play. In the eyes of our Li Feng Merchant Association, it's not worth looking at. It's only good for scaring little kids." Lin descended from the sky, directly sitting beside Li Fengyu, who also said grimly,
"That's right. If it weren't for the Beidao sect having important matters today, you all probably wouldn't be able to return."
"Ha ha!"
Lin indifferently mocked. "Oh right, how's Elder Liu of your sect? I met him last time. Why haven't I seen him in so long? Could something have happened to him?" Li Fengyu's expression drastically changed, his face turning livid as he said, "So it really was you who did it?"
Lin smugly chuckled and said, "Today is your esteemed sect's important day. Let's not mention these boring matters." Li Fengyu clenched his fists, grinding his teeth as he said, "Good, good, very good indeed." Zhang Linghua glanced at the person sitting beside him, and Jima Lin's pupils slightly contracted as he said, "This scum is very unfamiliar. Is he a new lackey recently recruited by your Li Feng Merchant Association?" Lin laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha! I almost forgot to introduce him. This is the president of the Tianhe Merchant Association. Fang Tianhe, you all should have heard of him, as he is thunderous in reputation."
The flesh on that person's face twitched, a hint of ferocity flashing in their eyes. But they instantly regained composure, ignoring the comment completely.
Li Yunxiao stared blankly at Fang Tianhe. "Turns out it's the chairman of the Tianhe Commerce Association, the one who's been steadily squeezing the Xingyun Commerce Association. Figures he's with the same crowd as the Li Feng Commerce Association. Looks like Lin is the head honcho of Tianhe too."
Zhang Linghua frowned. Then his face relaxed into a smile. "Chairman Ji, you're joking. Your Commerce Alliance has way too many small fry. Hundreds disappear every day, and hundreds more pop up. It changes too fast, I can't keep track. Who knows, maybe the Li Feng Commerce Association will suddenly disappear. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Ha ha. Sect leader Zhang's not wrong. No commerce association lasts forever, and no force stays invincible forever either."
Lin chuckled, not at all offended. "But the Li Feng Commerce Association is a permanent member of the board of directors. You'll be waiting longer for Li Feng Commerce Association to disappear than North Dipper sect and Tianhe sect turns into trash."
Li Fengwu's face darkened. "Speaking of the Trade Alliance martial arts competition that's being held next month in Songyueyang City, I heard some seriously strong folks are showing up this time. I wonder if Li Feng Commerce Association can hold the position or not. This is a good opportunity to bet for their loss."
Lin laughed. "Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sect leader Li to donate some spirit stones. Li Feng Commerce Association will definitely be happy to take your bet." After enough mutual insults, Zhang Linghua finally waved his hand and said, "Let the competition begin."
Elder Yu nodded slightly and stepped forward, shouting, "All disciples, step onto the Li stage in the order you draw lots. It is for selecting 10 direct disciples." The rules of the North Dipper sect's competition are also very reasonable. Dividing into 2 groups based on cultivation level, they will draw lots to fight against each other. In this way, the probability of the weaker disciples being eliminated is greatly limited. The first to step onto the stage was Mei Dong'er. Her opponent was a disciple with only 3-star martial sect strength, while she was a 6-star martial sect. The outcome was obvious. The disciple was easily defeated by a single move from her.
Li Fengwu's eyes gleamed with praise. The North Dipper sect is truly full of talent. In this generation, there's Cheng Yu, who's practically a martial emperor, and this Mei Dong'er's talent, I think, even surpasses Cheng Yu. Jilin remained silent, refraining from any sarcastic remarks.
Zhang Linghua just smiled without saying anything. The disciples below reacted differently to Li Fengwu's praise. In Cheng Yu's eyes, a hint of cruelty flashed, but he quickly regained his composure.
Soon, another match passed. Cheng Yu's opponent was a fat 5-star martial sect disciple. Enraged, Cheng Yu beat him severely, leaving him in critical condition. Jilin suddenly laughed.
Sect leader Zhang, this disciple of yours is quite interesting. The North Dipper sect truly has all kinds of people, Zhang Linghua casually remarked. Indeed.
Li Yunxiao shook his head slightly, seemingly disapproving of Cheng Yu. Ping An coldly smiled. That guy thinks he's so smart, trying to show off his strength. He'll leave a bad impression on the elders. Thinks he knows everything. Hard to achieve great things. The top 10 were quickly determined. Next up was the final ranking battle for the 10, each with joy on their faces. Being ranked among the sect leader's disciples and becoming direct disciples was certain. Zhang Linghua looked at everyone enthusiastically and smiled.
I was just like you back then, climbing up from this Li stage, carrying on the legacy, and paving the way for those who come after. The future of the sect rests on your shoulders. I hope the North Dipper sect can become a top-tier sect in the eastern region, so that everyone speaks of the North Dipper sect with seriousness and respect.
We will definitely not fail the sect leader's trust. The 10 felt their blood boiling and shouted in unison, their voices shaking the entire valley.
Zhang Linghua nodded in satisfaction. Elder Yu continued.
Next is the battle for the top 10 positions. Same old rules. The top 3 can make a request to the sect leader.
Elder Yun took out 10 small balls, saying, There are 5 sets of numbers here. Anyone who gets 2 of the same number will fight.
10 beams of light shot out from his hand, and the 10 disciples rushed to catch them. Each of them grabbed a beam at random.
Mei Dong'er also grabbed one, and there was a golden number 1 on it. Just then, Cheng Yu's giggling voice rang out. The ball in his hand was also number 1. He immediately snorted, looking delighted. Bam! Lang Yuanqi couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Dong'er Shimei is really lucky. She actually has the ambition to learn from Cheng Yu Shixiang. We're so jealous.
Mei Dong'er's face was full of despair, her eyes blank and lifeless. Xia Yingdong raised an eyebrow from afar, saying, Dong'er, don't put too much pressure on yourself. This is a chance to experience yourself, to see how much you differ from Cheng Yu. As your teacher, I think this is a good thing.
Mei Dong'er pursed her lips, which were slightly pale.
After the draw, Elder Yu said,
Let's begin. You didn't show your best in the previous competitions. This will be your most difficult match, because the strength of any of your fellow disciples is not to be underestimated. The 2 with number 1 step onto the stage. His voice boomed.
Cheng Yu strutted to the stage, looking extremely suave.
Mei Dong'er also flew up in a flash, but facing Cheng Yu.
Her face was pale, with a lonely expression. She turned her head slightly towards the stand. Seeing Li Yunxiao looking at her, his eyes full of encouraging smiles, her heart fluttered a little, her face flushed slightly, and she felt somewhat reassured. Ping An whispered, Yunxiao, this little girl seems to have something for you. Li Yunxiao turned his head and said strangely, Are you jealous? On the stage, Cheng Yu gracefully reached out his hand, smiling softly. Mei Shimei is honored as the most talented person in the Beidu sect. Shixiang hasn't had the chance to witness it. Today, by chance, I can finally fulfill my wish.
Mei Dong'er took a breath, calming her heart. A treasured sword appeared in her hand, and she lightly scolded. Cheng Shixiang, I will use my full strength. No matter if the opponent is you or anyone else, I must enter the top 3.
Cheng Yu was stunned,
his face immediately gloomy. The sword on his body emitted a glow. His words were icy cold, saying, Then hurry up and make your move. It's getting late, and the Shixiang and Shidi behind are waiting for their matches.
Dong Fear raised her treasured sword, and instantly, Surging currents gathered around her. The sword light flickered like a snake's tongue. She seemed to sense that Cheng Yu wanted to go all out from the start, intending to test her treasured sword, like sword dance of flowers. Finally, it pierced through the air, rushing towards Cheng Yu. The four phantoms behind Cheng Yu slightly raised their long swords, blocking them in front of their chest. Cheng Yu snorted coldly, his face gloomy, and said, "Junior Sister Dongye, I was planning to play with you a bit longer, but it seems there's no need." He waved his hand, and the four phantoms shattered the sword light in mid-air, immediately unleashing dozens of sword strikes. Mei Dongye specialized in the water element. Her body lithed, and she hurriedly leaped into the air to evade, instantly retreating dozens of meters, maintaining the distance. Ping Yingyi praised from the arena. "Good. It's best to keep your distance from this kid first. Then use water-based martial techniques to attack him from afar and kill him." Below the arena, Mei Dongye suddenly narrowed her eyes, pointing her long sword forward. From within the long sword, bursts of plum blossoms blooming with icy coldness shot out, rushing towards Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu didn't even turn his head. He thrust his longsword forcefully into the arena. Protective circles immediately appeared around him, all formed by blades of swords, with him at the center. The fiery red blades expanding continuously, quickly spreading across the entire arena. This move repelled all of Mei Dongye's cold energy. Ping Yingyi frowned slightly, saying, "This kid is too flashy." In the arena, Cheng Yu chuckled. "Do you think keeping your distance will help, Junior Sister Dongye? I originally planned to use this sword formation in the finals. But for you, I can make an exception." Mei Dongye was now completely immobilized in the air, with many wounds on her body from the sword blades, looking extremely disheveled. "Junior Sister Mei, didn't you want to defeat me and enter the top 3? Why haven't you used any serious moves yet? Don't hold back for your senior brother, haha," Cheng Yu boasted to his heart's content, feeling his sword was arrogant enough, and slowly walked towards Mei Dongye. Ping Yingyi's expression changed. He felt that this Cheng Yu was too arrogant and conceited, actually swaggering away from the formation's core like that. Mei Dongye seemed to notice this as well. That longsword must be the formation's eye, and she had to find a way to attack it, Cheng Yu said with a cold face. "Just admit defeat and acknowledge that your talent is inferior to your senior brother's, so you won't have to suffer too much physical damage." Li Fengyu frowned on the platform. This Cheng Yu is too arrogant and conceited. Using such a large-scale attack is completely foolish. Underestimating his opponent, his talent and strength aren't bad, but his mind is still immature. Mei Dongye was contemplating how to break through, when her pupils suddenly contracted. She noticed that a wisp of fierce wind was gently blowing from the formation's eye, wanting to envelop the sword. Cheng Yu, seeing that she was ignoring him, angrily shouted, "Where are you looking? Fine, so you won't admit defeat. Then don't blame me." As he finished speaking, the four phantom longswords simultaneously slashed down, aiming straight for Mei Dongye's head. Xia Yingdong was shocked, his expression gloomy, and he wanted to rush in to save his disciple. Suddenly, at this moment, a shattering sound rang out in the arena, and Cheng Yu's phantom sword light completely disintegrated. Cheng Yu was startled. He seemed to sense something was wrong, and hurriedly turned his head to look. His xuan qi had been shattered by a gust of fierce wind, turning into fragments, and the sword formation completely disappeared. Mei Dongye seized the opportunity, the long sword in her hand flashing with water light. Using her ultimate technique, Water Ice Palm, directly using the sword as a palm, her body and sword becoming one. Immediately, she struck straight at Cheng Yu. Even though she didn't know what had just happened, this was absolutely the best opportunity. One move for the win. What's going on? Everyone in the stands erupted in confusion. They couldn't figure out why Cheng Yu's xuan qi suddenly crumbled. It didn't look like Mei Dongye did it either. It was like a gust of wind just blew it away. On the judging platform, Zhang Linghua's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Li Yunxiao. Tan Dijun was drenched in sweat, also staring at Li Yunxiao. He was absolutely certain that this kid was behind it. He had seen that gust of wind Li Yunxiao unleash before. Wink wink. Cheng Yu was forced back several dozen moves by Mei Dongye's relentless sword light, before finally stopping, a hand-shaped illusion blocking the sword's path before his chest. He conjured a suit of battle armor. The longsword stabbed into it but couldn't pierce through. Cheng Yu roared at this point, and Mei Dongye's longsword instantly shattered into countless pieces, shooting back at her. Mei Dongye's heart clenched. She hadn't expected Cheng Yu to be wearing battle armor. This chance for victory was fleeting. Hesitation would be regret. Ignoring the heartbreak of losing her beloved sword of many years, she poured all her strength into the attack. The broken pieces of the sword were reanimated by her yuan qi, all striking Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu was no longer as relaxed as before, a little cold sweat breaking out. But he still grit his teeth and shouted, "I am a 9-star martial sect. No matter what tricks or schemes you use, you can't overcome this 3-star gap." Cheng Yu roared, his nimble body attacking from the sky. His fist surged with power, and the illusions of 4 giant hands suddenly expanded. The yuan qi around them centered on these 4 hands, causing space to tremble violently. "This is..." He Yingdong looked at the old man next to him in shock. "Qing Xi Tian, you actually taught him this overbearing martial skill." The elder next to him wore a complacent expression. "Elder He, why are you so alarmed? With Cheng Yu's cultivation and talent, surely he can learn it. With his 9-star martial sect strength, unleashing this move is already infinitely close to martial emperor." Of course, Mei Dong'er is Elder He's top disciple, so she must have learned many formidable techniques too. Naturally, there's no need to be afraid.
Ha ha, is she going to lose? Mei Dong'er smiled bitterly. Under the pressure of this punch, she only felt her heart racing and powerless. A 3-star difference, it's a huge chasm. She has no chance at the top 3. She won't be able to fulfill what she promised. A lonely expression crossed Mei Dong'er's face. She turned slightly to look at the stage below. Li Yunxiao was looking at her, a smile in his eyes, full of encouragement. Mei Dong'er's whole body shuddered, her mind racing. She suddenly remembered that night in the inn, when he taught her that heaven-defying palm technique, gentle love like water. She calmed her mind, swept away all negative emotions, and began to meticulously recall that tall figure. Every movement was perfectly gentle and yielding. That person seemed to be the embodiment of the origin of water. Every action containing the great Tao. Mei Dong'er's body unconsciously began to imitate the figure in her mind. At first, soft and yielding, like a small stream trickling, meandering and delicate, yet able to penetrate mountains of rock. Suddenly, He Yingdong's pupils contracted, staring in horror at the changes in Mei Dong'er. Zhang Linghua also spoke. "Elder He, what is Mei Dong'er's martial skill? Did you teach it to her?" At this moment, her body was shrouded in mist and vapor, as if she were standing in a blue aura, making it difficult to see her figure. Each and every move contained a martial intent that He Yingdong couldn't even comprehend. He Yingdong's heart tightened. He suddenly realized that everyone was looking at her, including Jilin and Fang Tianhe. At this time, he naturally couldn't say he didn't know, so he had to insist, "Yes, I discovered a nameless martial skill with immense power in the scripture pavilion that day, and conveniently passed it on to Dong'er." "Oh," Zhang Linghua exclaimed, then fell silent. But the solemn look in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, staring unblinkingly at Mei Dong'er's figure. Not only him, but Li Fengyu also became tense. Hearing He Yingdong say that, it must be a shocking martial skill left behind from the Northern He sect. It was normal for the two of them to discover martial skills from the relics and records of the Northern He sect. HMPH. Put all your strength into it. Under my mighty power, no martial skill will be of any use. Contempt filled Cheng Yu's face as he softly shouted, "Mei, junior sister, you can see me use this move. You are very proud of your gifted talent." His fist suddenly pierced down, forming a line in the air, striking straight at Mei Dong'er. In her pupils, calmness like water, without a trace of fluctuation, her fair hand struck out very casually, yet it sounded like the sound of waves. Cheng Yu's powerful fist instantly dissipated. She waved her hand slightly for the second time. At this moment, she felt the surrounding area was filled with water elemental energy, ready for her to absorb at will. Finally, her body moved to execute the last move of that figure in her mind, delivering a palm strike that was as gentle as water. Oh no! Cheng Yu's body was enveloped by the power of this overwhelming palm, and he cried out in horror. But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape. The surrounding water elemental energy made him feel like he was drowning in the ocean, about to be destroyed at any moment. The spectators on the platform were constantly shocked, their faces paling in fear. The power of this palm instantly swallowed the piercingly sharp attack, like devouring a meaningless pebble, and then crashed over like a tsunami, directly hitting Cheng Yu.
Mei Dongzhi's face turned pale. This palm strike had exhausted all the strength in her body. She felt her body sway, unable to stand still. She herself couldn't believe all of this. Did I really do that? Cheng Yu was actually struggling to cope under this palm.
No, I refuse to lose. You're just a little brat trying to beat me. Dream on, Cheng Yu roared furiously, forcefully swallowing a pill.
Transformation pill. This kid's interesting. He's putting up a fight even when he's about to die. Wonder what kind of monster he'll turn into. Li Yunxiao watched Cheng Yu's transformation with great interest. He Yingdong, sitting in his chair, also changed his expression and scolded. Elder Yun, hurry up and make a decision. That kid is disrupting the order, using a transformation pill. Cheng Yu's master stepped forward and retorted. Disrupting the order. Elder He, please watch your tone. There's no rule against using a transformation pill. Even if he transforms, it still depends on his own strength. It's just another way of showing his power.
Although Elder Yu also wanted to help Mei Dong'er, the other party's words made sense. He nodded and said, in the past competitions, there have been quite a few people who use transformation pills. Using pills doesn't violate the rules. Elder He, please take your seat, and don't get so agitated.
He Yingdong's face turned purple with anger, wanting to explode but finding no outlet. Mei Dong'er had finally turned the tables with a palm technique she learned from who knows where, only to have her opponent use a transformation pill. Judging from her exhausted state, there was no way she could fight again. Defeat was inevitable. Suddenly, a demonic beast roar echoed across the arena. In that instant, Cheng Yu finally transformed, his size more than doubled, his entire body covered in thick fur. He was actually a horse bear. It's actually a great earth bear, Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised, but his eyes immediately showed concern. He also noticed that Mei Dongzhier was at her limit. A great earth bear was at least a martial emperor-level existence. It would be impossible for her to fight it.
Mei Dongzhier, you're dead. Cheng Yu's eyes were as big as lanterns.
His furry hands slammed down, instantly unleashing a great earth bear fist. The fist wind was enormous, about to swallow Mei Dongzhier.
What? Stop! Everyone was shocked. Not expecting Cheng Yu to launch such a fatal blow immediately after transforming, Xiang Linghua also angrily shouted. He Yingdong, seeing this, flew down to the arena, wanting to rescue Mei Dongzhier. Just then, Cheng Yu's master suddenly stood up, as if witnessing something shocking.
Below the arena, the mountain-like fist wind of the great earth bear had engulfed Mei Dongzhier, completely obscuring her figure. But at that moment, they heard Mei Dongzhier's incredulous voice. You! Why are you so desperate? Li Yunxiao said indifferently, one hand blocking Cheng Yu's mountain-like fist wind, unwavering. Mei Dongzhier's nose stung, and tears welled up, she said. As long as
you know that even if I'm desperate, I'm willing, but I won't make it to the top 3. Li Yunxiao smiled calmly. Silly girl, it's nothing, it's just a transmission array. If it really doesn't work out, I can just fly over.
Let me deal with this black bear first.
Mei Dongzhier couldn't help but cry, hugging Li Yunxiao's arm tightly, afraid that the illusion before her would suddenly disappear, plunging her into endless despair. The people around were stunned by this scene. No one had seen how Li Yunxiao appeared. It was as if he had suddenly appeared there. He Yingdong was also dumbfounded, his body suddenly stopping mid-air, staring incredulously at the scene below, his pupils suddenly contracting. He whispered, Spatial displacement. Feng Tianhe, standing nearby, also exclaimed, It's spatial displacement. Can only be used when the soul force reaches the 7th stage. In the New Moon Sect's team,
Liang Quan opened his eyes wide, pointed at the arena, and hurriedly said, Father, it's him. It's the guy who hit me. Liang Ye's pupils slightly constricted. Xiao Minghui next to him frowned and shook his head slightly, signaling him not to act rashly.
The middle-aged man in yellow, transformed from Tan Dijun, had a very ugly expression, his eyes blazing with fire. Li Yunxiao's use of spatial displacement had probably attracted everyone's attention, making it impossible to assassinate Xiang Linghua.
Li Fengyu whispered in Xiang Linghua's ear, Who is this kid? I can't see through him. Xiang Linghua's expression remained as cold as ice, and he didn't say a word. Li Yunxiao looked at Cheng Yu's dumbfounded expression and said coldly, Get your stinky hands off her, and take a punch from me." The great Earth Bear's face was blank. Not yet having time to react, Li Yunxiao's punch landed squarely on his chest. No fancy yuan energy vibrations, just pure, unadulterated physical force. The air crackled, and space itself seemed to compress under the force of that fist. What the? Everyone was stunned, especially the big shots on the viewing platform. They could see just how devastating that punch was. Even the usually unflappable Elder Feng was shocked, exclaiming, "Not a shred of yuan energy? How is that even possible?" Cheng Yu let out a blood-curdling scream. The scream echoed across the mountaintop. Li Yunxiao leaped into the air again, and with a swift kick, smashed his foot into Cheng Yu's face. Another agonizing wail ripped from Cheng Yu's throat as his enormous, hairy form was sent flying through the air, plummeting straight into the lake below. Cheng Yu's master, Elder Lu, panicked, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Li Yunxiao. But there was no time to deal with him. Now he hastily rushed to the lake to rescue Cheng Yu. Li Yunxiao landed lightly in front of Mei Dongzhi, giving her a faint smile. Giant monster taken care of, quick and easy. Mei Dongzhi stared at Li Yunxiao in utter disbelief, her face a mask of astonishment. Your strength, how could you defeat senior brother Cheng?" Li Yunxiao chuckled. "Ha ha, a mere ant. Crushing him was too easy." The surrounding crowd was speechless with shock. The scene that had just unfolded felt like a dream. Even Yu Elder spoke up. "Who are you? How dare you disrupt the Northern Dipper sect's grand competition?" Although his tone was stern, there was no true anger or pleasure in his voice. Li Yunxiao stood protectively in front of Mei Dongzhi, his gaze sweeping over the viewing platform. "I don't care about your sect's competition. My friend's life was in danger, so naturally I had to step in and help. Wouldn't you do the same?" Yu Elder said loudly. "Saving someone is commendable, but the Northern Dipper sect has its rules. Your interference has disrupted the competition and broken those rules. Now, quickly state your name and origin, and step aside to await your punishment." He Yingdong angrily interjected, "Rules are rigid, people are not. If I had saved Dong Gray, would you also tell me to state my origin and stand aside to await punishment?" Yu Elder's face darkened, and he coldly retorted, "Elder He, mind your position." He, Yingdong, realized that he had spoken inappropriately in front of so many people and harumphed. Mei Zhongxiao took Mei Dongria's hand, instructing, "Go to your master." He already sensed that the situation will get ugly. He feared that Mei Dongria would get hurt. Mei Dongria was shocked and did not want to go over, and said worriedly, "What about you? Quickly listen to Elder Yu's arrangement, and do not resist. Master will definitely protect you." Li Yunxiao gave a faint smile, gently tapped Mei Dongria's shoulder, and used his yuan energy to send her flying towards He Yingdong, whispering, "Go, this arena isn't a place for you." After pushing Mei Dongrier away, Li Yunxiao stood there calmly, saying, "Reporting my name and origin and waiting for your punishment? I really don't have the patience for that. Otherwise, you guys continue, I'll go first." Yu Elder smiled and said, "Young people with a bit of talent are all arrogant and self-important, thinking they're invincible. I understand it well, but if one violates others' rules, they must accept the punishment. If the elders in your family didn't teach you, today the Northern Dipper sect will teach you." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I think that I have learned enough lessons for today. Yours grand competition better be going on. Why are we wasting time talking to him? This brat deserves to die." Elder Lu flew back from the lake's surface, cradling Cheng Yu in his arms, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Cheng Yu's meridians were shattered. It would take him at least a year or two to recover fully. Even if he recovered, his future cultivation would be affected, and his talent would diminish. "Today, you won't escape." Without waiting for anyone else to act, Elder Lu placed Cheng Yu aside and roared, charging towards Li Yunxiao, his claw outstretched like a hawk swooping down on a chick. Li Yunxiao coldly sneered. He himself turned into a great earth bear and already caused the greatest meridian damage. Even without my punch, he wouldn't be in good shape. Besides, when he attacked Mei Dongrier, he seemed even more vicious than I was. "Holmes," Elder Lu angrily shouted, "that is an internal matter of our sect. How can an outsider like you interfere? I will not kill you today. It will be difficult to quell the hatred in my heart." "Old geezer, what do you think you are, huh?" Li Yunxiao sneered. golden light erupting from his hand. His body transformed into a razor-sharp blade, slicing through the domain and soaring into the sky. Elder Luke's claw slammed into the ground, shattering the arena's green jade surface. What? He can actually bypass the domain? Elder Luke was stunned, his expression one of shock and disbelief. He raised his eyes, only to see an object covering the sun in the high skies. Glaring, an ancient bell fell from the sky, wanting to press himself into the bell. Daring to show off in front of this old man, heavenly cried divine thirst. Elder Luca wasn't intimidated by the Emperor's bell, but instead his robes billowed, and powerful gusts of wind raged. Numerous condensed fists were unleashed, striking the ancient bell with his will. A punch from a martial venerable was enough to shatter the opponent's ancient bell, and the remaining force would send Li Yunxiao crashing down, seriously injured if not dead. The punches landed on the Emperor's bell, emitting a deafening sonic boom that reverberated everywhere. The people on the mountaintop paled, and some weaker martial artists were knocked off balance. But the sound quickly dissipated, only to see that the Emperor's bell had already fell down under Elder Luke's disbelieving gaze. It covered him completely. The loud shaking caused the arena to shatter and collapse with a rumble. The Emperor's bell landed without a single gap. The whole place was completely rocked. The eardrum cracked. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Li Yunxiao slowly landed, stepped on the Emperor bell, raised his head to look at the viewing platform, softly said with a tone as cold as ice, "Is there anyone else who wants to come and educate me?" For Li Yunxiao to suppress a martial venerable in one move? Dude, that's seriously OP. From within the Huang dynasty camp, you could hear Elder Lu struggling. He was trying to break free, but his attacks just bounced off the bell, creating these echoing vibrations. Even for a martial venerable like him, this was too much. Dude screaming his lungs out. Haha, this is gold. Sect leader Zhang getting his ass handed to him like that, and these lackey elders can't do a thing. Should your boy step in to lend a hand? Di Linghe said with a snicker, dripping with sarcasm. Zhang Linghua's face was darker than a stormy night. A faint ripple of Jungian energy pulsed around him as he said, each word carefully enunciated. Capture him. Mei Donghair's face went white as a sheet. She grabbed He Yingdong's hand, pleading, "Master, save him. You have to save him. He only acted because he was saving me." He Yingdong looked conflicted. As if Li Yunxiao went way overboard. Now that even Zhang Linghua spoke up, she didn't dare to contradict him. And the sect leaders from other forces? Forget about disrespecting their face. As soon as Zhang Linghua finished speaking, a bunch of martial venerable elders unleashed their auras, all targeting Li Yunxiao. But Li Yunxiao, cool as a cucumber, still looking all cold and detached, he said, "Since we're making a scene, let's go all out. Let's get this party started." Spiritual power enveloped him, and poof, he vanished. Next thing you know, he's right behind Zhang Linghua, ready to pounce. Zhang Linghua just scoffed, not even flinching. He'd sensed the spiritual tremor from Li Yunxiao's teleportation. His left hand lashed out, striking Li Yunxiao without mercy, twisting his neck a full 360 degrees. Blood splattered everywhere, and Li Yunxiao looked absolutely horrified. "Ah, no," Mei Donger screamed. Her face drained of all color. She just stood there, stunned. Li Yunxiao's head was wrenched backward, his expression twisted in furious hatred as he wheezed, "Son of a, this sucks." Tan Dijun's face darkened, like he was witnessing the impossible. Zhang Linghua walked over, sighing. "Such a shame. He was a good seed." "Hey, so you are a half-step martial emperor." Just as Zhang Linghua let his guard down, Li Yunxiao's body suddenly contorted, turning into a streak of light and vanishing. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Zhang Linghua again, his celestial eye wide open, a flame interwoven with Tai Ji Yu Gang Feng, primordial wind, coalescing in his hand. Sensing the aura of death, Zhang Linghua's whole body went rigid. How is this possible? The guy from before was an illusion. At this distance, Zhang Linghua couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. He could only watch helplessly as the two elemental forces slammed into him, tearing apart his body. He howled in agony. This is genuine 10th order power. Even a martial emperor couldn't withstand this. His body disintegrated before their eyes. Yunxiao was bleeding from every orifice, his skin cracked and dry. Watching all this, Li Fengyu and Jilin, standing beside him, were horrified, especially by Li Yunxiao's methods. They hadn't even realized that the earlier figure was an illusion. To fool a half-step martial emperor, you'd need skills defying the heavens. That figure had seemed so real, how could it have been an illusion? What was going on? Actually, the figure that had been destroyed wasn't an illusion. It was Li Yunxiao's astral spirit body. Don't even talk about his current soul power. Even a ninth-order artificer couldn't make a half-step martial emperor fall for an illusion. Right now, he was experiencing something incredibly bad. Not only was his body being ravaged by intense elemental power, but Zhang Linghua's strike had also forced demonic energy from his battle armor into his body. Now it was corroding him from the inside out, and even his invincible body wasn't enough to stop the demonic corruption. Sect leader. Finally, the elders reacted, rushing to his side. Elder Lua leaped forward, supporting Zhang Linghua. His eyes filled with concern. Zhang Linghua's face was twisted in pain, his body charred black. He shakily raised a hand, trying to pull out a pill from his ring, but he was too weak. He looked pleadingly at Elder Luo for help. Elder Luo's face was icy as he said, "Why would I help you suffer?" Thud. Zhang Linghua's body went limp. His pupils dilated. Elder Luo's fist had pierced through his chest, jutting out from his back. Everyone gasped. The crowd was utterly shocked, their brains struggling to process what they were seeing. "Don't come any closer!" Elder Luke yanked his arm out, grabbing Zhang Linghua's throat. His eyes gleamed with cold fury. "Anyone who takes a step closer, I'll kill him!" He Yingdong cried. "Elder Lu, why would you do this?" Elder stood there, realizing something was wrong. Why were only these two rushing to help the sect leader? He turned back to look at the 5 elders standing in the distance, hovering in the air. Their faces were all cold and impassive. Elder exploded. Why? Why are you doing this? Why? Hey, let me explain. Tan Dijun walked out from behind Elder Lu, and his transformation technique faded, revealing his familiar bearded face. He laughed triumphantly. "The follower elders are all righteous individuals. We've joined forces to eliminate the plague of the Northern Dipper sect. That's the gist of it." You're Tan Dijun," He Yingdong gasped. She recognized him. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and sorrow as she said, "So it was you. I understand now." His bag. "It's been so many years. Why can't you let it go?" Tan Dijun glanced at her. He Yingdong, long time no see. You've become an elder of the Northern Dipper sect, but you never expected that I'd still be alive. He Yingdong said, "What you're doing is a disaster for the Northern Dipper sect." Disaster? Tan Dijun's eyes flashed with cruelty and rage as he roared, "Did you think the things Zhang Linghua did back then weren't a disaster? I'm just cleaning house for my master, taking back what's rightfully mine." He stared intently at Zhang Linghua, a look of smug satisfaction spreading across his face, and burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Zhang Linghua, bet you didn't see that coming, huh? And honestly, I didn't think you'd be such a loser, dying at the hands of some 5th-level martial sect punk. Ha ha!" After a few chuckles, he turned his gaze toward Li Yunxiao, his eyes filled with apprehension and malice. Those moves Li Yunxiao pulled earlier, he wouldn't have been able to dodge them either. Plus, that kid's age. This guy's way too dangerous, gotta get rid of him. But if he makes a move now, it'll spook everyone. After all, everyone saw Li Yunxiao doing all the heavy lifting. He's the biggest hero here. If he offed him now, who the heck would risk their necks for him in the future? Tan Dijun immediately made a decision in his mind. Put the Li Yunxiao assassination on hold. Once this whole mess is over, he'll send someone or even handle Li Yunxiao himself. "Elder Yu, seize these people!" Tan Dijun commanded, his gaze sweeping over the 2 elders behind Xia Yingdong, causing them to tremble. Xia Yingdong exclaimed in shock, "Elder Luo, you've betrayed us too?" Elder Yu replied calmly, "Zhang Linghua's patricide and betrayal was the reason behind all of this. Today is just karma catching up. You both know my strength. Please don't resist in vain. Besides you and Elder Sima, Elder Feng and Elder Lu are already suppressed under that big bell. The remaining 6 elders are righteous folks who refuse to collude with evil. If you know what's good for you, you'll follow me too." Xia Yingdong's expression changed drastically. The situation had taken a seriously bad turn. Elder Feng, who had been silent for so long, finally reacted with a start. A hint of apprehension flashed in Tan Dijun's eyes as he said,
Elder Feng, you know the truth about what happened back then? Zhang Linghua is worse than a pig or a dog. This is just rightful punishment. I hope Elder Feng will consider the big picture and not aid the wicked. This tide cannot be turned. Elder Feng seemed not to hear Tan Dijun's words, slowly rising to his feet, his eyes filled with loneliness, and sighed. I never thought I'd be this unpopular. Have I really done so badly these past years? Have I disappointed you all this much? What the heck does that even mean? His words struck everyone like lightning, their faces changing dramatically, shocked beyond belief. Just then, Zhang Linghua, who was being held by Elder Yu, suddenly revealed a bitter smile, his appearance beginning to change. Instantly, he transformed into another person, injuries and all. It was Elder Feng. And in the horrified gazes of everyone, Elder Feng also transformed, taking on the appearance of Zhang Linghua. His lightning-like gaze locked onto Tan Dijun, and he said, Junior brother, the transformation art is a unique skill of our sect. You know it, and so do I. This earth-shattering transformation left everyone aghast, with waves of shock roiling in their hearts, especially the 6 elders who had betrayed them, their faces pale. Who would have thought that the situation would suddenly reverse like this? Zhang Linghua, who was on the verge of death, was actually Elder Feng, while Zhang Linghua himself remained unscathed. Li Fengyu and the others were also left speechless by this transformation, cursing, Damn it, that old fox is too sly. This is one heck of a show. Zhang Linghua's appearance sent a chill down everyone's spines. The situation, which had seemed settled moments ago, had now completely reversed, leaving everyone drenched in cold sweat. You're too cunning. You actually had someone else die in your place. Tan Dijun glared, his eyes filled with hatred, gnashing his teeth as he said, You're as despicable and shameless as ever. Zhang Linghua sighed and said, Junior brother, release Elder Feng. Under his gaze, Elder Lu was so terrified that his whole body trembled. Hurriedly tossing the half-dead Elder Feng over, Zhang Linghua caught him, examining his body, and his expression immediately changed, exclaiming in horror. Such potent elemental power, Tan Dijun said coldly. These were all meant for you. It's just a pity that Elder Feng became a substitute. Elder Feng smiled bitterly and said intermittently, No need. My death is not in vain. Zhang Linghua's gaze swept over the 6 people, and he sighed. You are all pillars of the sect. If you all die, the overall strength of the Northern Dipper sect will be greatly diminished. The entire sect will be in danger of collapsing, and I don't want that to happen. If the 6 of you have a change of heart and stand by me now, I will not pursue this matter. The 6 people's expressions changed, anxiously looking at each other, afraid that someone else would join first, and afraid that they themselves would miss the opportunity, their foreheads instantly covered in cold sweat. For some reason, Tan Dijun's face darkened. He snorted coldly and said, Everyone, what kind of person is Zhang Linghua, don't you know? He says he won't pursue it. Do you believe him? Look at Elder Feng, he's already been harmed to death by him. Do you think you can get away with going along with him? The 6 people's eyes were now firm, without any hesitation. This matter today could not be erased. Even if Zhang Linghua said he wouldn't pursue it, who knew what he was really thinking? They were already on a pirate ship, and there was only one way to go, all the way down. There was no turning back. Zhang Linghua sighed, and, looking at the now-dead Elder Feng beside him, said sadly, Elder Feng voluntarily took my place. Before the sect competition, I had received news that something big would happen, but I didn't expect it to be you, junior brother. After Elder Feng knew, for the sake of the big picture, he took the initiative to forcibly replace me, to let me observe and control the situation from the sidelines. Elder Feng didn't die for me, he died for the sect. Tan Dijun said angrily, Nonsense! If you weren't so afraid of death, I would have killed you by now, and nothing would have happened. The Northern Dipper sect is still the Northern Dipper sect. Do you really think that without you, the Northern Dipper sect can't exist? Zhang Linghua said silently. What happened back then was indeed my fault, but I am no longer the same as before. If I could go back to the past, I wouldn't want to be the sect master, a person who cultivates freely. Junior brother, do you know how heavy the responsibility on my shoulders is? The local forces are fighting fiercely, and that bunch of scum from the Lei Feng Trading Company are watching from the sidelines, ready to devour and eliminate us at any time.
In recent years, in addition to cultivation, I have not had a single day of comfort. Jilin's face in the distance changed slightly, and he snorted coldly.
Zhang Linghua sighed softly. Junior brother, you can't kill me now, haha, what a joke. Tan Dijun laughed and said, based on what can't I kill you, you don't want to die, so you can't die. After so many years, you are still this afraid of death, Zhang Linghua said indifferently. It's not that I'm afraid of death, but that the Northern Dipper sect needs me. If there is no martial emperor powerhouse to sit, the Northern Dipper sect will be very shaky. What? Tan Dijun's heart shook. His face changed drastically, and he said in fear, what did you say? A martial emperor powerhouse to sit? Should it be you? Zhang Linghua nodded slightly and said, yes, I broke through the bottleneck a few days ago, officially entered the 9th heaven realm.
As soon as this news came out, the onlookers were shocked. All the martial artists couldn't help but generate huge waves. Their hearts were shocked and terrified. Especially the group of Jilin, all of them opened their eyes wide in disbelief.
Even Li Yunxiao frowned slightly, and in the vaguely seemed to produce an ominous forecast. At this moment he was sitting on Huang Chaozhong, barely able to suppress the injuries in his body. But if Tan Dijun's side fell apart, he would be in great danger.
You're a martial emperor.
No way, I don't believe it. You're lying to me. At this point, Tan Dijun totally lost it, screaming like a banshee. You're a despicable little sneak.
Decades ago you tricked my master, and now you're trying to fool me. I'll kill you. He gathered that misty chi stuff in his hand and charged forward, roaring. Zhang Linghua just sighed. Ugh, I really can't stand this, junior brother.
With a flick of his wrist, he casually waved a hand, and this invisible force just spread out, instantly stopping Tan Dijun in his tracks. Poor guy was frozen mid-air, couldn't even twitch.
Heaven and earth rules. 9 heavens emperor Qi. The color drained from the faces of people like Jilin. All that composure they had before, gone. Right now, Zhang Linghua was radiating this aura of authority that was just terrifying. Every gesture, every step was the power of the rules. He'd officially become a martial emperor. No one doubted it anymore. Tan Dijun was completely dumbfounded, hanging there in the air, face frozen in shock. He felt like he was in some kind of bad comedy. All those years of bitter cultivation, all that plotting. But in the face of absolute power, he was just a grasshopper trying to stop a speeding truck.
Zhang Linghua looked at him, his eyes totally devoid of emotion, just calm as water. He said in a flat tone, what happened back then, I was wrong. But you don't understand the hidden reasons? Later, I'll explain it to you in detail. His gaze swept across the area, and everyone clammed up, afraid to even breathe wrong. Hearing the title, Martial Emperor, was enough to kill any fighting spirit. Dilinjian opened his mouth and said, congratulations, sect leader Zhang, on stepping into the Emperor realm. From now on, you are the #1 person in South Flame City. Li Fengyu also clasped his hands and said, congratulations, sect leader Zhang. Zhang Linghua said flatly, easy to say, both of you should stay here for a while. I still have some matters related to the mineral vein I want to discuss with you.
Their faces were uglier than pig liver. They knew they would have to give up a lot of benefits, but if you're under the eaves, you have to bow your head. Although they all had thoughts, they didn't dare to disobey Zhang Linghua's words, and they all replied, yes, we must follow what sect leader Zhang says. Zhang Linghua's expression was cold, and he showed a smile and said, follow. Just fine. He ignored Tan Dijun and the elders, and looked at Li Yunxiao, who was operating the injuries on the square. His pupils shrank slightly, and he opened his mouth and said, who are you? I'll give you 3 breaths if your answer doesn't satisfy me.
Li Yunxiao didn't say a word, just kept sitting still and adjusting his breath. The body eroded by the devilish energy was slowly recovering, and the strength of the body was gradually increasing. Under the supreme hegemony, the devilish energy was gradually suppressed. Zhang Linghua raised his eyebrows, his face gradually gloomy. The other party ignored him.
The people around stared at Li Yunxiao, and their hearts pounded, wondering how much courage this boy had and dared to face the martial emperor. Mei Dongshare was even more worried and wanted to come out to defend, but was stopped by Xie Yingdong, who shook his head solemnly. At this moment, no matter who knew Li Yunxiao's origin was not simple, once dealt with poorly, it was very likely to cause a major event,
She did not dare to rashly intervene.
Ping Akenyi became more and more unable to see through the young man in front of him. He was already sweating profusely. When he saw Tan Dijun being arrested, he was so frightened that he was sweating, fearing that he would be implicated. The other party was Zhang Linghua's brother, and it was very possible to be safe and sound, but he and Xuanhuan Yuyin were miserable. If he didn't do well, he would be killed directly. Finally, Zhang Linghua's patience disappeared in a few breaths, and he uttered 2 words in his mouth, saying, "Very good." His arm moved, and Ling Kong punched out, and the surrounding space on the arena was immediately blocked. Zhang Linghua did not use attack, only used space blockade, because he wanted to capture the other party alive, and he had many questions in his heart that needed to be answered. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes. He guessed right. After Tan Dijun failed, the first person to suffer was him.
At this moment, the demon dragon gradually merged into the soul, and the body began to undergo demonization, and the power of the soul increased rapidly. Demonization, Zhang Linghua was a little startled, and said, "What kind of demonization is this? Why is it so similar to the ancient true dragon?"
Li Yunxiao slowly raised his hand, and a strong wind began to condense in his palm, becoming more and more fierce. Not only that, but also in his movements, also faintly revealed the power of heaven and earth.
That is the rule of heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked, and many question marks appeared in their heads. How is this possible? Even a martial master can only slightly use the rules, let alone condense the rules. The light flashed, and in Li Yunxiao's hand, Taigu Gangfeng immediately condensed into a huge sword light. He danced a few strange moves in the air. He was performing the sacred skill of the Holy Fire Palace.
Zhang Linghua's heart shook. He couldn't see what kind of martial skill this was, and he could naturally integrate the power of the elements into the rules of heaven and earth. "Sword art divine light," Li Yunxiao shouted loudly, and the sword light slashed across the sky like a rainbow. The air filled the sky and slashed into the space blockade, which was immediately torn apart like cloth.
Everyone's eyes were dumbfounded, and their brains were not enough. The 9 Heavens Emperor Qi was defeated by a martial ancestor, thinking that he had seen it wrong.
Presumptuous, Zhang Linghua recovered after being dazed. He didn't care about his identity. Suddenly rushed down. Now he can't let Li Yunxiao run away. He must be captured.
HMPH. Although I don't know what secret method you have that can break the imperial energy, but if I take action myself, isn't it a big joke to let you run away? As Zhang Linghua's voice sounded, the pupils instantly condensed.
The moment he was about to slam down a palm strike, his pupils suddenly contracted, his expression full of shock. Under his gaze, Li Yunxiao's figure began to transform into lightning,
obscuring his features. A cold smile playing on his lips. Body of lightning. It's actually the transformation into lightning divine decree of the Beihe sect. Li Yunxiao turning into lightning gave Zhang Linghua a fright, even more shocking than seeing the 9 Heavens Emperor Qi being shattered. Seriously, this guy freaked out more than when he saw the Emperor Qi get wrecked. Under his horrified gaze, Li Yunxiao's figure suddenly transformed into lightning, shooting straight up into the sky. The speed of the lightning was akin to teleportation, instantly covering thousands of miles. Even Zhang Linghua, a martial emperor, felt powerless. Before he could even react, the other party was gone without a trace, impossible to catch up. On the entire mountain peak, everyone wore solemn and shocked expressions. A martial emperor powerhouse personally took action, yet allowed a mere 5-star martial sect brat to escape. And within the territory of the Beidu sect, where Zhang Linghua had such a home field advantage, seriously, by the time they regained their senses, they began to clamor. Transformation into Lightning Divine Decree was a name that had long been passed down in the Beihen sect, symbolizing the most powerful period in the history of the Beihen sect. It transformed the tangible body into an intangible, lightning elemental body, and could even summon the purifying world divine lightning of the Purple Palace, making it incredibly powerful. In reality, Li Yunxiao wasn't as carefree as everyone had just seen. He was using the lightning technique he had just learned, and was shocked to discover that the Yi Wood Qi he had painstakingly gathered was being consumed at an alarming rate. Moreover, he hadn't actually reached the state of body of lightning that Zhang Linghua had mentioned. He was merely using the power of lightning for teleportation.
He was severely injured at the moment, coupled with his exhausted strength, and Manhwa City was being monitored by several major forces. Reluctantly, he could only run to the Ziyun Merchant Guild. At the moment, only Jin Xuan was the person he trusted most. Teleporting several times, he arrived in the sky above Manhwa City, landing straight in the backyard of the Ziyun Merchant Guild, looking from afar like a bolt of lightning descending. The backyard of the Ziyun Merchant Guild cracked into a large pit, quickly alarming those inside. Jin Xuan and Wu Sen appeared in the courtyard first, along with the servant girls in the guild who had been disturbed. Li Yunxiao crawled out weakly. Jin Xuan exclaimed in shock, "Yunxiao, you're injured." She quickly stepped forward to support him. Seeing that there were no external injuries, she knew that the internal injuries were even more serious. She asked, "What on earth happened?" Li Yunxiao hurriedly said. "Secretly take me to Mo Huayuan's place. Your place will quickly become the focus of attention. Be careful. Don't let anyone know I came to you." How clever was Jin Xuan? She instantly understood the reason, exclaiming in shock, "Who on earth did you offend?" Li Yunxiao bitterly smiled and said, "I only offended the Baidu sect, but I guess the forces of the entire Manhwa City want to catch me." Jin Xuan said, "Then let's go. Prepare a bit, and come with me to Mo Huayuan's place. It just so happens that it's the monthly tribute time, so no one will suspect anything." In less than an hour, Li Yunxiao was changed into women's clothing, powdered, rouged, and made up to look like a woman, which immediately stunned them, instantly transforming him into a heroic young lady. Jin Xuan said, "How's that? Even a martial emperor of the Nine Heavens realm wouldn't be able to recognize Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao looked at the thin silk dress and the flower hairpin, frowning. "I, a lifelong shattering army martial emperor, am actually being hunted down and have to disguise myself as a woman. If this gets out..." The more he thought about it, the more unacceptable it became. He angrily said, "Isn't it just changing clothes? But how did my legs become so slender? Where did my firm chest muscles go?" Jin Xuan laughed and said, "Don't move too much. This kind of disguise can't last long." "Ha ha." A loud laugh came from within the god burial tablet. Yuan Gaohan and the demonic dragon mocked. "Ha ha. Who would have thought that Fei Yang's shattering army martial emperor would be hunted down and have to dress up as a woman? Not only does he have to dress up as a woman, but he also has to ask my disciple for help. Chuch, I've truly broadened my horizons today." Jin Xuan said, "If you were a beauty, that would be great. Even if you couldn't become the #1 in the world, you definitely wouldn't escape the top 5. Li Yunxiao wasn't one to dwell on things. He didn't change his expression even after being ridiculed by Yuan Gaohan, but said, "That's right. It's not like this is the first time I've been hunted down so pathetically. I'm used to running away. Don't mention my current martial sect cultivation. Even back when I was a martial emperor, I had to be hunted down several times, running east and west, running thousands of miles. Thinking about it, it's nothing." Along the way, Li Yunxiao explained the whole story to Jin Xuan. She widened her eyes and gaped in amazement, her expression full of shock and disbelief. She looked at Li Yunxiao with suspicion, feeling like he was lying to her. It couldn't be blamed on Jin Xuan. Under circumstances where one didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that a martial sect could escape from the hands of a martial emperor. She said solemnly, "I don't care what you're stirring up, but you must keep your life in the Commerce Alliance and help the Tianyuan Merchant Guild get a slot. This is what you promised me, and it's also what you promised." Little linger, Li Yunxiao didn't say anything. He suddenly pointed to the sky and saw dozens of auras flying towards the Ziyun Merchant Guild in droves. Only now did Jin Xuan realize that the situation was even more serious than she had thought. Although she didn't believe what Li Yunxiao had said, she basically believed it now. She angrily rebuked. "For a vague treasure and the primordial stone, and for helping the Baidu sect traitor rebel, you really have too much time on your hands. It seems that only Grandmaster Mo can protect you now, if he's willing." The group quickly entered the small courtyard. Xiao Xuanzi shouted outside, "Master, Jin Xuan has come to specially deliver the monthly tribute to you." Mo Huayuan's expression slightly changed, and he angrily turned red with anger, saying, "Is guild leader Jin Xuan deliberately trying to humiliate me? He had lost to Li Yunxiao, so how could he have the face to accept the tribute from the Ziyun Merchant Guild?" Jin Xuan sighed and said, "Grandmaster Mo, don't be agitated. Besides delivering the tribute, Xuanhuan has another request this time. She deliberately pointed to outside the door, introducing, I have a friend who hopes that Grandmaster Mo can meet him. Li Yunxiao walked in one after another, looking a bit graceful, and said, Grandmaster Mo. Mo Huayuan was stunned. Seeing this beautiful and petite young girl, he thought that Xuanhuan wanted to use a beauty trap to seduce him. Just at this moment, the disguise on Li Yunxiao's body couldn't hold on any longer. With a bang, the clothes on his body shattered, revealing bulging muscles, but his face still retained a petite and pretty appearance, giving people a sense of visual shock, like, what the heck? Oh, it's you! Mo Huayuan finally got it. He sized up Li Yunxiao, saying, looking at you with the naked eye, you seem pretty stable, pretty good, Xuanhuan beamed. That's all thanks to me, you know. Mo Huayuan nodded. All right, first have a seat, then put some clothes on. He hurried over, helped Li Yunxiao sit down, carefully checked him out, and then said in a panic, You! Why are you so messed up? The fact that I even made it here alive is practically a miracle, he said, rubbing Li Yunxiao's palms. Li Yunxiao, sweating, said, Could you maybe take your hand off me? Xuanhuan's face was all kinds of shocked. Seeing how Li Yunxiao was smiling and chatting the whole way here, she didn't realize his injuries were this bad. She immediately admired his resilience. Li Yunxiao chuckled. No need for Grandmaster Mo to worry about treatment. I've got my own ways. But right now, everyone's after me, so hiding here is convenient, see? Mo Huayuan was taken aback. Everyone's after you. Who on earth hurt you? Li Yunxiao gave a bitter smile. It's that martial emperor from the Beidu sect, Zhang Linghua. He really reached the Nine Heavens martial emperor realm, huh? There were rumors, but looks like they're true, Mo Huayuan exclaimed. If a martial emperor's after you, how did you escape? Li Yunxiao said. We'll talk about that later. First, get me back in that secret chamber and provide me with spirit stones and all kinds of materials. Mo Huayuan nodded. Don't worry. Now that you're here, unless I die, no martial emperor's going to take you away. Mo Huayuan walked over to the alchemy furnace in his house and cast a few spiritual seals. Immediately, the ground rumbled. Revealing a secret chamber, Mo Huayuan gestured inside. Grandmaster Yunxiao, please. Li Yunxiao took a look around and sighed. This Grandmaster is really humble. I take back what I said before. Li Yunxiao went down into the secret chamber alone. Suddenly, something stirred within him. He took out a jade slip from his ring and handed it to Xuanhuan, saying, Inside are the improved formulas. Time's tight, so I rushed a bit these past few days. Only improved the 12 core products. I'll get the rest to you in a few days. Mo Huayuan's expression twitched slightly. Grandmaster Yunxiao, I've seen the products of your Purple Cloud Merchant Guild. Can I, maybe, borrow your improved methods for evaluation? Li Yunxiao laughed. Sure, whatever. They're all low-level stuff anyway. Nothing to hide. Mo Huayuan took it and immediately pressed it to his forehead. Sending his spiritual sense inside to examine the data carefully, he saw everything, and his face quickly filled with shock. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, These formulas are really from Grandmaster Yunxiao. You improved them. Li Yunxiao just gave a wry smile. He hadn't even seen the formulas inside. Didn't know how Yuan Gaohan and Ji Yu Yuesheng had changed them, but since Yuan Gaohan was in charge, they couldn't be too bad. He could only grit his teeth and acknowledge it, nodding. Mo Huayuan's face was filled with heartfelt respect. He sighed. Grandmaster Yunxiao, your skills are divine. Mo Huayuan was utterly convinced. Last time, Li Yunxiao was better than him. And even though he was shocked, there were many factors involved. But the improved formulas in this jade slip filled him with boundless admiration. Xuanhuan, understanding, was overjoyed, saying, Grandmaster Mo, how are the formulas? Mo Huayuan said sternly, Even if I did it myself, there's no way I could achieve such divine skill. The products of the Heavenly Crane Merchant Guild, compared to these formulas, are like heaven and earth. There is no comparison. Xuanhuan was thrilled, looking at Li Yunxiao with even more gratitude, tears welling up. Li Yunxiao was taking credit for something that wasn't his, and his nose was practically reaching the clouds. He said awkwardly, You guys don't need to be so polite. We're all one family. Anything's easy to talk about. His one line, We're all one family, immediately softened Xuanhuan. She quickly took out an embroidered pouch and gave it to Li Yunxiao, saying, If the Merchant Guild can survive this crisis,
Yunxiao will be the most honored guest of the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild from now on. Inside are 8 or 9/10 of the materials Yunxiao needs from that day. Li Yunxiao rubbed the back of his head, saying, "Well, that's great." After he checked it out with his spiritual sense, aside from a few of the most precious items, everything else was there. Moreover, there were even more spirit stones and starlight stones than he'd asked for. This was also because Mo Huayuan hadn't accepted the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild's conditions, so Xinhuan just gave these resources to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao naturally understood Xinhuan's intentions. Sometimes true friends don't need a lot of words. Li Yunxiao reached out and gently patted Xinhuan's head, slowly said, "All right, you guys wait for me outside." After he finished speaking, the secret chamber closed. Xinhuan stood there blankly for a long time before coming back to her senses. She looked around, dazed, saying, "Huh? Where's Yunxiao?" Wu Sen, sitting beside her, said, "Lord Xinhuan, Yunxiao has been inside for half an hour." Wu Sen had the maids transmit the formulas to the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild's headquarters. She was completely at ease with these maids. They were all orphans adopted by the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild from all over the place, and had undergone all kinds of training and education since childhood. They were loyal and devoted to the Merchant Guild and would never betray it. Mo Huayuan looked at Xinhuan, pondered for a moment, and said with a soft smile, "Guildmaster Xinhuan, you don't need to be so nervous." Those alchemy formulas, outsiders value as heavy as mountains and even more precious than their own lives. But to the Guildmaster Xinhuan, this is nothing more than a smile. Xinhuan said in surprise, "Grandmaster Mo, why do you say that? Those alchemy formulas are the hope of the entire Purple Cloud Merchant Guild, and they are more important than Xinhuan's life." "Why are they not as important as my smile?" Mo Huayuan looked at the secret room and said with respect, "With that person here, he is more important than all the assets of the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild combined. As long as he is here to help, no matter what the time, the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild can make a comeback. At this moment, even if suppressed by the Celestial Crane Merchant Guild, it is just a dragon encountering a shallow water area, and it is only temporarily difficult." Xinhuan was surprised and fell into contemplation. Mo Huayuan said, "Yes, those people you fight for, those with ups and downs, are just a smile in the eyes of the powerful, and they will disappear with a wave of their hands. Only strong strength can ensure everything is long-lasting." Li Yunxiao is a friend of Ding Lingye, but not necessarily a friend of Xinhuan. She is now colluding with her for the same purpose, and because of her relationship with Ding Lingye, they are naturally together. But if that person turns into a dragon and flies away in the future, will he still remember Xinhuan of the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild? The more Xinhuan thought about it, the more frightened she became. Li Yunxiao's current strength is shocking to hear, and she feels like she is meeting a great opportunity. If she can make friends with this person and make him a true friend, then the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild's position in the Chamber of Commerce Alliance will be unbreakable in the future. She secretly blamed herself for not collecting enough materials for Li Yunxiao, and immediately ordered, Wu Sen, the last 7 materials have not been collected. You must find them at all costs. Remember that no matter what." Xinhuan emphasized a few times before letting Wu Sen leave. She was not in a calm mood and could not enter samadhi peacefully. Mu Huayuan smiled softly and said, "Guildmaster Xinhuan, don't be like this. Someone like Grandmaster Li Yunxiao wouldn't be constrained by petty resources. There's only one way to connect with someone like him. Treat him with sincerity. If you're genuine with him, he'll definitely repay you 100-fold. But if guild leader Xinhuan tries to be clever and shrewd, you'll miss your chance with him forever." That one sentence woke him up. Xinhuan thought carefully and realized it was true. Li Yunxiao possesses such powerful martial and alchemy skills. Countless guilds are lining up to curry favor with him. Even if the Violet Firmament Guild gave him everything, he might not even want it. Exactly. The only way to connect with this guy is to treat him sincerely. Inside the Manhwa Origins treasure trove, Li Yunxiao sat cross-legged, regulating his breath. The soul of the Yao dragon appeared beside him and said, "I told you that armor was trouble. You shouldn't have tried it on. You're asking for it. Once you're tainted by demonic energy, it's hard to get rid of. Even if you can escape it today, you won't escape it next time." Li Yunxiao continuously absorbed the surrounding spirit stones, but his expression was still extremely grim. He said in a deep voice,
Stop talking nonsense!
As long as I recover to Martial Emperor, I can expel the demonic energy from my body. The Demon Sky battle armor has saved my life several times. I have to use it. The Yao Dragon said, Your Yi Wood energy is almost depleted. Demonic energy is no weaker than Nine Heavens Emperor Qi. It can suppress all forces. In your current state, there's no way you can resist it. Unless, Li Yunxiao raised an eyebrow and said, I know what you mean. Use a ninth order profound artifact to suppress this power, just like in the northern region. Then find a way to dissolve it later. That's right, before, you could block the extreme yin-cold energy of the northern underworld with just a wisp of sword intent. But right now, your power is too weak. You basically can't use sword obliteration of the stars. The only thing that can suppress the demonic energy in your body is probably the ancient bell. If you can't bear to use it, then good luck. The Yao Dragon pondered for a moment and added, Your body has the four great elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, which can suppress demonic energy. But what about the Supreme Overlord physique and the Bright Moon divine body? It's really too careless to let demonic energy invade your body. Li Yunxiao said, Complaining is useless. Using the ancient bell would really be overkill. Plus, if I use the ancient bell to suppress the demonic energy, I won't have a weapon to use, the Yao Dragon said casually. You're about to kick the bucket already. What do you care about that? The heavenly eye between his eyebrows opened, and the shadow of the imperial decree bell appeared before his chest, emitting countless sound waves. It slowly contracted into his body. Wherever the phantom passed, the demonic energy was gradually suppressed. Although his body was covered in wounds, he no longer felt the pain of being eroded by demonic energy. Only then did Li Yunxiao heave a sigh of relief. Then, his soul manifestation entered beneath the divine tablet, appearing next to Yuan Gaohan. He saw Yuan Gaohan intently using the heavenly martial wheel transformation from the golden cauldron to refine. He wielded the phoenix divine flame with increasing skill, burning fiercely. Jiyu Yuesheng was constantly assisting on the side. His body seemed to have undergone quite a few changes. He no longer had a sinister and cruel aura, but had gained some elegance. Li Yunxiao was startled and said, Old Yuan, do you have to work so hard? Are you trying to make me cry with gratitude? Yuan Gaohan glared at him and said, I spit on that. Hurry up and come help. The sword tip made from northern heavenly cold star iron is about to come out first. What? Li Yunxiao exclaimed in shock. How can it be so fast? According to his expectations, Yuan Gaohan would need some time to adapt to the Phoenix Divine Flame. Refining the northern heavenly cold star iron was impossible, let alone refining the sword tip. Heh. Yuan Gaohan's body flickered between light and dark, but he still said with a smug expression, Back then, when I refined the heavenly martial wheel transformation from the golden cauldron, there was a powerful hand seal sealed within it. Only I know this secret. I thought that one day, someone would discover it and consider it a boon for someone with karma, but I didn't expect that I would be the one to benefit in reality. Li Yunxiao said in astonishment, This works too? HMPH. If it weren't for that, my 8th tier Starlight Soul body wouldn't have been able to refine the sword tip. Without the Starlight Stones to supply me, you could just watch me turn to ashes. Li Yunxiao was in a great mood and laughed loudly. There will be Starlight Stones. Just work hard for me in peace. I definitely won't treat you unfairly. He used the illusionary wave Heavenly Sutra technique and began to assist Yuan Gaohan. He controlled the rules within the Divine Tablet's dimension. Once he made a move, Yuan Gaohan immediately felt the pressure decrease greatly, and his suppressed emotions were released. He roared loudly. The three of them continued to refine. Finally, before long, a glow appeared within the purple cauldron. An auspicious light soared into the sky, and purple energy congealed. Yuan Gaohan looked up and mocked himself. Seeing such a sky full of auspicious light, I can't help but think of my cauldron spirit back then. I don't know why my body has limits, but the path of alchemy has no limits. I wonder if I'll ever see the pinnacle of the alchemic path in this life. Li Yunxiao was stunned. His gaze was unusually solemn as he said, Back then, that kid was almost infinitely close to the pinnacle of the alchemic path. Now, I don't know what level he's reached. I'm afraid no one in the world today can rival him. Yuan Gaohan smiled and said, But he lost to someone back then, Li Yunxiao said. When the sword is about to be formed, you shouldn't have this kind of sentiment. You should have soaring ambition instead, Gu Feiyang said in surprise. This is a success? Why didn't I sense the tribulation lightning? Yuan Gaohan explained. This place is inside a holy artifact, a self-contained space. There's no tribulation lightning like in the heavenly martial realm. A weapon that hasn't been tempered by tribulation lightning is just for ordinary killing. As soon as this northern heavenly cold star sword leaves this place, it will immediately trigger a phenomenon in heaven and earth, and be struck by ninth order tribulation lightning, Li Yunxiao muttered. Ninth order profound artifact tribulation lightning? His eyes flickered. Then, he took out the storage bag from xuanhuan and handed it to Yuan Gaohan, saying, The materials are basically all here. I'll try my best to find the few that are missing. From now on, you're my chief alchemist. Yuan Gaohan revealed a look of disdain and said softly, If it weren't for being under your control and you providing me with the divine flame to use, even if you knelt in front of me and cried, I wouldn't pay attention to you. Ha ha. Li Yunxiao laughed loudly a few times and said, Don't be so narcissistic. Just work hard for me. When I recover to my peak, you'll escape from this place. You can cultivate in peace to the 9th tier starlight soul body. When the time comes, when you merge with your original body, you can directly reach the pinnacle of the alchemic path. Maybe even I won't be your opponent. Yuan Gaohan's heart was in turmoil, but hearing that name, his expression darkened. He said, Don't flatter me. I know my own limits. As for surpassing that guy, I don't even have hope for that. The exquisite, small sword hilt was constantly being tempered by the divine fire, its form becoming increasingly real. Finally, after not too long, the sword hilt was completely refined. Li Yunxiao snatched it up with one hand. He grabbed it and swung it lightly in the void, praising, Old Yuan's refinement isn't bad. Gu Feiyang, hearing the two of them talking, was also very curious. He went to Yuan Gaohan and whispered, Shifu, who is that guy? What kind of a mortal is he? Yuan Gaohan put on a mysterious air and said, Hey, I won't tell you for now. His gaze turned to Li Yunxiao, inevitably revealing envy and loneliness. This youth before him was the only existence who had defeated that guy, although his methods were a bit shady and opportunistic. But at least he was someone who could confront him head-on, something he himself didn't even qualify for. His heart was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. Some people are born incredibly powerful, while others can never reach the innate level of others, no matter how hard they try. That guy was that kind of person, and Gu Feiyang, or rather Li Yunxiao, was the same. The loneliness in Yuan Gaohan's eyes disappeared, and he said seriously, Decades ago, you relied on opportunism to defeat him. But as you said, no one in the human race can match him now, not even my teacher. I have a vague feeling that the only one who can defeat him is you. He mocked himself. Although I don't want to say this prediction, I have to admit that, whether in the past or present, you will become the top art master of the human race in the Tianwu realms. Even resisting the authority of the alien races will only be possible with you. Li Yunxiao laughed heartily. Yuan Gaohan, don't put such a high hat on me. Talented people are emerging in large numbers in the Tianwu realm. A few decades ago, maybe I could swagger around. But it's different now. I'm being chased and killed every 2 or 3 days, running around to escape death. Being able to protect my little life is already a blessing in disguise. Yuan Gaohan rolled his eyes, not concealing his contempt, saying one thing and meaning another, so hypocritical. You acted arrogantly even before you had the strength. You deserved it. Gu Feiyang was confused by their conversation. Not understanding many points, Yuan Gaohan himself was a 9th grade art refiner, so how powerful was his Shifu? Even his Shifu couldn't defeat that person, so how heaven-defying was he? But this heaven-defying person had actually lost to Li Yunxiao. What kind of relationship was that? Gu Feiyang felt completely confused, though he didn't understand. He felt it was very impressive. Ha. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, I can't change my personality. When you recreate the heavenly sword diagram for me, I'll kill gods if they block me, and the world will be mine to roam. After he finished speaking, he transformed into a flash of light and disappeared into the god's stelae realm. Li Yunxiao returned to his original body and unknowingly broke through to the 5th star, entering the 6th star of martial sect, breaking through the bottleneck. It could be said that he was unstoppable. As his cultivation progressed, the injuries in his body fully recovered. During this time, Li Yunxiao also plundered all kinds of materials in the secret chamber, his greedy eyes looking around. 7 days passed quickly again, and Li Yunxiao was infused with a lot of resources. He finally rushed to the 7th star of martial sect, and even his Ji Qiang Bati was vaguely about to break through. So fast. Is it about to enter the imperishable golden body? Li Yunxiao was shocked and hurriedly checked his body, but found nothing unusual. But he felt the power of his body expanding like a roaring beast. Maybe something is still lacking. Just follow the final cultivation method, and you will reach great accomplishment. Li Yunxiao had endured a long period of painful suppression of his body, cultivating all kinds of extreme suppression movements, and finally saw a path to great accomplishment. Yao Long's voice transmission said, "Don't be too happy too soon. I feel something is wrong. Your current body strength can only withstand martial emperor-level martial artists. Do you think it is possible to break through to the level of Ao Cheng Kong?" A strange light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he also fell into contemplation. If he didn't use half a point of Yuan Qi, he was confident that he could withstand a martial emperor warrior without falling into a disadvantage. Ao Cheng Kong could shatter the void with his fists, directly resisting the peak martial emperor with his body. The difference was not small. Could it be that there is a problem with the cultivation technique I am practicing? Impossible. This Dharma technique was really obtained from Ao Cheng Kong, and it also records in detail the cultivation method to the imperishable golden body. I am only one step away from the final path. At this time, the door of the secret chamber opened, and Mo Huayuan and Jin Xuan entered one after another. When they saw the 4 empty storage bags, their hearts pounded, and Mo Huayuan's face turned even paler, almost wanting to cry out. This was his treasure house. He never thought that outsiders would enter. Almost all kinds of materials were placed here at will. The familiar fragrance was gone at this moment, leaving only empty shelves. Mo Huayuan couldn't help but want to vomit blood, complaining, "Grandmaster Yunxiao, you didn't even leave me a single piece of spirit stone?" "Ha ha," Li Yunxiao said with an embarrassed smile. "Grandmaster Mo is supplied by many chambers of commerce in Nanhuo City. Naturally, you won't care about these things, so I won't be polite to the Grandmaster." "Not polite to me?" Mo Huayuan looked at the empty barrel. His mind was dizzy. He really hated, why didn't he put it away and left it exposed here? Jin Xuan was sweating profusely, comforting. "Grandmaster Mo, after all, things are external possessions. With the Grandmaster's strength, whether in Nanhuo City or returning to the Holy Region in 2 days, it is easy to gather everything." Mo Huayuan felt a pain in his heart and waved his hand. "I am also happy that Grandmaster Yunxiao can use them. I wonder how Grandmaster Yunxiao's injuries have recovered." "I have something to come here today," Li Yunxiao said. "I have fully recovered. What is it?" Mo Huayuan put aside the pain in his heart, calmed his mind, and said, "Last time Grandmaster Yunxiao talked about it, I personally went to the Lei Feng Chamber of Commerce, but the Chamber of Commerce kept it a secret, as if there was something hidden. Considering Grandmaster Yunxiao's safety, I didn't say anything, and left directly. I came here this time for something else. This President Jin Xuan is relatively familiar with it, so you should talk about it." Jin Xuan responded and said, "Last time Yunxiao caused too much of a stir. The public opinion was in an uproar in Nanhuo City. The realm lasted for 7 days, and many sects joined forces to check all the personnel passing by. The city gate was closed until now that it has slowly opened. There is not too much news from the internal of the Beidou sect. As for Zhang Linghua being confirmed as the 9 Heavens Martial Emperor, it has spread far and wide. The prestige of the Beidou sect has reached a new height, and it is the #1 force in Nanhuo City. Many chambers of commerce alliances have been continuously suppressed recently. It is also because of this that they have loosened their pursuit of Yunxiao. And now the Lei Feng Chamber of Commerce has begun to make incomprehensible moves, intending to organize an auction. An auction is not something surprising, but in the current situation, organizing this thing, I think there is indeed a purpose." Li Yunxiao pondered and said, "At this time, the Chamber Alliance Art and Martial Duel Conference is about to be held. The headquarters will definitely not spare manpower to help. I don't know what tricks Jilin is playing behind his back. Is it to increase his reputation by borrowing the auction?
It's too naive.
Jin Xuan's face showed an embarrassed expression and said, "That's right, but Yunxiao's teleportation grand formation. Jin Xuan is incompetent and has repeatedly sent people to the Leifeng Chamber of Commerce and the Beidou sect. But there has been no result."
Li Yunxiao said,
"It's okay. Let's see what tricks they are playing in organizing the auction. If they insist on not lending it, this young master doesn't mind forcing it once. If Zhu Qishui is not convinced, then I will personally visit him and lecture him."
The two of them were utterly startled after hearing that, their insides a mess of horrified criticism.
Who was Zhu Qishui? The president of the Thunderwind Trading Company, a powerhouse whose name shook the continent. Li Yunxiao clearly didn't know how the word death was written.
Li Yunxiao glanced at their inner thoughts and burst out laughing. "Ha ha, you guys definitely think I don't know how the word death is written, right?" The two of them were shocked. Li Yunxiao wasn't some reckless fool. On the contrary, he was extremely clever, with hidden depths, and his talent and guts far surpassed his age. Seeing her thoughts exposed, Chen Xuan's face flushed red. She said, "Young Master Yun is naturally highly skilled, but if the Thunderwind Trading Company were so easily eliminated, the Big Dipper sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect wouldn't have such headaches for so long. It's better to be careful."
Li Yunxiao said, "I'll pay attention, but the Twin Merchant Alliance's time is limited. Tomorrow I'll pretend to be a servant by Ken Xuan's side and go to the auction." He implied, without directly asking, for the Thunderwind Trading Company's teleportation array. "At that time, the two of you won't need to come along. I'll be enough on my own." Chen Xuan was shocked. So he intended to barge in and force her hand. She anxiously said, "I'm also worried about the Twin Alliance, but we absolutely can't be rash. We must discuss it more carefully."
Mo Huayuan also firmly said, "That day I lost the bet. Consider it owing Master Yunxiao a life. Tomorrow, even if I risk this life, I won't let the Thunderwind Trading Company offend Master Yunxiao."
Mo Huayuan smiled bitterly and said, "Don't think I'm looking for death, but my master repeatedly taught me, what's there to fear if I die? My loyal heart shines like the sun and moon. I still dare not forget it." Chen Xuan seriously and respectfully said, "Tomorrow, the Purple Cloud Trading Company will advance and retreat, live and die with young Master Yun." Li Yunxiao hurriedly pushed them out, saying, all right, if there's nothing else, go back. I still need to cultivate. See you tomorrow."
After the two left, Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Old ape, your disciple has quite the spirit," Yuan Gaohan coldly snorted. "You're the one courting death. Nobody cares. If you harm my disciple's life, I'll be the first to risk my life against you."
The next day, in South Fire City, the Thunderwind Trading Company's auction house had already begun to stir. Mo Huayuan and Chen Xuan arrived hand in hand, bringing a group of maids, and Li Yunxiao, disguised as a little servant, he suppressed his cultivation, appearing to only have martial master level, so no one paid him any attention.
As soon as Mo Huayuan entered the auction house, he immediately attracted the attention of many forces. Many sect leaders and presidents didn't dare to remain seated. As Mo Huayuan's group passed by, they all stood up to greet him. Mo Huayuan was already used to this scene, casually greeting everyone, only nodding and greeting to the giants of the various powers.
A person walked up to him. It was the New Moon sect leader, Zhao Minghui. He chuckled and said, "The Thunderwind Trading Company really doesn't know what's good for them. The item that Master Mo needs, instead of offering it with both hands, they actually put it up for auction. They must be so arrogant that they don't even put Master Mo in their eyes. We really must punish their disrespect."
Zhao Minghui gave off an elegant and courteous impression. His demeanor and words were very refined, but a single sentence had already drawn hatred towards the Thunderwind Trading Company. Mo Huayuan said indifferently, "I'm not clear about this auction. I'm just here to watch the fun in my spare time." He naturally understood these tactics and had seen them many times. Zhao Minghui continued, "So Master Mo is here to watch the fun. It seems the Thunderwind Trading Company didn't know you were coming. They didn't even send someone to greet you."
"If Master doesn't mind, you can come into my private room. I wonder if Master is willing," Mo Huayuan said. "Very good."
Zhao Minghui was overjoyed. Amidst everyone's envious gazes, he invited Mo Huayuan's group into his private room.
Vice sect leader Liang Ye in the private room immediately stood up and bowed to
Mo Huayuan, Liang Quan also stood up at this time, but it was because he found Li Yunxiao too beautiful and captivating. His heart pounded wildly, and his nose ran, seeing that there were many people but few seats. Xiao Minghui hurriedly said, Liang Ye, go tell the Thunderwind Trading Company to bring more chairs over. Liang Ye accepted the order and ran out. Xiao Minghui smiled and said, This great beauty is probably the head manager of the Purple Cloud Trading Company, President Chen Xuan. Wu Sen coldly snorted softly. Sect leader Zhao's information is truly well informed. I'm afraid you guys knew as soon as President Chen Xuan arrived. There was only one long chair in the room. Li Yunxiao sat down unceremoniously, feeling goosebumps from Liang Quan's gaze, but he still had to endure it. Chen Xuan smiled lightly in response and said, I often hear Wu Sen say that sect leader Zhao is no ordinary person, and indeed, he's even more impressive than I heard. Xiao Minghui smiled and said, Oh, I wonder what President Wu usually says about me. It's definitely nothing good. The news of Mo Huayuan entering the auction house quickly spread. The Thunderwind Trading Company's Ji Lin also led people to pay respects to Mo Huayuan, greatly apologizing for his oversight and wanting to lead Mo Huayuan's group to a larger room. Mo Huayuan said indifferently, President Ji is so busy, don't waste your time. On a leisurely person like me, I feel very comfortable with sect leader Xiao's group. Xiao Minghui didn't forget to seize every opportunity to sow discord, chuckling softly, President Ji, if you're busy, then go ahead. Having me invite Master Mo is enough. Besides, recently there are rumors that the Purple Cloud Trading Company and the Heavenly Crane Trading Company are fighting fiercely, and at this time Master Mo and President Chen Xuan came together, while President Ji is with President Fang Tianhe all day long. If Master Mo goes with you, making President Chen Xuan and President Fang Tianhe, these two enemies, meet, it probably wouldn't be very good. Ji Lin was embarrassed, coughed twice, and said with a smile, They all say sect leader Zhao has a mouth as long as a ladle, loves to turn things upside down, can't distinguish right from wrong, sows discord, and stabs people in the back. It seems it's all true. Although Master Mo's arrival makes me very worried about not being able to provide proper hospitality, I will dispatch many experts to spread out in all directions to ensure the Master's safety. Xiao Minghui smiled and said, President Ji, please do as you see fit. When could our two houses ever coexist peacefully? As he was speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. The Big Dipper sect has come to pay respects to Master Mo. The person who entered shocked everyone. It was actually Tan Dijun, who had betrayed the Big Dipper sect that day. Behind him were several familiar faces. Ping Anyi and Shangguan Yuyin, and even Ma Dongjie was there. Li Yunxiao's pupils suddenly contracted, instantly understanding the whole story. It seemed Zhang Linghua had truly let go of the past, putting the sect first. Not only did he let Tan Dijun go, but he also entrusted him with responsibilities. Ji Lin said in surprise, This is Tan Dijun. Without any expression, Tan Dijun said, I, Tan, am the newly appointed vice-sect leader of the Big Dipper sect, and I'm especially honored to come and participate in your auction. Why isn't there a welcome? Upon hearing this identity, everyone immediately understood the current situation. Xiao Minghui was the first to react, cupping his hands in apology, a genuinely cheerful expression on his face. Ha ha, congratulations, Brother Tan. Ji Lin's face showed no expression, his facial muscles twitched a few times, and he said with a smile, Naturally, we welcome you, but since you insisted on making a scene by coming here openly, we can't do anything about it. After all, a trading company opens its doors for business and doesn't nitpick any guests. Tan Dijun waved his hand and said, well said. This old man just took office as the deputy sect leader, and I really dig what you said. Come, there's a reward. He saw Ping Anyai take out 3 ordinary, low-grade spirit stones, present them to Ji Lin, and say loudly, Take these and thank the deputy sect leader, you hear? You! Ji Lin's face flushed red with anger. This guy was clearly insulting him, and in his own commerce guild no less. His face turned pale with rage, and he snorted coldly, HMPH, then stormed off with a flick of his sleeve. Ha ha! Xiao Minghui laughed, stepped forward and said, Sect leader Tan is indeed sharp-tongued. It's rare to see that old fart Ji Lin so pissed off. Tan Dijun stroked his goatee and chuckled. His eyes swept around the room, finally landing on Li Yunxiao. He pondered. This little miss is awfully familiar. Has Tan met you somewhere before? Mo Yuan and Jin Chuan paled at the same time. Xiao Minghui also sensed something was wrong. Li Yunxiao looked like just a regular woman, but when Tan Dijun had addressed Jilin, he'd called himself this sect leader. Now facing this person, he was calling himself Tan. The atmosphere in the room became quiet and weird, and everyone's eyes turned to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao knew he'd been seen through by Tan Dijun, but whatever. He wanted to use the teleportation formation anyway. His identity was going to be exposed sooner or later. He said, "Whether we've met or not isn't important, but the promise was made, right? Isn't it time to make good on it?" He undid the disguise on his face, instantly shattering Liang Kuan's fantasies and turning him to stone. Suddenly, Ping Agony's expression changed. "So it's you," he exclaimed. Xiao Minghui thought for a moment, seemingly realizing something, and his eyes widened in surprise. Tan Dijun chuckled lightly. He'd finally confirmed it was Li Yunxiao. He was overjoyed. The Beidou sect was searching for him with all their might, not just for the transformation lightning divine art, but also for the treasure map he had. He immediately smiled and said, "The promise hasn't been fulfilled yet, so how can we make good on it?" Li Yunxiao raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "Are you kidding me? I only agreed to take action, and I did heavily injure the opponent. Why didn't I do it? Has Mr. Tan's memory gotten worse since becoming deputy sect leader?" Tan Dijun chuckled awkwardly. "My memory hasn't worsened, but the sect has been searching for you with all its might, but couldn't find you. So it turns out you're hanging out with Grandmaster Mo." No sooner had he said these words than everyone realized who he was, especially Mei Dongger, who couldn't contain her excitement. You really are you. You are Li Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao restored his original appearance and smiled. "That's right. I'm Li Yunxiao. You were amazing that day. It was too rushed back then. Now I'm here to give you extra praise." You're not dead. It's so good you're not dead." Mei Dongyer burst into tears, trying to control herself in front of everyone. But she couldn't do it, and her face flushed red with embarrassment, Tan Dijun said. "The conditions I agreed to with you didn't seem to include you flirting with female disciples of the Beidong sect, did they?" Li Yunxiao sighed. "I can't help it. A man like me, even if I hide, I'm like a firefly in the night. It's harder not to be liked than it is to become a martial emperor." "Ha ha." Tan Dijun laughed and said, "You sure dare to talk. Now that I've found you, I don't want to talk about arresting you. As long as you work with us. Two things. These two things. You have to cooperate whether you want to or not," Li Yunxiao said. "What an attitude. Is this cooperating with you or with the Beidao sect?" Tan Dijun looked at him and said softly, "Beidao sect." Those words made his position clear. It seemed Tan Dijun had been completely persuaded by Zhang Linghua and was wholeheartedly selling his life for the Beidao sect. Li Yunxiao said, "Okay, but first you need to settle your debt with me before we talk about cooperation. As for whether I'm willing or not, it depends on how you lay your cards on the table." Those words were a bit too much. Tan Dijun's eyes flickered uncertainly. He knew Li Yunxiao's status must be extraordinary. So he said bluntly, "My conditions with you can be settled, but you must also agree to the two things for the Beidao sect. Otherwise, there's no need to mention what I owe you. I don't plan to pay." Li Yunxiao couldn't help but curse. "Are you copying my bargaining tactics? What conditions can benefit me now?" Tan Dijun looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "One is to hand over the inheritance item, the transformation lightning divine art. That is the treasure of the Beidou sect, and cannot be passed down. The second thing is to return the item from that day." Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, "These two things are worth 20 billion mid-grade spirit stones each. If you want them, take out the spirit stones. Plus what you owe me, it's a total of 45 billion. I won't sell for a single stone less." Tan Dijun was shocked, and the others were also horrified, sweating profusely. Jin Xuan thought to himself, 45 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Even the entire Purple Cloud Commerce Guild can't take out that many spirit stones unless they sell a lot of assets for cash. Mo Huayuan was also sweating profusely. He considered himself wealthy lately, but now it seemed he was still just a bumpkin in front of the big shots. Xiao Minghui was much calmer. He'd heard of the transformation lightning divine art, and a value of 20 billion mid-grade spirit stones wasn't expensive at all. Even if the price increased tenfold or dozens of times, there would be buyers. If he wasn't afraid of offending the Beidou sect, he might even try to increase the price and buy it.
Ha ha, you really dare to name a price? Tan Dijun sneered. You stole the secret art of the Beidou sect. Not abolishing your cultivation is already a great favor, and you actually dare to name a price.
His voice was icy, a blatant threat. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, Tan Dijun, I thought you were smart. It's tiring to talk to a fool. Zhang Linghua couldn't keep me here. What can you do? The atmosphere in the room tensed up. Tan Dijun was furious, his face turning pale, and he stared at Li Yunxiao. Mei Dongshare was terrified. The experts of the Beidou sect were all here, and if there was a fight later, she really didn't know what to do. Should she help the sect or Li Yunxiao?
The air in the room tensed up. Tan Dijun was furious. His face turned pale instantly, staring intently at Li Yunxiao.
Mei Dongshare was shocked.
The experts of the Beidou sect were all here, and if there was a fight later, she really wouldn't know what to do. Help her sect, or Li Yunxiao. Haha, today is the day the Li Feng Trading Company holds its auction. Do you two need to trade blows right now? The auction is about to begin. Don't miss out on the good stuff.
Zhao Minghui diffused the awkward atmosphere, rushing to mediate.
Tan Dijun nodded, saying, Fine. For Sect Master Zhao's sake, I'll deal with it after the auction ends. His aura gradually receded into his body, his mood slowly calming down. Li Yunxiao was too lazy to argue with him, but he was laughing inwardly. He had foreseen a lot of spirit stones about to flow into his pocket. Although the transformation lightning divine art was incredibly miraculous, he had no intention of spreading it, especially since this thing belonged to the Beidou sect anyway. After a moment of silence, the auction finally began, and everyone fixed their eyes forward. On the platform was an old man with an excited expression, possessing a very immortal air. This person was the president of the Tianhe Trading Company, Feng Tianhe. He opened his mouth and said,
Welcome everyone. Today the Li Feng Trading Company is holding an auction.
I reckon many people will feel very surprised. I myself have been entrusted by President Jilin to host this auction. The auctioned item is very simple. It's just one thing, a record compass.
Record compass.
Zhao Minghui immediately wore a strange expression, laughing. That's quite interesting. I wonder what kind of record compass it is to warrant such a high-level auction. The martial artists below erupted in sounds of discussion, whispering to each other, each making their own guesses. One man couldn't help but shout, What's so valuable about a record compass to auction? Did they discover a new Nanhuo metal star mine? Another immediately retorted, If it were a mine, why wouldn't the Li Feng Trading Company mine it themselves? Why would they take it out for auction, you dumbass?
Feng Tianhe smiled slightly, saying, The friend just now is right. It is an auction for a mine.
What? Really auctioning a mine?
This time, everyone was shocked. Mines were the focal point of conflict for all forces, an extremely precious resource. No matter what kind of mine, people would shed blood to compete for it. Who would be stupid enough to put it up for auction?
Everyone, calm down. Don't be hasty. This auction isn't just for a mine, and according to our estimates, it also contains a lot of Nanhuo metal essence. Feng Tianhe's words made the emotions in the auction room instantly boil over. Everyone suddenly stood up. Nanhuo metal essence. Did I hear that right? A Nanhuo metal star mine doesn't necessarily have this? What's going on? They have a mine but don't mine it themselves? Is the Li Feng Trading Company that short on cash? Could they be auctioning a mine from another force that's basically declaring war? In a room upstairs, an elder whispered, Vice Sect Master, it seems Feng Tianhe wants to auction our mine. What should we do? The Tianhe sect had dispatched Vice Sect Master Jun Jiming. He appeared relaxed and at ease, but his expression was somber and grave, saying, Don't rush. Let's observe the Beidou sect's actions first. Then we'll talk. We don't need to be the early birds. Following behind will do.
Feng Tianhe sensed the grave expressions of the crowd and smiled, saying, Everyone is overthinking it. The mineral veins around Nanhuo City have long been divided up. The Li Feng Trading Company and Tianhe Trading Company wouldn't dare make such a huge blunder.
We also wouldn't dare touch the tiger's tail and recklessly auction someone else's mine. You've all misunderstood. The record compass we're auctioning is for a place with no owner. A place with no owner. The mineral veins all around have been divided up. How could there be a place with no owner? A place with no owner. Could it be? Could it be a dead zone? This time, everyone's expression changed. In a private room, Tan Dijun crushed the teacup in his hand, shards flying everywhere. It was evident that his heart was extremely shocked. Fang Tianhe then continued, "That's right, that mine is in a dead zone." Seeing Tan Dijun's reaction, Xiao Minghui said in surprise, "Secmaster Tan, why are you so agitated? Dead zones are inherently uninhabited, and the resources are exhausted. They've long been explored by the various forces, and there's nothing left." I never expected the Li Feng Trading Company could find a mine there, but the strange thing is, why aren't they mining it themselves? Tan Dijun suppressed his anger, pretending nothing was wrong. Li Yunxiao knew that he was furious, because the top part of the treasure map was marked as a dead zone, and Tan Dijun had also found Manhwa metal essence there before. A man raised his voice and asked, "Although dead zones are extremely dangerous, they're nothing to the Li Feng Trading Company, which has plenty of strength to mine, and moreover, it's a place with no owner, so it should have been secretly mined. Why are you making such a big show of it, and making it easy for others? Haha, that's a trade secret, I can't answer that." Fang Tianhe smiled mysteriously, saying, "We have confirmed that there is definitely Nanhuo metal essence inside, but it contains a huge danger. The higher-ups of our trading company discussed it and felt that recklessly mining it was too dangerous, so we announced this and are auctioning the record compass. You're welcome to try if you got the strength." So that's the deal. But if the Li Feng Trading Company is too scared to risk mining it, wouldn't we be going to our deaths? A local martial artist said angrily. "Your goal is probably to turn us into cannon fodder, to scout the way ahead for you." This sentence awakened everyone. Everyone became vigilant. Fang Tianhe coldly said, "HMPH, if it weren't for the danger being too great, would we give up such a good opportunity? Seeking wealth in danger, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. As for saying we're paving the way for you, ridiculous. Everyone knows the situation now. Everyone's opportunity is equal. Cannon fodder this, cannon fodder that. Do you want our trading company to pave the way for you, to be your cannon fodder instead?" That person coldly grunted again. "How would I know the amount of ore and the level of danger you're talking about? If it's just a trap, luring everyone over to be killed by you, what then?" Fang Tianhe said angrily. "The Li Feng Trading Company and Tianhe Trading Company are renowned and illustrious. Have we ever auctioned false information? As for you trash-tier nobodies, does it even make a difference if you go or not? Even if the level of danger is low, for your trash cultivation, it's a fatal land." Fang Tianhe coughed a few times, continuing, "This auction is only auctioning 300 kilograms of record compass powder, packaged into 10 lots, sold at a time. Dead zones are natural illusions, works of ghostly craftsmanship. Without a record compass, you can't get out. Don't even dream about several people sharing one record compass. After entering the illusion, everyone goes their own way. It's fundamentally impossible to share." Inside a private room, the face of Jin Xuan was somber, not uttering a word because she was completely in the dark about all of this. After all, the Xingyun Commerce Association had been completely shut out. Her and Wu Sen's faces were super grim. Tan Dijun deliberately glanced at Li Yunxiao, his eyes full of a "what do you think" kind of vibe, wondering if the Commerce Association knew that the mine and the North Scorpion sect's treasure location were connected. Li Yunxiao subtly shook his head, pondered for a sec, and then whispered into Tan Dijun's ear, "Let's snag some of those direction recording needles first. If the directions match the map exactly, we'll make a move first. If we can't get in with just a few experts, then no amount of people will help." Tan Dijun instantly felt a little calmer and whispered back, "Right. That's the plan." Fang Tianhe pointed at the pile of stuff next to him and said, "All 3,000 of these direction recording needles record permanent directions, so you don't have to worry about them being altered or the records disappearing. The auction starts now. A total of 30 sets. Each set starts at 100 million mid-grade spirit stones, and each bid must increase by at least 10 million mid-grade spirit stones." Fang Tianhe shouted, "Bidding starts for set 1! Holy crap, 100 million for a set? Are you trying to kill us?" Lots of people cursed as soon as they heard the price.
Not everyone's a mega-rich dude like Li Yunxiao, throwing around billions like it's nothing. Setting the price above 100 million straight up excludes those martial artists who were thinking of joining in, so a ton of people started yelling.
Fang Tianhe snorted and said, "Southern Fire gold essence is an incredibly precious thing. You think you can get a chance without shedding some blood? Dream on. This ain't something you ants can touch."
Sitting in a private room, Tan Dijun said, "The Lei Feng Commerce Association is really living up to its reputation. Not only did they get us to pave the way, but they're also making a killing." Li Yunxiao didn't think so and said with a smile, "I actually have a way to make sure they can't sell a single one."
Oh, everyone was curious, Mo Huayuan asked in surprise. "What way?" Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "This requires sect leader Tan to cooperate."
Tan Dijun didn't know what tricks he had up his sleeve, so he nodded slightly and said, "As long as it hurts the Commerce Association, I'll cooperate, even if it means killing someone." Li Yunxiao rubbed his palms together excitedly and said with a smile, "That's what I wanted to hear." He took a light breath, and then exhaled a mouthful of true essences. His voice boomed through the hall like thunder. "The Beidou sect feels that your prices are too high. If it's an unowned item in Southern Fire City, it should belong to everyone. The Lei Feng and Tianhe Commerce Associations actually dare to auction off public property. It's outrageous and unforgivable. These 3,000 direction recording needles should be offered as atonement. As for the specific punishment, we'll decide after everyone returns from searching for the mine." As soon as the voice rang out, the bystanders were stunned, and even Tan Dijun and Jin Xuan's group were dumbfounded, their eyes wide. Tan Dijun grabbed him and said angrily, "I said I could cooperate with you, but you're actually using the name of the Beidou sect to make things up. This is clearly pulling our sect into a feud with the Commerce Association." Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Don't panic. The Beidou sect is on the rise right now. We need to see how the Lei Feng Commerce Association reacts." Tan Dijun's face was dark. He couldn't take back what Li Yunxiao had said. If he showed weakness, there would be trouble, so he waved his hand and said, "Deal with it yourself, but if you mess things up, don't blame me for turning on you." Li Yunxiao just chuckled. Now that the Beidou sect had a martial emperor, he wasn't Li Yunxiao if he didn't take the chance to pull some tricks.
As soon as Li Yunxiao shouted, the auction hall went silent. Fang Tianhe was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to do. He angrily said, "What atonement? And specific punishment? Ha! The Beidou sect is too arrogant. You don't even put the dozens of Southern Fire City Commerce Associations in your eyes?"
Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "We never have."
"What do you think you are?" Ha ha! The whole hall burst out laughing. The local forces were more numerous to begin with, and most of them were rogue cultivators who loved to join in on the fun. Weird laughter echoed continuously. "That's right. Unowned items should belong to everyone. You outsiders dare to explore them without permission and even plan to exploit them. What crime should you be charged with? Let's not even talk about that for now. The Beidou sect lord has already spoken. Tell them to hand over the direction recording needles. We'll wait until everyone goes to investigate before deciding on the punishment." That's right. The Beidou sect lord is truly wise, worthy of being the leader of Southern Fire City. We agree with the Beidou sect's decision. Quickly hand over the direction recording needles, and wait for everyone to deal with it. Shouts rang out one after another. At first, there were only a few scattered martial artists shouting, but later, they shouted in groups. They all looked righteous and indignant, firmly believing that the Commerce Association had infringed on everyone's interests, and demanding that the Commerce Association respond.
Fang Tianhe shouted furiously, Good, Beidou sect, you're really good, you don't mind offending so many people?" Before he could finish speaking, Jinlin suddenly appeared, his face full of anger as he said, "Is this Zhang sect leader's idea? Is this how he taught you to behave?" Li Yunxiao understood Jilin's worries when he heard what he said. He laughed loudly and said, "Do we need you to teach the Beidou sect how to behave, Jilin? Do you also want to teach Zhang sect leader how to behave?"
Jilin's expression changed drastically. Although he really wanted to, he didn't dare to say those words. He angrily said, "Who are you? Why are you ruining the relationship between the local forces and the Commerce Association? What are you up to?"
Li Yunxiao laughed loudly and said, "What am I up to? It's your Li Feng Commerce Association that's ruining the relationship between the two forces, exploiting public resources alone, and now you want to charge for directions? You're really exploiting people to the extreme. Utterly despicable. Ask everyone standing outside where their hearts lie. Are they with the Li Feng Commerce Association or with our Beidou sect?
Beidou sect. Beidou sect. Beidou sect. In an instant, a loud sound rang out. Everyone became louder and more boisterous, the sound completely engulfing Jilin and Feng Tianhe, who were standing in the middle of the stage.
Their faces were extremely ugly.
Feng Tianhe secretly transmitted a message. President D, the situation is getting so bad. The Beidou sect is acting aggressively. We absolutely can't show weakness, or it will be even harder to be strong later.
Di Lin transmitted back, angrily saying, "What good is talking? How can we be strong? The other side has a martial emperor sitting there. He can kill you and me with a single palm. The other side definitely knows that we can't summon experts in this time. We have to endure it no matter what right now."
While the two of them were talking, Li Yunxiao had already appeared at the place where the direction recording needles were placed, and casually picked up a set Di Lin and Feng Tianhe didn't see when he appeared, and shouted in horror, "It's you!" After taking a set of direction recording needles, Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Since you don't want to hand over the direction recording needles willingly, then we can only take them ourselves." Di Lin was shocked when he realized what he was trying to do, and quickly shouted, "You! Stop!"
Li Yunxiao slammed his palm on the table,
instantly knocking it off the stage.
The martial artist below burst out laughing and quickly reached out to catch it. Feng Tianhe was furious and took out a long spear from his ring and stabbed it over, shouting angrily, "You little bastard, I'm going to kill you!" Feng Tianhe's aura swelled to the extreme, wanting to kill him with one strike.
Li Yunxiao chuckled dismissively. "Just you, huh?" A beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows, and the little calabash diamond dude popped out, immediately throwing a diamond fist.
The xuan weapon and the rock clashed, making a ting-ting sound. Feng Tianhe was completely shaken, his hand went numb, like totally lost feeling.
But the little calabash diamond dude seemed totally unfazed. Feng Tianhe was knocked back by the fist wind, a look of pure OMG on his face.
Li Yunxiao didn't just stand there gawking either. He stretched out his right hand, and a bunch of fierce wind energies crawled out of his palm. He controlled them with his soul power, stretching them into a sword shape.
Sword incantation divine light. The primordial fierce wind transformed into a sword light, instantly shattering the void and howling away.
That sword light carried the domineering and terrifying power of the elements, completely engulfing Jilin and his buddy, blasting them away.
This time, every martial artist at the auction was stunned, like jaw-droppingly terrified.
The people who saw Li Yunxiao in action at the Beidou sect that day were all right. The rest had just heard rumors about him escaping from a martial emperor, which they didn't believe. Thought it was just gossip, you know. But seeing him push back two long-established martial honor experts at the same time, instant I'm a believer. Haha, now that Yunxiao snatched a piece, my Beidou sect's gonna ride that coattail. Tan Dijun's voice rang out. Xiao Minghui and the gang showed up too. Tan Dijun smirked and said, "You better scram, those two aren't so easily defeated." He casually grabbed a set of record needles, then shot into the sky, turning into a beam of light that pierced the auction house ceiling.
The Beidou sect disciples flew off too. Ma Dongshare and Ling Kong turned to look at Li Yunxiao.
Said Yunxiao, "You," Li Yunxiao smiled, "you guys go first, I'll catch up." He flew back into the booths. The Xin Yu sect people also grabbed their record needles, leaving only Mo Huayuan and the Ziyun Merchant Guild folks. Mo Huayuan worriedly said, "Master Yunxiao, this is huge. You've totally pissed off the Leifeng Merchant Guild. If this gets back to headquarters, they'll chase you to the ends of the earth." Li Yunxiao chuckled softly. "Same old story. If Zhao Qishui has a problem, I'll go have a nice chat with him later." Mo Huayuan went silent. He had no clue where Li Yunxiao got this crazy confidence from.
Li Yunxiao said, "I'm heading out to find the Nanhuo Gold Essence Vein Mine. What are you two going to do?" Mo Huayuan said, "I can't really get involved in that." "Master Yunxiao, be careful." Shen Xuan pondered for a bit, then said, "Shen Xuan wants to go with Yunxiao."
Wu Sen exclaimed in horror, "Guild leader! No way! Too dangerous!"
"The Ziyun Merchant Guild is in crisis right now. We're counting on you to strategize."
Shen Xuan said, "It's all right. With Master Yunxiao providing those refining formulas, the Ziyun Merchant Guild is already in an invincible position. Li Yunxiao was surprised. This trip's going to be super dangerous. I'm not that strong, but I can definitely run away if I need to. Chen Xuan gave a beautiful smile. Chen Xuan's strength is weak, but I definitely won't be a burden to Yunxiao. Please rest assured. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, nodded and said, "All right, let's go. But we have to be careful about everything," Chen Xuan said. "Everything will be as Yunxiao commands." Li Yunxiao took out a record needle and tossed it to Chen Xuan. The two immediately shot into the sky, flying south. At this time, the auction house had become a total mess. The martial artists were fighting over the record needles, trashing the place. The fighting got more and more intense, and they destroyed quite a few record needles too, Feng Tianhe said with a dark face. What now? Jilin was trembling with anger, his murderous aura at its peak. But he couldn't do anything. He coldly said, "We just lost a few billion spirit stones to their room. If the Beidou sect's going to be all rampant and arrogant, I'll make them fall. Even if we can't get to the root of it, it'll still be a significant blow. As for the others, PH, let them die." On the road south, Chen Xuan and Li Yunxiao followed the direction of the needle, passing through mountains and winding forests several times. They finally arrived at a different place. Chen Xuan frowned and said, "Yunxiao, have we entered an illusion?" Feng Tianhe said that this place has a natural illusion. Li Yunxiao said, "Not necessarily. If it was a natural illusion, there would definitely be a huge force flowing to support its existence. But there's obviously none here. I think it's very likely that the Merchant Guild messed with something." Chen Xuan was startled and horrified. If the Lei Feng Merchant Guild did this, wouldn't they care about their auction reputation? Li Yunxiao frowned. Maybe they just want to block the real route, so they messed with the compass needle. At most, we'll just wander around a bit. No merchant guild would admit to messing with the auction items. After walking a little further, a suspicious look suddenly appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. HMPH, they're up ahead. His pace quickened, because he discovered that Tan Dijun and his group were in trouble, unable to move forward. The two quickly passed through a few bushes, and immediately saw Tan Dijun and his group standing in front of a lake. The lake was as clear as a mirror, surrounded by mist, and sunlight couldn't penetrate it. Yunxiao Ma Dongzhe was overjoyed when she saw Li Yunxiao and greeted him. Li Yunxiao said, "This lake is really strange. Why are you guys stopped here?" Tan Dijun said, "Kid, you coming here is like sending charcoal in snowy weather." He now treated Li Yunxiao as an equal, not daring to be negligent. Li Yunxiao responded with an his eyes fixed on the lake's surface, a surprised expression on his face as he said, "The spiritual energy is intensely rich, yet there's no life left." Tan Dijun's eyelid twitched, and he said in shock, "You can see that too?" "Oh yeah, I forgot, you're a 7th rank art refiner, of course you can see it." The lake water shimmers with light and shadow. "But don't you guys notice something unusual about it?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, crossing his arms as he looked down at the lake surface, uttering each word clearly. "This lake has no reflection." Tan Dijun's expression changed, his face looking strange as he said, "What the heck? What's going on here?" Li Yunxiao stroked his chin lightly, a pensive look on his face. The others all turned to look at him, waiting for his explanation. Li Yunxiao exhaled 2 words, "No idea." Everyone nearly fainted. He stroked his chin for so long, and we thought he had some brilliant insight. Tan Dijun's face darkened, and he glared, saying, "Are you trying to negotiate terms or what? Just say it." He was used to Li Yunxiao's ways. No profit, no action. Li Yunxiao broke into a sweat, embarrassed as he said, "Am I really that greedy? Seriously, it's the first time I've seen a lake this weird. You guys aren't going to chicken out just because there's no life in it, are you? What kind of situation are we dealing with?" Tan Dijun held out the tracking needle, saying, "See for yourself." Li Yunxiao looked at where the needle was pointing in that circle, and it was pointing directly down into the lake. Dijun said, "All our tracking needle records point down into the lake. 2 people went down just now, and they haven't come back yet, if you're interested." Before he could finish speaking, Li Yunxiao jumped straight into the lake without another word. In this world, aside from terrifying places like the Silver River in the Outer Star region, there was nowhere he wouldn't dare go. Mei Dongzhe and Jin Xuan were both flustered, hastily trying to stop him, but it was too late. They watched helplessly as he jumped into the water, without leaving any trace behind.
The lake remained calm and clear, as if nothing had happened at all.
Jin Xuan exclaimed in shock. Sect leader Tan, what's going on in here? Tan Dijun said quietly. It should be another space. Let Li Yunxiao test it out. With that kid's abilities, he'll probably be fine.
If he can't get out, we definitely can't either.
He rated Li Yunxiao extremely highly, which shocked everyone. Although Li Yunxiao's demonstrated strength, wisdom, and knowledge were eye-opening, they still subconsciously thought of him as just a slightly special martial overlord.
Ping Yingyi said, Vice Sect Leader, didn't you enter this death zone back then? Did you ever encounter this lake? Tan Dijun tapped his chin with his finger, pondering. It was a long time ago, but I don't have any impression. It's definitely impossible for such a large lake to appear out of nowhere in just a few decades.
It's really strange. Jin Xuan seemed to think of something, quickly said.
Yunxiao once said that our route might have been deliberately arranged by the Li Feng Merchant Association. Although we still reached our destination in the end, we would encounter many dangers along the way. Could this lake be some kind of trick by the Li Feng Merchant Association? Tan Dijun said.
He thinks so too?
I have the same feeling. If that's the case, this lake is very likely to be a formation. But no matter what, it's very extraordinary, not like something that Jilin could create, Jin Xuan exclaimed. Then what do we do? A single move can break all techniques. Why don't we all join forces and launch an attack? Maybe we can break this grand formation.
Tan Dijun shook his head, saying,
We can't. Not to mention whether this is a formation or not, we don't have any experts among us. There's no way to judge. Even if there is a formation and we break it together, Li Yunxiao has already gone in. It's hard to guarantee that he won't be reduced to dregs. Jin Xuan's expression changed. She was so anxious to save someone that she forgot that it might harm Li Yunxiao. Instantly losing her composure, she stood there blankly, not knowing what to do.
Tan Dijun slowly turned around.
The lightning transformation divine art is on this kid. This kid's life or death is a small matter, but the lightning transformation divine art is the most important thing that must be put in Li Yunxiao's hands. Li Yunxiao jumped into the lake and only felt his body gradually sinking. He entered a strange space, surrounded by water. Li Yunxiao sensed the lake water, and the spiritual energy in the lake was unbelievably dense, as if the spiritual energy had turned into liquid. Where is this place anyway? Could it be that something good has happened? Did the Li Feng Merchant Association bring me to a spiritual spring holy land? Could it be that they are truly Li Feng who don't benefit themselves at all, and specialize in benefiting others?
Damn it, it's actually spiritual energy turned into liquid. There's no need to cultivate. This spiritual water pouring into my body is so comfortable. My 8 extraordinary meridians will automatically advance in a few years. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed and didn't care if he was eating in the wrong place. Without any politeness, he began to cast spells, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy in the water.
At this moment, more and more people gathered around the lake, and almost all the martial artists who had obtained the tracking needle records came here. Some people who were not sitting still began to discuss. Li Yunxiao was sucked into it, and there was no movement. It seems that more than half of them died inside. Although that kid's skills are really fast, and he's very good at escaping, he's just a martial overlord scum after all. Once he encounters danger, he's sure to die. But if he dies, what about breaking the current difficult situation? Don't you see that the Beidou sect leaders don't care? What are you groping around for? Following the crowd will not be wrong. Mai Dongshare was nervous when she heard several people talking. She asked, Vice Sect Leader, is Yunxiao okay? Tan Dijun said, Don't worry. If this lake is really a trap set by the Li Feng Merchant Association, they will definitely not set up a killing trap inside. They will definitely leave a way out. If even this kid can't break the formation, then how many of us can pass? Mai Dongger was relieved when she heard him say that.
Sect leader Xun Jiming of the Northern Scorpion sect also stood by the lake, looking at the lake and saying, Vice Sect Leader Tan, how long has Li Yunxiao been in? Tan Dijun said. Almost an hour.
So long, Xun Jiming frowned and said, Could Li Yunxiao be trapped inside, waiting for us to rescue him? Tan Dijun said softly. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Just obey the will of God. It's still early. Let's wait a little longer.
Xiao Minghui's eyes flickered as he said, The guys from the Thunderwind Commerce Association haven't said a word, which shows they think we can't break the formation. Most likely, Li Yunxiao's trapped in there for the next hour. Meanwhile, heading south on the road, Fang Tianhe and Jilin were anxiously chasing after the group. Fang Tianhe worriedly said, "Leader Ji, are you sure you really put that thing down there? Doesn't it hurt a little?" Jilin glanced at him and slowly said, "No pain, no gain. That treasure was made by our Thunderwind Commerce Association's Grandmaster Alchemist over half a year, and we spent a fortune to buy a drop of 100 Rivers Primal Source to fuse into it. Of course it hurts. It's an 8th grade profound weapon, our most prized possession in this southern city. The Wu Wu Yi Zhuo Ping Hu Jing," Fang Tianhe exclaimed. "It's really that treasure, but isn't one drop of 100 Rivers Primal Source too little? Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to withstand it. But it's hard to say for martial sovereigns, and that kid Li Yunxiao seems good at controlling elemental forces." "HMPH, what do you know?" Jilin scoffed. "Even a martial sovereign would be skinned alive if they don't die trying to overcome the Wu Wu Yi Zhuo Ping Hu Jing. You need to know that the 100 Rivers Primal Source is close to the original source of the water element, and one drop is worth more than its weight in gold. Even if that kid controls elemental forces well, can he withstand the source element? The 100 Rivers Primal Source, even diluted 10,000 times, is like a potent poison. Ordinary martial artists can't handle it at all." Fang Tianhe flattered. "Chairman Ji is right, your knowledge is truly profound. Those people will gradually collapse if they come into contact with the 100 Rivers Primal Source, suppressing their talents, making it difficult for them to improve in this life. The most important thing is that the 100 Rivers Primal Source is colorless and odorless. Even the strongest divine sense can't detect it." Haha. Li Yunxiao is currently immersed in the astonishing spiritual qi, and his cultivation is constantly increasing. But the longer he stays, the lower the concentration of spiritual qi becomes. This feels strange. There's clearly no problem with the water, so why do I feel my yuan qi is slowing down as I absorb the spiritual qi? Finally, Li Yunxiao noticed the problem. Blowing a few bubbles, suddenly he felt his body becoming heavier, and his meridians and flesh gradually withered. Crap, this lake really has a problem. Li Yunxiao knew something was wrong. He couldn't absorb anymore. He quickly circulated his yuan qi to separate himself from the lake water, creating a vacuum. But then, another unexpected thing happened. The water he had isolated was still trickling in, like a leaky roof, constantly dripping down. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He raised his hand, and the penetrating force turned into a small stream of flowing water, gathering it into his palm. His divine sense spread out, entering the stream. After a long time, the wrinkles on his forehead deepened. His powerful divine sense couldn't detect any problems. "Lao Yuan, help me see what's going on. My body feels like it's being filled with lead, getting heavier and heavier, and it's getting harder and harder to circulate my yuan qi." Li Yunxiao asked for help from the soul form Yuan Gaohan. Yuan Gaohan curiously said, "Something you can't analyze. I want to see what it is." Yuan Gaohan directly grabbed a handful and analyzed the energy within. Quickly, he frowned and said, "It's normal, just regular water, no abnormalities." Li Yunxiao bitterly smiled and said, "My body is getting heavier and heavier. This water is definitely not normal. There must be something inside." Suddenly, he thought of something and muttered, "Could it be that this thing causes extremely small damage, so we can't analyze it with soul power?" Yuan Gaohan said, "Impossible. If it's diluted to this degree and can still cause your body to collapse, then it must be something extremely heaven-defying." After he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. As if he had thought of something, he exclaimed in horror, "Could it be a mutated existence close to the original source of the water element, or even the source element itself?" The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He gasped and said, "If that's the case, then it all makes sense, because it's the water element's original source itself. We can't sense it when it's dissolved in water. Moreover, with the power of the original element, even if it's diluted 10,000 or 100,000 times, it'll still have a strong effect if too much is absorbed into the body." Li Yunxiao pondered and said, "I guessed 8 or 9/10 of it already. Maybe it's like the 3 major elements in my body, just close to the original source. This old man is in need of a mutated water element,
and someone actually delivered it to me, directly into my body. Yuan Gaohan said. This little bit of water element power is very scarce for the water domain world inside the god stele. It's really like a drop in the oceans. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you'd perish sooner or later if this stuff poured into your body. Li Yunxiao agreed and nodded. He bitterly smiled and said, "What should I do now? Those elemental forces have been diluted in the spiritual qi and sucked into my dantian." Yuan Gaohan glared at him, directly turning away and saying, "I don't know what to do either. You should pray for yourself, damn it, no loyalty." Li Yunxiao cursed at him. The Yao dragon appeared in front of him and said, "What's wrong with your face? It looks like you just ate SHT. Li Yunxiao sighed and said, "Alas, what a pity. Why did I only realize the problem after it entered my mouth? It would have been better if I'd noticed a little later. I was almost breaking through to the 8th star martial sovereign. Now that I know there's a problem, I wouldn't dare absorb anymore, even if you beat me to death." The Yao dragon said, "Actually, you can still absorb it. Just break through to the 8th star first, then deal with it." Li Yunxiao said, "Aren't you afraid I'll die?" The Yao dragon softly said, "I wish you would. Whether you absorb it or not, your situation is the same. I actually have a method. I don't know if it'll work," Li Yunxiao happily said. "What method?" The Yao dragon pondered for a moment, then said, "Release the suppression of the Imperial Dynasty's clock. Lead demonic qi into your body and corrode the water element." Li Yunxiao's expression froze as he looked at the Yao dragon like it was an idiot. Then he flew into a rage and shouted, "Lead demonic qi into my body. Are you crazy? Do you really want me to die?" At this moment, outside the lake, everyone had been waiting for hours. As time slowly passed, they had long lost their patience and were starting to get irritated. What the heck's going on? Are they just standing there or what? I risked my life to snag a record, and they're not even taking a stroll. Shut up, you! If you're so tough, go up there and break this freaky lake for us to see. Damn it. So many experts here, and they're like wooden dummies. If I had the cultivation of a martial honor, I would have smashed the lake with one palm. I wouldn't be stomping my feet here. Knowing you're not a martial honor, just shut your trap obediently. If you piss off those experts, you'll die without even a proper burial spot. People started whining and complaining, but nobody dared to take a single step towards the weird-ass lake. Just then, a cold laugh came from afar. "Heh heh, why are you all standing around the lakeside, enjoying the breeze?" Jilin's face was plastered with a cold grin. He laughed loudly from afar. "It's just a lake. How can it stop the Beidu sect, Tianzi sect, Xinyu sect, and so many lackeys?" He glanced around and said in surprise, "Oh, there are quite a few people from the Lei Feng Commerce Guild, and there's our Xinyun Commerce Guild. Tiatskatsk, when did you guys join forces with these local powers?" Tan Dijun didn't even bother turning his head, saying coolly, "Now that the main players are here, you guys should drop the restrictions, and we can all cross together." Jilin folded his arms and said, "I really don't understand why Sectmaster Tan is saying these things." Jin Chuan's face was gloomy with anger. Deceitful and cunning, spewing nonsense. Is this really the Lei Feng Commerce Guild? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock to the world if this gets out? Jin Lin's expression changed drastically, and he spat out each word angrily. "Jin Chuan, you can eat whatever you want, and at worst you'll die alone, but you can't say whatever you want, because saying the wrong thing could get your whole family killed." Jin Chuan sneered. Jin Chuan sneered. "Jin Lin, you only dare to bully the weak. What a true hero you are." Ji Lin's face turned slightly red. He was angry out of shame. Fang Tianhe sternly shouted, "Who do you think you are, daring to point fingers at Chairman Ji Lin? You're clearly a part of the Commerce Guild, yet you're siding with the scum of Nanhuo City." A cold light flashed in his eyes. The Ziyun Commerce Guild was already running out of steam, and he would take it over sooner or later. An idea flashed in his mind. He wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Jin Chuan. So he grinned and said, "Chairman Jin Chuan, if you no longer have your heart in the Commerce Guild, then don't blame us for being heartless." His aura exploded, and Jin Chuan's face turned pale, completely bloodless. She couldn't even speak. Scene change. Underwater, the Yao dragon said, "You've already been invaded by demonic qi. It's just been suppressed. Demonic qi corrodes everything, and its power is not inferior to the Nine Heavens Emperor Qi. As long as you protect your spiritual platform of consciousness and don't let the demonic thoughts enter, you'll be fine. Other than that, maybe you could use your mysterious and unpredictable divine essence, but such little amount is enough for you to fill your teeth? The divine essence in Li Yunxiao's dantian was even above the level of the Nine Heavens Emperor Qi and the demonic Qi, but it was too scarce and simply couldn't eliminate the water element interfering in his body. Yao Long continued, "Moreover, your body is only one step away from the indestructible golden body. Guiding demonic Qi into your body has a high possibility of forging your body, reaching this final realm. Besides, even if the demonic Qi can't wash away the water element, if you can break through to the indestructible golden body, you can use the power of the golden body to force the water element out, or even absorb it. Who knows?" Li Yunxiao was tempted after hearing this. What Yao Long said made sense, but the consequences of demonic Qi entering the body were extremely dangerous. If he didn't control it well, he could easily suffer a qian deviation and become possessed by a demon, giving rise to demonic thoughts, and thus entering the demonic path. You're out of options. How about this? Just continue absorbing spiritual Qi and directly break through to the martial honor 8th star, then absorb the demonic Qi into your body. Li Yunxiao also understood that there was no better way. The power of the water element was like a chronic poison, slowly making his body worse and worse. Thinking it through, Li Yunxiao retracted the vital energy around his body, and the vacuum state instantly disappeared. The lake water enveloped him again. He performed hand seals with both hands, and the creation vein continued to absorb spiritual Qi, impacting the bottleneck of the martial honor 8th star. Time passed, and the 7th star bottleneck was broken, entering the 8th star. Li Yunxiao gave a soft shout. The vast heaven clock gradually appeared from the dantian, flying into the air. Immediately afterward, sound waves rippled in the water, directly expelling a vacuum area. Yao Long shouted, "You must protect your spiritual platform of consciousness, or else we're all doomed." When the vast heaven clock left, the suppressed demonic Qi immediately revealed itself, crazily spreading throughout his body, directly burrowing into his meridians. At this time, black patterns appeared on Li Yunxiao's skin, turning into strange symbols. Each time one appeared, the demonic Qi in his body grew stronger, as if taking over his entire body. Li Yunxiao looked in horror at the black patterns on his body, and said in fear, "Yao Long, is my body normal?" Yao Long said in a deep voice, "Not normal." "What?" Li Yunxiao cried out. "Not normal? Don't kill me, man. What the heck is going on? I feel like these patterns are helping each other, forming a strange imprint, evolving layer by layer, but it's pure power, as if they can form seals on their own." Yao Long also felt a headache, saying awkwardly, I've never encountered this situation before. Is there a difference between the demonic Qi of a great demon and ordinary demonic Qi?" Li Yunxiao said angrily, "I thought you knew everything, damn it. I'm going to be killed by you. It's all come to this. Just keep swallowing it down," he thought, feeling helpless inside. Now that he'd started, he'd stick with it to the end. As long as the spiritual platform of consciousness wasn't lost, there shouldn't be a big problem. Moreover, the expanding demonic Qi was also gradually eroding the highly poisonous water element in his body. Soon, black demonic clouds and Qi appeared all over Li Yunxiao's body, extending to his neck, and demonic lines covered his cheeks, spreading to his forehead. The ancient heavenly eye suddenly opened, and spiritual light shot out from his eyes, forming a golden halo around the heavenly eye, protecting the spiritual platform at the space between his eyebrows, isolating the demonic Qi from entering the sea of consciousness. Yao Long looked at Li Yunxiao's body in shock. Except for his space between his eyebrows, he was covered in dense demonic patterns, clearly resembling the image of a great demon. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he said, "Kid, are you okay?" He asked several times in a row, but Li Yunxiao didn't respond, remaining silent. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao slowly raised both hands, forming strange hand seals. Black demonic Qi slowly condensed under his hand seals, and black imprints clearly appeared in midair. Yao Long looked at it in shock and said, What kind of hand seals are these? What are you trying to do? He was horrified to discover that Li Yunxiao's hand seals were striking directly at the ancient heavenly eye. Yao Long wanted to stop him in shock, but it was too late. A strange smile appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. The black runes fell onto the ancient heavenly eye, and a beam of golden light shot out from the space between his eyebrows, like golden flowers blooming, and an extremely strong glow shot out, blocking the black true energy. Ugh! A terrifying sound came from Li Yunxiao's mouth as the black aura quickly receded from his face, moving down his neck. Seeing Li Yunxiao's current state, the Yao dragon felt regret and shock. It circled him, exclaiming, "What's wrong with you? Say something." Li Yunxiao looked up, saying, "I'm fine now. That was really dangerous just now. The sealed demonic energy broke free, but luckily, this devil was stupid enough to try and break my spirit platform and sea of consciousness." Serves him right. The Yao dragon was horrified. What? There was a devil's divine sense in the demonic energy. Li Yunxiao said, "I don't know, but it felt like it had intelligence. HMPH. My Tai Gu, heavenly eye contains 2 elemental powers. Just a little demonic energy wants to break through. Keep dreaming. Now that the water element has been released, I don't need you anymore." Continued to be suppressed in the imperial dynasty, he raised his hand, directly taking the cauldron back into his body, finally disappearing without a trace. The Yao dragon stared into the sky, condensing a drop of extremely dark blue water, its shape uncertain. The Yao dragon said in a deep voice, "Is that the water element?" Li Yunxiao said, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be the 100 rivers primordial water." He sighed. "Too bad, there's so little. It doesn't seem enough to fill the gaps when opening the realm gate in the realm god tablet," the Yao dragon said. "Even though it's little, it's still priceless. Keep it. Maybe you can sell it for a good price later." Li Yunxiao flipped his hand, immediately storing half a drop of the 100 rivers primordial water under the realm god tablet. He looked up at the sky, saying, "This trip to the bottom of the water wasn't in vain. This isn't a formation restriction, but a profound energy restriction. To break it, I can only use brute force. Old Jungian, I want to see the Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron Sword undergo its 9th grade lightning tribulation." Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, his right hand opened, and a cold aura condensed in his palm as a frigid weapon wanted to burst out. Above the lake at this moment, Jin Xuan was completely suppressed by Fang Tianhe. She was pinned to the ground by his spear, her face pale. Fang Tianhe spoke with soaring ambition. "Vice presidents and esteemed presidents, today everyone has seen it. President Jin Xuan colluded with others, harming the interests of our commerce union. It's truly infuriating. Today I will cleanse this traitor for the commerce union." That's right. President Fang is righteous. This move is a blessing for the commerce union. President Jin Xuan is cunning and has gone far down the evil path. Her death today is her own reaping. Yes, everyone can testify. If there's any dispute in the future, justice resides in the hearts of the people. A group of Commerce Union members echoed, each with a cold expression, watching the drama unfold. Mei Dongzhi looked worriedly at Tan Dijun, calling out, "Vice sect leader!" only to see Tan Dijun's face gloomy, unmoved. The others also turned their faces away. Their appearances revealed their attitude, causing Mei Dongzhi's heart to be filled with anger. But she could do nothing. Seeing that the Bei Dao sect members weren't intervening and the Commerce Union members were on his side, Feng Tianhe immediately had no more worries. He laughed triumphantly and fiercely. "Ha ha, no need to be afraid, no need to worry. After you die, I'll take care of all of the Purple Cloud Commerce's business. Ha ha, you can die in peace." Just as Feng Tianhe was about to strike, the sky suddenly stirred. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and clouds appeared in all 8 directions, terrifying everyone. They squinted, looking towards the surface of the lake, only to see cold winds constantly converging from all directions. On the surface of the lake, a chilling aura began to spread, bringing a catastrophic freeze. That wasn't all. The clear sky instantly turned into dense, dark clouds. Everyone looked up. Heaven and earth changed color, and the winds and clouds began to surge. What in the world is happening? Jilin and Feng Tianhe were also stunned in place. Just as they were surprised, the sky transformed into a sea of lightning, gathering more and more. Finally, when it condensed to a certain degree, it turned into a bolt of lightning that struck the Wu clears the lake mirror, like a lightning dragon, instantly turning the entire lake blue. At this moment, an icy voice rang out from within the lake.
Who was it just now who said they wanted to send my friend to her demise?
The surface of the water, which had been like a mirror, suddenly shattered. The Wu clears the lake mirror was only an 8th grade profound artifact. After blocking several 9th grade lightning tribulations, it exploded with a loud bang. A figure flew out from under the water. The sword in his hand shone brightly. Everyone felt panic. Pupils widened as they stared at the familiar figure.
Jin Xuan's eyes also welled up as tears flowed down. Feng Tianhe's whole body trembled, extremely unnatural. He was a 7-star martial venerable, yet he felt fear from a martial sect cultivator's stare.
Li Yunxiao's figure stood amidst the lightning, his voice icy. So it's you. Remember to be careful before you open your mouth in the next life.
Billions of years, stars fading and being reborn, power eternal, all converging under my sword, Li Yunxiao raised the northern sky cold star sword, coldly gazing below. That look just screamed, "I'm so over you mortals." Everyone felt a chill in their heart. Only those who'd been through it themselves could understand the sheer weariness in those eyes. Sword art, star extinction. With a single slash, the northern sky cold star sword shimmered like water, condensing into the power of starlight, like billions of stars falling from the sky. Even the power of heavenly lightning that had gathered on the blade was sliced apart by the sword light. With that one sword strike, time seemed to freeze. All that was left in the heavens and earth was that one blade. Nothing and no one else mattered. No way, Feng Tianhe thought. I'm a freaking 7-star martial honor, a local overlord. How can I die miserably at the hands of some martial ancestor? Feng Tianhe paled as he watched that sword descend upon him. Not just falling starlight, but crackling azure lightning as well. Even as a martial honor, he felt helpless and desperate, filled with an absurd "WTF is happening" feeling. This is BS. This is BS. Feng Tianhe roared twice, his entire body's aura condensing to its peak. A long spear materialized in his hand, emitting a dragon's roar that echoed everywhere. The sword art, star extinction, came crashing down, slamming into the tip of the spear. Feng Tianhe radiated blinding light, with a single, two, and countless star rays continuously hammering down all around him. Each ray of starlight was actually the power of the 9th stage thunder tribulation, and that one ray, that single beam, was like a thunder god descending, directly striking Feng Tianhe.
Although the long spear blocked the sword light, it couldn't stop the 9th stage lightning. After a moment of intense clashing, the lightning finally entered his body. He screamed in agony. His body was a complete mess, charred black, a truly terrifying sight. Everyone just felt their throats go dry.
Feng Tianhe stood there, still clutching his long spear. But then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His life force was rapidly fading.
He instantly aged decades. He slammed the long spear into the ground to support himself, looking at Li Yunxiao in horror, screaming, "No, don't come any closer, I surrender, I completely surrender."
He retreated backward, desperately looking towards Jilin, shouting, "Guildmaster, save me! Guildmaster, please!" Jilin was about to step forward when he suddenly met Li Yunxiao's gaze, making him flinch.
Li Yunxiao's Tai-Ji-Yu celestial eye opened between his eyebrows, condensing a strand of Tai-Ji-Yu gale in his hand. "You want to try it too?"
Jilin was so scared he took a step back, not daring to go to his rescue. This action shocked and confused the onlookers, but no one laughed or looked down on him. They all felt the heavenly might just now, and feared that only a 9 heavens martial emperor could withstand it.
"No one in this world can save the one I want to kill." Li Yunxiao unleashed his immense soul power, instantly turning the Tai-Ji-Yu gale into wind blades that slashed across Feng Tianhe.
Feng Tianhe, who was begging for mercy, was instantly cleaved in two.
Blood spurted like a fountain, chilling everyone to the bone. Li Yunxiao's image as a killing machine was now deeply ingrained in their minds, etched into their very being.
Feng Tianhe's death was such a visual shock to everyone that a few minutes of silence followed, broken only by the sound of fading lightning.
The sound grew weaker and weaker. Only now did Jin Xuan realize that what she had seen wasn't an illusion, but Feng Tianhe was truly dead. Even Tan Dijun was shaken, but his mind was racing even faster. He had misunderstood Li Yunxiao's use of the 9th stage thunder tribulation, the lightning god transformation technique. He thought to himself, it must be the lightning god transformation technique. Tan Dijun was finding it hard to calm down. Worthy of being the lightning god transformation technique, the most powerful martial skill in the legends of the Northern Scorpion sect, he can actually kill someone 2 cultivation stages above him. Damn it, I have to get my hands on it, no matter the cost. After a long while, Jilin swallowed hard, looking at Fang Tianhei's bisected corpse on the ground, his heart in turmoil, unable to calm down. The lightning struck, and his tranquil mirror pool shattered into nothingness. His most capable assistant was dead. What was originally a brilliant move to weaken the local forces and achieve his ultimate goal had completely fallen apart in less than half an hour. Jilin's expression was grim. More unsightly than anyone else, he looked up at Li Yunxiao again, filled with regret and self-reproach. If he had intervened to save Fang Tianhei just now, there was a good chance he could have saved him, or even killed Li Yunxiao. But now, all that was left in his heart was regret. Ha, kid, you're indeed fine. You didn't disappoint me. Tan Dijun laughed heartily after the shock, a friendly expression radiating from his eyes. Let's go, we'll continue searching for the treasure map. Li Yunxiao turned around. His gaze wasn't exactly friendly. He lifted his head, coldly saying, I risked my life to scout the way for you guys. While my friends were in danger, you guys were perfectly happy watching from the sidelines. That's fantastic. Tan Dijun's heart tightened, thinking, this is going to be troublesome. Looks like this guy's holding a grudge. Getting my hands on the lightning god transformation technique might not be as easy as I thought. After all, Jilin regained his senses and angrily said, Li Yunxiao, you actually dared to kill Fang Tianhei. You deserve to die. Li Yunxiao disdainfully said, what nonsense. Killing him is like killing a dog. If you're not convinced, then you can go join him too. This time, everyone was scared again. Could this kid be planning to kill 2 martial sovereigns? Does he really have such heaven-defying abilities? Jilin was also intimidated by his words, unable to believe the other party would be so ruthless. Leaving no room for negotiation, he immediately froze on the spot. To attack or not to attack, that was the question. In Tan Dijun's heart, he was secretly delighted, wishing the two would clash. He immediately provoked, HMPH, Jiqifu, you can only rely on a few pills to perform in bed. This place isn't suitable for you. Haha. After the immense pressure, the local martial artists couldn't help but burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs with ridicule. Jilin's face had turned liver-colored. A scholar would rather die than be humiliated, especially when it comes to their little brother. No man can stand that. Finally, he lost his mind, screaming, Tan Dijun, you old geezer, I'll kill you, Jilin roared. Charging forward, his hand struck into the void, causing the space around Tan Dijun to tremble violently. Tan Dijun was shocked. He only wanted to shift the blame to Li Yunxiao, but he never expected to be caught in the crossfire. Utterly furious, he yelled, Li Yunxiao killed Fang Tianhei. You old geezer, why are you attacking me? Jilin was consumed by rage, almost incapable of rational thought. Tan Dijun's words only made him think he was being deliberately mocked for not daring to fight Li Yunxiao, making him even more ashamed and enraged, and his attacks intensified. Li Yunxiao subtly moved, held Jinxuan's hand, and stepped forward, saying, Let them fight. Finding the treasure is more important. Pulled along by his hand, Jinxuan felt a stirring in her heart, her mind unable to think. She had never had a man hold her hand before. Yunxiao, you guys? Mei Dongxie looked at him leaving, a worried expression on her face. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, We're taking the lead. Are you interested in joining us? Mei Dongxie also wanted to go, but at this moment the sect members were tense and at odds with the Chamber of Commerce. If she left, the consequences were unimaginable. She had to regretfully say, I must stay with my fellow disciples. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, Okay. Be careful of everything. With that, he took out a record needle and followed the direction it pointed. Many rogue martial artists, seeing the two leave, also rushed after them. Although the fight between the Beidu sect and the Chamber of Commerce was interesting to watch, they preferred the treasure. In an instant, more than half of the people chased after Li Yunxiao. The spectators, seeing Li Yunxiao take the lead and leave, became anxious. Xun Jiming cupped his fist and said, Everyone from the Beidao sect, I'll leave this place to you. I'm taking my leave to prevent the treasure from falling into the wrong hands." Without waiting for the Beidao sect to reply, he led his subordinates away. Tan Dijun was unable to express his frustration, miserably dealing with the madman in front of him. "Damn madman, I'll fight you." Tan Dijun was enraged. His Wumei Qi, plum mist Qi, condensed around him, gradually solidifying. A huge sea beast appeared, immediately swallowing Jilin in one gulp. Jilin was enveloped by the Wumei Qi, making it hard for him to breathe. "Jilin, you old geezer, this sect will play with you to the death today." Finally, Tan Dijun's anger flared up. Being suppressed and beaten by the other party would enrage anyone. Only then did the anger in Jilin recede, replaced by a sober realization. Looking at Tan Dijun, he said, "Stop! Stop fighting!" Tan Dijun coldly snorted. "Old geezer, aren't you very arrogant? This sect will accompany you to the end. See who dies first." Jilin paused and said, "I was impulsive just now, but you shouldn't act emotionally either. Continuing to fight benefits no one, only adds more hatred. We'll just benefit others. How about we pretend nothing happened?" Tan Dijun retorted, "HMPH, you think it didn't happen just because you say so? What a load of bull. Now that you've provoked this sect, don't expect this to be over." Jilin's expression changed, and he softly said, "What do you want? Feel free to speak clearly." Only then did Tan Dijun angrily shout, "Simple. Compensate me with tens of billions of spirit stones, and we're done." Suddenly, he realized that after being around Li Yunxiao, he had learned his shameless extortion tactics. Jilin felt like vomiting blood, angrily saying, tens of billions. You want to use this opportunity to blackmail me? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Li Yunxiao and Jin Xuan were walking into the mountain range. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's heart stirred, and he smiled. "Those two idiots stopped fighting, huh?" Jin Xuan responded in surprise. Not knowing what Li Yunxiao was talking about, she only realized it after a moment and said, "You're talking about Tan Dijun and Jilin? You can sense them, even from hundreds of miles away?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Don't forget, I'm a refinement master who can defeat Mo Huayuan." The martial intent of two peak martial sovereigns fighting is earth-shattering. Even 1,000 miles away, you can feel it. Jin Xuan was horrified, finally remembering that the young man in front of her was the one who killed a 7-star martial sovereign with a single sword strike, and had also defeated an 8th Order Grand Refinement Master. In her heart, she admired Dinglinger immensely, wondering where she had dug up this monster. What a dual cultivation of martial arts and refinement was completely weak, not only in the Chamber of Commerce, but even in the entire Tianwu realm. And even among the foreign races, there was absolutely no one comparable to him. As she was thinking, Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "Be careful. It seems to be a natural illusion. Look at the record needle and follow it." She didn't seem to hear Li Yunxiao's words. Continuing to think about the single sword strike that killed a 7-star martial sovereign. Even with the obvious truth, she still felt like she was dreaming, and couldn't believe this was such a powerful dual cultivator of martial arts and refinement. He was like the pinnacle of the world, while she was just an ordinary president of the Chamber of Commerce. How could she happily face him? At this moment, Jin Xuan suddenly woke up with a start, blankly saying, "Huh, what illusion?" Jin Xuan's heart suddenly lurched. She looked around and realized that Li Yunxiao was nowhere to be seen. All she could see was a hazy fog, nothing else. Just then, Jin Xuan suddenly woke up with a start and said blankly, "Huh, what illusion?" Jin Xuan was suddenly shocked. She looked around and realized that Li Yunxiao was nowhere to be found. All she could see was a hazy fog, nothing else. Jin Xuan stood there dumbfounded for a long time, not knowing how to react. She stood there blankly, and finally collapsed to the ground. She thought it was because she was too weak, useless, so Li Yunxiao disliked her and didn't want to carry the burden of her. Jin Xuan rubbed her eyes desperately, and tears couldn't help but fall down. She comforted herself. Don't cry. Yunxiao has helped Jin Xuan enough. Besides, I'm just holding him back, Jin Xuan. You mustn't cry, you must cheer up. He has helped you wholeheartedly. The rest can only rely on yourself." After thinking like this, she stood up staggeringly, picking herself up. "It's okay, Jin Xuan. You'll definitely be okay. It's strange to say,
Jin Xuan is also a strong woman. Why do I have so many emotions at this time? Jin Xuan suddenly felt dizzy, and her mind became heavier and heavier. At this moment, her face changed drastically. She smelled a faint fragrance in the fog, and soon felt a strange power pouring into her skin. There's poison in the fog. Jin Xuan was horrified. She hurriedly circulated her yuan qi, but the poison seeped in deeper. Soon, her body began to feel numb, and even her vision blurred, gradually falling into an illusion. Suddenly, a warm hand was placed on her back, and a stream of heat poured into her, flowing through all her meridians, like sweet nectar, gradually dispelling the poison in her body. "You are," Jin Xuan looked up and saw a familiar figure and exclaimed, Yunxiao, is it you? Are you not affected by this poisonous illusion? Am I hallucinating? Jin Xuan saw Li Yunxiao reaching out to touch her cheek. Her face turned red, and she thought to herself, is there really such a good illusion? Suddenly, she cried out loudly, her cheeks swollen from being pinched. The person was indeed Li Yunxiao. He smiled and said, "How do you feel? Does it hurt?" "To show that I'm not an illusion," Jin Xuan said with joy. "It's really you," Li Yunxiao said. "Illusions of this level can't deceive my eyes. I've been by your side all along, it's just that you couldn't see me." Jin Xuan felt warm inside when she heard these words, but when she looked at him, she cried out in fright, "Yunxiao, your eyes!" She saw that Li Yunxiao's pupils were very strange, and strange power shot out from around his eye sockets. Focusing on them made her feel dizzy. Li Yunxiao covered her eyes and said, "Don't look into my eyes. This is a pupil technique I'm using. As long as you have enough soul power, you can break all illusions. All right, take my hand, and remember to close off all the acupoints on your body to prevent the poison from entering." Li Yunxiao reached out and led Jin Xuan forward. She didn't feel any discomfort, although Jin Xuan felt a little unnatural. She wasn't as panicked as before, letting Li Yunxiao hold her hand. Her heart was filled with joy, which made her quite emotional. With the guidance of the secret art and Li Yunxiao's pupil technique, they quickly walked out of the foggy area. Before them was a valley nestled between two mountains, covered in flowers and plants, extremely beautiful. Li Yunxiao then said, "The fog probably comes from here," Jin Xuan said in surprise. "It's from these flowers." Li Yunxiao caught a flower and said slowly, "The vast world is indeed magical. I have never seen this kind of flower before. It seems to be some kind of spirit flower, but I don't know what grade it is." Jin Xuan also gently touched the petals, only feeling a burning sensation on her face, and said, "There are countless rare flowers and herbs in the world. How can one distinguish them all? I thought it was Li Feng commerce doing tricks, but it turned out to be a natural creation." Li Yunxiao replied, "Yes, this kind of flower not only releases a bewitching aura, but also contains a special poison. I'm afraid the person behind can't stop this checkpoint. I don't know how many people will pass, but I think the people from Li Feng commerce have long had an antidote." Jin Xuan laughed and said, "Poor Tai Lin. He had planned everything carefully, but he didn't expect to die without gaining any benefits. Fang Tianhe and them have lost big this time." The two continued to move forward, feeling the fresh and pure spiritual qi around them, and the strong, prosperous life force emanating from it. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "This valley is really strange. Like that lake, the spiritual qi is abundant, but there are no living creatures." Jin Xuan was stunned. Only then did she realize that the valley was quiet, without the sound of insects or birds, which was unimaginable. "Ha ha, Li Yunxiao, you're really okay." A familiar voice came from behind. So Tan Dijun's crew emerges from the fog, and not a single person from the Beidu sect is missing either. Looks like they had a way to deal with the fog all along. Xiao Minghui's all like, "Yunxiao making it through the fog isn't surprising, but Principal Jin Xuan pulling through is kinda unexpected." Jin Xuan just snorts. "Plenty of you guys are even more useless than me cultivation-wise, and you still made it out, didn't ya?" Xiao Minghui chuckles. "No need to get testy, Principal Jin Xuan. Sure, the fog's got some rare toxins, but for a sect like ours that's been standing here for who knows how long, it's no secret. We've had detox pills for ages. For Principal Jin Xuan to come from out of town and still make it through? Now that's something to admire." Li Yunxiao glances around and notices that besides the local sects, the ones who made it through are all rogue cultivators. They've probably been hanging around Nanhuo City long enough to know the secret and carry some detox pills, he scoffs. Zhao sect leader knew the fog was tricky but didn't give yours truly any. Guess we're not going to be buddies then. Xiao Minghui awkwardly replies, well, that is, he sheepishly grins. With Yunxiao's abilities, you wouldn't need detox pills anyway. As he's talking, a group comes zooming over. It's none other than Jilin leading the Merchant Alliance. Of course, they're perfectly fine, not a hair out of place. When they spot Li Yunxiao, they're all kinds of panicked and wary. Even though he'd figured the fog wouldn't work, he'd still been secretly hoping Li Yunxiao would kick the bucket in there. Tan Dijun pipes up, Old Geezer G, is this one of your tricks? There aren't any living things around. Is this some high-level demonic beast forbidden zone? You wouldn't go pulling out a rank 9 demonic beast on us, would ya? Jilin sees the jig is up, so he doesn't bother hiding it. But he still gets huffy. Tan Dijun, I don't appreciate that kind of talk. Me pulling it out? The one claiming this place isn't a rank 8 demonic beast, right in that valley over there? If you're scared, just turn back. He then sneers, HMPH. If it's just rank 8, we'll all charge in and skin it for cash. Tan Dijun snorts and heads forward. He realizes he's caught the money-grubbing bug. Every time he opens his mouth, all he can think about is how to snag some loot. Mei Dongyer follows behind Tan Dijun, spots Li Yunxiao, and says, I knew there were toxins in the fog and was so worried I was afraid you wouldn't make it through, but I'm finally relieved. Glancing at Mei Dongxer, who's clinging to Jin Xuan, he feels a pang of resentment and mutters, that girl's pretty concerned about you, huh? Li Yunxiao just blankly goes, uh-huh. Let's go. Let's see what kind of demonic beast is squatting here. Jin Xuan stands behind him, her heart starting to race. Suddenly, it dawns on her, and she whispers, Jin Xuan, you idiot! What are you even thinking? Who is he? He's a guy who can one-shot a rank 7 martial venerable and beat a rank 8 alchemist. He's going to be a top dog in the Tianwu realm. Why would he even glance at a dork like you? He's just being nice, helping you out, and saving you that one time. Don't read too much into it. Aren't you embarrassed? Li Yunxiao's completely oblivious to her emotional turmoil. His mind and body are focused on the treasure and the demonic beast ahead. The gang heads out of the valley and doesn't spot anything weird. They reach the end of the path and find a cave. With roots sticking out everywhere inside, one martial artist cautiously pipes up, you guys think the demonic beast went out to get some grub? Another one scoffs, quit talking nonsense. If it's already in a rank 8, why would it need to hunt for its own food? I bet it's out visiting family. The first guy retorts, well, can't it be inside the cave, you dimwit? We got all these big shots yakking away right outside its front door. If it was in the cave, it would have come out and killed us all by now. Right, it's definitely not home. Everyone's thinking the same thing, especially those rogue cultivators. A few of them can't help but take off flying. The moment they take off, tiny green shadows flash across the sky, too fast for the naked eye to follow. The two martial sect cultivators who just took off haven't even noticed when their bodies are instantly riddled with holes. Over a dozen of them. Looking gruesome, they plummet to the ground. Everyone gets the chills and stares back in horror. They only saw a glint of an attack, not the actual thing, and those two martial sects bought the farm without even knowing what hit them. Jilin's face breaks into a cold smile. Trash cultivation. Trying to be the first ones to charge in. What killed them wasn't their cultivation, but their intelligence. His words make the rogue cultivators seethe with rage. They glare over at him, but don't dare say a thing. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrow. He instantly recognizes the attack. Those are green imps. I didn't think there'd be any of those around here, Tan Dijun asks. You know what that demonic beast is? Li Yunxiao nods. They're a type of green imp, only rank 6. They can only hurt martial artists below the martial emperor level. Unless it's the king of the imps, which can reach rank 7. They usually don't reach rank 8, though. He then scoffs. HMPH. Tan Dijun glares at Jilin and points. Is this the gate you guys set up? Aren't you embarrassed? Jilin coldly replies, it's got nothing to do with us. If you've got the guts, go right ahead. I don't want to talk to your kind anyway. Tan Dijun takes the lead and steps forward, Everyone's eyes are glued on him. As soon as he takes a few steps, the green imps launch a rapid attack, filling the sky with their shadows. The sound of air being torn apart rings in everyone's ears. Tan Dijun's mist plum energy bursts out around him, bouncing back all the green imps that try to approach. They can't even scratch him. HMPH, a bunch of trash. He sneers and charges forward. The green imps that enter his mist plum energy instantly get poisoned and fall down, quickly dying and dropping to the ground. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao feels a warning tingle. Not good. Look at the ground. Tan Dijun glances down and sees the green imps starting to dissolve. They're seeping into the mud, and the ground beneath Tan Dijun's feet starts to sink, pulling his legs down. Everyone's shocked and scrambles back. The ground in the valley is quickly being corroded and dried up. What was once lush and green is now a spreading pool of sludge. The sludge has a powerful corrosive force, and even the martial artists are freaked out. Just the smell of it makes their spiritual energy feel like it's being eaten away. Tan Dijun panics and throws up an energy field around himself, trying to block the corrosive aura. His face turns grim. Tan Dijun's almost made it to the other side when a huge, muddy hand suddenly slaps out of the sludge. It was over 10 meters wide, with 5 fingers reaching out to grab Tan Dijun, instantly clenching around him. Everyone was scared, SHT-less, and scrambled back. Even a 9-star martial honor was caught, so what hope did they have of getting through? The huge hand was being forcibly stretched open by Tan Dijun's plum mist chi, sending mud and sludge flying everywhere. A sneer appeared on Tan Dijun's face as he shot towards the cave entrance. The giant hand wanted to chase after him, but sadly it was too weak to do so. Tan Dijun smoothly made it to the other side. The hand struggled for a bit, before slowly sinking back into the mud. The surface returned to normal. Tan Dijun thought, "Looks like as long as I get into this cave, that Yao beast won't chase after me." "Ha, sect leader Tan is indeed quite strong to not get eaten clean," Jilin chuckled, directly jumping across to this side, without being corroded at all. Tan Dijun stared in disbelief, angrily saying, "I knew you were up to no good. You must have something on you that conceals your presence, so the Yao beast can't detect you, or something that scares it." Seeing Jilin cross over without a problem, Xun Jiming knew this was their only chance. He suddenly yelled loudly. His figure flashed as he flew across. The martial artists behind him immediately reacted. Over 100 people chasing after him, not willing to be left behind. After crossing to the other side, Jilin suddenly sneered, taking out something without hesitation and throwing it into the mud. Tan Dijun's pupils suddenly contracted as he angrily shouted, "You old bastard, what did you throw?" It wasn't clear what it was. It sank very quickly, and there were bubbling sounds. Jilin played dumb, nonchalantly saying, "Oh, nothing. Just threw away some useless junk I had on me." Very quickly, a domineering Yao power spread out. More than 10 giant hands emerged from the muddy pit. The mud was churning, and the corrosive aura spread out a lot. The 100-plus martial artists in the air lost their formation. Quite a few people were hit by the corrosive aura, and were reduced to nothing but bones. Dijun panicked. "At this rate, not many of us will survive," he shouted loudly. Plum mist chi spread out, immediately forming a gray passage, protecting the disciples of the Northern Dipper sect. He yelled, "Hurry over, I can't hold on much longer." The Northern Dipper sect disciples were overjoyed and rushed through the Plum Mist Chi passage. Mei Dongshare was among them, worriedly looking at Li Yunxiao, desperately shouting, "Yunxiao, hurry over here, junior sister, forget about him. We barely have enough time to escape ourselves." A Northern Dipper sect disciple hurriedly pulled her away, wanting to get to the other side. "I kind of understand now." Li Yunxiao grabbed Jin Xuan, saying, "I'll send you over there first." Jin Xuan was surprised. "Huh, Yunxiao, aren't you coming with me?" Li Yunxiao didn't say much, taking out the Northern Heaven Cold Star sword from his ring. He made a sword gesture with one hand, shouting, "Sword art, Demon Slayer!" The Northern Heaven Cold Star sword created a dragon image, emitting a resounding roar. He pushed Jin Xuan onto the sword, and the sword force broke through a space passage, rushing to the other side. Jin Xuan was anxious, hurriedly turning back, but what shocked her even more was that after using the sword art, Li Yunxiao was immediately grabbed by a hand and pulled into the mud. No, she cried out in grief. The sword art demon slayer broke through the plum mist chi and the encroaching corrosive power, safely carrying her to the other side, where she fell to the ground. Yunxiao Mei Dongxie cried out to her. Seeing Li Yunxiao being grabbed by the hand, Mei Dongxie's legs went weak, and she almost fell down. At this moment, many martial artists had crossed over. Seeing Li Yunxiao being devoured by the mud monsters, Dilin was gleeful, thinking that he was definitely going to die, lamenting, "What a pity!" Mei Donghe staggered to Tan Dijun, directly kneeling down, crying, "Vice sect leader, please, please save Yunxiao." Tan Dijun's expression was grim, and he didn't say anything. Xun Jiming was also very worried, of course. He was worried that the transformation lightning divine art would disappear with him, saying, "Sect leader Tan, you were also grabbed by that hand just now. Is there any hope of saving him?" Tan Dijun's face was dark and uncertain as he said, "Very difficult. That hand contains the power of the earth, able to suppress an entire space, making it impossible for people to move. Moreover, it has a terrifying corrosive force, even greater than the Wumai Chi I cultivate. If an ordinary martial lord were caught, they'd definitely die. But him? I don't know. He should pray for himself. Hopefully he doesn't die." Looking at the large hand grabbing Li Yunxiao, Tan Dijun suddenly felt something was off. Li Yunxiao looked like he intentionally let the hand grab him, which made him feel strange. That is. Jilin suddenly widened his eyes, looking at the large hand grabbing Li Yunxiao. Pure golden light, as clean as snow, began to emerge, as if untouched by the mortal realm. Immediately after, many rays of light shot out, and Li Yunxiao's divine body aura swept away the corrosive energy. Then, a demonic beast's roar echoed from within the hand. Not the sound of mud, only to see a figure growing larger, stretching the demonic beast's hand. It was none other than Calabash Little Kong. It roared and threw a punch at the muddy hand. The muddy demonic beast's hand was crushed by Calabash Little Kong's punch, turning into chunks of mud falling down. When Calabash Little Kong appeared, golden light flickered uncertainly on Li Yunxiao's skin. This kid really isn't dead. Tan Dijun's eyes filled with even more dread. This kid has so freaking many trump cards. He cursed inwardly non-stop. Over here, Calabash Little Kong's massive body stood in mid-air above the mud pit, punching away any large hands that condensed and lunged at it. The demon dragon's soul shadow suddenly appeared, saying, "Kid, what are you doing?" Li Yunxiao said. "That's right. These past few days I've been faintly sensing that the Supreme Overlord's body is showing signs of breaking through. It just so happens that this demonic beast can help me temper it. It's just that." "Just what?" the demon dragon asked. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly. He waved his hand to signal Calabash Little Kong, saying, "You move aside. Let me try it myself." He raised his right hand, golden light flickering on his fist, bringing a strange fist energy, and punched directly into the mud. Unexpectedly, the fist energy landed like an iron awl hitting tofu. The muddy hand exploded, turning into countless small pieces. This scene terrified everyone, not to mention the corrosive energy of the mud's attacks. Even its raw power was that of an 8th-stage demonic beast. Yet it was shattered by a martial lord's punch that didn't contain even a hint of primordial essence. Could it be that he specializes in body cultivation? Li Yunxiao was also stunned by his own punch, and said in bewildered suspicion, "Is this the undying golden body? Why do I feel like something's missing?" The demon dragon pondered. "It's indeed far different from Ao Chang Kong's. Could it be because your cultivation level isn't high enough?" Li Yunxiao shook his head, saying, "Cultivation level, realm, and body power are completely different. The power of the undying golden body is at most comparable to a martial venerable, completely incomparable to Ao Chang Kong's world-destroying might. I know that the tyrant heaven body refining art has been cultivated to the limit. There must be a missing lower volume." "Lower volume," the demon dragon said. "Then what do we do now? You can't go ask Ao Chang Kong for it, or you'll most likely get slapped to death." Li Yunxiao said, "Let's ignore it for now. It's good that there's no lower volume. Right now, my body doesn't know how many spirit stones it needs to stuff itself with. If I really cultivated the undying golden body to Ao Chang Kong's level, I'm afraid it would be difficult to recover to the Nine Heavens Peak in this lifetime." Kun Xuan, who had been freezing, felt a trace of warmth and hurriedly called out, "Yunxiao, come here quickly!" She was afraid that something bad would happen. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Don't rush. I just happened to use this demonic beast to practice." Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Even Tan Dijun and Ji Lin's expressions changed. Others avoid this demonic beast like the plague, hoping to escape with their lives. But he said he would use it for practice. If the person in front of them were the Nine Heavens martial emperor, that would be understandable. But what's in front of them is a martial lord in the Six Harmonies realm. Li Yunxiao's body had just entered the realm of the undying golden body, and he needed to unite with it. He pointed his finger, and the earth breath loam manifested on his fingertip. He shouted, "Demonic beast below, reveal your true form. Fight this young master. If you can satisfy me, I'll spare you, otherwise you'll die." Everyone who heard these words was immediately filled with question marks, feeling that their brains couldn't process it all. The entire mud pit began to boil like a volcano about to erupt, Li Yunxiao said. As expected, an earth-type demonic beast can't resist the temptation of the earth breath loam. The demonic power within the mud grew increasingly turbulent, feeling extremely terrifying. Finally, a huge figure rushed out of the mud, only revealing its upper body. It was all made of mud, with thick brows, 2 arms, and 2 empty eyes, looking at the earth breath loam with a strange divine light. The earth breath loam gives birth to all things. It's the mother of the earth, the origin of earth. To any earth-type demonic beast, it's a priceless treasure. After the muddy demonic beast revealed itself, it roared and lunged at Li Yunxiao, its arms constantly grabbing. Li Yunxiao laughed proudly and condensed a fist in the air. "I must test today what Ao Chengkong's undying golden body is all about." Li Yunxiao let out an arrogant laugh, retracting the earth's essence soil back into his 5 fingers, and flew towards the demonic beast. He condensed a fist in mid-air, revolving like the sun. Undying golden body, immovable royal authority, a golden fist struck straight at the muddy demonic beast, turning into a dazzling ray of light, illuminating all directions. Li Yunxiao was like a golden war god. A glint flashed in his eyes, and that fist directly pierced through the demonic beast's body. Golden light pierced through the other side. Although the mud beast was an 8th-stage Yao beast, it had been suppressed by Jun Jiming's group earlier and had exhausted a lot of its Yao power. It was already powerless. At this moment it was smashed to pieces by Li Yunxiao. He looked at his palm and murmured, "Not bad. Pretty close." Li Yunxiao landed on the opposite bank. A group of martial artists looked at him as if he were a being even scarier than the mud beast. They didn't dare to get close at all, extremely wary. Li Yunxiao chuckled at their scaredy-cat eyes and looked at Jilin's group, saying, "It's rare that you guys didn't abandon me. I'll remember this kindness. How should I thank you?" Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words, but they were all helpless. Tan Dijun smiled awkwardly and said, "Kid, it's good you're all right. If something happened to you, my deal with you would be off." Li Yunxiao snorted and said, "I think you guys were enjoying the show quite a bit." Tan Dijun gave a faint smile and said, "Let's go quickly. If we can find the southern fire metal essence, everyone will go, and this trip won't be in vain." The group didn't say anything more, lowered their heads, and continued forward. Having experienced such a difficult life and death situation, they probably were about to see the light. The team was instantly divided into 4 parts: local forces, merchant guild forces, rogue martial artists, and the final force was Li Yunxiao and Jin Xuan. The 2 of them gave a bitter laugh. Jin Xuan said gratefully, "Thank you." Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, "It's okay, just 2 simple words, but they contain too much." "Some things didn't need to be said too much," Jin Xuan said. "The responsibility on Yunxiao's shoulders is too great. I hope you won't sacrifice yourself to save Jin Xuan like that again, otherwise Jin Xuan's heart won't be at peace." Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any more danger ahead." "How does Yunxiao know?" Jin Xuan felt strange. The 2 of them spoke in a normal tone, and everyone heard it clearly. They were also surprised. Wanting to hear Li Yunxiao explain, Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Didn't you see President Jilin strutting ahead? When there was danger before, did they ever take the lead?" Jin Xuan was stunned, then suddenly said, "So that's how it is." Everyone understood the meaning, and it was indeed such a principle. Jilin was not lightly angered. Chong Dai Dai angrily snorted, waved his hand, and continued to walk quickly, not wanting to hear Li Yunxiao speak again. The deeper they went,
The cave began to show red spots. Zhao Minghui narrowed his eyes and stared straight at the target, saying, "There are faint fire elements ahead. It really is a mineral vein. We've been in Southern Fire City for so long, and we didn't know that such resources were hidden in this forbidden area." The more everyone heard, the more excited they became, and they quickly moved forward, determined not to let the Merchant Guild monopolize the resources. Arriving at the end of the mountain valley, everyone looked down below. Below the mountain body was a large pit, emitting a gust of wind carrying the Southern Fire metal essence. Everyone was shocked. Under this pit there must be a huge mineral vein. It could be seen that it was not much worse than the existing mineral veins of Southern Fire City. All the major forces were inexplicably suspicious in their hearts. With such a large mineral vein, why did the Li Feng Merchant Guild release the news? This wasn't their style. Jilin said meaningfully, "We have explored this mineral vein. It can at least be in the top 5 of the current mineral veins, and it has been proven that the Southern Fire metal essence is located in the mountains in front of us." Xun Jiming said, "President Ji should speak directly. Why would you bring such great benefits out? Don't tell us you're learning from Li Feng. We're all adults." Jilin said calmly, "I kindly offer my services to everyone, but you don't appreciate it. Well, forget it. Go down and see for yourself, and you'll know." Li Yunxiao looked at the cave and said, "There's even a condensed gale. Although it's not too strong, it's enough to prove that this place isn't simple. Judging from the lively fire-type elements, this cave really has the Southern Fire metal essence." But he sneered a few times and said, "I'm afraid there's a 9th stage Yao beast in here." Tan Dijun's expression became serious. If there really was a 9th stage Yao beast occupying the place, even if Xiang Linghua came, he wouldn't be able to do anything. A group of people looked at Jilin in unison. Currently, he was the one who understood the situation here the most. Jilin smiled and said, "Everyone, please rest assured there is absolutely no 9th stage Yao beast in here. As for other things, I won't say much. This news is very valuable. If you are willing to spend tens of billions of spirit stones to buy it, I will remind you." HMPH. If there is no 9th stage Yao beast, then it is definitely a dangerous place, Tan Dijun said. Since things have come to this point, there is no reason to retreat. Tan Dijun looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "Yunxiao, are you interested?" After saying that, his eyes looked at Li Yunxiao, his eyes full of meaning. Xun Jiming said, "Sect leader Tan, Zun is very surprised. Why don't you ask others, but only ask Yunxiao to go with you? Could it be that something is hidden?" Tan Dijun cursed inwardly. Old Fox, the Heavenly Scorpion sect, was also separated from the Northern Scorpion sect. Before, I'm afraid he has also guessed the trick. He righteously said, "How can there be anything hidden?" With Yunxiao's intelligence, this sect naturally trusts him. Xiao Minghui immediately echoed, "So that's how it is. Then everyone should join forces. The greater the assistance." The people of the Xinyu sect also followed sect leader Tan, saying, "Everyone should work together, and I hope sect leader Tan won't dislike us." Di Lin also laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha, our Li Feng Merchant Guild discovered this place. Even if we don't have credit, we still have hard work. I hope sect leader Tan will also bring us along." Tan Dijun's unusual actions caught everyone's attention, and he couldn't hide it anymore. Now that he was committed, he could only awkwardly say, "Since that's the case, everyone can come in together, but whether Yunxiao is willing to go or not depends on his intentions." Di Lin said, "Although Li Yunxiao's strength is not ordinary, his cultivation is limited to the Hongyan stage. If he doesn't cooperate, the Beidu sect might use his confidant as an excuse to attack him." Tan Dijun gently said, "How could that be? Yunxiao is a friend of the Beidu sect. I'm only having my subordinates protect Chairman Xuanhuan, unlike you, old fool, who dares to let his subordinates commit violence." Xuanhuan was both angry and annoyed, thinking that she had become Yunxiao's burden. She said, "Yunxiao, you should do what you think is best. Don't worry about me. Don't forget you still have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders, and don't be forced by these petty people." But her words were weak. Li Yunxiao chuckled lightly and said to everyone, "Since Sect Master Tan and everyone are so kind to me, I can't let everyone down. The treasure map of the maze is indeed on me." He took out a shiny golden card from his chest in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked, and Tan Dijun's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Li Yunxiao to reveal it so publicly,
But it was too late now. Not only the sect forces, but also many rogue cultivators were watching, their faces cold. Unexpected fortune was something everyone wanted a piece of. Although they were alone and weak, no one wanted to let go of the opportunity to take a bite. After all, those who could persist all the way here, besides extreme greed and ambition, also had strength and cunning.
Xun Jiming exclaimed. You're saying the treasure map on you is for the treasure that the Beijie sect buried back then? And it's actually inside the cave?
Xiao Minghui said solemnly. Back then, it was rumored that the Beijie sect's treasure had been completely looted. There must have been a mistake. At least there's Nanhuo Jinyuan in it. If it was just rumors before, then it would be impossible to leave this thing behind. Dilin's face changed drastically. Besides shock, there was also regret and annoyance. He originally thought it was just a mine, but he didn't expect it to involve the treasure of the Beijie sect. This was a big deal. If the amazing treasure was robbed, and the headquarters found out, he would be in big trouble, even if he obtained immense wealth. He would have a hard time escaping the crime of foolishly revealing information. Thinking of this, he directly stood up and said, "If that's the case, to be honest, we've suffered a lot of casualties in exploring this maze, and there are still many people who haven't come out." By saying this, he obviously wanted a bigger share. Xiao Minghui was extremely happy in his heart and said, "If there's a treasure here, then naturally everyone who encounters it gets a share." Nonsense. Tan Dijun coldly snorted and said, "This is the treasure left by the predecessors of the Beidao sect. You guys want a piece of the pie too. The predecessors' things of this sect have nothing to do with you. As for you, Dilin, you should stand aside." Xiao Minghui's face darkened, and he said unhappily, "Sect Master Tan's words are too hurtful. What do you mean by predecessors' things? Does the Beiji sect have anything to do with you? If there is, then it's that your Beidu sect plundered the resources of the Beiji sect. You've already taken too much. Could it be that even the treasures they buried will be occupied by you?" "That's right, that's exactly it," Digulin shouted. "You two sects forcibly seized the property of the Beijie sect. Why can't we seize it?" Tan Dijun was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Minghui to be so clever and clearly explain it like that. For a moment, he didn't know how to refute. At this moment, Li Yunxiao laughed heartily, causing everyone to be confused. Looking at him, Dilin said, "What is it? I don't know what's so funny about what I said. Please enlighten me, Yunxiao." "Enlighten my ass." Li Yunxiao directly opened his mouth and scolded. "You're all a bunch of greedy bastards, pretending to be righteous here. Even if the treasure had my name, Li Yunxiao, on it, would you let go and not want it?" "The decision of distribution and ownership still depends on whose fist is bigger, right? What's the point of talking nonsense? Do you guys have that much time?" Everyone was silent. This was indeed the truth. But no matter what, they shouldn't say it out loud. After all, everyone was a prestigious figure, and they couldn't say that their strength was strong, so they got it. How could anyone be as straightforward as him, not even needing a mask? "Ha ha, well said." Dilin clapped his hands and said, "Let's not talk about reason. Whoever has the strength will get a share of the treasure." "I fully agree," Tan Dijun said. "HMPH, if you're not afraid of death, just divide a piece of the pie for you, but whether you have the life to hold it is hard to say." He turned to Li Yunxiao and said, "Hand over the map." Li Yunxiao took out the treasure map and threw it over, carelessly smiling and saying, "It's definitely extremely dangerous down there. I advise Sect Master Tan to be careful." Tan Dijun accepted the treasure map, his eyes carrying vigilance. He carefully looked at it once, confirming that there were no problems. After looking at the map, he memorized it in his head. Then, in everyone's shocked eyes, he used his origin power to burn the silver and gold paper into fine powder, saying, "It's enough for me to see the map alone. Everyone said they wanted to work together, so you must trust this seat. If you don't believe it, then don't follow." "You!" Dilin immediately gaped, but the treasure map had already been burned to nothing. It was too late to say anything. "Let's go, don't waste time. We should work together." Tan Dijun smiled sinisterly. He took the lead and flew into the cave, and the people of the Beidao sect also entered one after another. Mei Dongxie looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "Yunxiao, be careful. Immortal pills are just external objects. Don't fall into danger." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I'll pay attention. You yourself should be careful too." Everyone moved forward in unison.
all following each other into the cave. The inside of the cave was very wide, not as narrow as everyone thought. The entire passage was filled with Manhwa Jinyuan, and there were also many corpses lying everywhere. A sense of desolation arose in their hearts. They didn't know if they would be the next skeleton. After stepping onto this path, they could fall at any time. Li Yunxiao said, "It seems that it really is the treasure of the Beiji sect. This maze is grand and imposing. It must have cost a lot of resources," Jun Jiming said. "Judging from these remains, it's indeed very similar to the time when the Beiji sect took out the treasure. I wonder if there's anything left." Several hundred people continued through the passage. Besides the sound of walking, there were no other sounds. At this moment, Li Yunxiao suddenly stopped. The people next to him didn't understand. Di Lin frowned and said, "What is it? Did we go the wrong way?" Li Yunxiao said solemnly. "No, we definitely didn't go the wrong way. I remember the route on the map clearly. But the passage is wrong." "What do you mean by the passage is wrong?" Jun Jiming said, with sweat unconsciously flowing on his forehead. Li Yunxiao said, "In your eastern region, there's a very interesting martial skill called shifting positions and changing acupoints. Do you know it?" Shun Jiming nodded and said, "Of course it's not a very advanced martial skill. It's just the circulation of origin power to move the acupoints around the body, but what does it have to do with the passage?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Understanding that there is such a martial skill makes it easier to explain. This passage is like the meridians of a human body. Just now, a group of people were captured by the shifting positions and changing acupoints." "What?" Shun Jiming's face was full of confusion. He didn't understand what it meant at all. He frowned and said, "How can the passage shift acupoints?" Li Yunxiao said, "Because this is the passage of life. Passage of life." Everyone was taken aback. Shun Jiming was startled, then sneered. "Yunxiao, I know you like to joke around, but this isn't funny at all," Li Yunxiao said solemnly. "If you guys don't believe me, look ahead. Where did all the Earth generals go?" Everyone was shocked and turned to look back. Half of the team in front had disappeared, leaving only about 50 people. This time, everyone was terrified. They didn't even notice how the people next to them vanished. Jin Xuan felt a chill in her heart and quickly grabbed Li Yunxiao's arm, only then feeling warmth and security. Ji Lin was also a little scared in his heart, exclaiming, "What's going on? The people from the Beidou sect are really gone. How could they disappear silently in front of us? Could it be his scheme? Only he knows the way on the map? Damn it, were we tricked by them?" Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "It's not that serious. Don't forget, I saw that treasure map too." Jin Xuan looked expectant, while the others looked like they had eaten bitter melon, as if they could already see themselves being exploited by him. Seeing their faces, Li Yunxiao pointed and said, "What's with those 'the sky is falling' expressions?" Jilin, knowing what he was thinking, snapped, "You're not going to say that I'm the only one who can lead you guys. And if you want me to, you have to pay up with spirit stones, are you?" Li Yunxiao was speechless and said, "Is my reputation really that bad?" He smiled wryly and said, "This passage is actually a formation. The entire South Fire Gold Star mountain range is the source of energy that has kept it running for tens of thousands of years. That map must be incomplete. If you cut off the mineral veins on all sides, you might be able to follow the map, but the formation will keep running, so that map is useless." Shun Jiming asked, "So what do we do now? Go out and cut off the mineral veins?" Li Yunxiao retorted. "Once you've used the position-shifting acupoint, do you think you can still go out?" Zhao Minghui asked. "What should we do about this?" Seeing that Yunxiao isn't nervous at all, he must have a plan. "Are the people affected by the position-shifting acupoint in danger?" Li Yunxiao explained. "These passages rely on absorbing the South Fire Star Gold to operate, and all the energy is poured into the formation. As long as we can sense the energy fluctuations within and combine it with the map in my head, finding the center of the formation won't be too difficult." "Energy fluctuations," Jilin exclaimed in horror. "You can even detect such subtle energy fluctuations." Li Yunxiao touched the wall and said, "You can't feel it in the air naturally, but the vibrations of the Vajra Jade itself affect the energy of the South Fire Gold Star, causing some changes. Following these changes leads to the center of the formation." Zhao Minghui was secretly startled and gave a thumbs up, praising,
Yunxiao is indeed a 7th-grade Grand Formation Master. Everyone then remembered another terrifying identity of this young man, a 7th-grade Grand Formation Master. Thinking about his astonishing combat power and his age, everyone felt a sense of despair and frustration. The gap was so large that it was practically impossible for them to survive. Li Yunxiao slowly sensed the fire element fluctuations around him and began to slow down his pace. At this time, the martial artists, not wanting to fall behind and be teleported away, all held on tightly to each other, maintaining a group of over 50 people, slowly advancing. After the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, the passage suddenly widened, and an extremely strong heat wave rushed in. The whole world turned crimson, and it was actually liquid South Fire Star Gold flowing. Everyone was stunned by the scene before their eyes. Liquid South Fire Star Gold was flowing like a moat protecting a city. The liquid flowed past the center, which was a chaotic red area, revealing extremely powerful energy. What exactly is inside? With such vast energy, it must be the South Fire Gold essence. This place is filled with fire element and spiritual qi that is transformed into a liquid state. If a fire-type martial artist cultivates here, the effect would be heaven-defying. Li Yunxiao walked out of the passage, looking at the river in front of him and another passage. It was obvious that there was more than one route leading to this place. His divine sense swept across the river below, but was suddenly blocked by an invisible force, unable to advance even an inch. Xun Jiming asked, "President Ji, have you guys searched for so long and ever been here before?" Ji Lin snorted coldly. "If we could have reached this place, would we still need Li Yunxiao to lead the way? The treasure is most likely in that chaotic pile." Xun Jiming smiled coldly, looked at the surrounding walls, and said, "Everyone, there are many traces of hacking on these walls. Obviously someone has been here recently. Besides your Thunderwind Merchant Guild, is there anyone else? I thought the people from the Beidou sect were still in the maze, unable to find their way out." Ji Lin's heart trembled, and he looked at the wall. Indeed, there were traces. If it weren't for the fire element here being too dense, it would have been impossible to leave such marks. His expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in horror, "Ah, could it be that person? He's still alive?" Xun Jiming heard Ji Lin's shocked cry, and his eyes focused on him, his expression serious as he asked, "So it really has something to do with your merchant guild? What's going on?" "This matter is of great importance. It directly concerns whether the treasure still exists or not. I implore President Ji not to hide anything." Ji Lin's face was uncertain. Hesitation and struggle flickered constantly in his eyes, and finally he said in a deep voice, "The Merchant Guild has a traitor who escaped inside. I didn't expect him to find this central location and even cross the river." Everyone heard that there was something amiss, but since he wasn't willing to speak, they couldn't force him. As long as the treasure wasn't touched, that was fine. Xun Jiming said, "If someone has gone ahead, then that proves there's no problem. Let's go up and check the situation." He kicked off and soared into the air, flying over the red zone, just about to cross the river, when a beam of light, like a bloody serum, appeared, wriggling like a worm, wrapping around and charging towards Xun Jiming. Xun Jiming was a bit startled, but he was bold because of his skill. Naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of the blood serum's attack. He stretched out his hand, then used his folding fan to strike down. The blood serum was shaken apart but didn't fall. Instead, it transformed into countless liquid states floating in the air, then suddenly shot towards Xun Jiming together. Countless lava-like fireballs bubbled up. A terrifying temperature and spiritual energy shot over. You could feel the danger from afar. Xun Jiming's expression changed. He didn't expect the blood serum to be this difficult. He shouted softly. His hands formed hand seals rapidly. The hand seals shattered the surrounding fireballs. Lava exploded everywhere. Xun Jiming escaped danger, but didn't fly to the center. Instead, his movement technique changed, and he actually flew back. Landing on the ground, his expression grave as he said, "President Dian, what's the cultivation level of that trader from your Guisheng association?" Dian Lin frowned and said, "A normal martial honor." Why? Xun Jiming, covered in sweat, said, "If he was really just a normal martial honor, I'm afraid he would have died in the lava already. President D, your cultivation is the highest here. Think of a way to open a path for everyone." "So exaggerated," Di Lin snorted coldly. I also want to see if it's as terrifying as sect leader Jun says." As he spoke, several explosions rang out in the lava. Countless streams of lava flew over, dancing and swirling around here. Dylan snorted coldly, directly flying up, his muscles bulging, always dodging these lava streams. Seeing another lava stream attacking in front of him, Dylan growled. The power of a 9-star martial honor erupted, followed by an ironhead attack, directly smashing the lava stream apart, transforming into a liquid state flowing down. Just as Dylan was about to get to the other side, suddenly, in the red chaos, a roar sounded, like a ferocious beast roaring. A sonic attack transmitted out, hitting Dylan, causing him to cough up blood. The red liquid below flowed quickly. The high temperature shot up, once again condensing into several blood serums wrapping towards Dylan, as if it wouldn't let him go. "Not good, save him!" Li Yunxiao shouted loudly, rushing out without saying a word. "This place is dangerous. Saving Dylan is saving himself. Without working together, I'm afraid no one can leave." Li Yunxiao shouted in the air, slashing out with his sword. The sword light contained the power of rules, cutting down the red blood serum, only to see Dylan's face in disbelief. He thought he was seeing things, or that Li Yunxiao had some conspiracy, cautiously saying, Why are you saving me?" Li Yunxiao angrily scolded. "Don't hurry and run away. If you weren't a 9-star martial honor, I wouldn't save you." Suddenly, he felt a very strong force coming from the center. A fiery red figure used a subtle movement technique to rush over, his hands continuously forming hand seals. Li Yunxiao's pupils suddenly constricted, staring intently at the movement technique and hand seals of that figure, and he cried out in alarm, "1,000-mile illusion light steps! Tian Li Huang Guang Bu." Li Yunxiao was shocked. A heaven-shattering hand seal condensed on the lava, the secret art carrying the artistic concept of ephemeral life, like a beautiful woman treading on snow, illuminating all directions. Li Yunxiao no longer had the wherewithal to concern himself with the red figure's next hand seal. His hands suddenly formed a seal, the Mingwang seal. Breaking the seal, 3 ancient scriptures emitted brilliant golden light, shooting straight in all directions. He knew very well that no matter what he did, he couldn't stop this one seal. When he created this move, he had considered the rules of space, locking down all escape routes. But at this moment, relying on his powerful soul force, he frantically used the Mingwang seal to forcibly tear apart the sealing force, then used the ancient heavenly eye to teleport away. The Mingwang seal was shattered by the ephemeral life seal, its momentum unstoppable. The martial artists on the other side were agape, originally waiting to see how Li Yunxiao would face that earth-shattering blow, but at this moment they discovered that Li Yunxiao had vanished. The ephemeral life seal struck them, this earth-shattering blow making them no different from ants. Only a martial honor could stop it. Shun Jiming and Xiao Minghui were both terrified. Everyone immediately realized the situation was not right, and without holding back, they joined forces to attack. Jilin naturally knew how terrifying the red figure was. Moreover, he seemed to vaguely guess something, and directly threw out a piece of metal like a brick. It continuously enlarged in his hand, finally releasing a light that locked down the palm. The attacks of the other two arrived at the same time. In an instant, all kinds of secret arts struck that one seal. The energy shaking enveloped the entire space. The ephemeral life seal had a lot of power worn away by the 3 people, and finally fell to the ground. Even though it was just the aftershocks, no one dared to stand near it. Shun Jiming knew that it was impossible to fight, and shouted loudly, leading the charge straight into the passage. But the passage underwent rapid changes, the passage was blocked, and there was no way out. Shun Jiming's group changed color. They discovered that all the passages had been destroyed, and everything fell silent, revealing horrified eyes as they looked at the figure in the sky. Mist shrouded his body, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly, but the powerful aura and the dense fire gold essence chi enveloping him made people feel very pressured. The red figure, shrouded in mist, his appearance not clear, suddenly moved slightly, unleashing a punch as fast as lightning. The target of the attack was not Shun Jiming's group, but rather the void. The surrounding space shattered. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared, his face full of solemnity, staring intently at the figure in the mist, and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Is that you, Mo Xiaochuan?" The red figure in the mist had a powerful aura. his scarlet eyes staring straight at Li Yunxiao, his mind unclear.
Yo, what's up everyone? Manhwa Recap Hub here. Hope you guys enjoy the video.
Li Yunxiao's figure appeared, his face serious as hell. Staring intently at the figure in the mist, he suddenly spoke. Mo Xiaochuan, is that you? The red figure in the mist radiated intense energy, its scarlet eyes fixed on Li Yunxiao, its mind seemingly gone. The two stood in the air, locked in a long gaze, when Mo Xiaochuan's body suddenly shuddered, and he reached up to clutch his head, as if struggling to suppress something. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from the passage behind them, followed by Tan Dijun's hurried voice. Damn it! Why is the passage behind us collapsing continuously? Hurry! I see the exit, let's get out of here! Tan Dijun and the rest of the Beidou sect emerged one after another, briefly astonished, before glancing at everyone present and exclaiming, Oh, you old geezers are here too? Where is this place? The fire energy is strong as hell. Tan Dijun then noticed the two motionless figures in the air, and asked suspiciously, Who are those guys? Why are they standing there like statues? Di Lin stepped forward with a solemn expression, saying, Everyone, be extremely careful. This person's cultivation is unfathomable, almost on par with Zhu Tianwu Di, Nine Heavens Martial Emperor, but far beyond us. What? Almost Zhu Tianwu Di? Tan Dijun said in a low, angry voice. Old geezer Ji, are you kidding me? In just a moment, you've forced an enemy close to Martial Emperor level to appear. The members of the Beidou sect felt the fluctuations of primal energy, and their faces all turned serious, while the passage behind them had been completely sealed off. Mei Dongye cried out in alarm. Why is this person fighting Yunxiao? Tan Dijun's horrified gaze swept across the red figure in the air, and he exclaimed, The Southern Fire Golden Essence aura is so dense, could this person be poisoned by ore? Xun Jiming exclaimed. If he's poisoned by such a potent ore, how could he still be alive? Di Lin said. The person in front of you is a traitor to the trade association, and seems to have lost his mind. An indescribable emotion flickered in Li Yunxiao's eyes, a hint of concern, and he sighed, I never expected you to be so deeply poisoned by the ore here, and even lost your mind. But you haven't completely lost it, otherwise there's no way you could cast the floating life seal, he said with a bitter, self-deprecating tone. I never thought we'd meet in this situation. You must have suffered a lot in recent years. Everyone who heard this was confused, especially Li Yunxiao's words, which carried a tone of care and concern, and even Jilin was surprised. Tan Dijun couldn't help but say, Yunxiao, is that person an acquaintance of yours? Li Yunxiao said. Very familiar. Since you are all in Nanhuo City, do you know any way to resolve the ore poison? Tan Dijun said. Are you messing with us? This person is so deeply poisoned, he must have been here years ago. How old are you? Would it be that you knew him since birth? Or is he a member of your family? Li Yunxiao said. You could say that, everyone. Please help me restrain him later, but be absolutely sure not to injure him, or don't blame me for killing people. He emphasized the words killing people, and an icy chill emanated from his body, and everyone present felt the biting coldness, their faces turning serious. In Tan Dijun's heart, his caution towards Li Yunxiao's identity and background grew even more. He must be a disciple of a major power. Even a random acquaintance has the cultivation of a martial emperor, Tan Dijun said bitterly. We should already be thanking the heavens if he doesn't attack us. Li Yunxiao steadied his resolve and said, His strength is still being used to suppress the ore poison, which is why his power is reduced. Everyone, attack together and help me suppress him. Tan Dijun said. Yunxiao, are you confident? Li Yunxiao said. No, but if you don't help me, your only ending is death. Tan Dijun's expression changed, and he said, All right, as long as we can subdue this person, we'll help you. Everyone flew up together, surrounding Mo Xiaochuan. Sun Jiming said, Yunxiao, what should we do now? You make the arrangements. Li Yunxiao said. Okay, wait for me to release the puppet and cooperate with you all to stop him. Then I will cast a sealing technique and seal him for a short time. Then start using your full power to suppress him. A glow appeared on Li Yunxiao's brow, and the little diamond gourd instantly appeared beside him.
Its tiny bean-like eyes, one purple and one blue, flashed in the air and directly took the lead to rush forward. The remaining 4 martial sovereigns also joined forces, unleashing their weapons one after another. For a moment, the entire space became even more brilliant than before. All kinds of light shot towards Mo Xiaochuan, instantly locking down the space, making it impossible for him to move. The little diamond gourd seized the opportunity to swing its fist, unleashing a diamond fist, hitting Mo Xiaochuan directly, pushing him into Tandijun's plum mist chi. The plum mist chi opened its mouth and swallowed Mo Xiaochuan in one gulp, but he was not so easily defeated. The plum mist chi couldn't hold him for long, and was immediately torn apart by Mo Xiaochuan, who stretched out both legs. In an instant, Mo Xiaochuan escaped the shackles, and Li Yunxiao's demon-slaying swordplay flew out of the northern sky cold star sword. A dragon-shaped aura roared and swirled downwards, and powerful sword qui shot out. Mo Xiaochuan raised his head, his eyes icy cold as he looked at the sword qui, a look of doubt and struggle appearing.
Mo Xiaochuan spaced out for a sec, and that's exactly the opening everyone needed. Tai Lin's fist and Tandijun's weird plant power thingy came at him from both sides, and those 4 Wuzun guys, led by Xun Jiming, jumped in too, pinning Mo Xiaochuan down instantly. Hundreds of attacks rained down, and Mo Xiaochuan's eyes went totally bloodshot, filled with this crazy rage. His right hand flashed some secret hand sign, and a layer of true QA popped up around him, like a shield, making it impossible to break through. But when all that Wuzun power finally hit, it just ticked him off. He roared and threw out a palm strike, his red Q exploding outwards, easily brushing aside all the attacks. Boom! Just then, Mo Xiaochuan's body suddenly convulsed, like he got a nasty shock. Li Yunxiao, out of nowhere, was right behind him. He had this glowing circle of magic forming on his fingertips, and then bam, he slammed it straight into Mo Xiaochuan's back. Ouch! Mo Xiaochuan was showing off like crazy, blocking all those attacks. And then Li Yunxiao sticks this seal on his back. He yelped and froze up in midair, stiff as a board.
But before anyone could celebrate, Li Yunxiao's face totally changed. Uh-oh. Massive fire-type energy burst out of Mo Xiaochuan, burning away Li Yunxiao's seal like it was nothing. And then, from Mo Xiaochuan's back, this crazy light shot out, followed by this earth-shattering roar. The roar coalesced into some freaky demon beast right in front of him. The demon beast bared its fangs, waving its claws, and let out this deafening shriek, totally like Mo Xiaochuan's roar from earlier. Then it charged straight at Li Yunxiao.
Li Yunxiao's pupils shrunk to pinpricks. The red light hit him, and his body erupted in golden light, blocking the red stuff from getting in, not even a little bit.
Undying golden body, no evil can touch him. Right now, he looked like a god descending to earth. The demon beast was totally stunned, like, whoa, what the heck is that? Then it retreated back into Mo Xiaochuan's body, and Mo Xiaochuan slowly opened his eyes.
After dodging Li Yunxiao's attack, he booked it straight into that chaotic red zone. Peace out. The whole area went silent. Everything back to normal.
Cough, cough. Li Yunxiao spat out a mouthful of blood. His spiritual power plummeted, his face pale as a ghost. That demon beast's light messed him up good. Even with the undying golden body, it still messed with his insides. Xuan was the first one to rush over, worried. Yunxiao, are you okay?
Tai Lin's crew dropped out of the sky too, surrounding Li Yunxiao. Tai Lin was suspicious. Yunxiao, you really know this guy.
Li Yunxiao's eyes scanned them and turned ice cold. Of course. But I heard you say he's a traitor to the Li Feng Trading Company. I'm super curious, guild leader Tai Lin. You better explain this, or the Li Feng Trading Company is in for a world of trouble.
Tai Lin's heart skipped a beat, and he took a step back, cautious. Maybe I was mistaken. He said that, and tons of people wanted to faceplant. The mighty guild leader of the Li Feng Trading Company, completely surrendering with just one sentence from this guy, shattering the whole image of a Wuzun powerhouse.
Tandijun couldn't take it anymore, Tai Lin. Just how strong is this guy? Even the venomous miners aren't this strong.
Tai Lin, under everyone's gaze, finally spilled the beans.
This guy used some secret technique to temporarily break through to Nine Heavens Wu Emperor, but it left him with some hidden wounds, and the Southern Fire Gold Essence is one of the treasures that can suppress those wounds. Grandmaster Mo Huayuan entrusted us to bring him to this maze, hoping we could find the gold essence. We hoped the rampant power of the Southern Fire Gold Star here could suppress his injuries, but somehow he got possessed by the venomous miners and lost his mind. Tan Dijun's face turned green. He gnashed his teeth, furious. You're saying this guy is a Nine Heavens Wu Emperor? Why are we even fighting? He could wipe us out with one move. Tai Lin was still unsure. But since he started fighting, he hasn't shown any Wu Emperor level power. Could the venomous miners have weakened him? Li Yunxiao realized he was still hiding stuff, so he just said, Guild Leader Tai, you still want to hide this guy's identity at this point? I know this guy. He's Grandmaster Mo Huayuan's older brother, Mo Xiaochuan. What? Everyone gasped. This guy's status was that high? He's Mo Huayuan's big bro. Mo Huayuan is an 8th level grand art refiner with a godlike position in Southern Fire City. Asking him for help costs a fortune. Tai Lin said, Yunxiao, can we just not talk about this? We need to get out of here first. Tan Dijun finally realized the gravity of the situation and also said, Yunxiao, what was that red demon beast thing just now? Li Yunxiao's face was serious. Staring at the chaotic red zone, he said in a low voice, That's the spirit the Southern Fire Gold Essence turned into, a transformation spirit. Everyone freaked out, their hearts turning to ice. Tai Lin's face changed. For a body without consciousness to transform into a spirit, it would take countless years, and the North Scorpion sect's treasure has only been around for a few thousand years. How could something like this transform? Everyone frowned. Totally confused, Xun Jiming suddenly said, Could the North Scorpion sect have left that spirit here to protect the treasure?
Li Yunxiao said seriously, That's super possible. That spirit's power is extraordinary. Even if it's not as strong as a Wu Emperor, we can't underestimate it. Right now, it's taken over a living body. It's going to be crazy hard to force it out. If I'm not wrong, Xiaochuan is still struggling with this evil spirit. Tan Dijun's mind raced, and he suddenly said, Now that the evil spirit has escaped, we don't need to chase it. Leaving here is the right choice. Then we can go back and report to the sect leader. With the sect leader, a Wu Emperor-level master, sitting here, he'll definitely take care of Mo Xiaochuan and that evil spirit. The faces of the remaining people changed drastically. If Zhang Linghua arrived, they wouldn't get a share. At most, he'd have a burst of generosity and hand out some leftovers that weren't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth, Mai Dongher said. But the passage is closed. How do we get out?
Everyone then realized that although Mo Xiaochuan had run away, the passage hadn't opened. Tan Dijun shook his head helplessly. If they forced the passage open, they definitely wouldn't be able to get out, even with the map. That's because this is a living passage, and it seems the control lies within that red chaos, and it's greatly related to the evil spirit. Xiao Minghui said, Yunxiao, do you have any better ideas? If we forcibly break the passage, can you be sure you can get everyone out? From Li Yunxiao's various actions until now, he had clearly become the leader figure for everyone. Basically, no one opposed his opinions. But Li Yunxiao said, No matter what the situation is, I have to save Xiaochuan. So don't expect me to lead the way out. If you all want to live, you'd better follow me to save Mo Xiaochuan and eliminate the evil spirit. Everyone's expressions changed, and they angrily said, You're friggin' selfish, not caring about everyone's lives, Dai Lin said in a deep voice. Yunxiao, it's not that we don't want to help you save Mo Xiaochuan, but we simply don't have the strength. Name your price. Take everyone out of this maze, and as long as we can pay, we will. Just say how many spirit stones you want. Don't be shy. Other forces also echoed. That's right, Yunxiao. You save us, and everyone will gather spirit stones for you if we can.
Li Yunxiao coldly looked at Jilin, his eyes sharp, and he snorted, saying, If I name a price, it'll definitely be Jilin's head. Will you give it or not? Jilin's expression changed drastically. He took a few steps back, extremely wary, and angrily said, Li Yunxiao, everyone needs to work together right now. What are you trying to do? He was still wary of Li Yunxiao, while also observing everyone's expressions. He was sure that if Li Yunxiao really set this condition, the people here wouldn't care and would take his life. Li Yunxiao said softly, Relax. I'm not interested in your pighead. Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved you in the first place. To be honest with you all, Mo Xiaochuan has a deep relationship with me. I have to save him, no matter what. Even if you all give up all your assets, I won't care. Furthermore, Mo Xiaochuan is the young master of the Mo family of Black Iron City. If Black Iron City finds out about what happened here and takes it out on you all, none of you should expect to live. The words Black Iron City immediately made everyone's hearts turn cold. Although Black Iron City isn't one of the 7 super forces, it's definitely an existence that the 7 super forces wouldn't dare provoke. After Tan Dijun thought about it, he didn't expect there to be such a thing, so he had to say, Yunxiao's intention is for everyone to advance together to that red chaotic area. At least, we should discuss it more carefully and give everyone a little confidence. Not bad. Li Yunxiao said, no one knows the situation inside, and even divine sense is blocked. But everyone should be clear on one point. Going in to save Mo Xiaochuan is also saving your own lives. Don't think that this is just working for me, looking unwilling. Don't use this to try to pressure me.
Otherwise, when you're running for your lives, don't follow me out. Everyone's faces were full of frustration. Even if the passage opened, without Li Yunxiao leading the way, they most likely wouldn't be able to get out. His words clearly tied everyone to his chariot. Shun Jiming said, Yunxiao is absolutely right. Helping others is the same as helping ourselves. Just like when Yunxiao stepped in to save guild leader Qi earlier. Everyone is on the same boat. So naturally, we have to work together to overcome this difficult hurdle. Moreover, the heroes of Black Iron City are all people worth befriending. Even without Yunxiao's relationship, we would still stand up if we encountered this matter today. Good. It's rare that you all are like this. As long as this matter ends, I will definitely do my best to bring everyone out of this predicament. If there are benefits, I guarantee that everyone will have a share. The only question is, how much? Li Yunxiao began to win over people's hearts, opening his mouth and saying, and Guild Leader Ji, as long as you wholeheartedly help me save people, then whatever you did before, I can erase it. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Hope arose in everyone's hearts, whether it was escaping death or finding treasures. With Li Yunxiao's promise, they felt even more secure. Di Lin looked at Li Yunxiao's clear eyes, and finally gradually became firm, gritting his teeth and saying, all right, I'll believe Yunxiao once. That's good, everyone. Take a break and recover your vital energy. Will follow me and charge in later. After Li Yunxiao finished speaking, he sat on the ground and began to circulate his energy to regulate his breathing and heal his injuries. In fact, rescuing Mo Xiaochuan wasn't difficult. As long as he dragged him into the divine boundary stegel, then everything would naturally be under his control. But the other party currently didn't have any consciousness. It was impossible to use spiritual power to enter the other party's sea of consciousness. He could only briefly seal his body before dragging him into the divine boundary stele. Then, he would rely on his own strength and the power of the ice-cold evil spirit pellet to get out. Most of the people had depleted their vital energy and weren't injured. After undergoing regulation of their breathing, they recovered completely. Finally, under Li Yunxiao's leadership, they jumped into the red chaotic area. Inside was very hazy, and it was impossible to distinguish north from south. The entire world was shrouded in a layer of mist. They could only see the front, and couldn't see anything around them. Tan Dijun also said gravely, is there another space within the mist? From the outside, it only looked like a range of 100 meters. Inside, it's actually its own world. This time, we're in trouble. Li Yunxiao said pensively. The restriction is very powerful. Only by entering from the mine, relying on the power of the mineral vein to continuously pour in, could such a restriction be set up, operating for thousands and thousands of years without dying out. Everyone, follow me down. He flew down. This space was filled with the aura of Southern Firestar metal, but he could still capture the faint vibration left behind by Mo Xiaochuan. Up ahead, after flying for a while, Li Yunxiao's mind's eye saw a huge ray of light at the horizon. Getting closer, he saw that it was a dazzling golden altar. Everyone who saw it widened their pupils, their mouths so wide that you could stuff eggs in them. Southern Fire Metal Essence, an altar built from Southern Fire Metal Essence. Ji Lin choked out in shock, his eyes full of astonishment, his body trembling, and he shouted, Heavens! This is an altar built from Southern Fire Metal Essence. Am I seeing things? Because it was impossible to use divine sense within this chaos, they could only rely on their eyes to observe. Even though he was seeing it, he didn't dare believe his own eyes, suspecting that he was seeing things wrong. Li Yunxiao was also extremely shocked. If this altar was really built from southern fire metal essence, its value could be compared to the statue made from celestial radiance devouring gold in the divine boundary stelae, or the 7 northern heaven frigid star iron swords. Everyone, don't get too excited. Seeing isn't necessarily believing. Even if the entire mineral vein becomes southern fire, after condensing a lot and going through tens of thousands of years, there might not be that much essence. Although Li Yunxiao's words made quite a few people sober up, they all started to have expectations and couldn't control themselves. Jilin said in a deep voice, as expected of someone from the Chamber of Commerce, always putting benefits first. Ha! Should we decide how to distribute the treasure before us? Xun Jiming couldn't help but sneer, saying,
as expected of a person from the Chamber of Commerce, always putting benefits first.
Tan Dijun quickly stepped forward and said, let's put the matter of distribution aside for now and focus on dealing with the evil spirit and saving people first. Xiao Jinghui clapped his hands and praised, saying, the great man of the Northern Dipper sect truly has vision. Dilin said, everyone came here for the treasure. Saving people is just lending a hand. Treasures are the initial goal and also the ultimate goal.
Tan Dijun thought that Li Yunxiao's position was very important in this trip and didn't want to offend him, so he quickly said, without resolving the evil spirit in Mo Xiaochuan's body, none of us will be able to get out. Even if we get the treasure, we'll only have a path to death. Hearing this, Di Lin abandoned his intention to split the treasure, thinking that if he didn't help Li Yunxiao rescue people, he wouldn't agree to lead everyone out of the maze. Di Lin snorted coldly and said, we can split it later. Perhaps there won't be as many people, which means fewer mouths to argue with. Although Jin Xuan was extremely unwilling, she knew that following Li Yunxiao would only be a burden. She said with distress, you must be careful. Save whoever you can, but don't force yourself if you can't. If that person is the son of Black Iron City, just send a message, and Black Iron City will naturally send someone to rescue him. Li Yunxiao said, okay, don't worry. Jin Xuan's words made several chieftains think of their own position. If the matters here were to spread back to Black Iron City, it would be bad and affect their local snakes. Everyone followed behind Li Yunxiao, flying towards the altar. Although many rogue cultivators weren't willing, they couldn't avoid it and could only follow cautiously behind. Dylan pointed ahead and said, look, it seems there's a path leading to the altar up ahead. Tan Dijun and the others stood at the entrance, filled with groundless doubts and uncertainty, unable to probe with their divine sense. Li Yunxiao said, Xiao Chuan is definitely inside. This kind of place is certainly a lair for evil spirits. If I'm not mistaken, the evil spirit originated from here. Jin Xuan said, Yunxiao, are you just going down like that? Seeing the two of you like this, Mei Dong'er's eyes carried an indescribable look of envy. In her heart she lamented, if only I could be like senior sister Jin Xuan, freely chasing after big brother Yunxiao. I'm stuck in the Beidao sect, having to follow orders, unable to control my own destiny. Tan Dijun said, only such abundant southern fire gold essence could form a spirit. If this is its lair then. A look of sorrow appeared in his eyes. Xun Jiming said, are you talking about its combat power? Tan Dijun nodded and said, exactly. If we fight here, its power will be endless, never depleted, unless we can join forces to subdue it. Once the battle starts, we'll be at a disadvantage. Li Yunxiao said, this space is too big. Too many people causing a mess. Why don't you guys come down with me? The rest can stay here. Coming down won't accomplish anything anyway. The others looked at each other, exchanging glances. Finally, they looked at Li Yunxiao, and Tong Yi said, Yunxiao, we are willing to follow you down. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, that'll have to trouble you all. Then he stood up, leading the way into the entrance. Dilin, Tan Dijun, Xun Jiming, and Xiao Minghui followed closely behind. The rest of the group waited outside for news. Inside the altar, it was dim and hazy. In this situation, it was impossible to use divine sense to probe. The inside was surprisingly simple, not as complicated and dangerous as they had thought. It was a grand hall with a massive statue in the center, and Mo Xiaochuan sat cross-legged in front of the statue, his expression peaceful. Restraining all his yuan qi,
Devoutly praying, the five advanced quickly, instantly forming an encircling formation in the air, trapping Mo Xiaochuan inside. Li Yunxiao's expression turned serious. In that instant, he seemed to have noticed something. Suddenly, he raised his head. His whole body trembled, almost letting out a cry of shock. He saw that the stone materials were all carved with a woman, her ghostly appearance unclear. Judging from the form, it was exactly like the statue formed from Tianzhao's flawless gold. Li Yunxiao was startled by the statue's appearance. Taking a cold breath in his heart, he felt a chill rising from his back to his head. Countless thoughts appeared in his mind, but no matter what, he couldn't understand why there would be a statue in the Beige Sect's treasury that was identical to the one in the outer star field. Yunxiao, what's wrong? Facing him was Dim Lin, who hadn't noticed the statue behind him, only that Li Yunxiao was shocked, so he asked, So that's it. Tan Dijun, standing to Li Yunxiao's left, had also noticed the statue. He said with great joy, So the real Southern Fire gold essence is this statue. What a massive fortune. Greed sparked in Zhun Jiming's eyes. He'd forgotten his mission, staring at the statue like a lovesick fool. Not good, Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, alarmed. Close your eyes. Don't look at the statue's face. As soon as he said that, he began casting hand seals at lightning speed, leaving only after images in the air. A beam of light shot towards Taiyang Tan's Dijun, whose whole body convulsed violently, instantly losing all sensation. Li Yunxiao, having landed one hit, turned back and said to the others, You too, quickly protect your Lingtai consciousness. See, he yelled. But it was too late. Except for Ji Meng, who had his back to the statue, everyone else's face had gone blank. Zhao Minghui directly attacked Ji Meng. The sudden turn of events caught them both off guard. Shun Jiming's blank face twisted into a ferocious grimace. With a loud roar, he raised his folding fan and swung it. Li Yunxiao hastily waved his Bei Tian Han Xing sword to block the finger energy, while the little diamond gourd finally reacted, roaring and throwing a punch at Shun Jiming. Li Yunxiao seized this opportunity to immediately bail. From above, Mo Xiaochuan sat indifferently on the ground, silently healing. Li Yunxiao descended. Standing in front of him, Mo Xiaochuan opened his eyes. Surprisingly clear instead of bloodshot from poison, he asked, Who are you? Li Yunxiao, pleasantly surprised, asked, You've recovered. Li Yunxiao immediately confirmed that Mo Xiaochuan's mind was clear. Overjoyed, he said, Xiaochuan, what happened when the evil spirit invaded your body? Are you all right now? Mo Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes, a hint of confusion on his face. Xiaochuan, are we close? Strange. I clearly haven't met you before, but why do I feel like I know you? He suddenly looked up, his gaze hardening. Ji Meng, huh? So it's the Lei Feng Trading Company. Do you even have the face to see me? Just then, something seemed to click. He jumped up, shouting, You're the young man who fought me, and then used the Demon Slayer technique. His body trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed with emotion. Who exactly are you? Why do you know Demon Slayer? As if a thought struck him, he said sadly, Could you be the last disciple my master accepted? Tears streamed down his face as he lamented. The disgraceful Mo Xiaochuan is too weak to investigate his master's death, and is now trapped here, with no idea when he'll see the light of day again. It's truly hateful. He slammed his fist into the ground, and a red light pulsed. His body shuddered from the intense emotion, and a red aura surrounded him. Li Yunxiao, terrified, cried out, Xiaochuan, what's happening to you? Mo Xiaochuan's face was filled with pain. Suddenly he shouted, Go! Get away! The evil spirit wants to control my body. He writhed on the ground in agony, like a fish on a chopping board, clutching his head, trying to protect his conscious mind from the evil beast's invasion. Li Yunxiao composed himself, rushing forward and rapidly forming hand seals, creating a seal which he casually cast down. But when the seal hit, the evil spirit reappeared, its terrifying face seemingly growing larger as it shattered Li Yunxiao's seal. Li Yunxiao wasn't flustered at all. He smoothly grabbed Mo Xiaochuan's arm and tapped the ground lightly with his left foot. Then, he lifted his right foot and kicked Mo Xiaochuan right in the face. A shriek of an evil spirit echoed from within Mo Xiaochuan. It burst out again, baring its fangs and claws, charging toward Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao had been waiting for this moment.
The ancient celestial eye on his forehead suddenly opened, unleashing Phoenix true fire, incinerating the evil spirit. Fear filled the evil spirit's eyes as it cried out in agony. Suddenly, the evil spirit stopped. It realized the opponent's divine fire wasn't as powerful as it thought. It didn't seem to be doing any damage. Confused, it looked around its body. Yep, totally fine, no more fear. Li Yunxiao felt a pang of anxiety. He knew it was a fire-type evil spirit, naturally immune to flames. Even though Phoenix True Fire had a higher rank, Li Yunxiao could only unleash a fraction of its power. Li Yunxiao was worried sick. If he couldn't seize this chance to drag Mo Xiaochuan into the god burial ground, it would be even harder to reclaim him once the evil spirit fully took over. HMPH, if it's a fire-type evil spirit, naturally you can use water to suppress it. Yao Long's voice echoed in his soul. Li Yunxiao felt like cursing a blue streak. Of course, he knew water could suppress fire, but right now, he was beyond frustrated. Suddenly, something clicked, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He instantly felt a surge of joy. He touched his forehead with 2 fingers, and the ancient celestial eye opened again. This time, a blue ray shot out from his hand. A half drop of water, glittering and translucent. It hit the evil spirit. This was half a drop of the 100 Rivers primordial water, obtained from the Yuwu's one-stroke leveling the lake mirror. As the 100 Rivers primordial water entered the evil spirit's body, its red color faded by half. It looked gravely injured, letting out a tortured scream, tilting its head towards the heavens to wail. Naturally, Li Yunxiao wouldn't miss this chance. He quickly cast incantations, divine essences coursing through his body. He summoned the god burial ring with his right hand and then threw it directly at Mo Xiaochuan, finally managing to pull him inside. Casting that move had drained every last ounce of Li Yunxiao's strength. He finally exhaled. The battle on Jilin's side also came to an end. Though Jilin's Xuan Qi was depleted, his strength was still a cut above Xiao Minghui's. He quickly suppressed him, directly sending him spitting blood as he fell from the sky. He glanced at the unconscious Tan Dijun and the heavily injured Xun Jiming and Xiao Minghui. A dense, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Now was undoubtedly the best time to eliminate these 3. If he could wipe them out, taking out the other sect members and local scrubs later would be a piece of cake. Getting rid of these guys would be a win-win, dealing a massive blow to the sect's forces. Li Yunxiao glanced at him and said, "I know what you're thinking, but you better be honest with me. These 3 aren't exactly good people, but until things are settled here, I won't let you kill them." As he spoke, the little calabash Vajra stepped heavily forward, blocking Jilin's path. A steady aura radiated from it, the pressure making Jilin gasp for air. Jilin was taken aback. He forced an embarrassed smile and said, "Yunxiao is too worried. We should be working together. Even if they've fallen to evil, I wouldn't abandon my teammates. That's not my style." He glanced around, suddenly exclaiming in shock, "Where's Mo Xiaochuan?" "Live." Yunxiao said, "Don't worry. I bet the ritual leader has exhausted himself too. He's just resting for now. I'll undo the evil arts for them after I recover my strength." As for Mo Xiaochuan, he said coolly, "Mission accomplished. You don't need to worry about him." Mission accomplished. Jilin's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked around but couldn't see Mo Xiaochuan anywhere, causing suspicion to rise in his heart. But Li Yunxiao had made it clear. So even though he felt uneasy, he didn't pry any further. He awkwardly responded, "All right, I'll sit down and cultivate to recover some energy." Li Yunxiao's physical body outside wholeheartedly entered a state of cultivation, while his spirit appeared in the god burial ground next to Mo Xiaochuan. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes were blood red. His face twisted into a terrifying grimace like an evil spirit, his mouth opened wide to roar. Looking at this familiar face, Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with unspeakable sorrow. He cast several incantations, preparing to strike Mo Xiaochuan. Suddenly, Mo Xiaochuan's aura surged, breaking free of the chains. Then, he transformed into a beam of light and fled. Li Yunxiao's thoughts flickered, and his figure instantly appeared, blocking Mo Xiaochuan's path. Without any expression, he opened his mouth and said, "I don't know if you can understand me. This is my domain. You don't have any resistance here. You better just obediently surrender. Considering it wasn't easy for you to transform, I'll spare your life." Mo Xiaochuan roared repeatedly in the sky, the red aura in his eyes growing stronger and stronger. his hands also rapidly changing. The winds and clouds stirred all around, and a celestial phenomenon manifested, with a massive crimson seal appearing in the sky, slamming down towards Li Yunxiao. A heavenly earth seal. This power definitely isn't something a peak martial venerable could unleash, but there isn't a trace of Nine Heavens Emperor aura within it. Zhao Chuan, are you still struggling against that darned evil spirit? Li Yunxiao sighed softly, raised his hand and shouted, "Clouds disperse! Seal break!" The radiant light of the heavenly earth seal shattered instantly, turning into countless rays of light that shot off in all directions. Heaven and earth returned to normal, all traces of power dissipating into nothingness. Mo Xiaochuan's face showed a look of horror, and he turned to flee. Li Yunxiao's eyes carried a fierce glint, and he said, "Looks like that evil spirit is really scared of dying. If you don't come out, I'll beat you out." With a flick of his mind, he directly appeared next to Mo Xiaochuan, delivering a punch straight into his chest, sending the guy flying and spitting out fresh blood. Li Yunxiao didn't stop. He continued the chase, relentlessly beating Mo Xiaochuan, leaving him covered in wounds, his face remaining utterly cold. These physical injuries can still be healed, but if the evil spirit refuses to leave, he's got no other choice. Besides, for this disciple of his, the training method is to beat him hard. He unleashed one last punch, sending Mo Xiaochuan crashing to the ground, unconscious. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao roared, "Yao Dragon, manifest your true form!" A dragon shadow appeared, swirling around him. It was indeed the Yao Dragon's true form. As if understanding Li Yunxiao's intentions, he opened his mouth and said, "You want me to enter that kid's body and force the evil spirit out?" Li Yunxiao said, "That's right. From the current situation, the evil spirit doesn't have much intelligence. I'm afraid that unless I beat Xiao Chuan to death, it won't come out. You also possess soul force, and furthermore, you have the aura of a true dragon. The pressure from your higher level should force it out, but remember, don't harm Xiao Chuan's nascent soul," Yao Long said. "Understood. This kid is one of my favorites among your disciples. If I wasn't using my dragon aura to scare that evil spirit, I'd come out and have a proper discussion first." Yao Long circled in the air a few times, then directly shot towards Mo Xiaochuan, entering his forehead and disappearing. Mo Xiaochuan's expression was blank, then revealed a huge sense of fear, hugging his head and screaming repeatedly. Red aura expanded from his body, and his body was nearly going insane. Li Yunxiao waved his hand, and the scriptures of the Great Evolution Divine Decree instantly appeared in the air, flying into Mo Xiaochuan's forehead. He muttered, "Xiao Chuan, this is your tribulation. Whether you can overcome it or not depends on you. Yao Long can only assist you. Only your own consciousness can dispel the evil spirit. Your master can only help you this much." A word carrying immense power flew into Mo Xiaochuan's forehead, echoing within the altar of his consciousness, like immortal sounds and Buddhist chants steadying his spirit. As the power of the Great Evolution Divine Decree began to take effect, the clear heart incantation gradually calmed Mo Xiaochuan's body, his skin regained its color, and the crimson glow slowly faded away. Li Yunxiao's eyes showed great joy. This sign indicated that Mo Xiaochuan had regained control of his body. After a while, a Yao dragon mark appeared on Mo Xiaochuan's forehead, slowly swimming around, and then transformed into a dragon shadow that emerged. Li Yunxiao hurriedly asked, "What's the situation? Why hasn't the evil spirit come out?" Yao Long said solemnly, "This evil spirit really doesn't have high intelligence, like a demonic beast, but for some reason it's very scared and panicked, and refuses to come out. Right now, I've pushed it into an acupoint, and then it was sealed by the power within his body. Mo Xiaochuan must have done it on purpose. He might have temporarily recovered his senses." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Pushed into an acupoint? Isn't that leaving behind a hidden danger?" Yao Long said softly, "This is already the best outcome. If you want to completely force it out, you have to rely on Mo Xiaochuan. Only when he constantly improves will there be a day when he can force the evil spirit out. Just seal this acupoint well, and don't let the evil spirit come out and possess him again." Li Yunxiao said solemnly, "This will be very difficult to do. This kid has come this far with great difficulty.
I didn't expect there to be so much suffering, Yao Long said. Among your disciples, he's the one I admire the most. He's considered to have the worst talent among everyone, has experienced more near-death experiences than others, and has faced the most difficulties. That's why I'm even more optimistic about his future achievements. Perhaps he will even become a peak martial emperor, and that goes for him and He Lian Xiaowang only. Li Yunxiao nodded in response. Being born into a superfamily means having cultivation resources far exceeding ordinary people, but the cruelty within it isn't something outsiders can understand. For Zhao Chuan to reach the martial emperor realm, I'm afraid he'll have to endure a lot of pain, but stepping into the Nine Heavens realm is just the beginning. Li Yunxiao left the god burial stele, his consciousness returning to his body on the altar. He focused on recovering his essence, which he quickly fully restored. The key is that his cultivation is at the 8-star martial venerable level, so breaking through is extremely difficult, but recovery is extremely fast. After restoring his essence to its peak, his eyes looked towards the statue made of southern fire gold essence. The next thing to do is his body suddenly soared into the sky, startling Ji Lin, who was sitting in meditation, who hurriedly stood up, curiously looking towards the statue. In an instant, his sea of consciousness trembled violently. He hadn't even touched the face yet, and his whole body was already shaking. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to look again. He also knew that Li Yunxiao was a 7th-order Grand Artificer with a very powerful soul force, which he naturally couldn't compare to. Li Yunxiao was not in a better state at this time. His third eye opened, transforming into a crescent moon symbol, desperately resisting the powerful mental force on the face of the statue. The space around him had long been distorted, and a silent and invisible battle of mental strength was playing out on the quiet altar. The ancient heavenly eye moon pupil, Li Yunxiao's eyes, radiated a powerful mental force. His gaze was like water, like a blade, wanting to pierce through that layer of mist to see clearly the face of that statue. The moment he circulated his spiritual power to its peak, Li Yunxiao finally saw the bewitching face of the woman. Even as powerful as he was, he felt a shock to his spirit. His entire spirit platform and sea of consciousness seemed to melt away at that moment, and he was very likely to fail. That was the ultimate magnificence of beauty in the world. No words could describe it. Just one glance at the statue's face surpassed even Gu Feiyang, the #1 beauty in the world. At that moment, no matter how strong Li Yunxiao's concentration was, his spirit platform failed, and his body became completely stunned. Although Ji Lin didn't dare to look at the statue, he still paid attention to Li Yunxiao's actions. When he heard the sound of shattering, he turned his head in alarm, only to see cracks appearing on the statue's body. Then, spreading like a spiderweb, the statue disintegrated from top to bottom. The entire statue crumbled into pieces at this moment, turning into countless small stones falling down. Ji Lin was so scared that he retreated, afraid that there would be anomalies in the stones and that he would not be able to guard against them. Li Yunxiao stood beside the shattered statue, gradually regaining his senses, his eyes still filled with unspeakable shock. Ji Lin flew up, staring at Li Yunxiao, and said, "Yunxiao, are you okay? What happened just now?" Li Yunxiao seemed not to hear him, but looked at the pile of rubble on the ground, absent-mindedly muttering, "Such a beautiful face should not exist in later generations, let alone be seen by mortals. Could it be that because I saw it, it was destroyed in the heavens and earth?" His face was lonely and dazed. He then recited a poem, 10,000 transformations interpenetrate, who believes in the Tao. Not listed with the myriad of flowers, the majestic spirit is pure and refined. The talent of immortals is outstanding, difficult to distinguish in the lower realms. Return to the womb, then one can see the purity in the cave heavens. Ji Lin frowned, completely unable to understand Li Yunxiao's current mood, and said, "Yunxiao, are you really okay?" Li Yunxiao shook his head. His heart felt like he had lost something. Since he had met her, he had remembered her forever in his mind. This life is hard to forget, but who knows how many years ago this girl existed? She has long been buried in endless years. Except for these remaining statues, no traces will ever remain. At this time, Tan Dijun also woke up, including Xun Jiming and Xiao Minghui. They were surprised, immediately recalled what happened just now, and revealed a look of fear,
Looking at the pile of rubble in front of them, their faces were full of shock and surprise. Xun Jiming said, "What happened? That statue?" Xiao Jinghui also gasped and said in fear, You destroyed it? How did you do it?" Zhao Minghui looked at the main hall, frowning, and said, "Where's Mo Xiaochuan?" Li Yunxiao regained his lost mood, casually picked up a piece of rubble, and said, "The mission is completed. Everything is over. Let's leave." Mission completed. Sun Jiming had many doubts in his heart, but he couldn't ask them out loud. Tan Dijun's eyes lit up, staring at the pile of rubble, and said in horror, "Southern fire metal essence. So much southern fire metal essence. Ha! This trip is not in vain." After his spirit was suppressed, he was directly sealed by Li Yunxiao, so his strength was not damaged. But the faces of the other two changed drastically. The two of them were injured now, afraid that they would suffer losses in the snatch. Li Yunxiao coldly looked at Tan Dijun and said softly, "How? Does sect leader Tan intend to take everything for himself?" Tan Dijun realized that he had lost his composure and said embarrassedly with a smile, Of course not. These southern fire metal essences are a huge fortune. How should everyone discuss the distribution?" Ji Lin said, "Your sect has 3 people, and our Chamber of Commerce has 1 person, so we must divide it in half, and you get half. Old man Jiel, you should give up this idea." Tan Dijun clenched his 5 fingers until they cracked, looking like he would fight to the death if he didn't agree. Li Yunxiao smiled and walked to the side, saying, "I don't care how you distribute it. I get half of these essences, or else forget it." The 4 people shouted at the same time. Their faces changed drastically. Tan Dijun even rushed forward angrily and shouted, "Stop. This is something everyone owns together. What right do you have to take half?" Li Yunxiao's mind moved slightly, and the little diamond gourd stepped forward and unleashed Diamond Fist, blocking in front of Tan Dijun. A powerful aura spread out. The remaining 4 people all shrank back in fear, looking at the little diamond gourd in horror, revealing a look of unwillingness. They could only watch Li Yunxiao blatantly collect it. Li Yunxiao ignored their expressions in opposition and quickly collected more than half of the southern fire metal essence. Only then did he stop, frowning slightly, and incidentally said, "For the remaining parts, I feel that if you divide it, it will not be clear. Why don't you listen to how I distribute it?" The faces of the 4 people were as black as the bottom of a pot. Their eyes wanted to spit fire. They were so angry that they stamped their feet. "You son of a BTCH took half of it already." Seeing that they were silent, Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I will naturally not spit out the half that I took. But the other half, my Tan Dijun angrily spat, "It's 1/2. Then there's 1/2. Ha ha." Li Yunxiao laughed loudly and said, "The Beidou sect is the leader of the sects in Manhwa City. You shouldn't care about these gains and losses. You should broaden your horizons a little. Increasing the number of southern fire metal essences will not increase the strength of the Beidou sect by much. On the contrary, if the distribution is not equal, leading to dissatisfaction from other forces, it will be completely reversed, and you will be arrogant and full of enemies." Tan Dijun's face changed slightly, feeling that Li Yunxiao's words seemed reasonable, and he could not refute him. He could only snort coldly. Li Yunxiao then said, "As for the Lei Feng Chamber of Commerce, it is one of the 7 major chambers of commerce, with enormous resources. How can you be short of this little bit?" President Jin, even if you take all the southern fire metal essences, can you take another step forward? Ji Lin was stunned, frowning and contemplating. Li Yunxiao was right on one point. What made it difficult for him to take another step was not business but cultivation. He couldn't take another step into the martial emperor realm. No matter how strong the achievements are, it will only be the Manhwa branch president. So why add more powerful enemies for yourself over a bit of non-critical resources? These blazing fire gold essences could be distributed to many small sects, or even those rogue cultivators, to make them feel indebted. Plus, it wouldn't hurt the status of the Big Dipper sect and Thunder Peak Chamber of Commerce in Blazing Fire City, nor would it affect your positions. In my view, we should take a symbolic amount of these mines and distribute the rest to others." These words didn't just make Tan Dijun and Jilin ponder. Even Xun Jiming and Xiao Minghui were surprised. Both of them were calculating the gains and losses involved. All 4 of them felt bored with this kind of resource. They themselves weren't lacking cultivation resources. The bottleneck their sects faced wasn't resources, but talent. Only becoming a pinnacle martial emperor was the ultimate pursuit. If they were to lose their lives or make many powerful enemies for a little bit of small profit,
that really wouldn't be wise, perhaps even foolish. The way everyone looked at Li Yunxiao now held a different meaning. They all thought to themselves, this person is so smart, his talent is extremely high. With his age and accomplishments, and the explanation he just gave, he will definitely become a major figure famous throughout the world in the future. Might as well curry favor with him and form a good connection.
Xiao Jinghui was the first to speak. Yunxiao is right. Then let Yunxiao distribute it. I have no objection. Shen Ming and Jilin also expressed their stance, allowing Li Yunxiao to distribute as he pleased. Tan Dijun saw how things were going, and didn't want to offend Li Yunxiao either. There was also the matter of the transforming thunder god art, which he probably hadn't forgotten, so he also spoke up. I, Tan Dijun, have no objection either.
Soon the five of them slowly flew out of the altar. When everyone saw them come out, they immediately exclaimed, look, they came out, and they're all still alive? Did they solve the problem already?
Tan Dijun looked at everyone's shocked gazes and said, everyone, the matter of Mo Xiaochuan has been resolved. For what happens next, the five of us have discussed it and decided that Yunxiao himself will preside over it. No one is allowed to object.
Have Li Yunxiao preside over what? Everyone was confused. Was there something else? Do they want to share the treasures with us? Probably not.
So under everyone's disbelieving eyes, Li Yunxiao took out his storage bag, and the blazing fire gold essence poured out from inside, filling the sky. Immediately, everyone below erupted in shouts and stared, unable to believe their eyes.
Li Yunxiao looked down and said, I said before that anyone who followed me to rescue someone would get a share. Although you didn't enter the altar, you followed me all the way here, which counts as intending to help. Therefore, everyone gets a share.
Li Yunxiao took out over 100 small pieces, pointed a finger down, and shot them towards the ground, murmuring, though the essence is small, 1 piece per person is enough to exchange for tens of millions of origin stones, providing you with over a decade of cultivation resources. The martial artists below were incredibly excited, especially those rogue cultivators who had never expected to get a share from the start.
Their eyes were all red. This time, the excitement was uncontrollable. In a short while, grateful words echoed throughout the altar. Thank you, Yunxiao, for the origin stones.
After distributing to the rogue cultivators, Li Yunxiao continued. The ones who contributed the most to this treasure hunt were the people from the Big Dipper sect and the Thunder Peak Chamber of Commerce. Without the Thunder Peak Chamber of Commerce providing the record guide needle, and the Big Dipper sect providing the treasure map, you all wouldn't have been able to enter this place. Therefore, the Big Dipper sect and the Thunder Peak Chamber of Commerce will share half of the remainder. He waved his hand, and several thousand pieces of blazing fire gold essence immediately split into 2 halves. He gave one of the halves to Tan Dijun and Jilin, saying, both of you keep it safe.
Li Yunxiao continued. The remaining amount will also be divided into 2 parts. The local sects get 1 part, and all other Chamber of Commerces get 1 part.
Zheng Xuan looked at the pile of blazing fire gold essence in her hand, her heart warming up, feeling very moved. After the distribution was finished, everyone praised the distribution as fair and good, Li Yunxiao said. Since that's the case, and everyone has gained something, let's leave this place. Everyone shouted in agreement, especially the rogue cultivators, who were very enthusiastic and high-spirited.
In an instant, several hundred people flew into the sky and left together. Li Yunxiao slightly turned his head to look at the altar gradually disappearing,
remembering the world-shaking beauty from before, and he sighed softly in his heart. Very quickly, everyone exited the chaotic red area. Upon seeing the sunlight and feeling the joy of surviving a narrow escape, everyone cheered one after another, Jilin said. Everyone just needs to follow the north direction to quickly reach Blazing Fire City. There's no need to go back the way the record guide needle pointed. No one here had the guts to go back the old way anyway. Hearing Jilin say this, the martial artist quickly thanked them and flew straight towards the north. Li Yunxiao said, Chamber President Ji, tomorrow I'd like to borrow the teleportation formation for a moment. I wonder if it's convenient. Convenient, of course it's convenient. Jilin said very enthusiastically. Yunxiao can come anytime, use it anytime. After I return, I'll have someone inspect it and prepare a lot of origin stones, just waiting for Yunxiao's arrival anytime. Tan Dijun didn't linger either, rushing straight towards the north and saying, Disciples of the Big Dipper sect, Follow me back to report." Before leaving, Mai Dong-er looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "Yunxiao needs to go to Marshall Peak City. I wonder what day you will depart," Li Yunxiao said. "Tomorrow," Mai Dong-er nodded and said, "Then I'll see you tomorrow." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Dong-er, you just need to cultivate peacefully within the Big Dipper sect. No need to see me off." Mai Dong-er said, "It's not just to see you off, but there's something I need to discuss. It's not convenient to talk about it in detail here. I'll find Yunxiao tomorrow." Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrow, not knowing what she was talking about. He readily replied, "All right, you just need to come to the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce." Tan Di-jun turned his head to look back. Although he still felt reluctant about the transforming thunder god art, he already had a thought in his heart. It's better to let Zhang Linghua come get it himself. At least he himself couldn't handle Li Yunxiao. Hey everyone, it's ya boy Manhwa Recap Hub, wishing you a fun video. Before leaving, Mai Dong-sher glanced at Li Yunxiao and said, "See you tomorrow then." Li Yunxiao chuckled. "Dong-sher, just focus on cultivating peacefully in the Beidao sect. No need to see me off."
Mai Dong-sher said, "It's not about seeing you off, but there's something. It's not convenient to talk about it in detail here. I'll find Yunxiao tomorrow."
Li Yunxiao raised an eyebrow, wondering what she was talking about, and readily replied, "All right, just come to the Ziyun Commerce Guild." Tan Di-jun turned his head to look. Although he still hesitated to part with the transformed lightning god art, he had already made up his mind. He decided to let Zhang Linghua come and get it himself. At least he couldn't stand Li Yunxiao. With the matter of the treasure concluded, Li Yunxiao and Jin Xuan quickly flew back to Nanhuo City. Entering the Ziyun Commerce Guild, Jin Xuan asked, "Yunxiao, are you leaving tomorrow?" Li Yunxiao leisurely sipped his tea and said, "Why, the Commerce Alliance Twin Heroes meet is getting closer. The sooner I get to Songyuyang City, the more at ease I'll be."
Jin Xuan said, "I was worried about Ling Wei, but now I have no concerns anymore. With Yunxiao's strength, don't even mention the Commerce Alliance. You couldn't find a second person like you in the entire Tianwu realm. I'm becoming more and more impressed with Ling Wei's eye for talent."
Li Yunxiao laughed. "Jin Xuan, you're praising me too much. I'm planning to seclude myself for a day to refine some cultivation techniques. I'd like to trouble Jin Xuan to provide a suitable place." Jin Xuan casually said, "Yunxiao, you're being too polite. Jin Xuan's life was saved by you. Otherwise, I'd be a cold corpse outside the city by now. From now on, the Ziyun Commerce Guild will provide Yunxiao with everything without reservation." Li Yunxiao quickly said, "That's too heavy of a promise. I'm too embarrassed to accept it. Jin Xuan helped me with so many supplies during the Commerce Guild's critical moment, and even gathered all the materials I needed. That sincerity speaks for itself." At this moment, Jin Xuan looked a bit dispirited and forced a smile.
"Yunxiao, just remember that you have me, Jin Xuan, as a friend. That's enough." Li Yunxiao said, "Why so sad? I'm not leaving until tomorrow, am I? Otherwise, I'll just leave alone tomorrow. Guild President Jin Xuan doesn't need to see me off. Or perhaps we can go to Songyuyang City together. Ding Lingyi is probably there right now." Jin Xuan shook her head and said, "Yunxiao doesn't need to sneak away. I must see you off." As for the Commerce Alliance Twin Heroes meet, it's meaningless for small fry commerce guilds like us to participate. Besides, now that Feng Tianhe is dead, and all the refining formulas have been improved by Yunxiao, it's the perfect opportunity for the Ziyun Commerce Guild to recover and improve.
I can't leave the Ziyun Commerce Guild right now.
If I find out Yunxiao's whereabouts in the future, maybe I could go meet up." As she said this, her face flushed red with embarrassment, and her heart pounded wildly.
Li Yunxiao reached out and gently patted her head, smiling.
"Of course you can. I'm really happy to have met you, Jin Xuan." Li Yunxiao then entered the cultivation chamber, and his soul directly appeared in the realm god Stele. At this moment, Mo Xiaochuan was much better than before. His body seemed to have no more abnormalities, sitting cross-legged there, unmoving. When Li Yunxiao appeared, he suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Li Yunxiao, and the two faced each other for a moment. The corners of Mo Xiaochuan's mouth curled into a smile. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Thank you, junior brother." Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you sure I'm your junior brother?" Mo Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Being able to execute the demon-slaying sword art with such supernatural skill, it has the essence of the sword art. Among our senior and junior brothers,
Only Junru Yun can do that. Your sword art may lack strength, but the height of its sword intent is no less than Junru Yun's. Unless the master personally taught you, even Junru Yun wouldn't be able to teach it. He finished speaking and then suspiciously pondered. When did master take you as a disciple? Judging by your age. Mo Xiaochuan's expression changed drastically, and he shook his head repeatedly. No way, impossible. Even if you started practicing martial arts from birth, you couldn't have been personally taught by the master. Who exactly are you? Don't tell me you're Junru Yun's disciple. I don't believe he's comprehended the sword art to this extent, Li Yunxiao said. With Junru Yun's comprehension, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the level 1 displayed that year after so many years. So you understand our senior and junior brothers very well, Mo Xiaochuan sneered. Don't act so mature. I'll be grateful that you saved me and will repay you. If you don't want to reveal your identity, that's fine, but tell me, where is this place? A top-grade mysterious artifact, the realm god Stellae, Li Yunxiao said casually. Mo Xiaochuan was momentarily speechless and said, Do you think I'm an idiot? Everyone in the world knows that the top-grade mysterious artifact is the Noah's Ark, Li Yunxiao said. That was before. Times are changing. Now top-grade mysterious artifacts are everywhere. Everyone has one, Mo Xiaochuan sarcastically said. HMPH. Everyone has one. Then give me one to play with for a bit. Li Yunxiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and asked, How's the situation in your body? Is the evil spirit completely suppressed? Mo Xiaochuan frowned and worriedly said, It's currently sealed by me and my acupoints. There's nothing unusual, but I don't know if it's dead or just faking it, Li Yunxiao said. That's good. At least it shows that the evil spirit is very weak right now. But you can't be careless. If you can use this thing well, it can become a great help. Instead, Mo Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed, and he suspiciously said, A great help. He seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, Do you mean to let me use it? HMPH. That's easier said than done. It's harder than ascending to heaven. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, After enduring so much suffering, are you still afraid of difficulty? That evil spirit is the essence transformed from the Nanhuo golden essence. If you use it well, its power will be immeasurable. How about this? I'll use the Nanhuo golden essence to refine a mysterious artifact for you. One day, if you completely control the evil spirit, just push it into it. Not only can it nourish the spirit, but also nourish the artifact. Mu Xiaochuan was moved and said, You understand a lot, and you seem to understand me very well. Who exactly are you? Li Yunxiao's expression suddenly turned serious, and he said frankly, I am your master. Mo Xiaochuan's face suddenly turned cold, and he said in a chilling voice, I don't like joking about this kind of thing. A joke gone wrong can be fatal. Don't think that just because you help me, you can do whatever you want in front of me, Li Yunxiao said. Why don't you try and see if you can kill me? Oh, you're very confident, Mo Xiaochuan sneered. Could it be that you can't see that I am a Zhu Tianwu Di, Nine Heavens Martial Emperor? Li Yunxiao laughed loudly and said, I've seen plenty of Zhu Tianwu Di, and of course, I've killed quite a few too. Haha, you're so arrogant. You want to fight? Considering that you saved me, I can't refuse. As he said that, his body disappeared from the spot. Golden light flickered under his feet, his body and footwork creating afterimages all over the sky, surrounding Li Yunxiao. He knew that Li Yunxiao was a bit mystical, and that his true combat strength wasn't as simple as it seemed. But he didn't think that the other party could take even one of his moves, so he just planned to give him a lesson. Let me tell you something. In this meditation ground, I am the rule. Since when had Li Yunxiao appeared behind him? A calm voice echoed in his ears. Mo Xiaochuan was greatly shocked. Under the countless afterimages, his true body had actually been discovered by Li Yunxiao, and it felt like he would be defeated the moment he moved. Mo Xiaochuan suppressed the shock in his heart, his body flying away, his hands constantly forming hand seals. An imprint covering the heaven and earth appeared, golden light flickering like the sun shining down, as if he wasn't holding back. So what if you can calculate my footwork, heavenly earth seal? Li Yunxiao said calmly. The seal is at the four extremes. Martial prowess shatters the blue sky. I admire your attitude of becoming stronger when facing the strong, and never retreating. You've grasped the essence of this move. As he spoke, his body disappeared again.
appearing in front of Mo Xiaochuan, his 5 fingers reaching out, grabbing his arm. Who knows what he did next? The 4 extremes of the heavenly earth seal suddenly shattered, disappearing without a trace. Mo Xiaochuan was completely dumbfounded, stunned like a log, his body completely petrified. Li Yunxiao laughed loudly and said, "Don't be too self-righteous. So what if you advance to martial emperor? There are countless martial emperors in this world, as many as lackeys on the street. If you become complacent because of this, you'll really become a laughingstock among the pros." Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A crack appeared in Mo Xiaochuan's martial heart at this moment. At the moment the heavenly earth seal disintegrated, he could hardly accept it, and shouted, "Absolutely impossible!" The heavenly earth seal gathers the power of the 4 extremes in the heaven and earth, containing the endless Yunxiao will of the 6 harmonies and 8 wastes. Even if you can take it, there's no way you can split it apart. I don't believe it. This must be a powerful illusion, one that can even affect me. Who are you? Li Yunxiao sighed. There is no move in the world that cannot be broken, unless it's miraculous. The heavenly earth seal is the same. It merges the endless Yunxiao of the 6 harmonies and 8 wastes. If there's a fusion, there must be a gap, there will be loopholes. Moreover, he paused and said, I myself am the creator of the heavenly earth seal. So I naturally understand the blind spots in my moves. I didn't explain it clearly when I taught it to you before, hoping that you could discover it through your own comprehension and repair it, thereby comprehending your own martial intent rules. Xiaochuan, in this aspect, you are not as good as your senior brothers. Mo Xiaochuan's body was as if an electric current shot through it, only feeling a shock in his head. Dude, this guy in front of him, aside from his old cultivation, the tone of his voice and his understanding of the heavenly earth seal made his heart tremble. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and he trembled uncontrollably, saying, Master, Master, you really are Master. Li Yunxiao smiled slightly and said, If you can pass the absolute God cave of the Mo family, I will accept you as my disciple. Mo Xiaochuan's spiritual platform and sea of consciousness were distracted, and he couldn't think about anything anymore. Everything in front of him was blurred, and tears streamed down his face. He recalled the events from 10 years ago in Black Iron City. Mo Xiaochuan, you dared to enter the forbidden area of the clan for the 3rd time without permission. You won't be spared. The cyan black iron on the law enforcement hall emitted a severe aura, with the clan elders on both sides. 6 elders were seated on either side, their expressions solemn. In the center was the illusion of an old man sitting on a throne, his eyes closed. A middle-aged man stood up and bowed, saying in a deep voice, reporting to the ancestor and the 6 supreme elders, Mo Xiaochuan has entered the forbidden area for the 3rd time without permission, and he has not reformed despite repeated teachings. According to the clan rules, those who enter the forbidden area without permission must have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the family. The 6 supreme elders spared him because he was young, and his father made great contributions to the family, which is why they forgave him. But Mo Xiaochuan didn't know how to repent. He thought that because the 6 supreme elders forgave him, he could act without regard for seniority. He entered the forbidden area for the 3rd time and was caught by the forbidden area guardians and handed over to me, Qibon, for punishment. Kelbo acknowledges the kindness of clan brother Dao Shen in the past, but for the sake of the clan's position, I have no choice but to severely punish this person. The speaker was Mo Kebe, the current patriarch of the Mo family in Black Iron City. As soon as he reported the reason, the entire hall fell silent. A middle-aged man on the right side, with a worried look in his eyes, stood up and bowed deeply, respectfully saying, Reporting to the ancestor and the 6 supreme elders, today's matter with Xiaochuan is due to my poor supervision. Wanfeng hopes to accept the clan's punishment in place of Xiaochuan. Mo Kenbei's expression was cold, and he said softly, Wanfeng, do you know what punishment Mo Xiaochuan is about to receive? You say you'll bear it alone? Can you bear it? Mo Wanfeng's expression remained unchanged, and he said indifferently, If an 8-year-old child can bear it, how can I, Mo Wanfeng, not be able to? Mo Kebei sneered and said, It has been said that Mo Xiaochuan entered the forbidden area without permission and must have his cultivation abolished and be expelled from the clan. Wanfeng, are you ready? Finally, Mo Wanfeng was moved, and a strong look of sorrow appeared on his face. He said mournfully, If it weren't for big brother Dao Shen back then, Wanfeng would have died outside long ago.
Having lived for so many years, it's enough to repay his son with this life today.
He knelt again before the ancestral elder, raising his voice. I hope the ancestral elder and the 6 supreme elders will consider that Big Brother Dao Shen made great contributions to the family, and that Wan Feng has silently contributed in recent years, and grant our wish. He kowtowed, without using any of his chi. Bang! The blue stone floor of the hall shattered, blood flowing everywhere, a sense of sorrow engulfing the entire hall. Ouch! That's gotta hurt. Everyone was moved, showing expressions of compassion. The 6 supreme elders also frowned, revealing thoughtful expressions. Only the ancestral elder in the middle had his eyes closed, not knowing what he was thinking. Old geezer's playing it cool. Mo Kerbo's eyes flashed with sharp light, and he shouted, Mo Wan Feng, the punishment hall is a solemn place in the clan. You, as the great elder, are using personal relationships to interfere with the execution of punishment. You yourself are in violation of the rules and must be severely punished. He pointed at Mo Xiaochuan and coldly shouted, He is the son of Du Shen and has repeatedly made mistakes. We have been lenient twice already. The clan rules don't deny his father's contributions, but 2 acts of leniency are enough to wipe them clean. Mo Wanfeng raised his head, his face covered in blood, and roared in a low voice, Mokebo, don't think I don't know your nature. Xiaochuan doesn't need Big Brother Dao Shen's contributions. What he needs is my, Mo Wanfeng's, cultivation. He raised a hand and suddenly struck his own dantian. Mo Wanfeng wanted to strike first and cripple all of his martial emperor cultivation. Now that's dedication. Everyone was shocked. The 6 supreme elders sitting there were horrified. No one expected Mo Wanfeng to be so ruthless. They couldn't even try to stop him. Mo Xiaochuan, who was originally on the verge of death, didn't know where he got the strength from. He cried out miserably, Uncle Wanfeng. But just at this moment, before Mo Wanfeng's arm could even fall, it was stopped by a strange force. His hand hung in midair, unable to move. The ancestral elder Mo Kebo was shocked. He hurriedly looked over at the illusory figure on the throne, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. But with the ancestral elder making a move, even the 6 supreme elders didn't dare to disobey. They all waited for his decree. The ancestral elder's illusory body sitting on the throne opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on Mo Xiaochuan. His voice seemed to travel from a distant place, and he said indifferently, This is Dao Shen's son. Yes, ancestral elder, he is Mo Xiaochuan. Big Brother Dao Shen's only son, Mo Wanfeng, hurriedly pulled himself up and said, After Big Brother Dao Shen died, Xiaochuan has been raised by me, Wanfeng's discipline has been lacking, and I am willing to bear the responsibility myself. The ancestral elder's voice didn't carry any emotion. Still speaking calmly, Dao Shen had a divine physique and amazing talent. He was the one with the most hope of reaching the ultimate martial path of the Mo family in the past few thousand years. It's unexpected that he died so early. I also have some responsibility for this. But his son, the ancestral elder, raised his eyes to look at Mo Xiaochuan, then sighed and said, A tiger father begets a dog son. His talent is extremely ordinary. He only reached the 3 talents realm great martial master at the age of 8. He doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the Mosha family elite. Wanfeng, for this dog son you would abandon your life's cultivation? Truly foolish. Harsh, man, harsh, Mo Wanfeng said sadly but firmly. Reporting to the ancestral elder, it was Big Brother Dao Shen who died to save me. Xiaochuan has been under my care, and if the child hasn't been brought up well, the responsibility is mine. Mo Xiaochuan's thin body trembled, and he sobbed. Uncle Wanfeng, it's my fault. It has nothing to do with you. If the Supreme Elders and the Ancestral Elder want to punish me, then punish me. It has nothing to do with Uncle Wanfeng. A Supreme Elder in the left corner suddenly said coldly, HMPH, if it weren't for Wanfeng repeatedly protecting you, you would have been expelled from the family long ago for violating the clan rules. You're really disgracing your father. The Ancestral Elder sighed and said, This is the last time. After this, if he violates the rules again, handle it according to the law. There's no need to disturb us again. We respectfully obey the decree. Everyone stood up, lowered their heads, and the ancestral elder's phantom closed his eyes and disappeared from the throne. Mo Huayuan went over to help Mo Xiaochuan up. She looked at the bloodstains on his body with fear and quickly said, "Big brother Xiaochuan, in the future I will definitely become a great art refiner. In the future, if you are injured, I will heal you." Ow, so sweet. Huayuan, let's go. Mo Wanfeng carried Mo Xiaochuan out of the punishment hall, with loud discussions behind them. If it weren't for Mo Xiaochuan's special status, they wouldn't have gathered everyone like this. Mo Keibo's cold eyes stared at Mo Wanfeng's departing back for a long time without saying a word. He waited until everyone had dispersed, leaving only one supreme elder. It was the one who spoke earlier, also Mo Keibo's father, Mo Pingxi. He looked at his son, who was in deep thought, and suspiciously said, "What are you still thinking about?" Mo Keibo said. "Father, the ancestral elder is too indulgent towards Mo Xiaochuan. He has let him off 3 times. This kind of thing is really hard to convince people," Mo Pingxi said. "This is the ancestral elder's decision. Who dares to disobey? As the clan head, you should act according to the law. As long as you don't arbitrarily use your power for personal gain, no one will say that you are wrong." Mo Keibo sighed. Although the words were like that, they had missed many opportunities. Mo Wanfeng almost crippled his own cultivation. Under such a crisis, the ancestral elder still intervened. How high was the ancestral elder's cultivation? A look of apprehension appeared on Mo Shiping's face. He paced back and forth in the empty hall, and finally said, "The ancestral elder's cultivation is heaven-reaching. You shouldn't speculate about it. Although Mo Wanfeng's cultivation is still there, he doesn't pose any threat to you. Mo Xiaochuan's talent is ordinary, relying only on his father's courage from back then. Their lineage hasn't been able to turn things around for hundreds of years. You can peacefully be your clan leader, but I want to tell you, power and wealth are just fleeting clouds. Only the martial path is our ultimate pursuit." "Yes, your son will diligently follow your teachings," Mo Keibo humbly bowed, and the two disappeared from the main hall. In the small courtyard of the Mo family that night, Mo Xiaochuan knelt on the iron ridge. Hundreds of wooden hooks were piercing into his bloodied knees. Mo Huayuan looked at Mo Xiaochuan's legs. His heart trembled, and he kept pleading with his father. But Mo Wanfeng remained cold and silent. Under the moonlight, Mo Xiaochuan's face began to contort. He still tried to be strong, forcing a smile, saying, "Huayuan, I'm fine. It's not my first time kneeling on the iron ridge. It's quite comfortable, actually. A form of cultivation, too." Mo Wanfeng shook his head upon hearing this, looked up at the endless night, and muttered, "Today is the grain rain season. If my calculations are correct, that person should arrive, so why isn't there a figure in sight?" Mo Xiaochuan, in agony, furrowed his brows tightly, confused, and asked, "Uncle Wanfeng, what are you talking about?" Mo Wanfeng said, "Back when your father was still around, he made an agreement with someone to meet under the bright moon in Black Iron City during this year's grain rain. It's time now, but why isn't Mo's figure to be seen?" Xiaochuan raised his hand, pointing to the large osmanthus tree in the west, saying, "Could that be the person?" Mo Wanfeng was shocked, suddenly looking up at the flickering figure in the osmanthus tree. A white figure sat under the moonlight, and he laughed loudly, saying, "Where does a wisp of the soul reside? No familiar face is seen in the harmony of sound. The breeze strokes the willows in the waning moon, and in that year blue snow entered my dreams." Yeah, that's a poem. His white-clad figure seemed to blend with the surroundings, like an immortal descending from the moonlight. His face bore a lonely expression, and he sighed, "I only learned today that Mo Dushen is dead. Coming to Black Iron City was unexpectedly in vain." Mo Wanfeng was startled. This person had been here for who knows how long, and he hadn't even noticed. His cultivation was truly unfathomable. He said in fear, "Are you Gu Feiyang?" The white-clad figure frowned slightly, saying, "Whether I am or not doesn't matter. What matters is that Mo Dushen is dead. This trip to Black Iron City, he missed the appointment." As he spoke, the white-robed man raised his middle finger, making a contemptuous gesture. Mo Wanfeng's face was full of black lines, and he sarcastically said, "My brother has already passed away. How could he miss the appointment with you?" The white-robed man said, "A man's promise must be kept even in death. It seems your Mo family has no trustworthy people. I won't keep you company. Farewell." His face bore a displeased expression,
and he wanted to leave. Wait. A tender voice rang out. Mo Xiaochuan shakily stood up from the iron ridge, his thighs trembling, but he didn't cry out in pain. He loudly said, "The promise my father made with you, I will fulfill it. My father didn't miss the appointment, and we in the Mo family are all trustworthy people." The white-robed man scornfully looked at Mo Xiaochuan and chuckled. "Not bad, kid. You have the spirit. Want to fulfill your father's promise? Let's talk about it in 30 years. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mo Wanfeng hurriedly said, "Gu Feiyang, this is my elder brother's son. Wanfeng begs you for one thing. Can you, for the sake of my elder brother's face, take him as a disciple, and take him away from Black Iron City?" The white-clad figure was indeed Gu Feiyang. He looked at Mo Xiaochuan, saying, "The spirit is commendable, but Mo Wanfeng, are you joking? This guy's talent is extremely average. Reaching the martial emperor realm in this lifetime is too difficult. You're throwing this burden on me. What are you plotting?" Mo Wanfeng was nervous inside. Mo Xiaochuan's current situation meant he couldn't stay in Black Iron City, he said. "Your promise with my elder brother, wasn't it to see the Mo family's supreme divine art, the Tianzhen Haoranju? As long as you accept Xiaochuan as a disciple, I will demonstrate it for you." Mo Xiaochuan's expression was incredulous, and he said in shock, "Uncle Wanfeng, you can't. The Tianzhen Haoranju is the family's greatest secret. If it's passed on from you, it's certainly a capital crime, and it involves Huayuan, my younger brother, Shen Shen, and the other women." Mo Wanfeng had thought the other party would be moved, or at least hesitate, but unexpectedly, the other party laughed scornfully and even mocked him, saying, "The Mo family's Tianzhen Haoranju. Only Mo Dushen and that ancestral elder who's lived for who knows how many years know the essence. Others who perform it are embarrassing. To put it bluntly, it's all dog shit. If I saw it, I'd just feel disdain." "You!" Mo Wanfeng's face turned purple with anger. He had no choice. The decision was in the other party's hands, and he couldn't do anything. Mo Xiaochuan said, "Uncle Wanfeng, don't ask him. Father once said, if you know, you don't say. If you say, you don't know. If you praise him, he probably doesn't have any real ability. I think he's not as good as Uncle Wanfeng." Gu Feiyang's expression was indifferent, and he chuckled. "The little kid even knows how to use reverse psychology. Other than your father, your mole family can't find a second useful person. Plus, you're someone with mediocre talent. No matter who you follow, you won't be able to make a name for yourself." What arrogant words. Suddenly, a shout echoed in the sky, and the space in the courtyard twisted. Two figures emerged. It was Mo Kebo and Mo Pingxi. Their eyes fixed on Mo Wanfeng, and Mo Pingxi coldly yelled, "Wanfeng, you're so audacious. As the clan's great elder, you dare to reveal the clan's supreme art." Mo Wanfeng's expression drastically changed. He couldn't bear this charge, and he immediately denied it, saying, "Pingxi, Supreme Elder, you need evidence to speak." "Fine, you wait. I'll first capture this ignorant brat and make him confess your conspiracy to reveal the family's supreme art, and see how you can still quibble." Although they heard it, they've long disliked Mo Wanfeng, and their words might not be believed. Mo Pingxi arrogantly snorted, his face carrying a disdainful expression. He looked up at the osmanthus tree, saying, "Gu Feiyang, right, Kebo? Have you ever heard of this name?" Mo Kebo was in a good mood, chuckling. "I seem to have heard of him. It seems a Nine Heavens martial emperor emerged a few years ago, and he has some reputation on the continent, hee. But if he dares to enter our Black Iron City, he naturally has some skills. Father, what if we can't beat him? Haha." Mo Pingxi smiled, saying, "Kebo, then why don't you go up and ask for guidance? Those who practice martial arts should have the spirit of not being afraid to learn from their inferiors." "Yes, father." Mo Kebo disdainfully walked up. Gu Feiyang in his eyes was just a grasshopper that could be crushed at any time. Mo Pingxi said, "Handle this matter well. The ancestral elder knows about Mo Wanfeng revealing the Tianzhen Haoranju, and will definitely order him to return. At that time, I'll step in to have the ancestral elder pass it on to you." Mo Wanfeng's face was sorrowful. The so-called returning naturally meant having his cultivation crippled. Mo Kebo was overjoyed and excitedly said, "Thank you, father." He, as the Mo clan's leader, didn't have the right to cultivate the Tianzhen Haoranju, and this had always been a thorn in his side. Thinking of the supreme divine art, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Ha ha, kid! This time I have to thank you." Gu Feiyang looked at them talking and laughing to themselves, somewhat speechless, and scoffed. "Two lunatics." Mokher Boan was overjoyed and excitedly said, "Many thanks, father." As the patriarch of the Mo family, the fact that he wasn't qualified to cultivate the Tianzhen Haoran art had always been a sore spot. Thinking of the divine art, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Ha ha, kid, I really have to thank you this time." Gu Feiyang watched them talking and laughing to themselves, feeling speechless. He scoffed. "Two lunatics." Mokher Boan's face turned purple with anger, and he shouted, "Damn you! You'll never even get a glimpse of the Tianzhen Haoran art, Silent Cold Moon, Azure Waveblade Chi." With a flash of his hand, a cyan-colored broadsword appeared, radiating a chilling aura under the moonlight. The power of the Nine Heavens Emperor descended with the blade, and the full moonlight condensed within the blade. Wherever the moonlight went, the blade's light followed, slashing down. Gu Feiyang remained indifferent. He lightly unleashed a Vajra fist, striking directly at the twin blades, producing a clear, crisp sound that shattered the silence of the night. Not only did this fist shatter Mokher Boan's blade Kui, but it also directly shattered his protective true Kui, piercing through his chest, causing him to spew out fresh blood. "Using such trashy martial skills to fight me, is this all the Mo family has to offer?" Gu Feiyang said, making everyone in the courtyard widen their eyes in disbelief. Gu Feiyang used an ethereal movement technique, unhurried and rare, causing Mo Pingxi's heart to fill with disbelief. That was clearly just the Vajra first, so why was it so ferocious? This one punch paralyzed Mokher Boan, his aura dissipating as he fell like a kite with a broken string, lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Gu Feiyang still stood silently in the void, indifferently saying, "Is there anyone else who thinks they're hot stuff and wants to step up?" The entire night became eerily silent. Mo Pingxi stood frozen in place, his eyes full of horror. Mo Xiaochuan also stood there blankly, his eyes devoid of expression, just staring in astonishment. A yearning and a determination grew in his heart. He absolutely had to take this person as his master and learn his skills. Gazing up, 1,000 autumns stretched far, laughing proudly amidst the pine forest, seeking a worthy opponent to discuss swords, a lofty ambition that knows no cold. Ancient poetry echoed in the air, the earlier move having alarmed the entire Mo family. All the experts were arriving. In an instant, the entire space, both above and below ground, was filled with Mo family members. The other 5 grand elders also rushed over quickly. Everyone looked at the figure on the osmanthus tree, a jade pendant hanging from his waist, with a Tai Chi symbol engraved on it. Everyone immediately prostrated themselves, saying in unison, "Welcome, ancestor." In the courtyard, Mo Wanfeng also stepped forward to pay his respects. Only Mo Xiaochuan stood there, like an independent figure. The ancestor opened his mouth and said, "I heard you critiquing the Tianzhen Haoran art earlier, seeming to look down on my Mo family's martial arts. Fighting God is dead, and no one in the Mo family can cultivate the Tianzhen Haoran art to its limit. Today I'll fulfill the promise in place of fighting God, and welcome a rising talent like you for a battle." As he spoke, he slowly removed the mask from his face, revealing his true appearance. Hearing these words, Gu Feiyang finally showed emotion. The carefree and nonchalant expression was swept away, replaced by a burning battle intent. Hormones were rushing through his blood, as if he had found the person he was looking for. Everyone in the courtyard was terrified, all the Mo family members breaking out in cold sweats. What was the ancestor's status? Who was he? Aside from the sect leaders or patriarchs of the 7 superpowers, or the rulers of the Holy Domain and the Sea of Transformation, no one in the world was qualified to fight him. Gu Feiyang grinned and said, "Finally, it's getting interesting. You're qualified to fight me in place of fighting God." Such arrogant words. The surrounding Mo family members gnashed their teeth in resentment. Mo Pingxi also angrily said, "What qualifications do you have to fight the ancestor? Being able to see the ancestor's true face is the greatest honor of your life." The ancestor looked at Gu Feiyang and said, "Among the younger generation, besides fighting God, I find you to have the highest talent. Not to say that your talent is higher than fighting God. After today's battle, the continent will spread your name." Gu Feiyang said, "Old man, you talk too much. I can't wait any longer. I met Mo Dushin in the Blue Snow Holy City that day, but I never got to see the Tianzhen Haoran art, which is truly regrettable. Today, you'll make up for it for me." But what he wanted, the ancestor said. Then he pulled out a Tai Chi symbol on his hand. A drop of black ink dripped down, and suddenly the whole world turned dark and gloomy. Every time he raised his hand or took a step, it was like the majestic power of the heavens was on display, the pinnacle of martial arts, all unfolding right in his hands. First move of the heavenly Zhen Hao Ran art, Hong Zhen condenses the majestic moonlight. The Tai Chi diagram in his hand conjured up the myriad forms of the mortal realm, and the endless darkness retreated. It transformed into a rainbow radiance that illuminated everything. Within the moonlight, a stream of light condensed, radiating a brilliant, dazzling glow. Gu Feiyang's expression turned serious, not daring to be careless even for a second. He clenched his 5 fingers, held the azure lotus sword in his hand, and shouted, "Azure Lotus Sword Song, 9-petal wheel spin." The sword energy transformed into 9 blooming lotus flowers, arranged in a Sanskrit character formation in the sky, blocking all the radiance. One after another, jade swords shot out from the lotus flowers, suddenly rushing towards the ancestor. The ancestor raised his jade staff and waved it gently. The 9 sword lotuses immediately withered, dried up like plants deprived of water, fading away to nothing. The ancient starry sky, the morning and evening sword decree, vanished into nothingness. Gu Feiyang's sword technique changed. His hand formed a sword seal, and in the darkness, 10,000 lights like a rainstorm transformed into a giant star sword, slashing at the Tai Chi diagram. Heavenly Zhen Hao Ran art. Second move. Jade shadow ripples with sword echoes. The ancestor's expression also changed. The jade scepter in his hand flowed with power. Suddenly, the Tai Chi diagram revolved, and a massive gate opened behind him. From within the gate, the jade scepter transformed into a jade sword. It swept away all the radiance, stabbing straight at that one sword that extinguished the stars. The 2 sword energies carried vast, righteous aura, and the entire world transformed into a sword energy-covered domain. Everyone was immersed in this supreme sword intent. It was as if the entire world was only made up of sword light and nothing else remained. These 2 swirling sword energies were enough to turn the entire Black Iron City, even the Mata family, into ashes. Everyone under the sword light closed their eyes, retreating without stopping. Finally, the sword light filling the sky dissipated, gradually turning black after a long while, restoring the normal color of darkness. The ancestor's voice rang out, saying calmly, "Stop fighting, another round, and we'll completely destroy this Black Iron City." Bright moonlight shone down, and Gu Feiyang, still in his white robes, stood on the ground. He nodded and said, "Senior, the heavenly Zhen Hao Ran art is indeed not bad, but if your cultivation base wasn't a step above mine, this cultivation art wouldn't be a match for my sword decree." The ancestor was silent for a long time, finally sighing with a sense of regret. "In a few years, I won't be your opponent." The people around were shocked, their eyes wide open. It had only been 2 moves. To outsiders, it looked like a draw. But these words were like a rock thrown into a lake, creating huge ripples. The 6 grand elders were even more stunned, turned to stone. The ancestor was the spiritual pillar of the Mo family in Black Iron City, even higher in seniority than the sect leaders of the super sects. In today's world, only those from the Holy Domain and the sect leaders of the 7 great sects dared to say they could beat the ancestor. Yet now, the ancestor was saying he wouldn't be a match for this guy in a few years. Just how strong was this guy? "Please, please, take me as your disciple." Under the bright moonlight, all other sounds were silenced. Mo Xiaochuan's childish voice rang out in the night. He had been kneeling until he was numb, bowing deeply, his forehead buried in the ground. "What a disgrace," Mo Pingxi roared in anger. He said coldly with anger, "As a disciple of my Mo family, to actually shamelessly ask someone else to be your master? Get the hell back here." Mo Xiaochuan's expression remained firm. Looking at Gu Feiyang high in the sky, he shouted resolutely,
Take me away, I will definitely surpass my father and then defeat you for my father. Please, take me with you. Gu Feiyang tapped his head and looked at the old ancestor, saying, "What do you think? This is your kid. Don't say I'm snatching the Moke family's little sprout and causing trouble for me all over the world." The old ancestor looked at Mo Xiaochuan and slowly opened his mouth. "If Xiaochuan is willing to follow you, please take him as your disciple. I will also ask you a favor on behalf of his deceased father." Old ancestor? Everyone was shocked. They never expected even the ancestor to say such words. The 6 supreme elders were even more silent, not daring to say another word. Gu Feiyang said indifferently, "Is that so? Fine, I'll give it a try for now. But I, Gu Feiyang, don't want to take in useless disciples. I'll take you to a place. If you can pass the test, I'll take you as my disciple." Mo Xiaochuan was overjoyed. With 100 emotions surging within him, he loudly said, "I will definitely pass the test. If I don't, I won't pester you." Gu Feiyang looked at him and coldly said, "If you don't pass, you won't have the chance to pester me either." Mo Wanfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Gu Feiyang, where do you want to take him? He's my big brother's only son. I can't let him get hurt." Gu Feiyang lifted Mo Xiaochuan up with one hand. He raised his head and looked into the distance, uttering 3 indifferent words, "Zhu Shendong." These 3 words seemed to possess boundless power, causing all the martial artists present to tremble. Mo Wanfeng was also terrified, standing frozen in place, watching Gu Feiyang carry Mo Xiaochuan further and further away, disappearing outside the Black Iron City. Back in reality, Li Yunxiao raised his hand, and the Northern Heaven Cold Star sword shot out. His palm swirled a circle in the air, immediately creating a rotating yin-yang fish. He pointed his sword forward and softly shouted, "Vast array condenses, gaze upon the bright moon." This was the first move from the 2 he fought the old ancestor with. Gu Feiyang was incredibly talented. Although he had only seen it once and couldn't grasp the essence, his execution was lifelike, making it difficult for ordinary people to distinguish. Mo Xiaochuan recalled the events when he was 8 years old. Tears had long streamed down his face. Upon seeing this familiar golden light, he couldn't help but say, You really are my master." His reason could hardly believe it, but his emotions had already accepted it. Li Yunxiao said, "Do you remember what you told me outside Zhu Shendong? You said you would definitely cultivate the Tianzhen Haoranju to the extreme, and then defeat evil." Finally, Mo Xiaochuan no longer had any doubts. Crying loudly, he knelt down on both knees, kowtowing to the ground, crying and wailing, "Master, you really are my master." "Master really didn't die," Mo Xiaochuan's sobbing echoed. After his loud cries, he burst into laughter, saying, "I knew it. There's absolutely no one in the world who could hurt Master," Li Yunxiao said with a bitter smile. "Don't make it sound so easy. I almost died too. It's just that my soul was reborn under a stroke of luck." He then briefly told Mo Xiaochuan about what had happened. Upon hearing it, Mo Xiaochuan was very shocked, never expecting Xuanhuan, young emperor, to have entered the 9 heavens martial emperor realm. "Master, since you've been reborn, why didn't you go find your senior and junior brothers? With their strength, they could help you quickly recover your power," Li Yunxiao said with a bitter smile. "They're too capable. I can't find them, even if I wanted to." I finally found Xuanhuan with great difficulty, but he entered the extraterrestrial starry sky and returned to fall into the southern fire. On the contrary, it's you. Why are you here? How did you get possessed by the evil spirit of the southern fire golden essence? Mo Xiaochuan said, "If it weren't for Master this time, I fear I would have become a slave to the evil spirit for life." He shuddered at the thought. That day, after I left Master, I returned to the Moke family in Black Iron City. The old ancestor passed the Heavenly Purity Righteousness Manual to me, and also instructed me not to seek revenge against my enemies until I cultivated this technique to its peak. I also peacefully went into closed-door cultivation in the forbidden area guided by the old ancestor, and the Heavenly Purity Righteousness Manual also progressed extremely quickly. Li Yunxiao said, "So that's what happened. At that time, rumors spread that you were imprisoned in Black Iron City, so I wanted to come and see. With your talent, Even if you could impact the martial emperor realm, the Momosuke family wouldn't pass their supreme techniques to you, but you're the only exception, because you passed through the absolute God Cave. That alone is enough to make up for the lack of talent. The old ancestor must have been trying to prevent others from feeling resentful, so he kept you in the forbidden area, telling outsiders that you were being punished. Mo Xiaochuan said, "That's right, Master knows everything too well. After returning to the Monkey family, I went to find Uncle Wanfeng. I didn't see anyone else. Went straight to the forbidden area. I kept begging, so the old ancestor finally agreed to pass down the Tianjin Haoran art to me."
This time, enclosed-door cultivation lasted 10 years.
His eyes shone with a bright light. Obviously, these 10 years were very important to him, he continued. Later, I heard that junior brother, Huayuan, had offended a big shot in the Holy Domain and was exiled to this nameless fire city. I was worried he'd be in danger, so I violated the old ancestor's orders and came out. And it was also at this time that this disciple learned the news of Master's death from 10 years ago.
Li Yunxiao nodded. That's right, not long after we parted ways.
I also went to the Heavenly Scourge mountain range. Because of an incident, never would have thought. His face changed, becoming extremely grave, as if there was something he couldn't say directly.
Mo Xiaochuan naturally knew Li Yunxiao's personality and didn't press him.
He continued, I also learned this from the Qingwu family. Huayuan was still being watched even after he left the Holy Domain. I chased him to Nameless Fire City, and he was already in danger. In that battle, I angrily killed 3 Nine Heavens martial emperors from their side. It was also during this battle that I learned of Master's death. In anger, I was also severely injured, so I stayed at Junior Brother's humble abode in Nameless Fire City to heal. But the injuries, Li Yunxiao frowned. From your Qinghai family identity, you're entering the mineral mine. Could it be you were poisoned by the northern profound cold yin energy?
Hatred emerged on Mo Xiaochuan's face, and he nodded. It was indeed a northern profound palace expert who used the northern profound cold yin energy, directly shooting hidden weapons into my body. It's extremely difficult to expel, and Huayuan has been using all kinds of medicinal herbs to treat me, but he can't stop it from getting worse.
This situation lasted for more than a year until 4 years ago, when Huayuan requested medicinal herbs from the Thunder Peak Merchant Association and learned something. Jilin said that he had a lot of nameless fire gold essences that could suppress my injuries, so Huayuan handed me over to Jilin. Later, I went into the maze. I understood Jilin's purpose in having me go there. He just wanted to use me to find the mineral mine, but that's okay, everyone has their needs, and I happily agreed. But as fate would have it, after we went deeper, everyone was separated, and I followed the aura of the essence to the center, even going into the altar, Li Yunxiao said. So the Thunder Peak Merchant Association discovered this mine several years ago. No wonder they were so generous in giving it up. Turns out they couldn't find the correct route after so much exploration. When you entered the altar, were you suppressed by the statue? Mo Xiaochuan said, That's right. Master must have seen that statue too. At that time, I already had injuries on my body, but thanks to the nameless fire gold essence suppressing them, I had recovered a bit. I was overjoyed, but I didn't expect that statue to be too bizarre. A suppressing force entered my spirit platform and sea of consciousness. Wanting to suppress my mind, I resisted it for a moment or two. And at the time I was struggling to resist that evil force, the evil spirit entered my body, and together with the evil force occupied my body. From then on, turning me into a slave, Li Yunxiao said. That statue is indeed strange, hard to find the truth of it. How are your injuries now? Mo Xiaochuan said. Being controlled by the evil spirit, I only had one benefit, which was resisting the northern profound cold yin energy in my body. Ironically, it was when the evil spirit resisted the northern profound cold yin energy that I could regain consciousness. But since the northern profound cold yin energy was being expelled, the time I could regain consciousness became less and less. But now, it's finally better. The northern profound cold yin energy has been expelled, and the evil spirit has been suppressed. All thanks to Master. Li Yunxiao's face carried a layer of icy frost, and he said coldly, The Northern Profound Palace is indeed courting death. The grievances between me and them haven't been settled yet, and they dare to make a move on my disciple?
Looks like the 7 superpowers will have to become 6,
Mo Xiaochuan said.
They must have thought Master was dead to be so unscrupulous in helping the Moor family's enemies. With Master's current strength, you must not expose your identity, and you must not fight against the Northern Profound Palace too early, or you'll fall into a deadly game. Li Yunxiao said, I know what I'm doing. Even now, there aren't many people in the Northern Profound Palace who can kill me. His biggest trump card is the Boundary Divine Monument. If I hide inside, I'll be basically fine. And Xuanhuan also praises Master for obtaining this super-grade profound weapon. Settling accounts with the Northern Profound Palace is within reach, Li Yunxiao said. The undercurrents in the heavenly martial realm are starting to stir up today, and I am afraid that a big wave is coming soon. Are you going back to Black Iron City, or staying by Liu's side? Mo Xiaochuan smiled cheekily. Naturally, I'll follow by the side of Master, the old man. I already have the heavenly Chen Hao Ran art. I just lack the fire mastery. Moreover, I want to stay by Master's side and protect the old man. You only have the cultivation of an 8-star martial sect right now. It's extremely dangerous. Li Yunxiao had a face full of black lines and said, You normally cultivate in this Boundary Divine Monument. There are also some friends here. Tomorrow I'm going to Wind Martial City. Do you want to say goodbye to Mo Huayuan? Mo Xiaochuan said, I was just thinking that, to avoid junior brother worrying about me. Li Yunxiao nodded. That's good. You can just pass on a few words to him for my friend. Li Yunxiao waved his hand, and Yuan Gaohan appeared at this time. Mo Xiaochuan was shocked and said, This is Mo Huayuan's master. Yuan Gaohan looked like he just woke up and was still brushing his teeth, he said suspiciously. Oh, isn't this little Lie's disciple? Mo Xiaochuan was suspicious in his heart. Not knowing why Yuan Gaohan was in the Boundary Divine Monument, he quickly saluted and said, So it's Grandmaster Yuan Gaohan? Yuan Gaohan snorted coldly and said, No need to be polite. I am now just your master's prisoner. Prisoner. Cold sweat dripped down Mo Xiaochuan's forehead, finally understanding what happened, capturing a 9th-grade art refiner as a prisoner. Only Master in the world would dare to do such a thing. But Yuan Gaohan was Mo Huayuan's master. He couldn't be rude no matter what, and respectfully said, I don't know if Grandmaster Yuan has any words to ask me to bring to Huayuan. Yuan Gaohan said, He has advanced to the 8th rank, can return to the Holy Domain to find me. I have important matters to tell him. Seeing Mo Xiaochuan's suspicious expression, Yuan Gaohan added, I am now just a starlight soul body, just like your martial artists' avatars. The main body is still in the Holy Domain. Mo Xiaochuan understood after hearing this and said, So that's the case. I will pass on the Grandmaster's words to Huayuan. Yuan Gaohan said, Just tell him it's my intention. No need to mention my current situation. He glared resentfully at Li Yunxiao, then vanished from the spot. Li Yunxiao turned to look at Mo Xiaochuan and explained, He's gotten used to the leisurely life in the God Tablet world. Plus, he's really enjoying controlling the divine fire, so he doesn't want to leave anymore. Mo Xiaochuan asked, Master, does his main body know that you've imprisoned Yuan Daishi's clone? Li Yunxiao laughed loudly. Ha ha, of course not. If he knew, he'd definitely come looking for me to fight to the death, Mo Xiaochuan said worriedly. If Huayuan goes back and meets Yuan Daishi's main body, won't he become suspicious? Li Yunxiao's eyes gleamed. It's fine. If his main body comes looking for me, I'll just capture him too. It'll be great to combine the two into one, boosting his strength and making him even more useful to me. Now that you mention it, I'm getting even more excited. Mo Xiaochuan looked at Li Yunxiao's shining eyes and was immediately startled. The consequences were too much to bear. He quickly changed the subject. Master, I should go say goodbye to Huayuan now, Li Yunxiao said. If he wants to go back to the Holy Region, he'll probably have to come with us to Wufeng City. Brothers, you can travel together, but don't reveal my identity. Just call me Yunxiao in front of outsiders. All right, Yunxiao Mo. Xiaochuan laughed a few times, then was kicked out of the God Tablet world by Li Yunxiao. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Li Yunxiao finally opened the door to the secret chamber, and a crowd of people was already waiting outside. Jin Xuan, Wu Shen, the Mo brothers were smiling at him, and Xiao Xuanzi was standing behind Mo Huayuan, looking cheerful. Everyone applauded loudly. Li Yunxiao, seeing this scene, was surprised. It's just a trip to Wufeng City, no need to be so grand. It's like an emperor going on tour. Jin Xuan chuckled. Not to mention that Yunxiao has a very high reputation in Manhwa City. Even Master Xiaochuan and Master Huayuan are enough to cause a sensation in the whole city. Mo Huayuan stepped forward and bowed deeply. Thank you, Yunxiao, for saving my elder brother. Huayuan is eternally grateful for this great kindness. Li Yunxiao laughed. You're too polite. Xiaochuan and I are old acquaintances. Saving him is only natural. Mo Huayuan and Jinxuan were confused upon hearing this, considering Li Yunxiao's age, and the fact that Mo Xiaochuan had been missing for the past 10 years. How could the two of them be old acquaintances? But since he said so, and Mo Xiaochuan was smiling as if acknowledging it, they didn't dare to ask despite their doubts. Jinxuan said, It's getting late. Let's set off. The group joined hands and headed towards the Li Feng Commerce Association. Jilin had been notified by Jinxuan and was already waiting at the door. He saw Li Yunxiao arriving and greeted him with an enthusiastic smile. But when he glimpsed the Mo brothers next to him, their faces as cold as ice, his expression instantly changed drastically, especially feeling the almost imperceptible aura on Mo Xiaochuan's body, which sent a chill down his spine, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He stammered for a long time before saying, Master Mo, Master Xiaochuan, the last time I was acting under duress. Seeing his pitiful appearance, Li Yunxiao laughed. We agreed that day not to pursue the matter. Let's forget about it. Jilin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to look at the two brothers, but directly looked at Li Yunxiao and said with a smile, Yunxiao, please come inside. The teleportation array is ready, and we can leave at any time. Good, Li Yunxiao responded. Everyone entered the Li Feng Commerce Association's most important area, where a huge teleportation array was activating, waiting for people to enter. HMPH. Without the approval of the Beidou sect, no one is allowed to leave. At this moment, a cold snort echoed in the sky, and several rays of light descended. Standing above the formation, Zhang Linghua coldly shouted, You killed Elder Feng, stole the Hualei divine art, and took a lot of treasures, yet you think you could just leave. This person was the sect leader of the Beidou sect. With several elders behind him, Zhang Linghua stood arrogantly, his face full of coldness, and said softly, Li Yunxiao, we meet again so soon. Your debt with the Beidou sect hasn't been settled yet. Li Yunxiao said calmly. So it's old Zhang. I don't like the way you're talking. Killing Elder Feng was ordered by Tan Dijun. I obtained the Hualei divine art by chance. As for the treasures, everyone present at the time didn't seem to object, did they? His old Zhang stunned everyone. Zhang Linghua coldly shouted, Nonsense! Quickly hand over the Hualei divine art and the treasures, then come back to the Beidou sect with me to await judgment. He released the remnant aura of the Nine Heavens Emperor, and everyone felt immense pressure. However, Li Yunxiao still said leisurely, Hand over the secret art and treasures, and go back with you to await judgment? Is your head filled with water, or has it been damaged by cultivating for too long? Jilin was anxious. If a battle broke out here, the Li Feng Commerce Association would suffer the most. But then he thought of something and sneered inwardly, wishing Zhang Linghua would be even more outrageous, because he had already noticed that Mo Xiaochuan's expression was starting to change. Zhang Linghua's face turned cold, and the Emperor aura condensed into a dragon shadow, roaring angrily. Li Yunxiao, I know you have an extraordinary background, but the Tianwu realm isn't your backyard. Today I'll show you how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is. Emperor Aura Transformation Dragon. As Zhang Linghua finished speaking, the dragon-shaped emperor's might roared continuously, like an enraged martial emperor descending, and the entire world changed color. Mo Xiaochuan finally made his move, his eyes shining with fierce killing intent. Anyone who dared to attack his master had already been sentenced to death in his heart. You little shrimp.
Hello everyone, hope you guys enjoyed the video. The Emperor's might took the form of roaring dragons, like a pissed-off martial emperor diving straight down, and the whole world changed color. Mo Xiaochuan witnessed everything. He finally made his move. With a mocking smirk, he suddenly pointed into the air, and a sword light shot out from his hand. Instantly, Zhang Linghua's Emperor Qi was split in two. The sword light and Emperor Qi dissipated. The sword light didn't lose any steam as it broke through the dragon energy, and continued blasting straight towards Zhang Linghua. Mo Xiaochuan was cool as heck, while Zhang Linghua was totally freaked out, not understanding where such a